001 Missouri, Flower of the Gods. 1. Front row note, only write the Marvel Cinematic Universe, do not add any DC or comic elements. In 2009, in a small town in Missouri, United States, a shawl blonde woman sat in the driver's seat and suggested to the man in the back row, "You know, your body is still very weak, I suggest you don't run around. Isn't it still with you? Dr. Angela." His name is Eno, and he was born in 1991, the day Tony's parents were killed by the Winter Soldier. For more than 10 years, Eno has been dragged down by family genetic diseases. This kind of family genetic disease, from the generations of Yvonne ancestors, even with the current technology, it is still impossible to find out what it is. Genetic diseases, although not fatal, can leave people weak and debilitated for a lifetime. Just imagine, a normal person with a normal body, but unable to lift 10 to 20 pounds of objects. This feeling is really bad. So Eno's family started a company called Umbrella from their ancestors. This umbrella company is just the same name, not exactly the same as the one in Resident Evil. But it's also a company that makes drugs and medical devices. And now the company is left to Eno. A few days ago, Eno suddenly acquired the gene phagocytosis system. 0. As long as a genetic sample is available, the system can devour, evolve, and all it needs is energy. So, Eno is searching for the flower of the goddess in Missouri according to memory. According to Star-Lord's home state of Missouri, it's in a grove. Hidden there is the flower of the god left behind by Star-Lord's father, the god Egg. Its role is to parasitize the planet's flowers when Egg prepares to devour the planet. I'm just a doctor. Don't hope for miracles. The doctor in the white coat in the driver's seat stroked his forehead and was very helpless to Eno in the back row. Her national name is Angela Ziegler, and she has a PhD in biogenetics and medicine. Angels of Overwatch, don't care if you are not clear, this article will not write too much Overwatch content. A few years before she graduated, Eno hired her as her personal doctor. Buckle. Buckle. At this time, Eno's car window was tapped twice. After confirming her identity, Angela lowered the car window. A strong man in a black suit and sunglasses stepped forward and said, "Boss, people from the Red Umbrella Department have been sent to search, let me confirm the target." Eno nodded and took out a tablet from his side, showing a blue fruit with flowers covered with a hollow net. Obviously the flower of the gods has not bloomed yet. "Jason, tell them to stay out of the way when you find them, then come and let me know." "Yes." The brawny man in suit and sunglasses nodded in agreement, took the tablet and began to tell his subordinates to pay attention. His umbrella has 3 divisions in the United States. Among them, red is the armed military sector. White is the drug research and development department. Blue is the biological research and development department. Although the current umbrella is not as powerful as it is in the game, there are still many cooperation projects between the government and medical institutions. After instructing the business, Eno sat in the car and waited for news from his subordinates. Angela looked curiously at Eno, who was suddenly abnormal today, through the rearview mirror and said, "The woods are dangerous in summer, why don't they let them pick the flowers?" Eno looked out the window at the umbrella security member who had already got into the woods. "I had a dream that it could cure the disease in my body." "Oh my God." Hearing that, Angela made an exaggerated gesture and pouted. "Why did you suddenly become superstitious?" Eno raised his wrist and looked at the expensive watch and said, "Wait a few minutes and you'll know." Star-Lord's father, Egg, was a celestial race, and it was originally like a conscious body similar to a brain. Then over millions of years it learned to aggregate particles, first creating the cores of stars and then forming planets. This long period of millions of years, Egg finally completely controls the planet, and can even control the planet's environment or animals and plants at will. As long as the planet doesn't die, Egg won't die. So this also leads to the reason why Egg wants to parasitically devour countless planets. A few minutes later, suddenly out of the woods came a strong man, Jason, who had just knocked on Eno's car window. Jason sprinted over. "Boss. Found the target?" Eno nodded, opened the door and got out of the car. Looking at the scorching summer sun, Jason hurriedly took out his parasol and held it on top of Eno's head as he walked towards the woods of the town. Angela also got out of the car and pulled out a parasol to follow. Against the summer sun, Eno went into the woods. Follow the path that has been cut down by the Red Umbrella Department all the way to the side of the Flower of the Gods. Eno looked at Hwagudo in front of him, reached out to the security member next to him and said, "Tactical dagger." The Red Umbrella security members quickly put the dagger in Eno's hand. Holding the dagger, Eno cut the outer net of the hollowed-out flowers and bones. Then cut its blue buds, fruits. 002 Agent Coulson calls. 2. Looking at the fruit of the Flower of the Gods flowing out of the pulp, Eno directly stretched out his finger and dipped it. "Eno." Angela hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wet tissue next to Eno's hand and wiped it. "This unknown plant is still very brightly colored. What if it is poisonous? Your body is still very weak. What if you are poisoned?" Although I listened to Angela's anxious nagging voice in my ear. But another picture has emerged in Eno's consciousness. He felt the earth under his feet, as if he was feeling the planet under his feet, the blue star. It's just that this feeling is still very weak, close to nothing. But the gradually healthy power in the body can't deceive Eno himself. Contact with the genetic components of the gods. Swallowing success. Gene phagocytosis system. Gene ability, deity 1% plus. Looking at the 1% celestial power, Eno found a plus sign behind it and tried it in his mind. Whether it continues to consume energy to evolve the ability of the gods, reaching 10% can obtain full physical ability, and 100% is equal to 10 times as an example. The energy required for different abilities to evolve is different, please choose carefully. First, use the daily excess energy in the body to evolve the god genes. While improving genes, it is also strengthening Eno's own body. However, with the energy in Eno's body now, it is not known how long it will take to evolve this divine ability. So more efficient and larger energy demands are imminent. Back to reality. Eno stretched out his left hand and pushed it away, still wiping his right hand. Angela said, "It's all right." Angela held the wipes and looked at Eno in surprise. Judging from the strength with which Eno pushed her hand away, as a doctor and a sensitive person, she certainly felt it. This is not the normal level of exertion for a person with only 10 to 20 pounds of strength. Eno's push just now has reached a level that is even more powerful than normal people. Looking at the surprised Angela, Eno smiled and told Jason next to him. "Peel the fruit, take out the flower root, save it and bring it back." "Yes." Jason took a suitcase from the side and opened it. Inside is a container with a special nutritional liquid. He cut off the fruit neatly and threw the flower roots into the container with his hands. This flower root will not be forgotten so easily. And its ability to parasitize planets is still there. It is Eno who is now connected to it, not Yugo. Eno is going to take it back and use it to plant the parasitic blue star to control the blue star and absorb energy. Or by electricity. Then wait until the year of the monkey, the horse, and the moon to complete the evolution of the genes. When she got back to the car, Angela finally couldn't help but turn her head and asked, "Are you healthy?" Eno looked at her and joked, "Superstition." Angela was at a loss for words. She turned back and held the steering wheel angrily and said, "Now Sister Angel doesn't like you anymore." The name Angel Sister was given to her by Eno. When Angela took care of him before, Eno often called her Sister Angel. Eno waved his hand, "Go to the airport, go back to New York today, and go to Malaysia in a few days. After an investigation by Umbrella Corporation. Eno also confirmed that there is no accident that Mirizima will drop rockets with alien parasites. That's where Venom's group of symbiotes crashed. In this group of symbiotes or in jelly form, Eno can directly devour them with the ability to possess venom. Reborn from a severed limb, no fatal parts of the body, even if the head is shot, it is no different from dropping pieces of meat in other positions. Underwater breathing, immunity to mind manipulation, weaponization of the body, etc. are all unexpected abilities of Venom. If these abilities are combined with Hulk. Tear. Drop 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 drop. At this moment, Angela's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and glanced at it, then handed it to Eno and said, "Agent Carlson." Eno took the call. There were not many calls stored in his own mobile phone, but they were all useful. Agent Phil Carlson. "Hello, Mr. Eno, do you have time to discuss a purchase at 8 tonight?" Eno looked at the watch in his left hand. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "Okay, come to Umbrella HQ at 8 p.m. "Okay, goodbye, Mr. Eno." Even if Eno is not a traverser, according to the power of the current Umbrella, he can know the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. as the boss of this unlisted company. What's more, he now cooperates with the government to supply special medicines. Came to the airport in Missouri, where the Umbrella's private jet was already waiting. The route to Manhattan, New York, has already been approved. Speaking of which, standing in the headquarters of the Umbrella in New York can also overlook Tony Stark's building in the distance. Just a Stark in the heart of Manhattan, New York. The Umbrella headquarters is located by the river in Manhattan, and you can still enjoy the sea view. You can even see the Statue of Liberty from another angle. 003 S.H.I.E.L.D.'s testing and procurement. 3. In the cabin of a private jet. At this time, there were only Angela and Eno. Angela sat next to Eno, feeling the strength of his arms around her waist and said, "Just because you touched that flower? So you're back to health?" "Not quite." Eno is getting familiar with the strength of his hands, the moving fingers of different degrees. "My body's genes have become very strong, and there may be more possibilities in the future. When you go back, try to see if you can parse out a little bit of fur." The Umbrella has its own underground laboratory and experimental base. And the gene thing, even with the technology of the Umbrella, only touched the skin. The genetic data is simply too large and too complex. Not to mention that Eno's own genes now have their own protection programs. So it is enough to expect Angela to research a little fur. Angela nodded and grabbed Eno's fingers that were gradually sliding upwards. "If you are healthy, don't think about these things randomly." "No, you got it wrong." Eno shook his head. "I approached with the emotion of obtaining treasures." Angela gave Eno a roll of eyes upon hearing this. After the plane arrived in New York, Angela and Eno drove to the Umbrella headquarters in Manhattan. In fact, there are not many people working at the headquarters. Pharmaceuticals and medical instruments are mainly factories that need workers. The headquarters are mainly administrative personnel and underground laboratories. This underground laboratory is just ordinary. Umbrella's most important underground laboratory is headquartered in Los Angeles. Come to the top office of the Umbrella headquarters. The floor-to-ceiling windows that are transparent from north to south can see Stark's A-Ring logo on one side and the Canal Sea view on the other. So if the Avengers' nuclear bomb still blows up New York, wouldn't it have to pass through his Umbrella building? Gan. Wait until 8 p.m. Carlson came to the Umbrella headquarters as scheduled. After being identified by the security gate, he took the elevator to the office on the top floor. Eno looked at the agent with a high hairline in front of him, sat on the chair and said, "Healing sprays, hemostatic powders and stimulants are being used so quickly, it seems that terrorist groups in Afghani have been active recently." "Indeed, it is." Carlson's pupils even shrank. He didn't expect that the secret events of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s external actions were directly speculated in this way. Carlson bought these potions from him last time, and the batches are still quite large. Judging from the past time, coupled with the current situation and plot impact of Afghanistan. And because Tony's weapons were secretly sold to Afghani by Obadiah Stan, it seems that the agents of SHIELD and the FBI lost a lot. Snapped. Eno snapped his fingers and said, "Okay, no problem, happy cooperation." Carlson stood up with a smile, "Happy cooperation, Mr. Eno." After the deal, Carlson said a few words and left the Umbrella building. He got into the car and started pulling out his phone to send messages to Chief Fury. Target Eno suddenly went to Missouri for 8 hours from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. this time, and returned to the Umbrella building that afternoon. The purpose of this trip is unknown, but I feel good in spirit. And infer the situation on the Afghan front in just a few sentences. That's right. It's true that Coulson came to buy. But it is also true to check that Eno suddenly disappeared. Eno suddenly disappeared on a private jet in the morning with a Red Umbrella security member. It is impossible for SHIELD to not know about such a fanfare action. And that's a member of the Red Umbrella security guard. All are retired soldiers and elite semi-elite members. It is impossible for SHIELD to not pay attention. After Carlson sent the message, after a while, the director of Braised Egg replied. Continue to note that Umbrella is a company that hasn't gone public in 100 years. And all generations of family heirs have young age but exaggerated maturity. After reading the news, Carlson put away the special cell phone of the agent. He sat in the driver's seat and looked at the building of the Umbrella and thought. Family members, if not the Umbrella, have the only bizarre genetic disease in the world. Whether that is good or bad for the United States is unclear. Watching Agent Carlson drive away. According to what's going on in Afghanistan now, Tony's plot should start soon. Before long, Tony will go to Afghanistan to sell weapons. But correspondingly, the Mark I will also be born there. There's no need for Eno to remind Tony to be careful, "Tony, don't go." Although he and Paz and Tony have met a lot, but you feel according to Tony's character. Will he listen to this? Iron Man 1 wouldn't be the bohemian Tony Stark if he could listen to these words. 004 Tony, Sue, with a bad male lead, understand? 4. Back at the office seat, Eno handled the mailbox files as usual. Suddenly a Stark email address file appeared in front of Eno. Click to open. Mr. Eno, I'm Tony Stark's secretary, Virginia Potts. I want to buy some unique health maintenance medicine for Tony. You know, he's been in the lab for a day, and his body has been in a sub-healthy state. And yesterday I dealt with the domestic waste he used with a reporter at night. Although I shouldn't say these words, I hope you can find out about his state and recommend some medicines. Looking at this email, the corner of Eno's mouth smiled unkindly. Tony is a little sloppy. Posy actually came over to ask for some special medicine. The sub-health in the lab may be fake. The applause of the reporter's love is real. Eno and Potts and Tony have met quite a bit because of government bidding and conferences. Just when Eno was about to reply. Jingle bell. Eno's phone rang. Take a look at the number. Look who's here. Tony Stark. As soon as the phone was connected, Tony's voice came over there. Hi Eno, that email from Pepper just now That's not true, you know, I'm in my 30s, very strong, and... Okay, I understand. Eno hurriedly interrupted Tony's nagging, your health is fine, I'm just recommending some healthcare products for you, right? Yes, that's right Tony agreed, Pepper was in bad shape that day. You also know that people can't stay at their peak all the time. Haha. Eno couldn't help laughing. Wait, what do you mean by that laugh? I don't think you believe me yet. Tony immediately decided, I suggest that we make an appointment to have a model car party and see who has more time. But you don't seem to be an adult, am I taking a child by doing this? Tony was just babbling non-stop, and the voice of Pepper immediately came from the side. What are you talking about? Is Eno an adult? I became an adult 3 months ago, Mr. Big Shit Tony. Eno put his feet on the table, listening to Pepper's words on the phone that he wanted to call Tony. At the same time, I really like my Angela, and those models might not be clean. Tony heard a brief exchange with Pepper and continued, well, that's a pity for this party. But I'm curious that everyone in your family seems to like women who are completely their own for the first time. Do you do the same? As soon as Tony finished speaking, Pepper over there couldn't help but want to educate Tony again. Yuno smiled after listening to it. Who doesn't like a girl who is completely his own? Don't tell me that you like the kind in other people's arms. If I tell you your Playboy name, will I have to add a new one? Wait, I've never had such a hobby. Tony hurriedly refused, and I don't think the title Playboy fully expresses myself. I never forced any girls, they brought it up on their own. As soon as Tony finished speaking, Pepper next to him couldn't help but grab the phone and said. That's all Mr. Eno said. The recommended drugs are ready to be notified by email. I will let someone bring a bank card to pick it up. Okay. With that, Pepper hung up the phone. Marbury Ocean View Mansion in Los Angeles. Pepper hung up the phone and questioned Tony, what are you talking about with a guy who just came of age? Party. Model car? You think his mental age is only 18? Tony said as he walked to the bottom laboratory. Eno is the boss of a private company. And in the form of a semi-monopoly, it controls many cutting-edge pharmaceutical and medical instruments in the world. His umbrella hospital headquarters in New York is treated by a lot of high-level government personnel and has deep connections. More heard that they are doing genetic and transgenic engineering recently. Do you know what this concept is? Tony looked at Pepper seriously. If it succeeds, the human lifespan will easily exceed 100 years. At least 50% or double the physical fitness. A small wound heals in 24 hours every other day. Intelligence is more likely to be close to the current social elite level. But certainly not at my level of intelligence, Jarvis, right? Jarvis, yes sir. 005 overtime. I'm the boss, what do I do overtime? 5. Pepper has become accustomed to Tony's sudden change of style. But Pepper obviously wanted to say something else. Then you're taking him down right now. Pepper followed Tony to the basement and said. Eno has been running the company for several years since his father and mother passed away. But in society he also only takes Angela to events. The outside world has never heard anything about him being a possible playboy. So you mean I'm a playboy? Tony looked at Pepper, isn't you the one I brought to the event? Tony, Eno would be like me if it wasn't for a family genetic disease. After saying this, Tony immediately felt that it was wrong. I mean, he's possible, not absolute, I'm not aiming for that. Oh no. Pepper helplessly held his forehead. You are helpless, so just wait for your body to be destroyed by yourself. After speaking, Pepper turned angrily and walked away quickly. Hey Pepper. Tony looked at Pepper who had already left, and helplessly picked up a tool from the side and shrugged his shoulders. Well, I said the wrong thing again, I've always been like this. The screen returns to the umbrella building. Eno looked at the door outside the office which was opened a little secretly and said, where did you start listening? Angela pushed open the door and walked in, from when you were laughing. DNA collection equipment she brought from the basement on her desk. Amid the slight exclamation of Angela, Eno put her on his lap and asked. Does that object to something I said in it? Angela watched someone recover and did something strange and said, did I oppose you in the years from graduation to the umbrella? Angela's parents were sacrificed on the battlefield. So Angela also hopes to redeem more people who have been hurt by war and disease through medicine. Study medicine can't save people from Blue Star, Lou. Facing the olive branch of the protective umbrella at graduation, Angela agreed without hesitation. What's more, the umbrella company provided financial help during her schooling. But what she didn't expect at the time was, not only did she hand over her knowledge to the umbrella in the future, now even people are snatched by the boss of the umbrella, Eno. Lose knowledge and lose yourself. Looking at Angela in her arms, Eno's lips were gently pressed against it. After a while, Angela stood up from Eno's arms and wiped the moist lips without leaving a trace. It's very late, first collect the samples and put them on the laboratory instruments. Eno nodded and rolled up the sleeve of his wrist. DNA tissue that fell off his mouth. Suck a little more of his blood through the needle. All samples are received in the box. Angela kissed Eno's cheek. I'll put the sample on the instrument first. The automatic acquisition of the instrument can run itself at night. So the next day you can come and look at the computer data. At the same time, after Angela left, Eno opened the dark web. He wanted to see if there was any news about Banner on the dark web now. But there is no doubt that in the vast internet sea, looking for news of Banner Hulk is like looking for a needle in a haystack. A few months ago, Lieutenant General Thaddeus Ross broke out in an armed conflict in the suburbs. The Hulk timeline is shortened a bit, but it's still after Iron Man 2. Later, Eno, who got the news, knew that this was the birth of Hulk. At this point Banner should calm down and hide in a certain area in West B. And he's looking for ways to cool down and the possibility of healing himself. After seeing no news from the search, Eno shook his head. It seems that blood can only be collected in the Hulk and Abomination battle for now. After a while, Angela came out of the underground laboratory and came to Eno's office on the top floor. Are you going to work overtime? Eno. Looking at Angela leaning against the door, Eno closed the laptop and stood up and walked out of the office. I hate working overtime the most. The place where Unyo lives is definitely not in the company, but in a 2-story villa 2 kilometers away from the company. Usually, 2 people walking to and from get off work can walk from home to work. But tonight, because of her health, Eno, who wanted to unlock knowledge, homonym, directly asked Angela to drive her sports car back to the villa. On the road, Angela drove the car and asked without squinting, is genetic engineering really going to start? It's likely to lose money. A loss is a loss. Unyo held his head in his hands and looked at the scenery outside the car window. The family has set this project as a goal from generation to generation, and I also have a new goal to achieve. New book edition plan and update situation. In the future, the time to update 5 chapters every day will be set at 12 o'clock noon, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., and 11 p.m., which may change after the launch. Everyone also knows that the results on the first day at Philo are very important, so the author would like to thank you in advance. Because this book is going to be stuck on the shelves, the update will not be as fast as it is on the shelves. But upcoming editions are planned. All accumulated until the day it was put on the shelves, it will burst out and see it. Have the ability to release 30 chapters. Do as promised. Inflated.jpg. All of them exploded at once on the day they were released. In the last book, I released 20 chapters. I want free flowers and evaluation tickets for Kyokyo here. It would be great if you could leave a comment in the comment area. Every comment in this book will be refined after reading it. Refinement means that I have seen it all, and if there is a problem, I will absorb the experience. 006 My life is valuable in the black market? 6. Purpose. May I know? Angela drove the car. Eno looked at the crowd of people outside the window and said, Would you believe me if I said that in a few years there will be a purple sweet potato spirit who wants to snap his fingers and wipe out half of the creatures in the universe? Angela heard it, but didn't rush to answer. Although this is impossible in her worldview. But this is what Eno said again. After hesitating for a while, Angela asked, "Is this what you dreamed of?" "You should be." After talking, the car arrived at its destination. Enola opened the door and got out of the car, and the two-story villa in front of her was their temporary home. In this inch of land in Manhattan, New York, these two-story villas with courtyards are an existence that most people can't even look up to. As Angela stepped forward, he pressed the fingerprint lock. Eno directly from behind the princess picked up in her exclamation. The two fell heavily on the bed. Looking at Angela's smooth shoulders, Eno put his hands behind his head and looked at the ceiling. "The day after tomorrow, I'm going to Malaysian. This time you stay at home and wait for me to come back. You're just healthy and you're going to run around." Angela turned around and said anxiously, "And you're still dumb. Do you know how much your life is worth on the black market?" "I know what it is. I have to go this time. Venom is impossible not to, and its strength bonus may not be very large. But its function is too powerful." "Okay." Angela looked at Eno and said, "Bring more people with Red Umbrella security members. Since Eno is going, there must be a reason for him, and this has already been decided by him. Because of the semi-monopoly situation of the Umbrella's cutting-edge pharmaceutical industry and high-end medical instruments. The head value of Eno, the Umbrella boss, is not low. Everyone knows that unlisted umbrella companies are passed down from generation to generation in the form of families. And every member of the family suffers from that strange disease. Killing him is equivalent to the direct collapse of the umbrella company. It also means that more than half of the cake in the pharmaceutical market is directly vacated. In this case, there are too many colleagues in the umbrella who want Eno's life. Is there anything else going on the day after tomorrow?" Angela picked up the phone, looked at the memo and said, "The treatment spray for civilian use can be officially sold in a week. There will be a press conference at that time. After all, this medicine should have a monopoly on all wound treatment medicines." Although Angela is a member of the laboratory, under normal circumstances, she will also serve as Eno's secretary. As for this civilian treatment spray, it is a weakened version of the military special treatment spray. Production of civilian grades has just begun. It has functions such as sterilizing, cleaning, activating surrounding cells, and promoting tissue repair. Therefore, it is expected that the birth will monopolize all the treatment medicines that are not serious injuries. Eno took a look at the evolutionary progress of system genes. Gene phagocytosis system. Gene ability, deity 1% plus. Well, not moving. It seems that it takes more energy to evolve this gene. For the time being, it is only a drop in the bucket to rely on the biological energy evolution that is naturally produced in the body. But even so, the excess fat in Eno's body has been absorbed, leaving only those streamlined muscles on the body. Look. Angela's hand is still on her stomach now. The next day, Eno, who was fully asleep, opened his eyes and stood up straight from a carp on the bed. Angela next to her dazedly opened her eyes and saw the spirited Eno muttering, "You're still so energetic last night, don't be a playboy like Tony Stark." As Eno's genes become stronger and stronger, no matter what aspect will be strengthened, Angela also knows this aspect. Eno walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at his streamlined muscles and sighed. Genetic evolution is worthy of nature's choice, it will only go in the best direction. Also, Eno looked back at Angela, who closed his eyes again and said, "Whether I will become like Tony depends on your efforts, Angela. The first day of the book is ready, the author will continue to write." 007 Eno's powerful gene cells. 7. Genes, everything in life depends on it. Your character, your appearance, your strength, your agility, your thinking, and so on. It's all genetically determined. He even evolves from moment to moment according to the environment, albeit only slightly. If it is a naturally grown gene, most of them will evolve into better aspects, not the kind of creatures that are artificially interfered with. And the creatures that naturally evolve wrongly will naturally be extinct by nature. Thinking about the kind of genetic creatures in major movies, in the final analysis, it is only after a certain amount of artificial destructive interference. And then let the genes evolve autonomously to get the kind of ugly creatures. If you want to control your genes completely, that is already at the level of a god. A few hours later, Eno was sitting in his office eating a sandwich. Angela was processing the data report from the instrument all night yesterday in the underground laboratory. Tony's medicine had just been taken from the front desk of the company by his driver, Happy, who also serves as a bodyguard. Before leaving, he also asked the front desk to convey to himself a sentence Tony brought, "Go out for a drink if you have time." Well, it looks like Tony's Iron Man 1 plot is about to start. But according to Tony's character, even if he knew the danger in advance, he would not be able to listen. "Even if I say it, I will make a mess for myself at that time. I am a pharmaceutical company myself, so don't just cause trouble in these aspects." And it is also clearly stated in Avengers 4 that every action he takes now is a new future. Even if the current Eno can go back to the past, the time at this time has always been the past. What has happened cannot be changed, it has happened forever. Jingle bell. At this moment, the landline on Eno's desk rang. It was Angela who called. After connecting, "Eno, come to the laboratory, your genes are so powerful." Hang up the phone. Eno got up from his chair, turned and walked towards a separate elevator next to the bookcase. It leads directly to the underground laboratory, and the underground laboratory also has an escape route. Came to the basement, this is Angela's exclusive laboratory, and only when she is alone or busy will she temporarily transfer other assistants. Angela sat in front of the computer and saw Eno coming and said quickly, "The instruments in the lab didn't actually run very long last night. After the first surface scan. As soon as you get to the second level of in-depth analysis, your genetic cells all start self-destructing behavior. Angela watched Eno try to express the situation at the time. "They seem to all have self-awareness, a collective, for your collective. Once they are in danger, they will not hesitate to initiate self-destruction if they know they are independent. So, we can only observe, not study." The computer monitor in front of Angela had real-time surveillance footage from last night. It clearly shows the collective self-destructive behavior of Eno's cells during the second step. Eno nodded. "Is there anything else I found? Tell me all about it." "Yes." Angela nodded, controlling the computer screen to another energy monitoring screen. "Even if your cell is separated from you, it receives energy from unknown sources. I'm guessing it's probably a quantum channel that's energizing it until it's self-destructing." Looking at the data on the monitor, Eno wanted to try to see if he could control the cells that had been detached from him. "Angela, take a little more tissue and look at it with an electron microscope." "Okay." Angela got up and took a small thing the size of a fingernail and pierced Eno's finger. Then push the button from the back of the little thing to place the sample on top of the template of the electron microscope. Next watch the two watching the cell through the monitor. Eno looked at the cells on the display, and all the cells in his heart that were separated from the body self-destruct. Next moment, the cells on the display directly released all their energy and died. Angela looked at the dead cells on the monitor in shock. Then he reacted and looked at Eno in surprise. "You can control them?" Eno nodded to confirm. "It seems that, yes." "Angela, then we can grow organisms from your cell source code, or use your cells for genetic engineering." 008 Tony said that there is no need for kidney tonifying and health-enhancing pills. 8. Angela said a little excitedly, even if we artificially interfere to cultivate the wrong creature, you can directly let it die. Judging from the current situation in which Eno can control the life and death of its own cells, the creatures cultivated through Eno cells should also be controlled by Eno. But I don't want to create creatures, I want to evolve creatures. Eno looked at Angela and said, I want to let organisms evolve and create biotechnology. Even the top level of the universe cannot understand the concept of soul. What is the origin of the soul of living things? The future of created creatures is far less likely and far-reaching than the future of evolved creatures. The soul is the primary level. Even if there are more ordinary creatures, can't stand up to an elite unit or a hero unit. Trash is always trash. On the cutting-edge battlefield, the ratio is only the lowest level, and the hero unit is the most important. Biotechnology. Angela muttered these words silently, external biological armor. This is just one of them. Eno took a notebook and picked up another pen to draw. If genes are everything in biology, we will not be able to create a completely genetically evolved organism for the time being. But we can first develop biotech armor that covers the body surface or symbiotically. For example, Chi-SA can evolve the activated skin. Next, I have two more projects in mind, Valkyrie and Angel. It's said to be two projects, but it can also be seen together, Valkyrie Angel. But all of this will have to wait until I get back from Murray. Without venom, it would be difficult to create biotech armor outside the symbiote. Angela looked at the outer wings and armor drawn on Eno's scratch paper. Infinite shock, admiration, and admiration surged in my heart. These biotechnologies are too advanced, yet they feel reasonable. If it takes a lot of resources to create a group of ugly or a lot of creatures, it's better to increase the amount and use the same resources to build a hero unit. Angela watched Eno finish the scratch paper and threw the pen aside. Did you go to Malawi because there is an important goal of accomplishing this genetic engineering? It's very important. Eno just nodded, well. Before he could finish speaking, Angela stood up and sniffed Eno and covered his lips. After a while, Angela said separately, be careful. Looking at Angela with deep worry in his eyes, Eno took her in his arms and patted her on the back, don't worry. Venom's ability is far more than the weak in the movie. It can be said that if the problem of venom substance conversion can be overcome, then this symbiote can weaken the weaknesses of ultrasonic waves and flames. After all, everyone is afraid of ultrasonic waves and flames, but the venom is more restrained. Eno picked up the little thing that took the cell just now, took it again and handed it to Angela. You first observe the recording data. I will do another comparison when I come back from Murray the day after tomorrow. Angela took the cell sample. Eno took the elevator back to the top office. To go to Malaysia, temporarily need soldiers from the Red Umbrella Division. And the person in charge of the Red Umbrella Department is now an ordinary person like Jason. He was an orphan, growing up with funding from the Umbrella Foundation. He has been trained in the Red Umbrella Department of the Umbrella since he was a child. Eno dials Jason's number. The private jet to Mala West is ready tomorrow, this time you stay to protect the headquarters. This is. Even if there are many doubts, Jason still chooses to do his own thing. Hang up the phone. Jingle bell. Eno's phone rang. Picking up the phone, Tony Stark called. Line connected. Hi, Eno, I received your medicine, but I think you must have given it wrong. Oh? Is that so? Eno took it out from the pen holder next to him and kept turning the pen in his hand. I don't think it's a problem. The problem Xiao Chili reported to me yesterday seems to be serious. Wait a minute. There were footsteps from Tony's side, and then there was the sound of the box opening. I would like to ask, is the Qiangshen pill, the Bushin patch, a medicine left over from your family in the last century, sure to strengthen the body? While this stuff works so far, I don't need it, I'm throwing it away. Puff. The sound of garbage being put into the bin sounded. Eno turned the pen and said unconcernedly, as long as you don't pick it up again, or let the little pepper see it again. As soon as Eno finished speaking, Tony's voice sounded from the little pepper. My God! You threw away the medicine Eno gave you? Tony, why can't I throw it? I don't need this. Are you going to put this thing on the sides of my lower back? 009 Doctor Strange works in my hospital? 9. Apparently, Pepper picked up the medicine again and put it on the table and said, Okay, let's not talk about that, your private jet has been waiting for you for 4 hours. When exactly did you leave for Afghanistan? Then Tony's natural voice came from Eno's phone. If the private jet isn't waiting for me, what am I buying it for? That's right, really right. But the problem is not here, okay. The question is where Tony is going and what to do. Etc. Eno suddenly remembered, what Pepper just said was that Tony was going to Afghanistan. Eno, Tony, the love between you can wait until you hang up. If you have something to do, I suggest you deal with it yourself. Wait Tony, why do you think we're in love instead of fighting? Well, there's a saying that goes like this. Eno turned the pen in his hand, fighting is love, scolding is love, but it is only limited to the daily emotional life, not real. Well, it's the first time I've heard this, so make a note of Jarvis for me. Jarvis, okay sir. Hanging up the phone, Eno looked at his phone and put it on the table. Iron Man is about to be born. Well, shrapnel removal surgery can prepare him, and Stephen Strange will be the main surgeon. If you are not familiar with this name. Then he has another title 9 years later, Doctor Strange. That's right, he is now the chief surgeon at the headquarters of the Umbrella Hospital, and many people from the government and commercial streets come to him for surgery. There's no way, the operation share of the Umbrella Hospital is too sweet, and Stephen is definitely willing to come to the Umbrella Hospital to work for the money. But that's just talk. Because Tony would refuse, he would not agree to the operation. Time passed by in a hurry, and in the evening, with the mentality that I was the boss and I worked overtime, Eno got off work early. Back home, I had a candlelight dinner with Angela. Take advantage of the atmosphere and style at this time of the night. The clothes on the two of them gradually became less and less. The next day, Angela called Hatch and was mentally exhausted and sent Eno to the private airport. If you're sleepy, why don't you let me drive by myself? Eno teased, looking at Angela's mental state. Angela rolled her eyes at Eno, who tossed herself all night, and said, You start driving all of a sudden, and that Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Service agent must be investigating you. Although the clues will be seen sooner or later, it is better to have less trouble at the moment. And what department is this with such a long name? Angela still stubbornly stated that she was not inferior to Eno, who had the power of the gods. But I was afraid that the agents of SHIELD would find trouble. A few minutes after Eno's phone call, members of the Red Umbrella drive over. Is this trouble? Looking at Eno, who was still smiling recklessly at the corner of his mouth. Angela's face turned slightly red, and she stepped on the accelerator and hurriedly sent Eno to the private airport. With the sports car driving into the private airport, a private jet was already parked on the runway. Tactical squads of 12 men stood beside the ladders lowered from the plane. They are fully equipped with ammunition, weapons, and rescue equipment, each costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hug with Angela in the car, Eno opened the car door and boarded the private jet. Watching Eno's plane take off, Angela stood outside the car door silently blessing. This time it was a real trip. There is a very high chance that someone will hire a mercenary from the black market to assassinate Eno for the cake. This is not in the United States, where SHIELD agents and the FBI organize protection and intelligence capabilities that do not go that far. Some troubles that didn't need to be dealt with before will appear this time. On the private plane, Eno picked up a Rubik's Cube board and played with one hand. There is no way, even if it is 1% of the god's genetic ability, his system will recover quickly. I worked so hard last night, but now I feel so refreshed after a sleep. Now if you let him sleep on the plane, he won't be able to sleep. And the flight will take several hours. I can only play the Rubik's Cube and play a dozen standalone games in the notebook for entertainment. But at this time, the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, referred to as SHIELD, immediately reported the incident. 010 The discovery and protection of SHIELD 10. Agent Hill pushed open the doorway of SHIELD Director Fury's office. Director Fury, Eno left the US on a private jet, and after communicating with the FBI, he went to Murray. The man with the one eye patch sitting in the office chair at this time is one of the oldest people in SHIELD. He went all the way from a low-level agent to this position, which is already the most inspiring story in SHIELD. Fury folded his fists in front of his head, thinking about Eno's action. His sudden activity in the past 3 days is much more than the accumulated activity in the past 10 years. Have you found out the reason? No. Hill, who was in good shape and had a mature face, said while holding the document. Since the day before yesterday he suddenly went to Missouri, and then went to Murray the next day. During this time, Agent Carlson has gone to test it. Not only has it not been tested, but it has also been speculated about the situation in Afghanistan. Fury took a deep breath, thinking about the method in his mind, and said after a while, "Let the agents outside pay attention. If you find Eno in danger, you must save him. There are just too many people in international organizations wanting someone else's head, no less than Tony." Understood. Hill turned and walked out holding the document. Watching Agent Hill walk out of the office, Fury rubbed his forehead with his hand. The umbrella company's location in the US is important. This does not necessarily mean that Eno's life is important. Instead, many cutting-edge medical instrument designs and top-secret formulas for medicines are in the hands of Eno. If Eno goes to GG in Malaysia this time, the medicines and instruments on the market will become the final products. This will undoubtedly hit the U.S. No, the world will hit hard. Those colleagues were happy, and a large piece of cake was suddenly vacated. But the people worked hard. Other alternatives are either too expensive or sky high. There are even some top-secret prescriptions that only have this protective umbrella. If the protective umbrella is gone, that person will also be gone. Protective umbrella patriarchs of all dynasties deeply know to use the people as protective shields. The power of the people is really powerful. Tony sells weapons and tries his best to be a philanthropist. Eno selling medicines only needs to blow a little spark in the haystack. At this time, Tony, who was also going to Afghanistan, was selling his set of missiles. Negotiating the more than 500 million business, he will abandon Roddy and go home in his maddened jeep. Then it was hijacked by the terrorists sent by Obadiah Stan, the Iron Overlord. Finally, Iron Man was born. The screen cuts back to Eno's private jet a few hours later. He has been flying in the sky from morning to afternoon. Now it's finally here. Arrive at the airport. The Red Umbrella members hand over the 2 large black SUVs that have long been waiting. From the plane to the SUV, Eno intends to go straight to the destination where the rocket crashed. Don't miss the opportunity, and one more second of waiting before swallowing the venom is one more risk. Because some people will buy the whereabouts of Eno at a big price. And there is a possibility to sell Eno's path of action this time. Eno got into one of the 2 SUVs. Now add myself a total of 13 people. 6 of them take a car. 2 of the other 6 people sit in front. The remaining 4 accompany Eno in the back carriage. Eno put on the headset, which is the internal communication network of the two cars. Look at the address on the electronic screen of the car, drive directly to the destination, and act fast. Yes. It's 5 p.m., and it's already evening when we arrive at our destination. And Venom's rocket landed at night. They are fast. 4 symbiotes are devoured, normal human fire weapons will not pose a threat to Eno. And Eno will have real combat power. Boom. 2 SUVs roared recklessly on the country road outside the city. And even if they have cameras, they have no scruples. Because at this time their only goal is to rush to their destination as quickly as possible. Wearing loose auspicious cloud clothing, Eno looked at the weapons on both sides without saying a word, and the red umbrella soldiers who were waiting in battle joked. "My life is in your hands, soldier." "It's my pleasure, boss." X12. They wear red layered armor in important positions, and the moving parts are covered with fiber material. Then cover it with a multifunctional tactical belt or backpack. Guys inside are all stuffed to the brim. The helmet not only has a focusable night vision device, but also a thermal imaging device worth tens of thousands of dollars, and the equipment is full. 011 The exchange of fire and the symbiotic body in front of U1. The vehicle continued to drive, and Eno had a quick supply meal with them during the time. Pickled cucumbers are not very tasty. The time came to night, the outside environment gradually entered into night, and Eno was about to arrive at his destination. But right now, a dazzling light hit Eno's face through the SUV's small window. "Boss, if there is an unknown object, it will crash a few kilometers ahead. Do you need to avoid it? It may be dangerous." The red umbrella soldiers also immediately reported the situation to Eno. Eno said according to the dialogue in the earphone, "That is the target, drive towards it at full speed." Yes. The 2 SUVs instantly increased the accelerator and rushed towards the target at full speed. Not long after, with boom, squeaks and explosions, the rocket crashed. But the protection device on the inner layer will save the life of the 4 symbiotes inside. While, the 2 SUVs stopped on the road less than 1 kilometer away from the crash of the spaceship in the forest. "Now I can only go down on foot. Boss, should we stay with the team to protect you and let us find the target, or let's go together?" "Yes. Be careful." Boom. Both SUVs were opened. Then quickly jumped off 2 groups of people with their rifles in their hands and turned their backs to the vehicles behind to investigate the situation outside. "Wait until the investigation is over. Boss, be safe." "Pat." Eno jumped out of the carriage. The 2 groups of 12 people immediately turned their backs to Eno Cheng's clock from all angles to establish a security line of defense. A group of 13 people crossed the guardrail of the highway. Eno commanded, 2 people go to the front 30 meters for reconnaissance, 50 meters behind to reserve a safe position for 2 people, and the others follow me to build a defense line." "Yes." 4 people in the team quickly went out. The rest built a line of defense around Eno. They were half down, holding the rifles in their hands, putting down their night vision goggles and thermal imaging to investigate the surroundings. Then the whole is propelled towards the position where the rocket crashed. Not long after Eno's group left, 5 gray jeeps followed. They suddenly stopped behind Eno's 2 SUVs and got out directly from the car with close to 30 people. And everyone has weapons, and they are considered the elite of the mercenary world. These people, armed with rifles, quickly checked the situation of the 2 SUVs in front, and one of them pointed to the direction where the rocket crashed. "It's all bulletproof armed vehicles, go and check for footprints in that direction." Several people walked over with flashlights, checked outside the fence of the highway, and reported after a while, "There are at least 10 people." Hearing the news reported by his subordinates, one of the people with a scar on his face spit out the flue in his mouth. It seems that the information given by the members of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau is correct. Go on, you won't have to worry about killing him in this life. The boss gave an order, and the number 30 man under his command opened the firearm insurance. If the Red Umbrella soldiers were not elite, they would even want to whistle. The screen returns to Ino's side. They were advancing slowly, only the last 600 meters of their goal. At this time, Boss, Night Vision Thermal Imaging saw a total of 30 people advancing. Well armed but not wearing night vision goggles for thermal imaging. But I'm worried about flares in the throwing gear they carry. Ino made a decision, immediately confirmed it, and looked at the few people around him. You all go to the back, free tactical fire after gathering. Yes. The 2 people in front ran back quickly, and joined the 8 people around Ino to directly support the rear. And Ino quickly went to the crash site of the spaceship alone. The action begins. Ino and the Red Umbrella soldiers staggered and moved in completely different directions. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Just when Ino was about to see the spaceship, there was a violent exchange of fire from behind. Ino couldn't be neglected, he raised his legs and ran to the spaceship faster. The other side is multiples with their own Red Umbrella soldiers. In the exchange of fire between normal people on both sides, even the most elite units will die more and live less. 100 meters away. Boom. Behind Ino, bursts of flashes and continuous lighting suddenly erupted. It's time for the opposing team to counterattack and provide flare vision. From this moment on, the Red Umbrella soldiers began to reduce their numbers. Hurry up! Ino looked at the damaged spaceship in front of him, and could devour it immediately. A new day has begun, I want flowers, I want an evaluation, I want a comment, all of you are here. 012 Devour Venom. Instant 40%? 2. The picture is just an example, not exactly, and I have no reference to the picture. 50 meters. At this time, the sound of the exchange of fire continued. Arrive. Looking at the crashed spaceship in front of him, Ino kicked open the broken hatch. 4 symbiotes in it, black, gray, blue, and yellow. They see humans that can host. Immediately pounce on Ino. If there is no symbiosis of the host for a short time, they will die. And according to the plot, someone will pass by and be boarded soon. But just when they met Ino together and began to quarrel over this host. Let me live together. I am the strongest. I can give you strength. It will take over you. Don't trust it? Let me live together. Detectable phagocytosis gene? Begins to swallow. Swallowing success. New ability, Venom 40%. 40% straight. 4 symbiotes that were still churning on Ino's body just quieted down instantly. Their consciousness has been wiped out. Only the ability that was unified and fused by the system into one called Venom was left. It is this ability, Venom is already unconscious. From now on, Ino has completely mastered this ability. Clenched fist. Ino can feel that the power at this time has increased by more than 1 level compared to just now. Use ability, Venom transform. Swish. For a moment, Ino, who was originally close to 1.8 meters, was directly raised to 2.3 meters. The whole body is full of streamlined muscle lines. At a glance, it can be seen that it is transformed according to Ino's original figure. Just. The camouflage shape of this black, gray, blue, and yellow 4-color mix is too ugly. If I can control the cells, the color after transformation should also be able to change. Thinking of this, Ino watched as the color of his arm turned to matte black. Swish. For a moment. After Ino's transformation, his 2.3-meter body turned matte black. Change the face shape and turn it into a mask, no mouth, No nose, just a rectangular eyeliner and the edges and corners of the face. Swish. Another moment. Venom's original big eyes and serrated needle-like mouth all disappeared. Then it turned into a cold, murderous, sharp face. No nose, mouth, hair, or even facial features. Some are just face shapes and rectangular eyeliner. This is the killing machine in my mind. Feeling the current state of his body, Eno nodded in satisfaction. What's the power of 40% venom? Venom transformation, underwater breathing, never get sick, regeneration of severed limbs, copy any textile. Weaponize the body, copy the environment to stealth, devour the enemy to gain energy and memory. Immune to mental and psychological blows, improve ultrasonic and fire resistance. Subvenom, vacuum survival, liquid, substance possession. Wait, what is subvenom? All the above abilities are clear to Eno, but what is the subvenom ability? Why never heard of it? Subvenom ability, combine the abilities of cells and venom to differentiate a subvenom ability to any creature. At the same time, the host's main venom has a mother's nest consciousness, and can control the life and death of the child venom with a single thought. Note, if there is too much differentiation, the ability of the main venom will decrease. Please differentiate appropriately. Understood. It is to separate out a little bit of garbage venom. At the same time, Eno can control the life and death of the subvenom with a single thought. At this time, boss, there is only one red umbrella soldier left. They have an unknown special device? Ah! Squeak. The signal went out, and the last red umbrella soldier was killed. Special device? Cheng. Eno's hands protruded with two body weaponized blades. These two weapons have no problem cutting steel. Locate the heat sensor and present the temperature. When the words fell, Eno's venom mask flashed red. Now it has one more capability, thermal imaging. Eno squatted slightly with his legs. Whoosh. Sound. Eno, who only brought a gust of wind, jumped to the tree trunk ahead. One more jump. Another tens of meters forward. 600. 500. 400. 300. 50 meters. Eno saw them. Now, even if all the Red Umbrella squad were killed, there were only 10 left. But why was the Red Umbrella team eliminated like this? Should not be At this time, there was no wind in the forest suddenly, and after a brief period of calm in Eno's ears, he suddenly heard the sound of a fan and a motor. This is a drone. 013 hand up and down. Kill 10 people in a row. 3. Eno raised his head and saw the drone suspended in the sky through the lush foliage. Oh, it's you. Mercenaries at this time. Their squad leader spat out a saliva and scolded, TMD. So many people died with such good equipment borrowed from the United States. You all grew up eating rice fields. But it's okay, 20 people less. TM motherfuckers. A mercenary next to him stepped forward and said, I haven't found their boss yet. The target Eno may have run deep into the forest. Captain scolded, is there a hanging? Where can his body that can't even move a woman go? Go after them all. Don't hide. Hurry up and chop off his head for me. Boom. Boss. The tiny reconnaissance drone has crashed. What? The motherfucker was borrowed by the US Homeland Security Bureau. How did it crash? I don't know. It suddenly fell. Eno was standing on a tree trunk 50 meters away from them in the dense forest. Their conversation Eno heard clearly. And that drone was shot down by him. Use Venom's weaponization ability to separate out a little liquid dart. Direct 3 darts blasted that tiny reconnaissance drone. Now, the slaughter begins. Mercenary Captain, I don't know. What else can you do? I don't know either. After a sudden silence for a while. Hey? Hey. Talk. At this time, the mercenary captain realized that something was wrong, and quickly shouted in the communication channel. Hold up your guns. Where's the thermal imaging? Where's the enemy? I can't see it. But there is a sudden wind. For a moment, the speaker fell silent again. What is the wind? What is the wind? Are you saying it clearly? The mercenary captain is going crazy. Say 1 dead and 1, and now there are only 8 of them left. Eno kills 2 loud voices first. Because these 2 people directly exposed the target. In the dark night, the matte black color on his body was originally a natural hidden color. What's more, the body surface of the venom cannot see the heat. Thermal imaging? It's useless. Continue to shoot through the trunk. Puff. Knife up and down. There's another guy with a corpse separated. And they saw a dark shadow passing by in an instant. Mercenary captain shouted, the thermal imaging is invisible. Are there any more flares? All thrown? It's gone. It's all used up? Puff. Again. 6 left. The mercenary captain finally collapsed and shouted, free fire. Idiot. Eno stood on the tree and looked at the idiots under his feet. Shooting at will only make it easier for him to kill. Forget it, don't play anymore. The transformation ability of venom is almost familiar. Gather into venom darts and throw them. Puff. X5. In an instant, all the mercenaries except the captain were headshot and fell. Due to damage to the central nervous system. They died peacefully. Simple and crisp. Da-da-da-da-da. Ka-ka-ka. The mercenary captain is out of ammo. Boom. Eno jumped from the tree trunk and fell to the ground. Monster! Monster! The mercenary captain sat on the ground and hurriedly kicked back. Eno's current appearance is too fierce. 2.3 meters tall. The body is matte black and streamlined. Full of murderous intent, there is no facial mask. He holds 2 weaponized double knives in both hands. The rectangular eyes glowed red. The mercenary captain wet his trousers and drew his pistol from his side leg while kicking his legs. Bang bang bang. He pulled the trigger and fired several times. Pity. When the bullet hit Eno's body, it was like hitting a solid liquid co-condensing substance. Quietly punched in from the front, and quietly emerged from the back. Can't take a smidge. If it weren't for the sound of gunfire still echoing in the woods, the mercenary captain would wonder if he had fired. But can't wait for him to deliver his shooting testimonials. Puff. Knife up and down. A bearer's blinded head flew up. With a trace of puzzlement, the Infinite Fear and Intelligence Organization NEMA exploded. What kind of HEBA information does this give? Gan. This 2-meter-high monster? He's so handsome, and he's also very sharp, but I'm already dead, so I can't even publish the recognition speech. 014 Later Coulson and the mastermind behind the scenes 4. Look at the scattered corpses around. There are at least 40 of them. Eno thought about it for a while, and with a flick of his hand, more than 40 small groups of venom covered them. Then the more than 40 corpses disappeared quickly and gradually disappeared. They were devoured. If you have to eat it according to the previous venom, you can read the memory. But Eno only needs to let the small venom glob to digest and read the useful information in his mind. After sorting out the information, Eno found useful information for him. Although this group of mercenaries received orders from the black market, but the miniature reconnaissance drone was provided internally by the USSHIELD. This would know who the culprit was without letting Eno guess. Alexander Pierce _ He is a minister of the World Security Council. At the same time, He is also the current leader of Project Paperclip Hydra. Absorb energy. Eno took a look at the system genes. Gene phagocytosis system. Tengen 1% plus, venom 41% plus. More than 40 corpses, only 1%, it seems that the energy of ordinary people is useless and too little. Low strength, low system, low energy, and low conversion efficiency. And the god gene is still not long. Forget it, Eno looked up at the full moon hanging high above his head. Go back to New York first, otherwise Angela will be worried. After a while, someone will come over here. Eno jumped high in the woods and jumped into the distance. 3 or 2 steps to the parking lot on the road. SUVs in front. 5 jeeps parked in the back. Without hesitation, Eno changed back into human form and got on a jeep behind him. Holding the steering wheel with both hands, the liquid matte black covered the car from Eno's hands. After a while, the entire 2 cars turned matte black, and the visor logo of Eno Venom's transformation appeared on the doors and front of the car. Logo. This is one of those abilities, physical possession. It can increase the ability of this substance. When used on a weapon, it increases the ability of the weapon. When used on a vehicle, it increases the ability of the vehicle. Use it on furniture, then look better. Boom. Eno stepped on the accelerator. Sound of a rocket engine sounded. It roars to give this jeep plenty of power. Boom. The jeep jumped sharply and slammed into the car in front of it. Handbrake, steer, drift. With a few dark tire prints. Jeep turned 365 degrees and returned to the way it came. He disappeared from the scene in no time. Eno disappeared 2 hours later. Da-da-da-da sound remembered. Several beams of searchlights in the sky shone on several vehicles at the criminal scene. It's a helicopter. And it's a police helicopter. With the rope dropped. A few fully armed special forces jumped off the helicopter. One of them, still in a suit and holding a pistol, was the same familiar, somewhat bald Agent Carlson. Several people quickly checked the vehicle. Then I saw the traces outside the guardrail and quickly went down to search. But nothing but bullet holes in tree trunks and remnants of flares and a pile of firearms. There are no dead bodies. Only remnants of weapons and ammunition. Agent Carlson was walking through the forest with a flashlight. Sudden. He saw the wreckage of the drone ahead. Squat down. Carlson felt a little familiar with it but still a little unclear what kind of familiarity it was. Holding a bright flashlight, Carlson took out his phone and took a few pictures. Then take a few more pictures of the wreckage and weapons and ammunition left over from the battlefield. Agent, we didn't find any living or dead people, only these weapons and ammunition. Captains of this group of action squads who were dumbfounded came to Carlson to express the situation. Carlson thought for a while and decided, look at it again, if you haven't found it yet, close the team, I'll report it, thank you for your hard work. After the team leader left, Carlson could guess the firefight situation by looking at the bullet holes in the tree trunks. And there is a certain range of trees that have suffered concentrated fire or intensive shooting. But what Carlson didn't know was that the area he was looking at was the area where the mercenary captain had ordered free fire. There was a mess at the time, and the surrounding trees were riddled with fire by several rifles. After taking pictures of the battlefield, Carlson walked out of the forest and came to the side of the road. He sent the pictures first and then called Director Fury of SHIELD, Director Fury. 015 A girlfriend, not a little girlfriend? 5. Director Fury, I arrived at the battlefield, but I didn't find Eno, and even there was nothing on the battlefield here. Only the weapons and ammunition left and the damaged wooded battlefield. The top office of SHIELD. Fury looked at pictures of the battlefield on the computer monitor. The surrounding trees were battered. But there was not a single corpse or wreckage. Not even alive. Where have they all gone? Obviously the footprints are there. And there are at least 30 to 40 people. But now there are not even the least shards of broken clothes. How to check this? Where did Eno go? If there is no sign of him in a few days. Boss of the umbrella company actually disappeared? Who knows what the chaos will be like that day? A bunch of people with guns grabbing medicine. The pharmaceutical industry peers made great efforts to grab the cake. Is there something wrong with Eno's brain and suddenly run so far? Boom. Director Fury's office was suddenly pushed open. Agent Hill walked in quickly and said, "The FBI notified the latest news from Eno. He is on a flight from Mala, flight KT-1569 to the airport in New York." Fury? What the hell? Didn't they all disappear? Fury looked at Hill and confirmed, "How many people?" Hill nodded affirmatively, "One, only him. Let Carlson come back first and let them finish the rest." Fury hung up Carlson's phone 3 or 2 times, and stood up straight to pick up the pistol bag from the drawer and put it on. Picking up another leather jacket and going out, he said to Hill, "Get ready, and ask them to prepare their vehicles for the airport in New York tomorrow." Hill nodded, holding the document, and said, "What's the reason?" "Escort home." Eno arrived in New York the next morning. Sitting on an ordinary flight, he used the power of venom to slightly change his face, so as not to be recognized. As someone who dropped out of high school and came home to run the company, at 18, he did this under his umbrella. The recognition of this face in the society is still very high. And the face is still beautiful. Without using the venom ability to stick 2 small things on the chin into a square face, Eno estimates that he can't even get on the plane. If these facial features remain unchanged, they can be blocked by the crowd at the airport. With several hours of flight, Eno sat at the window of the flight and looked at the scenery outside. So of course he saw several black SHIELD cars parked off the runway as they landed. "Oh, it's time to show off your acting skills." Eno tidied up his clothes a little and stroked his sleeves. As the plane of the flight landed on the runway and slowly stopped, Eno also revoked Venom's changed facial features. "Get off the plane with the crowd." Eno watched Fury bring Hill over and said, "Hello, hey Director Fury, the weather is nice today, and your blindfold is still so handsome." Fury came over with a smile and patted Eno on the shoulder, "Let's go to the coffee shop for a drink. It hits the spot." Braised Eggs and Eno went to a coffee shop outside New York Airport. Wait until Eno arrives at this cafe. He knew at a glance that this was the intelligence point of the Braised Egg Shield. Otherwise, how could there be no one at this point in time? It is estimated that they were all evacuated by the Shield team. Enter the cafe. Fury and Eno took a seat and sat down. Other SHIELD members, including Hill, stayed outside. "What to drink?" "I'll take it today." Fury waved his hand, indicating that the coffee he drank today was his. "Iced coffee is fine, not too bitter, I don't like to drink bitter things." After Eno finished speaking, he took out a mobile phone and pressed it. He was texting Angie to tell her that he was back. Fury looked at Eno and asked curiously, "Can I ask who to send it to?" "Angela." After texting, Eno put the phone on the table. "Oh. I know." Fury looked like I understood, "Your little girlfriend." Jingle bell. As soon as Fury finished speaking, Eno's cell phone rang. Eno reached out and flipped the phone over to take a look. It was Angela who called. "I'll answer the call." Remind Fury, and Eno connected. "Eno. Where are you? Are you not hurt? I'll pick you up." Eno smiled warmly listening to Angela's urgent voice, looked around and said, "Cafes in XXX places outside the New York airport, you can just come directly." Beep. Beep. After speaking, Angela hung up the phone. Eno put down the phone again, looked at the Braised Egg and said, Now you said she is coming, but it should be her girlfriend, not a little girlfriend, because I don't have a big girlfriend. This book will definitely go on, I have already satisfied the results, everyone can rest assured. 016 The head of the braised egg who feels powerless. 1. Of course she can come. Fury was talking while observing Eno. He looked at Eno wearing loose auspicious cloud clothes and could not observe his physical condition for the time being. This is not the loose clothing that Eno is deliberately wearing. But he has been wearing it for more than 10 years. Unlike these superheroes in Marvel or the United States. He doesn't like wearing tights. But he really likes the way Angela puts on tights for herself at night, cough, cough. Off topic. At this time, the waiter of SHIELD brought up the coffee and put it in front of Fury and Eno. Eno picked it up and tasted it, it tastes good. Neither bitter nor sweet, with a hint of mellow iced coffee. Thank you, sir. The SHIELD attendant thanked him and left. Fury took a sip, too, but was clearly absent-minded. He finally entered the topic and said, Eno, the intelligence shows that you brought 12 Red Umbrella soldiers to the Marais, but now it's a Red Umbrella security member, not a soldier. Eno corrected by putting down his cup. That shows you took 12 Red Umbrella security members to Mala West, but why did you only come back? I mean, you're the only one back now, how about them? Fury avoided the subject of the crash and the shootout in the forest. Rather, it goes straight to the most important part. Why only you came back? He can only speak through Eno himself. Forcing Eno to say that such a thing is impossible. His SHIELD doesn't have such a big right over the umbrella yet. Even if Eno is forced to say that the president over there will soon dismiss him. How can you infringe on the private rights and freedoms of the boss of my US taxpayer corporation? Funny. So in fact, it is no problem for Eno to leave if he wants to go. Well. Eno raised his head and thought for a while, then looked at Lu Dan seriously and said, they have disarmed and returned to the fields. I believe you are a ghost. Braised Eggs complained in his heart. If these elite soldiers are all disarmed and returned to the fields, why don't you throw away the equipment of your 12 people with a small $1 million? Next time there is such a good thing, please don't send it to the Malaysian government. Tell me where to throw it and I'll pick up the rubbish, thank you. Fury looked at Eno, who could be said to be a teenager, and couldn't do anything about it. Compared to middle-aged, elderly, or social people, Eno is obviously more difficult to deal with than the first few people combined. He can't fathom this man's heart. Even if you can see it, his face and eyes may be deceiving you. There is really no way. Fury rubbed his forehead with both hands and said helplessly, we want to know what happened to you over there. If there is danger, SHIELD and the United States may be your strongest shields. Do you understand what I mean? Eno nodded, took another sip of iced coffee and said, I understand. But that's the truth. If you don't believe me, you can look for it. Now what else can SHIELD find besides the weapons they used? Not even a fingerprint. They were wearing tactical gloves. There can be no fingerprints. From that night, 12 soldiers of the Red Umbrella no longer exist. Human evaporation. Hearing this, Braised Egg had even more headaches. He really had nothing to do, but fortunately he was better than Natasha. At this time, swift la la la. The sound of brakes came from the door of the cafe. It was followed by a loud slam of the door and the sound of fast running. The door to the cafe was opened. Angela saw Eno as soon as she came in. Wearing white lab clothes, she threw herself into Eno's arms like a swallow. But what she didn't know was that Angela's action squinted in Fury's eyes and noticed that it was wrong. And Eno obviously knew Angela's excitement. He was deliberately knocked out by Angela and fell weak on the sofa chair in the cafe. Angela pressed on Eno, and when she saw Fury, She knew that her actions almost exposed Ino's physical fitness. But fortunately Ino played well. Angela immediately stood up and helped Ino up. "Sorry, I'm so excited." "It's okay." Ino waved his hand in cooperation. Looking at the situation of the two, Fury's squinted eyes gradually relaxed, but he still won't give up this opportunity, and he will take a good look at the video later. 017 Tony Stark is missing? 2. Ino sat on the sofa again and put one arm around Angela's waist, sitting beside him. At this time, Agent Hill also came in and sat opposite Ino. "Do you have anything else to ask?" Ino left the last sip of coffee to Angela, and she picked up Ino's cup. Ino continued, "If not, I'm going to go back with Angela to make out and tear." Ino hasn't finished speaking yet. Angela, who had finished the last sip of coffee, stretched the two-finger meditation towards Ino's waist. Hill smiled enviously when he saw the appearance of Ino and Angela. The marinated egg suffered a ton of damage. "If you don't want to say it, it's fine." Fury picked up the coffee and drank it in one gulp. Sudden jingle bell. Fury's phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. The phone number of the intelligence service. "I'll take a call." Fury said hello to Ino, took the phone and walked aside. Then the call was connected where he thought Ino couldn't hear. "Chief Fury. Tony is missing." Lieutenant Colonel Roddy reported the incident. "Tony?" Fury said, a little surprised, and then he felt that his voice was a little loud. He glanced back at Ino, who was still flirting, and Hill, who was eating dog food, to talk again. "How did Tony disappear? Isn't he protected by a heavily armed army? Where's Lieutenant Colonel Roddy?" It was reported that Lieutenant Colonel Roddy was dumped into another car by Tony, and then Tony made a car and went off on his own. "Shit." Fury cursed secretly. "Hang up." Tony's father is the founder of SHIELD. And his father also left Tony with a secret that no one knows until now. And now Tony is very important. His munitions are very helpful to the army. Fury put away his phone, walked to Ino and said, "There is still something in the bureau, I'll go first." "Good luck, Fury." Ino sat on a chair and said goodbye to Fury. Hill also followed Fury. Sitting in a SHIELD car, Fury said to the co-pilot Hill, "Tony is missing, go back to the bureau to see the information for specific information." Hill nodded skillfully and said nothing. "By the way, did Agent Natasha send to the Umbrella headquarters?" Fury was driving, looking at Hill to confirm. Because of the sudden movement of the Umbrella and the unknown movements of today, Fury was glad to have Natasha on the Umbrella mission yesterday. Hill looked at his watch and said, "On 9:15 this morning, she just applied for the position of Secretary of Ino at the Umbrella headquarters. It was reviewed by Angela, and there is no problem." Fury nodded, "Let Natasha gather as much information as possible, and it is best to find out about Ino's movements today." Hill nodded again, and at the same time sent Natasha a mission message. The screen returns to the cafe on Ino's side. Angela forcibly endured the question and walked out of the coffee shop with audio surveillance. "Wait until you get to the car." Angela finally asked, "Isn't it hurt?" "No, is it okay?" "Of course it's fine." Ino picked up the girl in front of him who was a few years older than him. The woman stayed in the seat, kissed her forehead lightly and said, "I am not only fine, but also have a very big gain. But wait until we get to the lab." Angela nodded and started the engine of the sports car. A roar. The two headed to the Umbrella headquarters first in the car. After dozens of minutes, Angela drove the car to her destination. After getting out of the car, the two walked into the hall. Ino didn't look at the hall, and took Angie directly into the elevator to prepare for the top floor office. But as soon as the two entered the elevator, a graceful figure followed in the elevator. She was wearing a short leather skirt, a slim top, and wavy red hair. On the lips, there is a color number that Eno, a straight man, doesn't know. But isn't this special girl Natasha, the Black Widow? Why did she come to my company? And he have Tony's big secrets like Iron Man too. I am a little pharmaceutical company and a company that sells medical equipment. Angela also saw Natasha, and at the same time saw Eno's expression. She explained, "This is what I gave you today." 018 Natasha was hired and Natasha was fired? 3. She explained, "This is the secretary I found for you today, otherwise I would have been in the laboratory all the time and would not be a good secretary." "Hi, boss." Natasha smiled at Eno and raised her hand to say hello. Ding. At this time, the elevator reached the top floor. Angela walked out first near the door. Then Natasha also wanted to go out. But Eno's hand was in the front column, almost scaring Natasha to pick up the hand in front of her and throw it. She looked at Eno who was blocking her. Keep smiling and wait for the answer. At the same time, I thought to myself, want to dive into me in front of my girlfriend? But you are fired. Go to the front desk on the first floor and ask where the finance department is, then leave after receiving unemployment benefits. Drop. Eno also helped her to press the elevator button on the first floor very kindly and gentleman. Then go out again and press the close button outside. Goodbye. The action is complete. When Natasha was standing in the elevator, she was stunned until the elevator opened the door on the first floor before she reacted. I'm hired? I was fired. So fast? He stepped out of the elevator sluggishly. Natasha was still in disbelief. Natasha, the top agent of SHIELD, failed in one day after accepting the mission? Click. Unbelievable. Natasha even broke the ballpoint pen in her hand. What are you going to say back here? Walk out the gates of Umbrella HQ. Natasha looked up at the roof of the Umbrella headquarters. The entire roof is the target Eno's office territory. Of all the people, only Eno and Angela can go up. She could also enter as a secretary. But now she's fired. Natasha went to a nearby park to find a place to sit. Then he took out the agent's mobile phone and checked Eno's information. That's right. She doesn't believe in evil. Ready to try again. Failure of this kind of mission was not allowed in Natasha's life. Besides, it is impossible for SHIELD to reveal her agent information. Her information is nowhere to be found anywhere in the country. There's no reason Eno would know she was a SHIELD agent. Continue to review the information carefully. Eno, male, 18 years and 3 months old. Appearance. Look at the photos of Eno from childhood to school and then to big. Natasha didn't expect a very handsome person to be fired like this. Life resume, XXXXXX. Read the information again. Natasha put away the phone irritably and covered her face with her hands. This man is actually an iron otaku. All day long as there is nothing wrong, Eno is either in the Umbrella Mansion or with Angela. 5 motivations for all trips. Angela goes to work with him, Angela goes to work with him, Angela goes out to travel or play with him, Angela travels with him for company business activities, and the last one. That is, Missouri and Murray, where Eno suddenly went to these 2 days. How do you let me get in touch? Natasha rubbed her head. Basically, Angela will accompany Eno on every trip. There's really something secretary, nothing, secretary. There is absolutely no chance of contact. In the end, Natasha could only dial the number of Director Ludan. Director Fury, mission failed. This tone is the same as who owes her a world. Agent Natasha? What are the details of the incident? Natasha glanced at her watch. At 9:15 this morning, I joined Eno's secretary position. That's all, now I'm fired. Does the target know who I am? Up to now, Natasha has begun to doubt whether Eno has any internal information about SHIELD. Impossible. Fury refused. Your information is only a paper copy, it is impossible to be stolen and not found. Natasha was silent here. Fury thought for a moment and then said, it may be that the target has doubts and directly eliminates the threat. Maybe. Charisma is also an invisible threat in him. Natasha. Fury said again, don't count the failure of the mission first, you go to perform other missions first, and I will talk about Eno later. Tony's life and death are still unknown. Natasha, yes. The screen shifts to the top office of the Umbrella building. Angela looked at Eno's coherent movements and questioned, she has excellent secretary ability. Also, in good shape, if I'm not feeling well, I mean when I'm not feeling well, you know what I mean. 019 Angela's black leather jacket? 4. Eno stretched out his hand, pinched Angela's cheek, and said softly. I don't like her yet, you are the most perfect. Angela's face instantly turned red. She was a little overwhelmed and covered her cheeks with the document. Haha. Looking at Angela's rare shy appearance, Eno smiled happily and took her hand. Go to the lab first, I have something good to share with you. Take Angela into the office and take the elevator that is unique to the office to her private laboratory. This is the only access to the underground laboratory. Drop. Reach the bottom laboratory. Eno pulled Angela aside, looked at her and said, look at my ability first. Venom transforms. Swish. In the blink of an eye. 180 centimeters Eno becomes 230 centimeters Venom. A veil with murderous intent. A burly and slender body. But Angela didn't seem to move at all. Aren't you surprised? Surprise. Angela nodded, but it's Eno's change, so I don't feel scared or scared. Looking at Angela, who was not frightened but moved forward and pointed with her finger. Eno reluctantly changed back. But Angela said immediately, don't be in a hurry to change back, I haven't observed it clearly. Then study yourself. Huh. Before Angela could react, Eno's left hand, Cheng. A sharp blade emerges. Swing the knife to the right hand. Puff. Knife up and down. My power of the king, no, Eno's right hand flew up. Take back the blade. Rebirth from severed limbs is activated. Eno's amputated right hand instantly regained its original shape and grabbed the stump that was flying in the air. Then Eno pressed the right hand on Angela's arm again. Subvenom. I know the poisonous point of ability to give people. This is a weakened version. It can be understood as a control for people to use. Details are explained in Chapter 28 with brood awareness. In the future, the ability will not be given to people casually. In the whole text of this book, the Venom ability will be given to a few people at most. As for who to give it, Angela's identity, you know. For a moment. Angela's body also briefly swelled with dull black venom. Then disappeared again. It seemed that her body matched unexpectedly. What is this? Angela squeezed her fists a little excitedly to feel the power at this time, the same ability as you. Yes, you can customize your body shape and even wear whatever you want. In the future, you can say goodbye to your clothes and wear whichever one you want to wear. This may be the ability that many girls like most, right? Wear what you want. Looking at Angela's graceful figure, Eno thought to himself, he turned into a black leather jacket. Swish. For a moment. Eno directly feasted his eyes in the underground laboratory. This is awesome. Eno can directly control the venom on Angela. You. Change back, change back. Angela suddenly felt a sense of restraint on her body, and immediately changed the venom costume back. Just kidding, kidding. Ino looked at Angela and waved his hand. Angela will only wear it for herself to see like this. Definitely not going to wear it out. Then you have to design a battle suit that you like to wear. I already designed it. Huh? So soon? Let me see. Angela did not hurry, she walked to the original table. Pick up Ino's drawings of the wings and Valkyrie and other gear. Then merged a bit. In the end, she pulled out a drawing she had redrawn and gave it to Ino. Ino took it and took a look. Equipment, Valkyrie Angel. It can be seen from the style that in addition to the close-fitting protective clothing, there is also a battle skirt to prevent splash attacks. It carries a few strands of fluff, and there is reserved skeletal armor on the back. There seems to be some equipment not installed. Angela put on the Valkyrie Angel equipment on the blueprint and walked over. She turned around in front of Ino and said, "How about it? The reserved space at the back is for the wings. Unfortunately, no biotech wings have been developed yet. But my bio-nanotechnology has already made a breakthrough. If you add your subvenom ability, we only need to use bioenergy to achieve soaring. No other energy is needed, just the biological energy that comes with living things. Bioenergy is the normal energy in living things, you can understand it as the physical strength of each living thing. Yes, it's physical strength. If you have the strength, you can fly, but if you don't have the strength, you can't even walk. It is difficult to express this energy in data. But for creatures with strong physical fitness, biological energy is the strongest source of energy, and there is no one. 020 Guyi's guest invitation? 5. It's beautiful. Ino squeezed his chin, admiring Angela. What do you want, Natasha, Black Widow? Isn't Angela fragrant? In his last life, he didn't like the character Natasha very much when he watched Marvel. First Banner, then Captain America, and then Hawkeye. No matter how beautiful the girl Ino is, she only likes her own. Appearance is not the only choice that defines a person. At this time, Angela was no longer in charge of Ino. She was in the laboratory, using the venom ability to separate out a little bit of venom. Then start researching again. She wants the perfect fusion of her nanobioengineering and venom transformation. In this way, the compatibility of the venom suit will be stronger in the future. Then you study first, and I'll go up first. Looking at Angela, who was concentrating on research, Ino turned around and walked towards the elevator, returning to the office on the top floor. He is sitting on a chair in the office. He looked at the desk in front of him and thought. When I came back just now, I heard the news of Tony's disappearance from Ludan. In other words, Tony has now entered the cave. I guess it took a while to go in. Now people from SHIELD and the FBI are looking for him, and Afghanistan is going to be in a mess. Sudden. In the office on the top floor of the huge umbrella headquarters. Ino sits in a chair. 2-meter-high golden circle suddenly appeared on the right. There are also spark-like particles erupting around the aperture. Through the golden aperture, Ino could see a space similar to a dojo on the opposite side. No doubt, Ino knew. This is Guyi's magical portal, and she is inviting Ino as a guest. But what did Guyi invite Ino to do when she had nothing to do? She looked at the eye of Agamotto. Ino stood up and walked into the portal naturally. In an instant, Ino disappeared into the office. In a blink of an eye, I came to Guyi's Magic Academy. Standing in the dojo of the Ancient One. At this time, Guyi was sitting on a futon, wearing normal white clothes. She looks a little old but also a little abnormally young. And in front of her was the eye of Agamotto. You seem to know a lot, and I feel in your eyes that you know a lot of stories. Seeing Ino coming calmly, Gushue praised him a little. But Ino knew the latest news. You look like. Know a lot. Is what you look like. It shows that Guyi does not know the information of Ino. Ino smiled and found a futon and sat down. Maybe, I've been dreaming a lot lately, and I have all kinds of dreams. You play riddles. Then I also play quizzes. Guyi smiled and tried to advise Ino, want to try the realm of the soul? I will try it for almost everyone who comes. Really? The people who came to visit the Ancient One? Or people who are practicing magic by Guyi will experience the soul out of body that Guyi slaps? This seems to work. But Ino didn't like that. The level of spirit and soul is useless to me, even the mind gem. Ino said, and I don't like the feeling of not being able to control myself. You know the Infinity Stones. Speaking of this, Guyi finally knew the news that was useful to him. Yes. Ino confirmed, Bai pointed to the eye of Agamotto in front of Guyi and said, like this. Ino's demand for Infinity Stones can be said to be not large. But one of them is what Ino desperately needs now. That is the cosmic Rubik's Cube, which is the space gem. It has enormous and near infinite energy. The engulfing genetic system requires this boundless energy. Although other Infinity Stones also have huge energy, the energy Ino of the Space Stone is estimated to be the largest. The setting of infinite gems is very complicated. Let's set it like this first, although it seems to be infinite energy. Gu looked at the time gem in front of him, then looked at Ino and finally said. In the long river of time in the future, your figure has never existed, but you have always existed. No matter what, you are in the future, but I can't see you. Why is that? I see. Ino finally understood why Guyi invited him over. Because I don't understand. I don't understand why Ino has been living in the long river in the future, but he can't see him clearly. Ino didn't rush to answer Guyi, but instead asked, what else did you see? Guyi replied seriously, I can see everything except you. Ino nodded, showing understanding. Guyi now only knows about other people's futures, but Guyi can't say either. This is one of the laws of foreknowledge, it is said to be changed. So far, Yunyo patted his body and stood up and said, maybe I'm an alternative, but I'll do my own thing, take me home now, don't tell me you don't include the return trip. 021 Desperate Virus AIM Organization Phone? 6. Guyi pursed her lips and smiled, she got the answer she wanted. Then he opened a portal for Ino, and the other end of the portal was the office where Ino left just now. Ino stepped in, but said at the moment when the portal closed. Doctor Strange is still working at my place. If there is a problem in the future, maybe you can come to me. When the time comes, the portal closes. On the other side of the portal, Guyi, although his eyes widened instantly, did not do anything exciting. Ino's sentence just now shows what Guyi said when the fourth banner of the Avengers went back to the past, you came 5 years earlier. I know it all. Ino, who returned to the office, poured a cup of milk tea from the automatic brewing machine, then sat on the chair and looked through what news was today. Today's hot spots. Tony Stark is missing. Where did he go? The Stark stock industry is in violent turmoil. It is suspected that most capitalists have entered the market. Pity the genius Stark, and count the sins and charity of his life selling weapons. See Tony Stark's overwhelming message. Ino knew that the news of his disappearance had been known to everyone. But in a few days, he will be back safely, with a small arc reactor and Mark's armor technology. Jingle bell. At this moment, Ino's cell phone on the desk rang. Take it and take a look. Alder Ezekielian _ If you are not familiar with this name. He is the founder of the recently popular AIM Biological Research Organization. If you are new to this organization. The shit cook behind the Iron Man 3 Extremis virus. That is, the man behind the man. He met Tony at the Millennium Lecture in Bern, Switzerland, in 2000, when Ino was 5 to 6 years old. He took the technology to find Tony to cooperate with Joy, but was played by Tony for a whole day. Tony took him for a lunatic. In the end he did become a lunatic. Thinking of this, Eno answered the phone and said, "What's the matter?" Eno didn't want to have anything to do with him. And now their desperate virus technology is not perfect, not the desperate virus that Eno wants now. Therefore, it has to be stocked for a period of time and then slaughtered, that is, to fatten it up. Unyo, you are the boss of the umbrella, and we are also considered peers. Now our technology is almost completed, how about it? Do you want to join us? Eno? Did this ratio not wake up? The leading company in the medical industry, the umbrella company of the industry unicorn, wants to join others. Start to swell as soon as you make a little achievement in the industry. No wonder Tony looked down on him 10 years ago. I hope you don't bother me, old Reezy Killian. Maybe you've released a couple of good potions in the community lately, but haven't gotten to the point where the umbrella is worth it? Seriously. If not for a government-organized industry gathering. Eno won't even leave his cell phone number. But Killian hurriedly said, No, the recovery potions I have brought out in the industry are just a little bit of our technology. You'd never imagine our true biotechnology. How perfect and beautiful it is the crystallization of human wisdom, the key to human evolution. If you can join us, you'll know how great it is. Killian bragged about his strength and skills there. As everyone knows, Eno is annoying to death here. Eno pointed out directly, go and fiddle with your own biotechnology, you don't need a protective umbrella. Neuropathy. It's not that Eno doesn't know what that desperate virus is. Wait until it devours itself. It could be improved, but it's never used that way. Then just wait. We've got a whole new person on board. You must have no idea who she is. With her, our technology will be even more beautiful. Killian over there gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. I don't know if Eno poked his sore spot. Looking for Tony is disliked, and looking for Eno is still disliked. Poor enough. However, dislike is disliked, and there is still time for Eno to tease. Which staff member excited you so much? Moi. Beep beep beep. With a joke, 2 words came out, and Killian hung up the phone quickly, which is really stupid. Today's update is over. Give some flowers and evaluation tickets in your hand. 022 Tony invites Eno after returning home safely. 1. But who is the one who started with Moi? Can make Killian so respected? But for now, let's block Killian's phone. Eno's mobile phone refuses to answer calls from strangers, so just block it. Just like that, a few days passed quietly. Intermediate Umbrella also launched a launch event for a therapeutic spray. $99 for a 150 ml bottle. It has functions such as sterilizing, cleaning, activating surrounding cells, and promoting tissue repair. All wounds that don't need stitches are okay with this healing spray. Additional means are no longer required. As soon as the press conference was announced, there was a huge uproar in the society. The umbrella company has sold hundreds of millions of bottles of therapeutic spray orders. And this is a batch of orders. Not to mention that healing sprays are consumables. This time, the first batch of orders alone brought tens of billions of dollars in revenue to the umbrella company. That aim launched a few months ago was completely crushed. However, that's not the big deal at all. Wait until Angela understands Venom's technology a little bit. Let's sort out some of the technical data and send it to the experimental base at LS. It is believed that the technology of bionic limbs will be realized soon. At that time, it was called the Gospel of the Disabled. Healing sprays are really little things. A few days later, Eno received a message unexpectedly. Tony Stark personally invited himself to his house, and Pepper wanted to meet Angela. And Tony, who just got off the transport plane, is heading to his home in Marbury in Los Angeles. Is he inviting himself as soon as he comes back? Isn't it going directly to Stark Tower to announce the closure of the arms manufacturing department? Eno text message reply, yes, wait for me for a few hours. Tony immediately replied, okay. New York is a long way from Los Angeles, and even Eno's private jet would take a few hours. But now call Angela first. Eno dials the phone connected to the underground laboratory. Angela, Tony has been found. He invited me to his house. Pepper also wants to see you. Do you have time? After a while, the phone replied, okay, I'll be right there. Angela was simple and straightforward, wearing a lab coat and taking the elevator up. Then her clothes were flipped like glue and turned into everyday clothes. Well, the ability of Venom copy clothes? Leave the umbrella building. Angela drove to the private airport. On the way, she drove her car and asked, Tony disappeared a few days ago. Why did he invite you as a guest just after he was found today? Eno is also very curious about this question. He has a good relationship with Tony. But it's far from being very good. But why did Tony find himself the first thing he did when he came back? Eno replied, I don't know, maybe there is something to talk about. Then arrive at the airport. Take a private jet. Arrive at Marbury in Los Angeles a few hours later. Then drive to the home address Tony gave him. His luxurious villa covers an area of several thousand square meters, facing the sea and green grassland. Before coming to Tony's mansion, Mr. Eno, Miss Angela Ziegler, your identity is confirmed and you can enter. Identification by Jarvis. The two entered Tony's mansion. And Tony, who received the news from Jarvis' housekeeper, walked to the door and hugged Eno in a rare way. He hangs the assistant device, the other end hanging from his neck. And through his t-shirt, Eno could see the glowing arc reactor on his chest. After hugging a little, Tony let go. As you can see, my hand is a little hurt. I think the injury on your side may be bigger. Eno pointed to the center of Tony's chest. No, it's not my wound. Tony said as he led Eno to the living room. It's a part of me, my organ. Pepper seemed to know what Tony was going to talk about, and took Angela to the kitchen to do something. Eno was sitting on the sofa in Tony's living room. Can you drink? Don't say you haven't been drunk yet, Tony asked as he prepared drinks on the DUI side. Eno watched as he opened the wine with one hand, used the corner of the table, and finally opened the bottle with his teeth. Tony said, I've had a lot of drinks, but I haven't been drunk. Why don't you open that bottle of wine and let's try it? Tony looked in the direction of Eno's finger. The drink driver had the water of life from the giant bear kingdom on it, and decisively raised the whiskey in his hand. Drink this today. A new day begins, I want a flower evaluation ticket. 023 Tony's badness and embarrassment. 2. Seeing Tony pour the drink, Eno stood up and walked over to pick up a glass. Just bring the wine bottle and go back to the sofa with Tony. Eno took a sip and said, why are you calling me over in such a hurry? I like your straightforward character. Tony took the time to hold the wine glass and stretched out his index finger to signify Eno and said, I don't want to be in the business of making and selling weapons anymore. After he finished speaking, he took a sip of the wine from the glass. Really? Eno knows. At this time, Tony realized that even if he did charity, he could not avoid the fundamental principle of indirectly harming others by selling weapons. Even if he sells weapons and does charity, he thinks that weapons are fine as long as they are not sold to bad people. But the truth is, it's useless. Eno lay on the sofa cushion and asked, then what are you going to do? Sell toy guns? Or serialize cartoons? Tony think about it for a while and then say, close the weapons manufacturing department first. After he finished speaking, he limped his right hand and turned sideways with difficulty, looked at Eno seriously and said, how about I also go to a medical company? Haha, just kidding, I don't want to go on a new path across industries. But first I thank you for the medicine. My medicine? Eno looked at Tony, who had just finished joking. Shenzhen pill. Oh, don't say that. Tony put the wine glass in his left hand on the table, then took out an empty box of pills from his trouser pocket in his left hand and threw it on the table. Eno looked over. Stimulants. Isn't this thing Eno only provided to the military? Tony has. Roddy gave it to me before and I tucked it in my pants, which was a huge help when I was locked in a cave. Tony picked up his glass again and started drinking whiskey. They didn't search you? Will this medicine be left for you? Eno looked at Tony and asked. Will those terrorists leave this potion to him? Waiting to be flipped? Hearing Eno's words, Tony stopped drinking. I'm hiding in my crotch. Puff. Eno's drinking action spurted. Okay, I knew you were going to laugh, you little brat, you don't even know the forbearance of adults. Tony drank the whiskey depressedly, and he knew that Eno was going to laugh. Eno looked at the arc core on Tony's chest. This thing, Tony can take out. And now medical operations can of course be carried out without risk. Don't say that the energy source of the armor must use the one on Tony's chest. The war machine he gave to Lieutenant Colonel Roddy had the small arc outside the armor. He just found the other half of his life. Looking at Tony, Eno tried to ask, does the Umbrella Headquarters Hospital need surgery? There's basically no risk. No. Tony rebuffed, I believe I can solve it. Alright. This is Tony. He would rather be poisoned by palladium than take the question off his chest. Solve it or die. It's Iron Man. After watching Iron Man 3, you must have a deep understanding of a sentence, and you may not even understand the meaning of the sentence. That is the sentence. So let me summarize this, then I would say that my armor was never a hobby, or an excuse to escape, it was a cocoon waiting to emerge, and now I'm out of it. You can take my house, my toys, and so-called tricks, but one thing will never change, I'm Iron Man. Tony considers Arccore or Iron Man as part of himself. If you are going to take it out, that's taking out Tony's organs. This is why Tony's palladium poisoning did not choose surgery to remove the core of the arc. He could have used the energy of his chest. Make another arc core specifically to power the armor. But he doesn't. Just because of this. Eno looked at the refusal to firm Tony, and he also expected this. Well, if given the chance, the Umbrella Hospital wouldn't turn down the cost of the surgery and the name of the hospital that saved Tony Stark on the news. Money is not a bastard. Tony nodded, his eyes gradually deepening as he looked at the wine glass. Aren't you going to ask me why I insist on closing the Stark Weapons Manufacturing Department? 024 Tony Who Found the Way of Life? 3. Eno held the wine glass and raised his hand to signal. Tony said slowly, I used to think that it doesn't matter how I develop weapons and sell weapons. I just need to make sure that the weapons don't go to the bad guys. But now, I see that I was wrong. Tony took a sip of wine when he said this, and then continued. In Afghanistan, I saw my weapons being sold to those terrorists. But I promise, I never approved those orders, but so what? At this time, Eno interjected, you still indirectly killed countless good or innocent or normal people. Yes. Tony nodded heavily. So this time, I got the bad result. I was injured by the weapon attack I developed myself. So I want to shut down Stark Industries' arms-making division, even if the stock falls, it doesn't matter. Eno knew that this time Tony was determined to close the weapons manufacturing department. This injury made Tony know that it was the right thing to keep the weapon in his own hands. The only person you can trust in the world is yourself. Thinking of this, Eno still reminded, then you have to keep some antiques from Stark Industries. the money in their pockets is at least cut in half for what you're about to say next. And you're not going to develop weapons anymore. What do you think they'll do to you? It's useless, there's hatred again. Of course it's done. Referred to as wipe the neck. And Tony has more tech. It is inevitable that they will use more threatening means to force Tony to hand over the technology. This is not impossible. Otherwise, how could Eno be killed by dumb mercenaries? Just do it when you find an opportunity. So normal. But Tony obviously didn't care. He pulled off his t-shirt and showed Eno the core of his arc. Don't be afraid, I have this, with my little cutie. Instead of knocking me down, they injured me, they taught me what to do. With that said, I watched Tony pull down his t-shirt. Eno raised his glass in front of Tony and celebrated, congratulations in advance on finding your way in life. Ping. Tony and Eno touched a cup, it feels very good, I don't regret it. My God. How much did you and Eno drink? At this time, Pepper came over with Angie. She looked at the empty wine bottle on the table in surprise. The whole bottle was drunk by the two of them. If Tony drank it alone, Pepper wouldn't care. But this was with Eno, and Pepper didn't want it. She always has a crush on Eno, the boy who dropped out of school and came home to run the company. Very loving. I said I'm an adult. Eno said helplessly to Pepper. But he'll have a press conference later, and he'll go with the smell of alcohol and drunkenness. Pepper spread his hands and looked at Tony helplessly. That's a good note, so be it. Tony raised his glass, agreeing and adopting Pepper's idea. Oh. Pepper held his forehead. If she hadn't seen Tony limp with one hand like a crippled state, she was about to quarrel with him long ago. So hurry up as you are now, the reporters are still waiting for you. Okay, I'll go now. Tony took his last sip from the glass. Then Angela and I also went back. Eno also stood up, patted Tony on the shoulder and said, waiting for you to speak low-key at the press conference. Tony gave a thumbs up and said, of course I'm low-key. He walked out of Tony's luxurious villa with a shoulder-to-shoulder. Eno took Angela and left first. Tony himself wants Pepper to drive him to the private airport to New York. Back in the car, Angela drove to the airport. Eno asked, what did you talk to Pepper about? Why do I feel like she's a little sullen? Hearing Eno's words, Angela secretly smiled and said, let's talk about the bosses we serve. But obviously after a comparison, she can't wait to follow you when she's a few decades younger. So you got together to talk about this. No wonder women are like this. Eno thought that they would talk about company management, job technical exchanges and the like when they got together. 025 External Biological Wings, Light Wings 4. Angela, why is Tony in such a hurry to find you this time? Well. Eno summed up a little, consolation and gratitude in my heart. To tell the truth, Tony, this wave of operations. Let Eno know how this living genius is dying. By the way, Eno said suddenly, did you see that LED light on Tony's chest last? Angela drove the car and nodded, I'm just wondering what he is. The concentrated arc reactor, or arc reactor for short, has an energy output of 3 billion joules per second. Is it a condensed version of the one under his Stark Tower? Yes. This generation of Tony is just a preliminary version, without adding a palladium battery. This is just an arc reactor made of 1.6 grams of palladium. But if you ask Eno if he wants it or not, Eno can tell you the truth. So. It is far from the energy that Eno gained after taking control of the planet. If Eno can master a little planet, the energy and sunlight energy released by the world every day can be collected into energy particles and stored in the core of the Earth. Compared with these huge energies, the arc reactor is nothing but insignificant. At this time, Angela turned her head and glanced at Eno. You don't seem to be interested in that arc reactor. Almost. Eno nodded. In a while, I'll have something better than that. Particle storage, quantum transmission. This has crushed all known technology. Quantum transmission. There is no distance in proximity transmission, no consumption in proximity transmission, and transmission time is close to zero. However, this method can only transfer his system and ability. Not enough for daily consumption. However, I don't think these are already used for daily consumption. Is it overkill for anti-aircraft guns to fight mosquitoes? After a few hours of private jets, the two of Eno returned home. Sitting on the sofa, Angela and Eno snuggled together and watched TV together. But it's not time to take a shower. Angela suddenly took out a tablet and turned out a 3D model and a few drawings for Eno. Eno took it. This is wing. Eno looked at Angela. Have the outer wings been designed? Angela held a stylus pen and turned on her slender fingers. It's all bioenergy anyway, I just need to design the best eruption direction and aesthetics. Eno carefully looked at the drawings and modeling in his hand. The tail of the wing connects to the position of the scapula. 180-degree semicircle from the back can be rotated in all directions. Among the two erected wings, that is, the wings, each has 5 light diamonds. Is this the direction of the bioenergy eruption that Angela said? But Eno stretched out his hand to Angie, touch screen pen. Looking at Eno, who has something to do, Angela put the pen in his hand with a bad premonition. Holding pen. Eno cancelled the wings first, leaving only the skeleton. Because this skeleton structure is already the most reasonable, there is no problem with Angela's design. But there are problems with moving and turning the bioenergetic spray rhodopsins. Instead, each wing has 5 light diamonds. Then why not put on light wings? Thousands of light wings on a whole pair of wings can flexibly adjust the direction of energy eruption. If there are only 10, although it is easier to control. But not flexible. Swish swish. Eno was flying on the tablet with a pen. Angela looked at the more and more perfect wings and didn't want to. I have worked hard for so long, and it will gradually become perfect after you come to see it. So annoying. After a while, Eno drew a light wing based on Angela's wing skeleton. But it can also be understood as light wings. Because this wing is also like a light diamond. Just increase the 10 to a few thousand. And it's much prettier. Here you are. Eno handed Angela the modeling and drawings on the tablet. Quickly change it and show it to me, although the creatures in your body can only allow you to glide, not fly. Angela flipped through the wings while pointing the tablet with her hand. While looking at the corresponding blueprint next to him, he said, "How can it be so fast? You have to let me understand the details and principles, otherwise how will it change? You go to take a shower first." "That's right." Eno nodded, took off his loose shirt, and walked to the bathroom with his sturdy upper body exposed, but behind Eno, Angela looked at him with a mysterious smile. 026 Reservation of large-scale arc reactor? 5. Some people ask how many people still write about Overwatch. I will only write reasonable characters, don't worry about not understanding them, and I won't write too much, the others are just tool people write a little. Soak in the bathtub. Eno's head was thinking about the genetic system on the cushion of the bathtub. If you have to wait for yourself to get the cosmic cube charging system? Is that the year of the monkey and the month of the horse? But what to do now? Let's not talk about strengthening the god gene, how much the venom can strengthen, how much to strengthen first. After thinking about it, it is better to go to Tony's in a few days and order a large arc reactor. Because it's just to recharge the system. Concentrated arc reactor Eno is not required. Just need a large one and provide the fusion elements. Although more expensive. But it is also acceptable. What about Marvel's poor people relying on mutation and rich people relying on technology? This is bullshit in Eno. He this biotech. Eating both evolution and technology. Also thieves burning money. Card pool. At this time, the glass door of the bathroom was suddenly pulled open. Angela walked in wrapped in a long bath towel. Eno lay in the bathtub, hanging his hands on both sides of the bathtub fence and said, "What? The design hit you and now I'm not convinced? Don't blame me for not reminding you, you have been beaten even more in this regard." Angela's dead duck mouth held her head high and said, "How do you know if you don't try? The result is no result." Needless to say, Angela was carried back to the bed by Eno to cover the quilt. "This little girl is sleeping to death." Back in the kitchen, Eno took out a bottle of water of life from the drunk driving. On the balcony back to the bedroom, with her back to Angela, sitting on the sofa on the balcony on the second floor, looking at the canal and the Statue of Liberty in the distance. "Take a sip." "Well, it's a bit spicy, but it still doesn't make any difference." Looking at the bottle in his hand, if it hadn't said 96 degrees and he had just opened it, Eno doubted it was fake wine. After the system is strengthened, all these things will have no effect on him. Even if it is bottled with dichlorvos, Headinghong has no effect on Eno. The next day, as soon as Eno woke up and picked up his phone, it would be overwhelming news that Tony had shut down Stark's weapons manufacturing department. And shares of Stark Industries plummeted as much as 50%. This is for Eno to see. If not know. He had to bet against Stark a few times. Picking up the phone, Eno called Tony. But interestingly, Tony didn't get up. This is what Pepper picked up. "Hello Mr. Eno, Tony is still sleeping, do you need me to wake him up?" "Forget it, call me when he wakes up." "Okay." After a few sentences or two, hang up the phone. Eno forgot that Tony, who was sleeping late, flew up. It may also be that Eno woke up early, and it is only 7 to 8 in the morning. But then Eno felt a small hand sliding around his abdomen covered with a thin blanket. Turning her head, Angela was still half asleep. His legs were still on his body. It really is. The unconscious state can do the same. After touching Angela's little hand for a while, she also gradually woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw Eno looking at him. Angela closed her eyes and leaned forward, wanting to have a good morning. "Pity. You haven't brushed your teeth, don't steady me." The long, strong palms covered her face. "Angela. After the fusion of venom and transformation, the body is. No. There is. Dirt. Dirt. It is." Angela rolled over and rode on Eno, hammering his chest with both hands. "You're a false accusation. I haven't disliked you for not brushing your teeth." "Okay, okay." Eno grabbed her hands and could only comfort him, "It's okay if you don't dislike it." "Angela, come again then." "Eno. Then why don't we brush our teeth together?" "You." The early morning farce ended. Angela and Eno went to the Umbrella headquarters after washing up. On the way, Eno told Angela about finding Tony to build an underground large arc reactor. Angela asked, Where are you going to use it? Our umbrellas don't need so much energy." "I'm going to use it, not the umbrella." Eno pointed at himself and said, "My genetic evolution requires a huge amount of energy, a huge amount beyond Blue Star's imagination." "No wonder." Angela continued to drive the car and said, "Your genes are so powerful that I have never seen it before, so I wouldn't dare to shoot like this in a sci-fi movie." 027 Redesign the shape of Venom's transformation 6. "Then how's your research going?" "I couldn't do much research other than to observe the properties being a little enlightening, but it was equally rewarding." This is why Eno studies his own genes. That is the firewall and research difficulty that comes with genes. Regardless of the firewall, no one can complete the study of difficulty in this universe. Otherwise, the god gene would have been copied long ago. Egg also used so many alien monsters to give birth to children to help him control the planet. In the end, only Star-Lord carried half of his gene. While talking, the two arrived at the industrial park of the Umbrella headquarters building. Taking the elevator up to the top office, Eno took out the computer software modeling drawings on the chair. Eno asked, while drawing, "You can study the characteristics of venom in depth first, and it will be useful later. It has a lot of topics to go into in terms of repair and extensibility, which is not as difficult as the previous gene." Angela stood beside Eno and nodded, taking her tablet to write down these things. "Then what was the name of your previous genetic project?" "Well," Eno thought for a while, but still used the original name, "it's called the Deity Gene Project." Angela also felt that it was very suitable, and called the previous gene the God Gene. Eno continued, "Let's not talk about Venom's ability to regenerate broken limbs, you have seen it, but organize the extended topics and throw them to the Los Angeles experimental base, and let them make biomechanical bionic limbs. Biomechanical bionic hands, feet, fingers, toes, etc. Let them study it. After this technology is realized, you can have new technology by adding your nanotechnology. As for why biomechanical bionic limbs? Because now it is impossible to simply regenerate from a severed limb. And Angela's greatest strength lies in nanobiology. Make a perfect limb, bring it over and let Angela's technology blend with it. New cutting-edge technologies will surely emerge. This technology is not only in artificial limbs, but also lays the foundation for future artificial human bodies. But if you say it's against human ethics, that's not much to say. When you run out of organs, I'll see if you want artificial organs. Disabled, do you want artificial limbs?" Angela nodded and recorded this matter on the tablet. Under the umbrella, there is no need to worry about the occurrence of network leaks. The internal local area network plus the main equipment disconnection is only connected by the data cable. No matter how powerful your network skills are, you have nothing to do without the internet. No matter how powerful hackers are, they are afraid of global power outages. Angela looked at Eno while he was talking while drawing drawings and modeling on his computer and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "Redesign the shape," Eno said, but he didn't stop, since the light wings were determined last night. "Then my venom transformation should at least look appropriate, right? A dumb black muscle shape with light wings is too ugly." Angela looked at Eno's redesigned shape, nodded and said, "Then I'll go to the laboratory first." Angela carried her tablet to the elevator next to the bookcase and went down to the underground laboratory. And Eno, who was still drawing in the office, rang the phone on the desk. Jingle bell. "Pick it up and take a look." "Tony Stark." "Connected." As soon as the call was connected, Tony called Hatch first and said, "I heard that Pepper said you had something to do with me in the morning. Sorry, I just woke up now." Eno turned on the speakerphone, put the phone on the table and continued to draw. "Seeing your stocks plummeting, give you a business. I'm going to build a giant arc reactor next to the Umbrella building." "Okay, well, I wonder if you're spying on me. Of course it's a joke." "How to say? I just had a new breakthrough with this giant arc reactor last night." "Isn't that just right?" Eno said, "Just build the latest one. I'll remit the money to you." "No. No. No." Tony refused suddenly and loudly. "Your medicine helped me a lot, this is my return gift, okay? How much is my medicine?" Eno said angrily, "Are you making me a lot of money? If you don't accept it, then I don't accept this order either, and Stark Enterprises also rejects this order." Tony's tone was firm, serious and without hesitation. "Adjust the update time click to open for surprises." "Sorry first." "I am sorry." Sorry first. I am sorry. Sorry first. I am sorry. Important things to say 3 times. Third, to get recommended next month, which is Wednesday. So the 6 chapters update every day will change back to 5. But to compensate you, I will still keep the manuscripts that I code every day. 20 chapters on the shelves. 20 chapters on the shelves. 20 chapters on the shelves. I now have 14 chapters on file, so please rest assured. 20 chapters of live cattail women's clothing have been released on the shelves. Do as promised. 17 chapters on the shelves of the book, and old readers know it. So please rest assured. By the way, ask for some flower evaluation tickets. Kyokyu 028 Tony gave away the giant arc reactor? 1. Well, that also fits Tony's character very well. Repaying kindness, repaying revenge. Okay, no problem. Ino sat on the chair and stretched his back. Anyway, even if the stock of Stark's weapon manufacturing department plummets, you will not be short of money. The weapons manufacturing department is only a part of Stark Industries, and it is also the largest part. But since the landowners send money, it's an idiot who doesn't want it? Okay. Tony said happily, I'll let someone over today, I still have something to do, I'll hang up first. Okay. Hang up the phone. Ino also finished painting his new model. Then the previous appearance. This new shape doesn't look like an alien creature at first glance. Instead, it is like a coexistence of biology and technology. A bit of a combination of cyberpunk, future technology, and armor. Ino added the wing model to this body model. Alright. More like. But also more perfect. Ino looked at the modeling and drawings in the computer. It's finally settled on that. Sideways pulled out a small board from the desk. It has a row of various buttons on it. Ino pressed 2 of them. The north-south transparent curtains in the huge office closed automatically. Then the lights in the office also turned on. Ino stood up and walked to a slightly empty place. Venom transformation? Swish. In a blink. Ino's height was raised again to 230 centimeters. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at his new body. The matte black has been changed into a low-key shape with silver as the main gold thread. The muscular shape of the previous Venom was gone. Rather, it is like a normal person wearing a close-fitting splendid armor. Ino nodded with satisfaction, and his shoulder blades moved slightly again. Swish. Light wings expand. This. Like. Avatar. G. Ino pinched his own. Too perfect. In terms of the American superhero aesthetic. Even if he does bad things, he still has a bunch of diehard fans. As long as you look good, the 3 senses follow the 5 senses. Cancel transformation. Gene phagocytosis system. New Venom ability, light wings. This. Ino took a closer look at the system. The ability to develop will actually be recorded in the system. That is to say, Angela can also use. Ino, who had cancelled his transformation, walked to the desk and pressed the control panel to reopen the curtains. Then he called Angela and said, in the ability of Venom's transformation, you can use light wings. Huh? Okay. After a while, a surprised voice came from Angela's side, I haven't finished researching this. Why is it available directly? Ino smiled in the office, this should be the brood effect, as long as I give you permission to inherit the ability, then your child Venom can also learn to inherit. But you still have to understand it thoroughly, otherwise it won't work well. Okay, I see. Angela hung up the phone happily. Gene phagocytosis system. New Venom ability, brood effect, brood awareness. Is that so? Ino understood completely. In the ability of the system to record, you must understand thoroughly and have a complete setting. Take a look at the ability details. Brood consciousness, any existence produced by you is your master at any level. Brothering effect, there is a perfect link between the submasters, but this requires permission. It looks right. This is Eno's understanding. That night, Tony's construction team came to the Umbrella Industrial Park to plan the construction scope and standards. But because of the underground laboratory under the Umbrella building, Eno asked them to build it next to it, which can be said to be a link downstairs. Then the guardrail was pulled over there. A few days or less then, the giant arc reactor was built. The size of its photoreactor is about 10 meters in diameter. In terms of production capacity, it depends on how many nuclear fusion elements you want to add to it, such as the palladium element Tony is using now. It is an indispensable core material in high-tech fields such as aerospace, aviation, navigation, weapons, and nuclear energy. And there is very little capacity for natural mining. The price is deadly expensive. However, for the Umbrella, this amount of money is not a big deal. Eno came to the underground arc reactor in the annex building. The circular channel in its body is rapidly transmitting blue-cold nuclear fusion energy. Eno's hand was attached to the machine of the reactor, and he was ready to let the system establish a quantum transmission channel with this arc reactor. 029 Establish the energy communication of the arc reactor too. Establish energy communication. Gene phagocytosis system. Gene ability, deity 1% plus, venom 41% plus. Set both abilities together to advance evolution. Eno let go. The gods may evolve more slowly, but the venom ability should be able to get a little effect soon. Exit the arc reactor. Eno went back to the office again. As a result, he suddenly received a call from a special person. Obadiah Stein _ That is, the Iron Overlord, the culprit that led Tony to go to Afghanistan to be kidnapped. Line connected. Hi. Eno, how are you doing? Are you feeling better? As soon as he came up, this Obadiah was approaching in the workplace. Eno took away the mobile phone, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window behind, looked at the Statue of Liberty diagonally and said, "Not bad, what's the matter? Oh, you're still as simple as that." The Tai Ba Wong over there pretended to say, "Then I'll be simpler, too. Today at 8 p.m. at Ditchney Hall, Tony will give out the Fireman's Home Foundation for the third time, and he wants you to be there for a party, and I'll personally invite you." Well, Eno knows what scene this is. Obadiah is clearly lying to Eno. Tony didn't even know about it. So it is impossible for him to invite himself. And he went. This foundation's social momentum can help Stark Industries a lot. After all, Eno's image in society. It is a great man. Exaggerate a little more, it would be Savior and Our Lady. This is not meant to be derogatory and demeaning. In American culture, the umbrella company benefits the country and the people too much, but also make money. That's why it was said before that the umbrella knows how to tie itself to the people. Before absolute power, the people were power. If the arms company Obadiah invites Eno to the banquet, stocks can at least get a lot better. But this does not mean that Eno should not go. On the contrary, it is interesting to go. Holding the phone, Eno said, "Okay, no problem, I'll be late." "Ha ha ha, of course." Obadiah said happily over there, "The big man must come later." Hang up the phone. Eno couldn't help but idiot. Obadiah, Iron Overlord, is a typical overinflated person. Before Tony's accident, the weapons they produce are all researched by Tony. His sales channels are also Tony's relationship. The board only held stock, and Obadiah was only connected to Stark Industries before Tony took over the company. But far from being in power. Does this want to overthrow the master Tony? But don't tell me, if it wasn't for Tony's survival, Obadiah would have been. Eno looked at the time. It's only afternoon. Back at the desk, Eno informed Angela to join him at the banquet at night. How can there be a banquet without a female companion? Night. R8 supercar of the German automaker to the Disney concert hall. And this supercar, a two-seater, with a mid-mounted transparent engine, has a top speed of 316 km per hour, and is all silver white. One word to end, handsome. Obadiah? Stark. Angela asked, driving the car, then why do you know you're going? Of course it's interesting. Eno put his hand on the car window and hummed a song, How Can I Turn a Blind Eye to His Performance? Haha, Angela laughed out loud, you are so interesting again. I can't really write giggles, it feels like a duck. After driving for a while, the two arrived at Disney's concert hall. Outside the square in the hall, the doorman and security guards stopped the reporters with long guns and short guns from entering. But when the reporters saw the license plate of the umbrella company, they rushed up. The security members were so frightened that they immediately rushed over to dozens of people to quickly evacuate the reporters, and stood up to clear a passage for Eno. Get out of the car. Eno took the key that Angela handed over, and gave the key to the doorman standing next to him. He will drive to the parking lot. Then Angela took Eno's elbow and headed to the concert hall. On the red carpet, the group of reporters shouted their questions. May I ask Mr. Eno to come here to cooperate with Stark Industries? Excuse me, how is Mr. Eno's relationship with Tony Stark? I heard that you were invited by Mr. Tony Stark, is that true? Does the umbrella company have the latest research results? 030 attending Tony's banquet and being interviewed. 3. But obviously Eno didn't need to answer them here. A few hours ago here. Tony paints his latest Mark armor in the lab. This Mark armor already uses Tony's latest arc reactor and palladium element blocks. At this time, a piece of news was playing on the TV in front of Tony. Today at 8 p.m. at Disney Hall, Mr. Tony Stark will give the Fireman's Home Foundation the third endowment grant. At that time, he will also invite the president of the umbrella company, Mr. Eno will also come to this banquet. Whether this is a collaboration between Stark Industries and Umbrella remains to be seen. Tony stared blankly at the news. He turned and asked Jarvis, am I awake? Did I receive this request? Did I invite Eno? Jarvis, neither, sir. Tony pinched his chin, looked at the time on his watch and asked, how long will it take to paint? Jarvis, 5 hours. Don't wait for me. The screen returns to irony at this time. Eno took Angela to the banquet hall. Obadiah walked to Eno's left, holding a shot glass and a white scarf around his neck. Although he looks mature, there is always envy and jealousy deep in the eyes of Eno. He said, hey, it's early, Tony may have to wait a while, he's a little uncomfortable right now. Eno listened to him and said, then I'll go first, I like a quieter place. Okay, is there a security member over there to take you in, or do you need me to show you the way? No, you can entertain me here first. With Angela holding the bowl in her right hand, she walked into the banquet hall with golden light and musical melody. Eno took 2 glasses of wine and walked to a quieter seat. These are 2 rows of 4 seats, with Angela and Eno sitting facing each other. Eno pushed the wine to Angela and said, how does it feel? This kind of environment. Angela took a sip of her wine and looked around casually, what do you feel? Then so do I. Looks like we've always been the same. Neither Eno nor Angela likes these bells and whistles. She would rather stay in the lab than these. Eno prefers simplicity and directness. Hi, Mr. Eno. At this moment, a kind male voice sounded next to Eno. Eno looked at the slightly Mediterranean agent, hello, Agent Carlson. Carlson smiled, you have a much better memory than Tony Stark. How is the medicinal use of the umbrella? The agents are still safe. Eno is talking about the most normal routines in the workplace. As always with your medication, rest assured. That's fine. After a few chats and a glass of wine, Carlson left. His main task today is Tony. And Eno has a good relationship, and you have to say hello when you see it. It looks like their Department of Homeland Security is quite comprehensive. Look, even Angela didn't want to pronounce the former name of Shield. Too eloquent. Of course. Eno watched Carlson leave his back. Wherever there is something, there will be them, and we will have a lot of relationships with them in the future. Angela nodded and decided to go back and learn more about the security bureau. Hi Mr. Eno, hello Miss Angela. At this moment, another soft female voice rang next to Eno. Eno looked, she was a woman she didn't know, but she looked, okay, although it wasn't her own taste. You are Christine. The brown wavy woman handed Eno her business card by the way. Eno took it and looked at it. A newspaper reporter. All right. Eno handed the business card to Angela, and Angela would throw it away after a while. What's the matter with me? I just admire you so much, can I interview you? Looking at the female reporter who was holding a pen and paper, without a voice recorder and without taking pictures. Eno felt pretty good about her meeting etiquette. She only held a pen and paper, and she didn't have the short guns and guns like other reporters, which was very polite. 031 A fanatic female reporter and Tony's sign language. 4. Eno gave her a chance. No problem, 10 minutes, I have something else to do later. It's fine. It's just a few minutes. Kristen happily straddled the small bag in front of her belly. Under Angela's dangerous gaze, she sat down beside Eno with a pen and paper and asked. At present, the society calls you the kindest and most conscientious company and boss. What do you think about this? Well, I just did what I was supposed to do and didn't do business with my conscience. Christine took a pen and wrote it down in shorthand. But the body is also getting closer and closer to Eno. Then he continued to ask, are you coming this time to cooperate with Stark Industries? Or does the umbrella have a close relationship with Stark? Eno took a sip of wine. I just came here as a personal relationship with Tony, and it has nothing to do with the corporate level. You have a better relationship with Tony. As if to say something exciting, Christine couldn't help raising her voice. Eno nodded and raised the glass to signal that there was something wrong. I think he is an indirect murderer who sold all his weapons to those terrorists and persecuted those innocent people. Kristen said and took out a stack of photos in the bag and showed Eno, this is all evidence I collected, all made by Stark Industries. Eno took it over and took a look. That's right. Even the latest episodes of Missiles have. You should hand them over to him yourself. Eno returned the photo to Christine. Maybe, the truth has not been fully revealed yet. But Tony did make a lot of mistakes. He's the devil. You're the angel. Kristen puts away the photo, but she's even sticking her leg to Eno's now. Compared to you, I believe that everyone prefers the umbrella company to Stark. The umbrella is the umbrella that protects the people. We only have to pay a little bit of medical bills and it'll keep us as sheltered as possible. This tone, like a pilgrimage, is sincere and fanatical. Cough hum. Angela took off the shoes of one foot, and stepped into between the legs of Eno and Christine with the advantage of her long legs. Tony Stark is here, he's over there, and your interview should be over. Christine looked at Eno, and then at Angela, who had dangerous eyes, with envious eyes. She suddenly kissed the collar of Eno's neck and ran away with the bag. Eno looked at Angela's little black feet next to his legs, and spread his hands to express his helplessness. It's not my fault. Angela retracted her little foot, took a sip of wine, and said indifferently, I think that Natasha before is okay, but this one is not, it may be messy. When did I say it's okay? Eno said helplessly, Natasha, I didn't say it was okay, you said it was okay, and I said it wasn't okay. I don't care, I want to choose for you. Looking at Angela, who is obviously a little sister but a little spoiled, Eno smiled and said, okay, you choose. It was obvious that she couldn't deal with herself anymore and wanted to find a partner. But he insisted that he was choosing. Eno drank the last sip of wine with a smile, then looked at the bartender. But found that Christine was confronting Tony just now. That is to say, the matter of Stark industrial weapons being sold to terrorists just now. After a while, Tony finally got rid of her. Then he turned to see Eno. Eno raised the empty glass in his hand and pointed to the pile of unopened wine on the bar. Tony made an okay gesture. Then he pointed to the outside, and then used the four fingers of both hands to compare it to two little people who would come over. Eno nodded, indicating that he understood. Finally Tony went out with a bottle of wine. What are you talking about? Angela saw it in her eyes and issued 3 angel question marks. Are you speaking an alien language? Why do you know what to do with just a few gestures? He said he was going to find Pepper first and then come over with Pepper later. Eno put the empty wine glass aside, waiting for Tony to come over. Great. After a while, with the music of the Golden Hall, Pepper came over with Tony's wrist, and Tony was holding a bottle of wine. 032 Rebuking Tony Stark. 5. Go to Eno's table. Tony put the wine on the table and sat down beside Eno. Pepper, on the other hand, sat with Angela. After sitting up, Tony just stretched his hand to the bottle, and Pepper grabbed it and took it in his hand. I'll pour it, you are not allowed to drink so much. Oh no. Tony said reluctantly, I'm in such a bad mood today, you're going to take my wine. But just when Tony complained, Eno had already pushed the glass over. Pepper smiled and helped Eno, and kindly pushed it back. Okay. Tony, who found that no one was paying attention to himself, wiped his chin and pushed the wine glass over. Ping. Tony raised his glass and touched Eno. Eno took a sip and said, you're in a bad mood because of the photos she showed you. I can guarantee it. Tony said with a sip of his drink. I definitely didn't approve those orders. But your company and Obadiah could approve it a few days ago. Tony nodded angrily, yes. A few days ago, Stark Industries announced that it had kicked Tony off the board. He has the right to pay dividends, but the decision is not just in Tony's hands. Anything after that just goes through the board or Obadiah. Bosses of the 2 giant corporations talking. Angela and Pepper both chose to have a quiet ear-biting conversation. Pepper is also holding wine bottles to fill the 2 with wine at any time. Then what do you want to do now? Eno turned the glass in his hand. Will you go to Obadiah to confront him? Ask him why he wants to cross the bottom line? Do light and dark business together? Tony was stunned for a moment. He really wanted to do it, but why did he always feel that after Eno asked, he would become a little stupid to do so? Tony still said, he's flouting the rules regardless of the bottom line. Please, you are stupid. Eno said mercilessly, the past is in the past, and you don't think about how to solve the future. Instead, go to confront that Chabai. Can he help you? No, he can only get more and more angry with you. Even if he admits it, he did it and the board kicked you up, but so what? In addition to making you angrier, it might also make you a little harder. Yes, that does help. After speaking in one breath, Eno dried the wine in the quilt and pushed it in front of Pepper. And Tony began to look at the ice cubes floating in the glass and swirling in the wine, lost in thought. Pepper looked at the 18-year-old who had trained Tony so hard to keep his head up. Leng poured the wine to Eno. Eno got the quilt back. After a while, Tony only reacted, raised his head, and exaggeratedly joked, Why do I have a feeling that my father is here? Where is he? With that said, Tony turned his head and looked around. I am not that old. Ping. Tony raised the glass to touch Eno with the glass, drank all the wine in one gulp and said a little drunkenly. You're not very old, and you have a lot of experience in what you say. Use a voice changer. Let me think you're an experienced grandpa. This playboy is a conceited genius. It is quickly accepted and understood very quickly. After thinking for a while, he realized what Eno said. He was relieved, and probably understood. What Eno said was the truth, and he didn't like to regret the past, because Eno never regretted what he had done. Instead of regretting the past, it is better to go beyond today. You guys don't drink anymore. Pepper snapped the bottle over and put the wine under the table. But what made her strange was that Tony was drunk after a few glasses of wine. Eno had been drinking here before, but nothing happened. I noticed that Pepper looked at himself curiously. Eno also knew that he should act. First, use his ability to make his face flush a little bit, so that it looks like he has drunk a lot of alcohol. Then he moved a little more slowly. This. When does the banquet end? I think it's time to go home. Pepper looked at Eno like this, and realized that Eno's wine was good. She took the wine glass on the table and said, You can go home at any time. This is done in Tony's name, but you have to go through the side door or you will be blocked by reporters. It's been a day, and the flowers have risen very little. Can you, more? Ball throwing up. 033 Clean up Angela who dares to laugh at the boss one. Okay Pepper, Eno, and I will go back first. After Angela finished speaking, she stood up and came out from Pepper's side. Helped him up, and followed Pepper to the garage through the side door. Goodbye Angela. Goodbye. Sitting on the R8 supercar. Angela and Pepper waved goodbye and started the car and drove out of the basement. And the reporters blocking the main entrance are destined to wait for Eno. Out of Disney Concert Hall. Eno, who was sleeping on the back of the car, opened his eyes again and removed his blushing face. Oh! Stretch out comfortably, blowing the sea breeze from the sports car. I also taught Tony a lesson today, and I'm in a good mood. Angela drove the car, took a moment to glance at Eno and said with a smile, You didn't notice the look in Pepper's eyes when you taught Tony a lesson. She has a feeling of disbelief and happiness, and finally admires you. I can see it clearly from the side. Eno was speechless for a while. Pepper, she's a little. Mother's love is overflowing, isn't it? Angela helped Eno say his words. I can't say that either. Eno said in another way, She feels like she's taking care of me, but I'm in this status, and she's a little lower. That's why this happened, probably because I wanted to but didn't dare. Anyway, I can't tell. Pepper really has a feeling of taking great care of Eno. Maybe it's because Tony doesn't live up to his expectations. Funny. After speaking, Angela did not reply. Eno turned to look. Wow. How dare you laugh at the boss? I won't take care of you. Not to mention how to clean up. Anyway, Angela went to take a shower when she got home. After watching Angela drive the car and take Eno away, Pepper dropped his hand and sighed, It would be great if Tony was as good as Eno. I don't know how Eno has experienced so much when he is so young. The idea of Pepper is not envy or exclamation, but with a little distress. Other people doing at 14 to 15? Enjoy the carefree schooling, right? Other people doing when they are 18? Experience the freedom and life of a university. These Eno have never experienced. Pepper returns to the banquet hall through the side door. Tony sat in a chair with a wine glass in his hand, looking at the dancing crowd, as if thinking about something. Seeing Pepper coming back, Tony drank the wine in his glass in one gulp, stood up and stretched out his hand to her, saying, Come on, go home. At this time, Pepper also felt that Tony was a little different. But can't tell. She came over, supported Tony, and walked out of the banquet hall. Walk the red carpet. Obadiah is bragging about his future of Stark Industries to the longshot reporters. Referred to as painting flat cake. Tony walked up to him and tapped him on the shoulder. Obadiah turned around. "Oh. Tony, you look like you're having a good time." Tony said simply, "Do you sell the weapon? I just need to answer yes or no." Obadiah's face changed. He didn't expect Tony to come up directly to tear his face. Obadiah also made it clear, "I signed it." Then he added, "Tony, we're always going to make money, and the board is watching. We can't stop producing weapons and sell baby bottles, right?" Tony got the answer, but remembering Eno's words, he gritted his teeth and said, "I said what the bottom line of being a weapons dealer is, and you promised me that too. If someone hadn't told me that my weapon was in a terrorist organization, I would have believed you." Looking at Tony, who was completely torn apart and about to break, Obadiah stopped pretending. At this time, the reporter shouted and took a photo together. Tony was turned around by Obadiah, and looked at the camera as if he was affectionate enough to whisper but actually said, "That's right, kicking you out of the board was also something I forced them to sign, and of course some of them signed it voluntarily." After speaking, Obadiah walked over to the reporter to see how the photos were taken. But to Obadiah's surprise, Tony nodded suddenly and indifferently, walked to Pepper's side, hugged Pepper, and left. 034 The enlightened Tony and the latest technology too. Next, Eno saw the latest broadcast on the news the next day at home. Lieutenant Colonel Roddy stood in front of the reporters with long guns and short guns and said, "Unfortunately, during a training exercise yesterday, an F-22 Raptor crashed. But fortunately there were no casualties. As for the accident in the Gemila area, where the intervening forces came from, is still unknown. But we can assure you that the US is not involved." Seeing this, Eno understood that it was Tony who went directly to retaliate the next day. He went to warring areas in Afghanistan and used the latest Mark armor to directly destroy all local armed forces and weapons made by Stark Industries. At this time, Iron Overlord, Obadiah was also watching the news at home, and his brows gradually deepened. Tony's house. Tony Stark is repairing his latest Mark armor. At this point Pepper came over. Tony saw her and said, "Hi. Are you busy? Do something for me." Speaking, Tony put down the tools in his hand, walked to the table and took out a USB flash drive and continued. "I want you to go to my office, hack into my mainframe, and get all the shipping manifests back. You just plug the USB stick in and it will crack itself." Pepper took the USB drive, but instead of taking it, he put it back on the table. She looked at Tony and said seriously, "I got those materials back, then what are you going to do? Like this armor? It's full of bullet holes. Was it you on the news just now? Why do you still do this?" Yesterday Eno said, "How should you think about dealing with him in the future, instead of wearing this armor, to punish evil and evil?" Tony explained, "I'm not punishing evil. I'm just doing my own thing. They broke their promises. They trampled the bottom line and sold weapons. You know what I saw there? There were dead bodies all over the place, and I think I did that." Tony was already angry at this point. The anger was not directed at Pepper, but at Obadiah and the board traders. Pepper looked at Tony's absolute seriousness. She took a breath and said, "It could kill you, and I can't watch you. I can't be the assistant driving all this, that's pushing you, that's hurting you." Tony sighed and walked to the chair next to him and sat down. "If I didn't have this belief, maybe I'd be dead already," he said, playing with the tool in his hand. "I've been through more dangerous things than this in Afghanistan. But that's a physical danger, and these, on the psyche, on the spiritual level. I knew from the bottom of my heart that I had to do this and not let Obadiah run wild. It's time to teach him a lesson. Tony looked at Pepper sincerely and very seriously, and used the last trick. Eno also said that since he is wrong, he must start in the future and go beyond it quickly. If you get the evidence, at least I can let him stay in jail for a lifetime without showing mercy. Hear Tony move out of Eno's famous quote. Pepper's eyes trembled, and finally she chose to pick up the USB flash drive on the table and hold it in front of Tony and said, "This is the last chance, and if you are wrong then I will resign." Then she walked out of the laboratory and went to the building of the Stark Industrial Zone. Tony spread his hands helplessly after watching Pepper leave. Why didn't I reward anything for doing it right? And right next to Pepper, who just took the U-Disc, a gift from Pepper to Tony, the first generation arc reactor. It reads, "Tony Stark has a warm heart." Back to the Umbrella building in Harmonton, New York. Angela just passed the observation data and various data reports of the Venom extension to the underground experimental base in Los Angeles. At this time, the person in charge called over and said excitedly, "This technology is too difficult to achieve." No. It is almost impossible to achieve now. Human neural electrical signals travel so fast. Biomechanical limbs can't keep up. Not to mention that even one hand has various linkage mechanisms. Large muscle groups, small muscle groups, and bones, and nerves, and so on. It is impossible to link these with current technology and energy technology. The operation of so many biomechanical bionic devices requires a lot of energy. Now this kind of battery simply does not have the endurance even after this thing is made. Can it be charged for 5 hours and used for 2 minutes? 035 New Project Research and Future Plans 3. The experimental personnel of the Umbrella are truly talented and practical personnel. As long as it's not a mistake in principle. Eno can let them go when it comes to arguing about scientific research. Eno said to the mobile phone, "If you want to do it, you can do it. As for other aspects of technology, I can solve it. You only need to reserve battery positions in various positions, and the size will be determined according to the proportion I will send you later. Your question now is whether you can solve the problem of biomechanical bionic limbs. Tell me I can, or I can't." Eno finished. Inside the Umbrella experimental base, the personnel here carefully turned over the materials just printed out. And Eno put the phone on the hands-free and put it aside, waiting for answers from researchers. After a while, there suddenly shouted excitedly, "What kind of technology is this? I've never seen such divine technology. How does it achieve the coexistence of biology and machinery? Why can a piece of material have different states?" Facing the excited shouting of the researchers. Fortunately, Eno had the foresight to turn on the phone hands-free. Eno drank milk tea, knocked his legs on the desk and said, "Can you guys solve it now? The information and data have been given to you. If you can't do it, there is no such thing as resignation from working at the Umbrella experimental base." But as soon as Eno finished speaking, he shouted confidently, "Yes. That's good. According to the above statement, salary benefits and family benefits of members working in the Umbrella experimental base are terrifyingly high. But it all comes at a price. That is, the Umbrella experimental base did not resign. I want to make a speech. Blue Star 4 Ocean. Let you experience the life of a whale fall. Whale fall, whales sink to the bottom of the sea after death, nourishing all things in the ocean with their bodies. Hang up the phone. Eno is thinking about the follow-up plan. Iron Overlord should be about to appear. Kill him. It is quite simple. The key is what comes after. After this, the Hulk will also encounter the first major battle in a school. If nothing else, in order to get the blood of Hulk in advance. Eno can use Venom to transform into a superhero to stop it. And the Hulk at that time was Hulk, not Banner. Before they merged, they were two things. Drop. At this time, the only elevator in the office leading to the underground laboratory rang. The elevator door opened, and Angela came out. She saw Eno, who was looking forward in thought. Angela came over, put her hands on his shoulders and squeezed them, saying, "What makes you meditate like this?" Feeling Angela's shoulder pressing, Eno closed his eyes and leaned back and said, "It's probably tonight, but I'm not sure about the time. I'll have some things to do. Don't worry about my identity." Angela pressed her shoulders for a while, and she hesitated. "Are you going to use venom to transform?" Eno nodded naturally. This is nothing to admit. Unlike Pepper, Angela supports and trusts Eno unconditionally. But out of concern, Angela still asked, "Who is the opponent? Will it be dangerous?" Scoff. Eno smiled, closed his eyes and patted Angela's hand. "It's just a can of raw meat. It's not this thing I'm thinking about, it's just a lot of things, I'm just sorting out. Do you think I'm brooding in trouble?" "That's good." Angela breathed out a sigh of relief. She bent down, bowed her body, rubbed her face against Eno's face, put her arms around him and said, "I thought the purple sweet potato essence in your dream was coming earlier. It's still early." Eno smelled the sweet scent on Angela's body. "But even if it comes, it's good to run without pulling your legs." Angela closed her eyes and let out a nasal sound, Time comes to afternoon. Pepper drove to the Stark Industrial Building. She took the elevator to the top floor and walked into Tony's office, which had been deserted for the time being. Pepper plugged in the USB stick and followed some of the operations Tony said. She saw countless hidden information. Set number of missiles, orders from Afghanistan, imitation mechanical armor in the 16th area of the industrial park, and video of Stark being kidnapped. My God! Seeing this, Pepper covered her mouth as much as she could, otherwise she would make a loud noise. She really didn't expect Tony to experience all this there. 036 Intense situation and new armor? 4. After that, Obadiah suddenly came to the office. Although he was a little skeptical after seeing Pepper, he certainly couldn't force Pepper to leave the computer. Otherwise, it's a bit like being self-inflicted. After some negotiation, Pepper took away the USB drive that recorded the evidence of Obadiah. Wait until Pepper is gone. Obadiah hurried to the computer and opened the file browsing history. The display is viewed and copied 100%. Shit. Furious, Obadiah ran after him. What he saw was Pepper, who left with Agent Carlson. Unbearable, Obadiah angrily ran to the large arc reactor and questioned the scientific research engineers. Can you guys shrink this thing? Why hasn't there been any progress for so long? The researcher wearing white clothes pointed to the arc reactor and said, the technology of this thing has reached the top of the world, and we have almost no way to shrink it anymore. But Tony did it. Why can't you do it? Obadiah roared, pulling the researcher's collar. Researcher pushed his glasses and said, I'm not Tony. Obadiah looked down on Tony, and he certainly thought that these researchers could match Tony. Are the Three Stooges really better than Zhuge Liang? He angrily threw away the researcher. Get up and head to your private office for a special high-tech weapon. A weapon that can paralyze people for 15 minutes. Time comes tonight. Eno's office on the top floor of the Umbrella Building in Harmonton, New York. At this time, Eno's boss chair has turned in a different direction. It's not towards the desk, but towards the canal. Watch the boats coming and going below and the city gleaming across the river. Eno was sitting on the chair, and Angela was sitting in his arms. Angela holds the tablet in her hand. She watched the new shape designed by Eno that day and carefully observed it over and over. It seems that no matter how you look at it, you can't get tired of it. She touched the armor on the tablet and said, "How did you come up with these designs? I feel like that's pretty much the aesthetic of the vast majority of people. Even if you turn into a bad guy, I think you'll have a lot of die-hard fans." Eno couldn't help laughing when he heard Angela's last sentence. "We have been living for so long, it turns out that we can even think of ideas together. As for these designs, you should consider them to have been owned by a group of self-proclaimed most beautiful races in the universe." "Are you praising yourself?" Angela said on the spot, looking at the design. "Then treat me as complimenting myself." Sudden. On the opposite side of the canal there were bursts of blinding lights. Above the sky, many drones flew over. Coming from the direction of Eno. Then fly over the umbrella building above Eno's head. Again. A red and white light flashed in the direction of the floor-to-ceiling window behind the two of them. Eno turned around with Angela in his arms. Through straight avenues. Eno's far-sighted vision could see an explosion a few kilometers away. That is the location and direction of the Stark Industrial Park. It seems to have started. Eno stood up holding Angela's waist and put her down again. Angela seemed to know that Eno was leaving. She asked softly, "Can I help? Or should I go and see?" Eno thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "You haven't had any training. If it's a cold weapon fight, you can watch it. But even if Obadiah is trash, he's got a hot weapon. You still have a chance of getting hurt." But while talking, Eno suddenly thought that there was a telescope under the bookcase. He walked over and took it out and threw it to Angela and said, "Take this and the vision you have now, you can see the live broadcast several kilometers away from here." Angela took the telescope he threw over and said softly, "Be careful." Eno didn't speak, turned around and walked towards the corridor. Coming to the corridor, Enola opened the windows dozens of stories high and jumped. Venom transformation? Light wings unfold. Bioenergy eruption glide mode starts. Taking advantage of the dark night, Eno was like a sharp sword, passing through the city with rotten lights in an instant, and arrived at the battlefield in a short while. 037 cut into the battlefield and cut off the hand with a sword. 5. The FBI Intelligence Center at this time. A group of people gathered around the monitor. "My God, that mecha came again that day. Come on. Wait. What is this coming from?" On the monitor. Tony was blasted into the sky by a missile from Iron Master and then fell down. At this time, he was using the first-generation arc reactor in the cave of Afghanistan. That wasn't designed and built for combat at all. And Tony's armor is more energy-intensive. But worst of all, he went out with only 49% of his energy. At this time, in the intelligence center, Lieutenant Colonel Roddy walked over. He also leaned over to the monitor and looked at it, suddenly shocked. "What is this?" They were talking about Eno, who came through the high sprint. The group of people looked at the unidentified creature that suddenly inserted into the battlefield 2.3 meters high with gold and silver armor and light wings. A bunch of question marks came out. One of the correspondent soldiers looked at Eno and murmured, "Is this a god?" Colonel Roddy turned around and walked away a little. He took out his phone and dialed Tony, who was fighting. "Who is that? Do you know each other? Why are there other forces?" At this time, Tony had just been bombed and fell to the sky. He asked, "Who? Who are you talking about?" "Jarvis, sir, Lieutenant Colonel Roddy should be talking about him. An unknown creature is flying at a speed close to the speed of sound per second, and it is expected to reach the battlefield in 3 seconds. 3. 2. Tony, Roddy. I really don't know him. But wait. I'm going to get rid of this big fat man first." FBI Intelligence Center. The other lieutenant got the news and was ready to call his superior, "Call Colonel Ed for me and order the plane to take off in an emergency." The communication personnel received the order and immediately dialed the landline to prepare to report to their superiors. At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Rhodey came over and pressed the reset button of the landline. "Don't worry everyone, it's just an act, everyone go back to their seats." The lieutenant looked at Roddy at this time. "He is a lieutenant colonel. I am a lieutenant." So the lieutenant nodded, "Yes." The screen returns to the battlefield. Jarvis counted down the last number, 1. Boom. Eno landed on both feet. Glide dozens of meters on the ground. Tony still had time to say when he saw the silhouette of the golden and silver armor with light wings. "Oh, I'm actually more low-key than me, I will definitely communicate with you when I have time, but not now, I have to fly up." Tony stretched his hands down, and his feet flew into the sky at the same time. Obadiah laughed while driving Iron Overlord. "Tony, don't think you are the only one who can fly. My armor is more advanced than yours." Said his mechanical feet deformed into a more stable structure and began to output energy. With a rumbling sound he rushed into the sky with Tony. At this time, Unyo slid dozens of meters on the ground because of the kinetic energy and looked at the two people flying into the sky. "It's a bit late. Wait a minute. Iron Overlord will fall down due to the problem of icing on the electronic circuit." But because of the thickness of the armor, he did not endanger the internal circuit and caused an early recovery. Cheng. Eno weaponized a long sword in his hand. With his sword in hand, he jumped to the roof of the large arc reactor in Area 16 and waited for Iron Overlord to land. At this time, the Sky Mountain is several thousand feet away. Tony knocked on the completely frozen Iron Overlord and said, "You should study the problem of icing. Look at the iron bully who quickly falls from the sky." Eno held the pickup in his hand, and jumped in the direction where it fell in 3 or 2 steps. Tony, on the other hand, landed safely on the roof of the large reactor in Zone 16. On the other hand, the Iron Overlord is here. He was just dozens of places away from the ground and the system suddenly resumed normally. Boom. A large amount of white smoke spewed from the solace of its feet. Tai Bawang slowly landed on the ground. Obadiah looked at where Tony landed, gritted his teeth and said, "Tony, you must die. I grew up with Stark Industries. And you? It's just a piece of garbage who directly wants to snatch the company by relying on his father. But you should pay attention to yourself first." A voice that couldn't tell the difference came from behind him. Obadiah was surprised. "What? Stab it? Ah!" As soon as the silver light crossed, Obadiah suddenly let out a tragic cry. A trickle of blood flowed from his left arm, past the mirror-like iron surface, and washed the grass mixed with lubricating oil and other liquids. Today's update is over, let's have some flowers and comments, all of you guys. 038 Iron Overlord, die, harvest an arc reactor? 1. Ah! Obadiah screamed in pain. He opened his eyes with difficulty, looked at the silver figure in front of him, gritted his teeth, and started the flamethrower to leave. "Don't look at it, he's still a guy." Boom. The legs of the Iron Overlord mecha erupted with fiery flames. The billowing white smoke spread out. Eno raised his sword. Cheng. Iron Overlord's foot was cut off with a sword. Puff puff. Bang. 2 sparks flashed from the ankle of Tai Bawang who lost his foot. Just less than 1 meter off the ground, it slammed heavily on the ground again and collapsed. Because the mecha has no supporting parts, Obadiah is hiding in Iron Overlord. But he was still afraid. The weapon held by the figure in front of him can cut himself in half with a single sword. At this time, Eno raised his sword again, preparing to end his life here, and then maybe he could take this arc reactor and go back to study. Seeing that Eno raised his sword again, Obadiah shouted in the Iron Overlord. "Wait." He opened the Iron Overlord's mask. Actively pulled out the body. His right hand clutched his left elbow, which was still bleeding. This is because of his position within Iron Overlord. Ino just cut off Iron King's entire left hand, but the Obadiah in it will only be broken to the elbow. Obadiah gritted his teeth and said in pain, "Why are you helping Tony? How much will Tony give you?" "I can give it to you." "And the shares of Stark Industries?" "I can give it to you." "There's no future for an idiot like Tony. Maybe we can take over this country together." Puff. An unresponsive head flew up. "There's a lot of nonsense, let's bring the flatbread to your dreams." With the knife in his hand, Eno did not hesitate to separate his corpse. Looking at the headless corpse kneeling in the mecha, Eno stepped forward and took down the arc reactor. Of course. Returning to Tony is impossible. Why did he return it to Tony for no reason? Holding the arc reactor, Eno looked up at the sky. Buzzing. A drone is flying in the distance. Eno's shoulders moved slightly. The light wings trembled for a moment, and suddenly a crystal light was emitted. Eno stooped and jumped. In an instant, he jumped out of 100 meters. Coming to the roof, he jumped again. With the help of light wings, the bioenergy continuously erupts. Eno quickly withdrew from the battlefield again. And the color of the paint on his body changed instantly. With the help of the cover of darkness, none of the drones could catch up with Eno's movements. After Eno left, several drones came to the criminal scene. Tony is hugging with Pepper at this time. Pepper said in shock and panic, "You're right this time, Obadiah." Eno said that the past is gone. Tony put his arm around her and comforted her, "We should think about the future and go beyond today, right?" Pepper gradually calmed down when he heard Tony's words. "Yes, that's true." I felt Pepper's body gradually calming down. Tony unexpectedly found out, how can Eno's words work so well? Twice. Every time he draws on his words, Pepper is convinced. At this time, Roddy's words came from Tony's headset. "Tony. Is Tony there?" Tony pressed the headset and asked, "What's the matter?" "We should have started the engine system again when we detected Obadiah landing." "What?" Tony immediately looked around. "Because Mark's mecha has no energy and he can't walk. Tony has just taken off the mecha. But he has been killed by the unknown creature just now, and now that unknown creature has disappeared, he has left, and Obadiah's body is in Area 17. Tony stopped looking for Iron Overlord's body, he looked at Pepper and then pressed the headset. "Okay, I see." Tony unplugged his headset, then looked at Pepper for a moment before saying, "Obadiah is dead. Anyway, the news will be broadcast," and Tony chose to explain it to Pepper. Pepper looked at Tony and thought he would be a little different. She comforted Tony and said, "It's Obadiah, damn it, the files I saw in the computer, they sold weapons to terrorists, and kidnapped you almost just because he was killed." 039 Tony, who is envious of Eno's new shape too. No, I didn't say that." Tony scratched his nose and said somewhat unclearly, "Although I also want him to die. He should have died at the time too, but the thickness of his mech protected the circuit, causing it to activate the mech program again at the end. If that's the case, I shouldn't be standing here talking to you at this time, but it's a lot of fun, do you understand?" Seeing Pepper nodding blankly, Tony continued, "But, he was killed anyway, not by me. It was an unknown humanoid creature who was as low-key as I was, with gold and silver armor, and a pair of super cool wings. He killed Obadiah. Of course I'm not shirking the blame, I mean he will kill me if he doesn't kill me. So, are you going to visit me now?" When the last sentence came out, Tony wanted to slap himself. "Let Pepper accompany you to see a dead man. Or the dead man I used to see often." But Pepper nodded and said, "Okay." Then Tony and Pepper walked to the 17th arrondissement. My God! Arrived at Area 17, Pepper covered his mouth in surprise as he looked at the headless corpse kneeling in the mecha from a distance. The bar was pulled up by the FBI, and no one was allowed to enter. At this time Lieutenant Colonel Roddy came over. Tony looked at him and said, "Hey. You didn't say it was such a corpse." Roddy replied immediately, "I didn't expect you to bring Pepper." At this time, Agent Carlson emerged from the crime scene. After showing his identity information to Roddy, he said, "The left hand of the mech is cut off as a whole, and the cut is smooth to the point of reflection. And the soles of the mech's feet, which are supposed to be flight functions, were also cut open." Finally, Obadiah took the initiative to have his head cut off. He didn't react at all. Roddy stood beside him and touched his chin. "What does that mean?" Carlson looked at Roddy, who was supposed to be responsible for the accident this time, and then said, "It shows that the unknown creature is very powerful, and the cold weapon is very sharp. Ordinary metal will be cut directly, at least steel can't defend against his attack." "I know this," Tony said suddenly, standing beside him. "Jarvis finally helped me to call out that figure and look at it. He's 230 centimeters tall, so he looks like a human, just wearing a full set of armor. The main color is silver, and the gold thread is the embellishment. It's a bit like ancient armor, but it has a sense of technology in the future. And his boots, which are obviously more ancient, but improved in design. By the way, his visor looks a lot like my mark's. No nose, no mouth, just a rather rectangular eye. But because of the blue light, I couldn't see his eyes clearly. Finally, his wings that look like crystals of energy are definitely not used for aesthetics. If it wasn't for my mark armor that I didn't need, I'd definitely have one." Tony chattered about the detailed data he collected. Carlson, Roddy, and Pepper all stared at him blankly. Roddy finally couldn't help but ask, "Why do you know so much?" Tony spread his hands. "Jarvis collected it, because it looks good, and I'm a genius, so I remember it right away." At this time, Carlson frantically complained, "Then why can't you remember the name of our logistics support bureau?" Finally, look at the venue without the slightest clue. Roddy sighed, covered his forehead and said, "Tony, go back first, our military will clean up this place. You have a lot of things to do tomorrow, go back and get a good night's sleep, and then prepare to deal with these things." Tony looked at his watch. It was really late. "And the mecha that he took off has been transported back by car." He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go back with Pepper first." After Tony and Pepper left, Roddy also went to the scene to handle things. Carlson took out the agent's mobile phone, walked to a quiet corner and called Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., "Director Fury, a new super creature has appeared, and it is very powerful, but everything else is unknown. 040 This case, God descends to the world 3. 3 Wings SHIELD headquarters." Chief Fury stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding the agent's phone in his hand and said, "Send me all the details you can get about this creature." "Yes." "Hang up the phone." Fury's swarthy forehead wrinkled. "There are many super creatures in this world. He himself is half. Because of the use of the pseudo-infinite formula, his lifespan is also greatly slowed down. And not to mention that Carol Danvers, who has been away for many years, is also Captain Marvel, and there are still Captain America during World War II in this world and so on." Fury thought that the birth of Iron Man during this period had already brought him a surprise. "But I didn't expect that there was an unknown creature called Eno." The screen returns to the crime scene. Coulson is collaborating with Lieutenant Colonel Roddy. Because the incident has already been exposed, they can share the compiled information this time. Coulson looked at the picture Tony gave him and the blurry picture where Roddy got it from. "Can this creature be defined as a blue star? He's a bit tall." Roddy also looked at the photo next to him and touched his chin. 2.3 meters can be explained in the NBA. What basketball player would he be? As soon as this word comes out, Carlson met Roddy's eyes instantly. Yes. This height is very likely to be a basketball player. As long as you start the census from the basketball team, and then investigate the data from the computer, you can quickly find out whether the unknown creature is a blue star, or who it is. Then what is the list for him and this case? Roddy still touched his chin. He looked at the way and shape of Nano's landing, armor, wings, etc., and finally tried to ask, God descended to Earth. It's a good fit. As soon as it hit it off, Carlson designated the case as God descending to the Earth and handing it over to Director Fury. Roddy also handed over the information about the descent of the gods to the government and the FBI. Eno quickly sprinted to the top of the umbrella building. And because of the height, there was no surveillance on the road to capture Eno's trail. Go back to the hallway through the window and close the window again. Even if someone finds this tomorrow. First floor of the umbrella also shows that Eno never left the umbrella building from the time he went up to the end of the entire incident. In this way, SHIELD has no reason to suspect Eno and umbrella. And the height is also extremely mismatched. Open the door of the office. Angela jumped directly into Eno's arms. Eno patted Angela's back lightly and said in her ear, "It's not like you haven't seen it, that iron bully is a kin of iron, why are you so worried?" But Angela still leaned into Eno's ear and said, "I want to practice sniper rifles and pistols." Huh? Angela looked at the questioning Eno and explained, "Since I have not received professional melee training, but I can help you from a distance in the future, and isn't it faster to get started with firearms?" That's right, the mastery of firearms is much faster than melee combat. It's not impossible for Angela to help him from a distance with a sniper rifle, although he doesn't really need it. But looking at Angela's firm eyes, Eno still said, "Okay, but you have to set aside experimental time for training. How many hours are you going to practice every day?" "In the future, we will go back early every day, about 3 hours a day." "Good. There is a basement under the 2-story villa where Eno and Angela live. The sound insulation and defense level can be used as a place to practice guns. Although there are no firearms at home, the Red Umbrella Department can send some over. As we all know, guns are not banned in the United States." Letting go of Eno, Angela looked a little surprised at the light bulb in his hand and said, "Is this the arc reactor that was mentioned that day?" "Yes." Eno threw it in his hand and explained, "This is Obadiah who robbed Tony. After he was killed by me, it would be a waste to stay there. It is better to take it back and study it." This. Angela is not good at this technology, and the group of people who protect the umbrella, Angela knows that they can only study the fur. Don't worry. Eno knew what Angela was thinking by looking at Angela's expression. "I just need them to be able to research enough to drive the use of biomechanical limbs." 041 I help SHIELD research myself? 4. That's probably okay. Angela nodded. "What about the researchers in the Umbrella Underground Laboratory? Although it is impossible to completely reproduce the Tony's arc reactor, but it is still possible to imitate another device that can drive biomechanical limbs according to the technology. After all, they are not free to eat umbrella benefits. See, it's getting late." Eno and Angela took the elevator off the garage and drove home. Boom. 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 When? Inside the basement of the villa, Angela held the pistol and pulled the trigger quickly to design the training target. Eno thought she would start training tomorrow. Who knew she drove halfway to buy a pistol? Start training when you get home. But don't say it. Even if the venom ability blessing did not transform, Angela, who had never touched a gun a few times, became a pseudo-shooter in a short period of time. All aspects of neural response, dynamic vision, physical fitness, dynamic capture, etc. are enhanced. Only took more than 10 minutes from the tentative one shot every 2 seconds at the beginning to several shots per second. And they are all hits, and there is no free time for target shooting. The recoil of the pistol had no effect on Angela's slender, jade-like arm. From this, you can see that 42% of the venom ability, even the subvenom, makes Angela's physical fitness very terrifying. After the last few shots, Angela stopped shooting. She blew the non-smoking barrel of the pistol and winked at Eno. "I'm quite talented in hand jobs." Eno. I don't know if she said it crooked or Eno thought crooked. Eno felt that what he was thinking now should be different from what Angela said. No, it might be the same. Later, it was too late, and the two of them washed and slept. 10 a.m. the next day. The umbrella building has come to someone who shouldn't be here now. In the office on the top floor, Eno sat in his boss chair, looked at the agent with a high hairline curiously and said, "Agent Carlson, is the medicine not enough? Shouldn't he be busy dealing with Tony's funeral and tracking down the gods now? What are you doing with me, Eno? What does God have to do with Eno?" Funny. Carlson smiled and sat on the chair prepared for him and said, "No, of course the last batch of medicines has not been used up. I am asking for help on behalf of SHIELD. SHIELD help." Hearing the new name of the Security Bureau of the XXX country, Eno pretended not to know and asked a question. "What else can help? Tony doesn't seem to need any help from the umbrella, right? Collect corpses?" "I forgot to say, SHIELD is our new name," Carlson explained in response. "It's a good name, much nicer than the previous one." After Eno finished speaking, he stood up and walked to the automatic brewing machine to prepare drinks. "I'll be fine with this one." Carlson saw the last one jumped up and quickly walked to Eno's side and took the initiative to take the disposable cup in Eno's hand and help Eno to soak it. Then Carlson took his own coffee cup, and Eno took his own milk tea cup. Carlson took a sip and said, "What I'm going to tell you next is on behalf of SHIELD. I hope you can keep it a secret, and at most you can only let Miss Angela know. Angela has been with Eno for so many years, and SHIELD still understands and feels relieved." Eno drank the milk tea in the back cup, meaning to understand you and continue to say. After understanding, Carlson took out a report and documents from his suit and put it on the table, and then pushed these several documents to Eno and said, "By the way, last night, a battle broke out in the 16th and 17th districts of the Stark Industrial Park, but the specific details cannot be told to you for the time being. Please understand, this is what SHIELD means, and SHIELD will explain it to you when the time comes. Just in the battle last night, a creature that we never knew was suddenly inserted. This is his information, please take a closer look. We hope that you can analyze the characteristics of this creature and its various abilities and uses through the understanding of these materials. All the data of SHIELD will be shared with you synchronously. Please also analyze as much as you want. This is very important to us. Eno. May I ask how it feels to be invited by others to analyze yourself? Wait online, it is very urgent. 042 Actually, I am Iron Man? 5. Eno took the information with a natural look. Open the first page. Unidentified creature, God. Height, 230 centimeters. Weapon, suspected to be a sword. Features, ancient futuristic full-body armor, blue cold light eye mask, energy crystal simulation wings. Here are the pictures from the scene, XXX. After seeing the picture, look again at the data that Carlson and Roddy checked after hearing what Tony had to say at the time. Eno calmly raised his head and looked at Carlson. This is a person, do you want his details? Carlson nodded and said, the biological research of the umbrella stands on the top of the world. We need you to study his characteristics, so that we will not be at a loss when we meet him next time. Like the way he attacks, the way he flies, the power he uses and so on. Let's be honest, umbrellas do part of it. Handing Coulson's video to himself uses motion capture, and then a lot of computation and biopredictive properties can guess a little bit. But why is this so weird? Coulson looked at Eno's contemplative appearance while reading the information, thinking that S.H.I.E.L.D. made him work in vain, and immediately added, "Of course we will also compensate you, in terms of medical equipment orders, we S.H.I.E.L.D. agency and the FBI government is willing to add 30% more." Tear. At this time, Eno felt that his conscience was a little difficult. Doesn't this put S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government to death? But deal. Eno stood up and shook hands with the delighted Coulson. Braised eggs are rich, and so is the US government. Don't be in vain. After watching Coulson leave, Eno watched with his information. Gods. Sounds good. Gene phagocytosis system? Venom transformation, God descends to Earth? Huh. With doubts, Eno clicked on the explanation of God descends to Earth. God descends to the world, compared with the transformation of Venom that only 2 people know about, there are currently more than 10 people who know about the goddess. After obtaining the approval of the host, the ability is promoted to the goddess descends to the world. And this kind of operation? But really, Eno is quite satisfied with this title. Drop. At this moment, the elevator in the office leading to the underground laboratory opened. Angela came out. She walked to Eno and looked at the information on the table, and she saw what Eno looked like in the photo after he transformed. Isn't this you? They couldn't recognize you last night. What are you thinking? Eno said with a smile. Coulson came over just now, he said. After telling Angela the cause and effect of the matter. Angela lay in Eno's arms and smiled and straightened up. You are too bad, they will know later that they will vomit blood constantly. Eno disagreed. First, they brought it to the door by themselves, and I accepted it passively. Second, at that time, I guess I forced them to shut up. I prefer Eli or Ed to convince people. Well, when you transform into another day, the swords are all written with courtesy and delicacy. Of course it was a joke. At this time, directly opposite the elevator in the office, that is, Eno's right, TV is broadcasting Stark's press conference, which is live broadcast nationwide. The reporters at the scene were scrambling to ask Tony. And Lieutenant Colonel Roddy looked at them and said, Mr. Tony Stark will not answer any questions at the press conference held at this time, so don't ask questions. Then next, Mr. Tony Stark is invited to speak on the stage. Tony stepped onto the podium in an expensive black suit. He also held in his hand 2 small notes that Coulson had given him before he went to protect the umbrella. Roddy looked at Tony, still a little worried, and whispered in his ear, You just need to read it, don't say anything else. Tony said, I got it, yeah. Look at the reporters in the audience. Tony slowed down, let out a sigh of relief, and then looked at the slip of paper, which was obviously a bluffing preparation to speak. Tony took a deep breath. Actually, I'm Iron Man. Whoa. The reporters below directly exploded the pot. The camera with the long gun snapped frantically and took pictures. Roddy didn't even react, he was still stunned, until the people in the audience were about to rush up. He suddenly turned his head to look at Tony and thought, Are you messing with me? 043 Lightwings that can fly briefly 1. The screen returns to the building of the umbrella. Eno and Angela watched the whole process. Eno said with a smile, Look at that Roddy. His eyes deliberately swallowed Tony's thoughts. Angela looked normal and seemed to say it for granted. According to your explanation to Tony, he is normal. Yeah. Eno turned the pen in his hand. Tony is not Loki, then he is not Tony. As everyone knows, when Eno is talking about Tony being Loki, Tony is now watching Eno's God descend to Earth. After watching it for a long time, he touched his chin and felt that this god had the same advantages as himself. All very low-key. But unfortunately, my favorite two-winged Mark mecha can't be installed. Sometime after that, in a few weeks. The international rhetoric of Tony's steel armor is getting worse. Because his mecha is a high-tech weapon. And it's way too loud. This has caused the international rhetoric on his issue to continue unabated. But until Tony wore this armor to clear a group of terrorists again. Blow up the war zone and let the others shut up. And the palladium element in his body, Eno estimates that it has also risen to about 11%. In the office on the top floor of the Umbrella building. Eno sat in the boss chair, looked at the various Tony Stark portraits posted on the street downstairs and not only sighed, "Time flies so fast." From the end of 2009, after I got the Flower of the Gods, it's been May 2010 to solve Tony's problem. It doesn't seem to be long, only half a year has passed. At this time, gene phagocytosis system? Tengen 1%, 2%? You only increased by 1% in half a year, which is really interesting. The giant arc reactor charges you every day, and it has only increased by 1 point. As he spoke, Eno felt a surge of heat and power gushing out of his body. Shaking his palms, Eno stood up and tried to charge an empty punch in the air. Tiger! The air seemed to be pulled away in an instant by something. The whistling wind blew past Eno's ears, lifting the laptop on his desk. It's enhanced more than a little bit. Feeling the destructive power of this empty fist, Eno's overall numerical level at least doubled. Can this kind of physical fitness light wings fly? Eno sat back in the chair and couldn't help but question. The previous physical fitness can only achieve the gliding of light wings. Now double the strength, at least a little evolution, right? Clickability, light wings. Light wings consume a lot of biological energy, stamina, for a short flight. Can fly. Although it is only short-lived, the current light wings can determine the flight time based on physical strength. This gives Eno super mobility. Fly if you want, stop if you want. Flying is very useful as long as the time is properly divided. Drop. The elevator door opens. Angela came out of the underground laboratory to relax for a while. She saw the overturned computer on the desk, and walked over to pick up the notebook. The arc reactor has been dismantled and studied at the underground laboratory in Los Angeles. Although I don't ask them to reproduce one, they should be able to get a lot of technology. At that time, it is not impossible to imitate an alternative based on technology. Eno nodded. He didn't need a condensed arc reactor like Tony's. He needs equipment that can convert energy with high power. Eno, tell them that you don't need to forcefully compress the volume, just do your best, and focus on converting energy. Angela nodded, and by the way wrote it down on the tablet. Correct. Eno just thought of it. It's been a long time since I went to see how the Flower of the Gods is growing now. After the root of the Flower of the Gods was brought back from Missouri by Eno, planted it again in the underground laboratory of the Umbrella headquarters, which is Angela's private laboratory, and it is now under his feet. Take the elevator. Eno and Angela came to the underground laboratory, and after a few minutes of walking, the clean and white walls and floors suddenly disappeared. What catches the eye is a giant transparent glass 3 meters high and 20 meters long. And the mud cave inside the glass is planting the Flower of the Gods. Originally, only the flower roots were left, and it had regrown blue fruits, and the outside was covered with a layer of hollow mesh. Eno called up its half-section map on the monitor next to it. Its flower roots were actually different from those in Missouri. The 1,200-kilometer-long blue flower roots plunged into the heart of the earth, and the flowers on the surface were completely different. That apple-sized fruit is worlds apart. 044 The Flower of the Gods with rhizomes up to 1,200 kilometers too. You must know that its flower roots in Missouri are only 20 centimeters long, and now it has been transplanted for half a year, and it has reached 1,200 kilometers. Angela looked at the flower root in shock and asked, "This way you can control this planet?" Eno closed his eyes and felt the connection between the flower and the body. This seems to be the same as his own venom, oh no, the ability of the gods to descend to earth. If you say this, now this flower of the gods is one of your abilities. Gene phagocytosis system. New ability, flower of the gods. Total ability, 2% of the gods, 42% of the gods, 1,200 kilometers of the flowers of the gods. Flower of the gods, according to the degree of evolution of the gods, you will gradually gain power and control every time a flower root is inserted, until 6,000 kilometers is the time to completely control the planet. I see. No wonder at the moment when the power of the gods grew, Eno always felt that his connection with the earth under his feet was a little deeper, although it was still quite small. Open your eyes. Yes. Eno nodded, but it needs its flower roots to penetrate into the earth 6,000 kilometers deep. Angela thought for a moment, then turned her head to look at Eno. Isn't that the center of the earth's core? Can it be melted? No, because its flower roots are not real. Looking at Angela with a blank face, Eno explained, the flower of the gods is the extended power of the gods. While its fruit is real, its flower roots are the expression of its power. Its flower roots are solid and empty, temperature and physics are useless to it, and you can understand flower roots as a kind of consciousness. When consciousness reaches the core of the earth, that's when I take control of this planet, understand? Angela quickly touched her small and delicate cheek, so that her eyes didn't shine brightly. At this moment, she has infinite curiosity about this flower root. This is the representative of neural consciousness. Angela's nanobiotechnology project needs this technology. And this technique has troubled her for a long time. So this treasure has always been around? Looking at her appearance at the moment, Eno knew what she was thinking. He looked at Angela and said with confidence, of course you can go to research if you want. Even if the fruit is destroyed, it will only suspend the extension of consciousness. Yeah. Mua. Angela jumped up like a little girl and threw a sip on Eno. Unsuspecting Eno reacted until he felt a touch on his face. Fortunately, Angela's red lips do not need lipstick. Otherwise he would have no paper to wipe it off now. Seeing the flower of the gods opposite the glass, Angela couldn't wait to study it. Then, Eno was left aside. Angela, who was preparing the experimental equipment, seemed to feel the desolate Eno. She blinked at Eno and offered fee when. Well, this hint that Eno still understands. Had a good time tonight. Compensation accepted. Take the elevator back to the office on the top floor. Eno just stepped out of the elevator. The phone on the desk rang. Eno stepped forward and was surprised to see the source of the call. Thaddeus Ross. That is, Lieutenant General Ross, who led to the birth of Hulk. After connecting to the phone, Mr. Eno came an old but powerful voice over there. Lieutenant General Ross, is something wrong? The most annoying thing about Eno is that he has something to do with the regular army, so he also wants to end this conversation quickly. We need you and the military needs you too. Hearing the words over there, Eno said speechlessly, there are too many people who need me to count. If I close the umbrella company now, tens of millions of people will come to my door tomorrow and beg me to reopen. Although it is exaggerated, it is not much right, that is what it means. The Ross over there said earnestly, as long as our military cooperates with the umbrella, the top biological weapons will be at your fingertips. What is Tony Stark's Iron Man? How? The latest biological weapon can dismantle him into parts. And I heard that the military council will be looking for him in the near future. Ross, who is eager to get the cooperation of the umbrella, can leak his mouth even when he has been in a high position for decades, which shows how much he wants to cooperate with the umbrella. If ordinary people had this kind of biotechnology, Ross would have used military power to get him over, but this is Eno. Umbrella boss. He cannot. If he blocks the gate of the Umbrella headquarters building with soldiers today, his dismissal order will come down in 2 hours. 045 The compromise of Lieutenant General Ross? 3. Yep, it's that scary. The public's speech is so powerful. Eno also made it clear, listen, Lieutenant General Ross, do you know why the Umbrella has never studied anything with the government for 100 years? Before he could answer Eno, he continued, it's because of stability. Is it any good for me to cooperate with the military government? There is no benefit, and you don't even want to share intelligence. What did you just say? Why didn't you finish? Is that the big green monster that the people in Brazil told me in the email? Ross was speechless in shock. Why can Eno know the news of his failure to capture Banner not long ago? You must be wondering why I know now. Not letting the other side speak again, Eno made it clear and said, if there are strange and unidentified creatures, the people of the world will be my eyeliner. Several people have already sent reports of the discovery of the green monster to the Umbrella's email, and I don't need to ask. Wait until all is said and done. Ross's side became deadly immersed, and he didn't say a word. After a while, Ross said faintly, his name is Hulk. As for the specific information, I can send it to you, but you have to promise to help me study the methods against him. Eno, I want all the information, but don't let him mutate the information. Ross, yes. Eno, since you have already failed, and the Umbrella research will take time, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to help you, Lieutenant General Ross, to clarify this matter. Ross was silent for a while, and then decided, yes. Eno, then hang up, remember to send the information. Beep beep. Hang up the phone. Eno put his feet on the table indifferently. Hulk's information, he wants to be useful. Just looking for a reason to participate in the Hulk incident openly and openly. As for helping or not, wouldn't it be a help if the gods descended to the earth to fight? Just finished. Anyway, it can't be pulled on the Umbrella head. Jingle bell. Just hung up the phone, another call came. Eno glanced at Tony's. After connecting, Tony's nagging voice came over, Eno, let me tell you the truth, can you change your landline phone? I can give you a set of Smart Butler Office for free, and now we can't even have video conversations. No. Eno refused, the boss office of the Umbrella does not change high-tech supplies. There is no cyber attack channel for security here, so any internet threat is fundamentally addressed. It's a dead end. Tony agrees with this approach, indeed, there is no internet threat without the internet, just as there is no war without weapons. The first sentence is right, the second sentence is wrong. Eno reminded Tony. Why? Tony asked. Without weapons, humans can wage war with fists, feet, and teeth. Eno's simple example, war is a part of living things, unless you say there is no war without living things. Tony at home heard Eno's words and covered his face with his palms, running from top to chin. Then he squeezed his chin and said, you taught me another lesson, why do you want to be 18? Can't you be an 81-year-old grandpa? That way I can be more comfortable. Eno sat in the boss chair and said relaxedly, come on, I will be 19 years old in 3 months, and that's one step closer to the 81 years old you think. Tony choked at home by Eno's re-emphasis on his age. Then he waited until he took a good sigh of relief before speaking, okay, let's get down to business. I'm planning to hold a year-long Stark Industry Fair in 6 months' time. I wonder if you want to hold an Umbrella Pharmaceutical Fair with me. Why don't we open it together? It's called the New York Expo, anyway, our company is in Harmonton, New York. Upon hearing this, Eno rejected Tony with a smile, I'm afraid I can't do it, It's not that I don't want to do it, but the pharmaceutical industry wants to progress much slower than the industry, and I'm afraid no company will have something that can be done by then it will not be an exposition, but a private meeting. 046 Angela, who acts like a spoiled compensator. 4. No, no, no. Tony explained at the other end, although we are holding an expo, it is no different from a private meeting. By the way, do you have any new technology to announce? Eno calculates the time. Half a year later, biomechanical bionic limbs can be born. Exposition with Tony. As Tony said, it is a private exhibition when it is said to be an exposition. And there is a difference between Iron Man and biomechanical limbs, and there is no need to compete for the limelight. Umbrellas are new technology, designed for disabled people, well, for now. And although Stark doesn't sell weapons anymore, Iron Man is a weapon, so it's two different things. Thinking of this, Eno gave Tony some news. Okay, it's no problem to open an expo together. As for new technologies, except for the disabled with neurasthenia, they can spend tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars to return to normal life. You solved the biological neurology problem. Tony replied immediately after Eno finished speaking. The problem of prosthetics can even be solved by Tony, but is the problem of biological prostheses the body? No. It's a biological neurological problem. How can we connect prosthetics and brain ideas? It's being resolved, not resolved. Eno corrected first, lest this Tony say it with a big mouth. Can you tell me, is that the solution? Tony said confidently in place of Eno, there is someone who owes you a big favor. I believe he will visit in person in half a year. Eno smiled and said, I guess. If you were to ask who the person who came to visit was, his name was Rodriguez. Position: Vice President. Let's put it this way, the New York Expo will be held together in half a year. I will take care of the construction of the venue, and you can be there. The construction of the site is only a few dollars, and you have to install a large landowner. When the matter is over, hang up the phone. Eno picked up the folder information on the table next to him. That is, the information that the gods descended to the earth. Look at your profile. Eno opens the computer to create a folder, Tiantian Analysis, Umbrella. Well, it's time to make up a profile for myself. In addition to the information given by Coulson. Eno tapped on the keyboard. Looking at the slashing section, the probability that the god's weapon is a sword is as high as 70%, and 30% is a sword. From the observation of the double wing structure, the crystal-like bionic wing does not necessarily have the ability to fly, and it is predicted that it can only glide. From the perspective of the body structure, the gods are extremely powerful and their weapons are extremely sharp. From the surface of the armor and visor, it is very likely that there is a humanoid inside. Anyway, it means nothing to say. Through the ability of Eno's first generation of gods, coupled with the reports of Coulson and Roddy, it is the information that Eno is reporting now. As for the last item, it is to make them crazy to guess people who are 2.3 meters. In this way, Eno estimated that as long as he did not take the initiative to show up, they would never guess. Save the sorted information and send it to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the FBI after a month. The efficiency cannot be so high, otherwise it will be easy to reveal the stuff. Eno looked at the time, it was 6 p.m. It's been an hour after work, and Angela hasn't come out yet. Dial the lab phone. No one picked up. Eno took the elevator to the underground laboratory. Angela was still busy in front of the experimental equipment. Eno reminded as he walked over, it's been a long time since work, Miss Angela. Angela was startled by the sudden sound. Unyo looked at it in his eyes and said speechlessly, you are so focused on sleeping and eating, don't forget your shooting training, Red Umbrella has put the weapon in the yard. Angela recovered, and reluctantly stopped the movements in her hands. Then she saw Eno's slightly unhappy expression and took the initiative to walk up to hug him and whisper in her ear, "Then let's go home now." Hearing Angela's tone, Eno still said angrily, "It's still a long time, you don't have to be so anxious, if it's an ordinary person, you'll have to praise your body." "But fortunately, I'm not an ordinary person, aren't I?" Angela said coquettishly while walking towards the elevator entrance with her arms around Eno. "Okay, I admit that I forgot to answer the phone, I will go back and make up for you." 047 Life Control of Sub-Ability 5. Compensation is to go back and wear something good looking. Well, you can understand it any way you want. Angela drove the supercar with Eno on the way home. The lights on the street were printed in the car round by round, brushing from the two people from time to time. Eno moved his eyes and glanced at Angela a little. She seems to have something on her mind. Don't you think about what to wear when you go back? After a while, Angela drove the car and said, "Eno, discuss something." Eno glanced at Angela curiously and then turned back. "Tell me." "I think, looking for a helper." Angela asked Eno with a self-questioning sentence, and she was seeking Eno's consent. "Why? Didn't I say don't worry?" "But," Angela explained, "there is so much treasure in front of me, but the progress has not reached my satisfaction. Although the technology integration time with the bionic biomechanical prosthesis is indeed enough, compared with the main body of the flower of the gods, at this pace, it is also a world of difference. This, to be true. Even the mature technology of biomechanical prosthetics is not as valuable as the flower of the gods." "Who are you looking for?" Eno gave some words to try first, and there was no need to refuse for the time being. "A person I mentioned to you before, my junior." "Your junior girl?" Eno thought about it, and didn't seem to have such an impression. Angela looked at Eno like this and knew that he should have forgotten. "Zhao Halen, do you remember? This person does not have Baidu Encyclopedia character information, so I will create the original settings that Marvel does not have, and try to be reasonable. Wait, I seem to remember who it is. Isn't that the PhD in biological neurology and cytology? In Avengers 2, she repaired Hawkeye's waist. And claimed that if she was in the cradle of her life, such an injury would only take 20 minutes. It was also predicted that Tony's Warframe would have to move towards nanoengineering. But now Eno hasn't seen any news about her at all. That is to say, she doesn't have the skills that came after." Angela continued to introduce Zhao Halen, full name Zhao Halen, 19 years and 8 months old, 177 centimeters tall, 3-dimensional. "Stop, stop." Eno quickly interrupted Angela, "Say something useful." Angela glanced at Eno secretly, and whispered, "I'm in good shape. Later, I hope that Eno can add extra points to her in this regard and make her his assistant." Then he introduced again, "I have known this junior before, and she is still studying for a PhD at Johns Hopkins University, where I graduated. She's also a genius. She got her degree in 1 year, a master's degree in 2 years, and is now studying for a doctorate. I'm studying bioengineering with bioneurology, biocytology, and a minor in nanobiology like me." After listening to Angela's introduction, Eno also had a preliminary understanding of this unfamiliar girl's information. Talent is definitely a talent, and according to the statement, it is temporarily among the best in the umbrella. But, Eno still said, if you want to recruit her into the Los Angeles Underground experimental base under the umbrella, as long as she can agree to the agreement, I welcome her with both hands, but if you want to recruit her as an assistant, it will be different. After becoming an assistant, she can know all the information in the underground laboratory of the headquarters. What about the flower of the gods, the descendants of the gods and the genes of the gods? I can't trust her, and there is no reason to trust her. Only the identity of Angela's schoolgirl can be trusted? Certainly not. even if her skills and Angela's skills complement each other miraculously. But all of this is based on the premise of stability and security. All risk factors Eno cannot stay. The mother's nest consciousness is to completely control the child's ability, that is, to control the life of the creature attached to the quilt ability with one thought. Angela drove the car, biting her red lips, her face tangled. If you follow Eno's trust, you can't find an assistant. In this world, I am afraid that apart from herself, only those who are under the control of Enozi are worthy of Eno's trust. Angela knows this very well. The control of the quilt gods means that Eno will control the life 100%, but this control is not spiritual, it is only life. Eno can control the life of the symbiotic creature, but not the spirit. 048 Angela Jr. Sister, Avengers 2 Zhao Halen 1. So there is no need for Eno to force control of life for a person. The control of life is only the last insurance, and Eno also wants the spiritual level, that is to say, the whole of the whole person. Thinking of this, Angela asked hesitantly while driving the car. If Helen is willing to devote her whole heart and voluntarily accept the gods, can she be my assistant? If that's the case. Eno looked at Angela seriously and said, yes. Before Angela was happy, Eno continued to add, but if she regrets it, I can only kill her, you have to think about it. No problem. Angela agreed confidently. After returning home, Angela hurriedly took Eno to take a long bath. Then she dried her hair and went to the living room sofa in baggy pajamas with her legs crossed and pulled out her tablet to have an online video chat with her schoolgirl. Eno contentedly went to the wine cellar to get a bottle of wine and sat on the sofa on the balcony on the second floor to enjoy the night view of the canal. Sofa in living room. 1,200 kilometers of the flower of the gods and the video recording of the blue-like neural network after cutting off a bit of the flower root. There is no information, only a picture and a video. Then Angela watched TV leisurely. Prepare for the calm before the storm. Soon. Angela's tablet frantically remembered the sound of dripping. Open and take a look. Zhao Halen, senior sister. What a plant is this? Zhao Halen, what subhead is it? What department? How have I never seen it? Zhao Halen, what is the one that cuts the blue like a neural network? Zhao Halen, how can it replenish energy with such deep roots? Is the fruit important? Zhao Halen, senior, is it inconvenient to say? Zhao Halen, is it the latest plant discovered by the umbrella? Can I join? Seeing Zhao Halen's eager reply, Angela smiled as expected. This plant just meets Zhao Halen's doctoral research. Either cells or nerves. They all happen to match Zhao Halen exactly. That's why Zhao Halen wanted to know so urgently. Angela replied, too much to say, video call. At this time, Zhao Halen was in a hurry with her mobile phone in her hotel. She happened to have an experiment and went out to stay in a hotel on campus in Newark, which is not far from New York. Just waiting for Angela Senpai's reply. Tighter. The mobile phone prompt sound like the sound of nature rang in Zhao Halen's ear. She hurriedly picked up her phone to read the reply from the senior. Don't hesitate to dial the video chat. See the video chat that came from seconds. Angela laughed in control, cleaned up her expression, and connected to the video. Senpai Angela. Is this plant easy to talk about? As soon as the voice of Zhao Halen was connected, it came over. Angela held the tablet and said, this is a new plant discovered by the umbrella, no, a fetish. As for Fang's inconvenience, it must not be said to the outside world, because, you know. Angela pointed the camera at a hanger next to the entrance door in the living room. There are clothes, coats, and shoes that Eno will wear temporarily. As for who Angela lives with, Zhao Halen has long heard her show off. After all, Angela is really worthy in the eyes of most women, a winner in life. This title. Foreign. Zhao Hailan was not a fool. Hearing her speaking to the outside world, he knew that this sentence had another meaning. In other words, if you join the umbrella, you can contact and study this plant. Zhao Hailan thought so. It is not impossible to join the world's #1 company in the biopharmaceutical industry before graduation, as long as it can satisfy your own research. Thinking of this, Zhao Hailan asked for certainty, as long as you join the umbrella, you can study it? Of course not. Angela's words made Zhao Hailan dumbfounded. Even join the umbrella to study it, then? Now there are only 3 people who know it plus you. Angela pointed to Zhao Hailan's distance as an example, and I am the only one who is studying it. This sentence made Zhao Hailan greedy to death. Only one person studies, how happy it is. It's as if the whole treasure is yours, you just have to keep digging. Thinking of the end, Zhao Hailan swallowed softly and finally decided, if it's true, can senior sister directly explain its value and how to join you? I'm willing to pay a price worth it. 049 Conditions for wanting to be Angela's assistant. 2. Angela sat cross-legged on the sofa and said confidently, the value is not clear first, I will first say the price you have to pay. Zhao Hailan, please speak. The more Angela is like this, the more the value of this plant will increase in Zhao Hailan's heart. By doing this, Angela can increase the value in her heart. Angela pretended to take a deep breath and decided, I and Eno have made a unified decision that those who join must dedicate their lives and spirits, this is the only condition. Simple, crisp and clear. Zhao Hailan stayed again. Today, the number of times she stayed in this hour has exceeded the total number of times she has spent in the past few years. But the more Angela took it so important and rigorous, the more Zhao Hailan regarded it as high value and mysterious. Even if it cost so much, Zhao Hailan still wanted to know about it. But the price is life and spirit. As a genius, for this mysterious flower, do you really want to put everything on it? Zhao Hailan said that she really didn't want to. But she still gave herself and Angela a chance and said, Sister, can you elaborate on its value? I can't make such a stupid decision. Angela looked at Zhao Hailan, who was obviously unwilling but still eager to move in the video. She had already prepared a plan. That's what she only studied for one afternoon. And the name of this material was set by her as, Research on the Embodying of Neural Consciousness. Angela finally said, I will send you a basic research material later. This is the research result of my afternoon. After reading it, the representative of the umbrella headquarters will agree to the only condition tomorrow, and vice versa. Why did Angela feel at ease giving her this research material? 1. This is only the result of one afternoon and can only be used as inspiration. If Zhao Hailan uses it privately after watching it, the umbrella will throw her into 5 oceans to experience a whale fall. 2. This is just a little bit of basic information, and it can't be used for scientific research. Moreover, Angela has added a wrong direction to it, so it can only be used for observation. Hang up the video call. Angela sent her sorted information to Zhao Hailan. Then the tablet turned off, still on the sofa. Angela won't mind it tonight. Eno on the balcony on the 2nd floor was still drinking slowly. Angela went upstairs and came to his side. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Yunyo looked at the scenery and said, she agreed. She has no reason to disagree. Angela came over in loose pajamas, leaned over her body and said, I thought of her the moment I saw the flower of the gods in the afternoon. This matches her major and interests so well, so I know how attractive the flower of the gods is to her, it's simply incomprehensible. Thinking that in the end, even if she knew that the only condition was very rogue, Zhao Hailan still hoped that she could say more to confuse her, and Angela laughed. In the end, even if she knew how much the price was and how much reluctance she had in her heart, she was hoping that I could confuse her. No, she was even beguiling herself. After listening to Angela's words, Eno thought that there was such an operation. So fascinated that you have to confuse yourself even if you know the price? Too strong. Do not. Is too honest. Zhao Helen, who was at the Newark Hotel at this time. After downloading Angela's file, she clicked it with trembling fingers. Then she saw the name of the data file, Research on the Realization of Neural Consciousness. All of a sudden, Zhao Helen's fingers were trembling. The whole person is shaking. Excited trembling. After clicking. First a video. In the content, Angela wore a scientific research white coat, tied her long blonde hair into a ponytail, held a scalpel, and dug a 1 centimeter hole in the root of the tree by gently rotating. But the magic is, the roots were indeed dug up. But what is added is a blue neural network. Then after a while, the hollow part of the tree root gradually spreads and fills up, making the blue neural network invisible again in the video. What is this? How did you do that? What a plant is this? What is the blue one? In an instant, a lot of questions were madly bouncing back and forth in Zhao Helen's mind. Just after watching this video, all that remained in her consciousness was, I want to study it, I want to understand it, I want to figure it out. Its 3 ideas. 050 Zhao Helen arrives at Eno Villa. 3. Watch the video without a word. Zhao Helen opened the data file again after closing it. It says, after an afternoon of research, my preliminary observation is that this 1,200 km long flower root may be an expression of consciousness. Later in the video, I also used high temperature, high pressure, high intensity, high radiation, as well as these low temperature, low pressure, etc. methods, all of which could not affect this blue network suspected of neural consciousness. What is it doing? What does it mean when its rhizomes are so deep? What is its blue neural consciousness network representation? How are the cells of this plant repaired? What are the details of the repair? All this is waiting for me to continue to study. It's like a treasure, and it's such a magnificent treasure that it fascinates me. Time, May X 13, 49 to 1802 ____. Research Observer, Angela. Zhao Helen was no longer trembling after reading the information. Instead, the whole body was red, as if it was cooked, and there was almost no steam. With her eyes closed, Zhao Helen sat like a duck on the bed, feeling the beating heart in her body. Until it calms down slowly. She opened her eyes. Look at the room that was just opened and the trolley case that hasn't been opened yet. Without hesitation, she jumped up from the bed, put on her shoes with her laptop, pulled up the trolley case, and walked out. Can't sleep today. Taxi overnight. Not the Umbrella headquarters in Harm Anton, New York. I'll go now. A few hours later. 11:03 p.m. ___. Angela slept sweetly next to Eno under a thin blanket. And Eno leaned on the cushion at the head of the bed to see that it was almost time to go to sleep. At this time, the phone on the bedside table lights up. Eno stretched out his hand and took it, and the information displayed on it was Jason's information. Jason, boss, there is a doctor named Zhao Helen at the entrance of the Umbrella building who claims that she wants to join the Umbrella. After verification, she is indeed a doctor, but since you may be sleeping, I will take her to the free guest lounge first. Poof. Eno underestimated the allure of the flower of the gods for her. He even ran to protect the Umbrella overnight. Are you really afraid of sleeping on the street? At this time, Angela opened her confused eyes leisurely. She looked at Eno and asked curiously, what's wrong? Looking at Angela's confused look, Eno said helplessly, Jason just sent me a text message, your junior sister Zhao Helen ran to the door of the Umbrella overnight. Ah! Angela did it at once. The thin blanket that had covered the beautiful scenery slipped, and then Angela pulled it up again and said, Johns Hopkins University is in Baltimore, Maryland. How could she be here now? Who knows, maybe she just happened to be out. Eno shrugged. Jason arranged for her to go to the guest room. Let's talk about the rest tomorrow. Wait. Huh. Angela looked at Eno. She means that she has joined us, and the price is all her own. Since she is here, it shows how anxious she is. Why don't Jason bring her over? Where to sleep? Side room. Are you sure? Eno looked at Angela with strange eyes. This little girl won't have any crooked ideas, right? Sure. Angela nodded, and then tiredly hit hatch again. Now that things are settled. Eno replied to Jason, take her to the door of my villa. Jason, yes. 10 minutes later. The bodyguard Jason drove the car, and Zhao Halen sent it over. After he got out of the car, he went to the trunk and took out her trolley case. Boss lives here, just knock on the door, and I'll go first. Eno doesn't like the guard members with umbrellas around the villa. And now it doesn't need any more. In the past, Red Umbrella was monitoring and identifying dangerous targets several kilometers away. The surrounding area of the villa is even more open, and as long as anyone approaches, he is a dangerous target. Zhao Halen dragged a trolley and stood outside the fence in front of Eno Villa, with the gate in front of him. But just as she was about to knock on the door opens automatically. She walked in, bypassed the screen wall that blocked her first sight, and with the sound of gata-gata rollers, Zhao Halen saw Eno and Angela in pajamas waiting for her on the sofa in the living room. 051 New Symbiote, Zhao Halen 4. Look at the two big men in front of you. Zhao Halen timidly raised her hand to say hello. Hi. Eno sat on the sofa with his arms in his arms, his legs crossed there. In boss for so many years, no one can ignore his imposing manner and majesty even by looking at his young face. This made Zhao Halen even more uneasy. No, senior sister, hasn't got this great god yet? Wasn't everything done before that was in vain? If he said something, it could be as if it never happened. Eno looked at Zhao Halen in a daze, raised his chin and gestured to the sofa opposite him, sit. Zhao Halen is very clever. Immediately threw the suitcase into the yard and walked to the sofa opposite Eno to sit down. At this time, Angela put her arms around Eno and sang with a red face, don't scare her, how old is she? Zhao Halen nodded. If I remember correctly, I am 19 years and 8 months old. Bigger than Eno, 11 months. Now that the age and identities of the two are compared, Zhao Halen instantly feels that even if he is one of the best or even one of the best geniuses outside, he is a piece of garbage in front of Eno. Too cruel. It hits people too much. Too realistic. Eno smiled and rubbed Angela's long blonde hair, then turned his head calmly to look at Zhao Halen. This means. My wife, responded with a warm and gentle attitude. Outsiders, just like that. After Zhao Halen understood, she sat upright and waited for Eno's speech. Wait a bit. Eno said, do you understand the only condition that Angela told you? If you want to join this project, you must join in your spirit and mind. Understood. Zhao Halen nodded heavily. Even to quit is to die. Zhao Halen did not answer, but nodded again. Okay. Eno nodded, although this only condition is a constraint, it is also your opportunity. Just when Zhao Halen was puzzled. Chen. Eno's left hand came out with a sword and he was holding it. Then it's business as usual. Eno's right hand is gone. Zhao Halen's eyes widened instantly, but this was not because of the surprise of the broken hand, but because of the cross-section of Eno's broken hand. There are no blood vessels, bones, nerves, muscles, fat, etc. in the cross-section of Eno's severed right-hand bowl. But in fact, this is not no, but Eno temporarily let it go. As I said before, Ino has no deadly parts since he descended from the gods. And that's why. In normal times, Ino is still a normal person, but once injured, his body tissue will change to the appearance of a god. After 1 to 2 seconds, Ino's right hand popped out after a while. Not grown. It's the tissues of the body that make up for it. Ino's right hand was holding his own. He looked at Zhao Helen and threw it directly to her. But the unexpected is. Zhao Helen caught Ino's right hand like a treasure. Immediately, he turned the cross-section over and put it in front of him to observe carefully. All right. Snapped. Ino snapped his fingers. Then, in Zhao Helen's panic, Ino's right hand turned into water and got into her body. Sub-heavenly God descends to the world host, Zhao Helen, Angela. Send Zhao Helen the explanation of how the God of Heaven descended to earth. Disable other abilities and only unlock a few of them. Sub-ability host, Zhao Helen. Unlocked abilities, underwater breathing, never get sick, regenerate severed limbs, copy any textile, immunity to mental and spiritual blows, physical fitness becomes stronger. In an instant, through Ino's authority, Zhao Helen has the authority to view these sub-ability. Remember, it's just a sub-ability, after all, these abilities just make her life and daily convenience a little bit. The above point will be changed to parasitism later. Except for these few survival abilities, she has nothing else. The author is really full of desire to survive. I am afraid you will see it as poisonous. Feel the news suddenly flooding into your head. Zhao Helen hurriedly closed her eyes and slowly digested it. But that little mouth actually opened wider and wider. Close your eyes and open your mouth. Cough cough. After a while, Zhao Helen suddenly opened his eyes. She said in surprise, This is so powerful. With so many abilities. Humans can be so powerful. What kind of cell is this? There are dozens of abilities of the gods, but Ino only unlocked a few of them for her. As Angela's assistant, it doesn't need to have anything else. Ino won't give it to her. All Ino needs is to be able to control her. Not to mention Heavenly God and Heavenly God's flower, the only one that has the ability is Ino. There is no concept of two. Even Angela and Zhao Helen now, what they have is only the sub-ability of the gods descended to earth. Just 1.052 new ability, parasitic. 5. Looking at Zhao Helen's excited appearance, Angela hit him and said, Helen, you should study first. The side room is over there. Let's go back to sleep first. With the way she is now, Angela estimates that she will study hard this night. Thinking of this, she ignored Zhao Helen and Ji Yunyo and went back to sleep on the second floor. Ino was lying on the bed with his hands behind his head. When the hand just now turned into liquid and got into Zhao Helen's body. Can I choose not to live together? Instead, choose only to flow fluids to the heart and brain, and only live with those two organs? No, this is not symbiosis. This is parasitic. But in this way, there is no need for differentiation ability, but it becomes parasitic, which can save a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Ino closed his eyes and tried to control the flow of the celestial liquid in Zhao Helen's body to the heart and brain. Gene phagocytosis system. Shinko Heavenly God's ability to descend to earth, parasitism. Parasitic, the control ability is only parasitic in the heart and brain, and the life of the parasite is controlled in a single thought. Parasitic host, Zhao Helen. Really? New capabilities are developed. And not only that. Ino can feel it now. This not only parasitized Zhao Helen's body, but Ino also felt her current location. On the sofa downstairs, she is still studying her body. Although her sub-ability status has been changed to parasitic, Ino has not yet revoked her ability permission. The next day, Ino sat in the co-pilot and Angela drove the car. Zhao Helen. She drove a car sent by the Red Umbrella alone. No way. Who said this supercar only has 2 seats? After arriving at the Umbrella building, Zhao Hailin also rushed over not long after. Take the elevator to the top office. Ino sat in the boss chair and said briefly, you can follow Angela in the future, she will arrange the rest for you, the flower of the gods is underground. Zhao Hailin studied for a night last night, and then slept directly on the sofa. When Ino woke up in the morning and found out, he thought he was being punished. Zhao Hailin nodded excitedly. What is a PhD now? What is the purpose of the research that comes out? On the way here, Angela sent an email to her alma mater, Zhao Hailin's school. The tutor over there almost sent Zhao Hailin over in person. Zhao Hailin followed Angela down to the underground laboratory. Ino also began to deal with company emails and documents on a daily basis. At this time, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury also got the news that Zhao Hailin joined the Umbrella the next day. It's an umbrella after all. Both the national government and S.H.I.E.L.D. are closely watching. He'll put Zhao Hailin's information on Fury's desk. Fury picked it up and looked at it. The most striking thing is her jumping grade experience and degree. Biological cytology, biological neurology, nanobiology. While looking at the information, Fury asked Hill, can you predict what Hailin Zhao joined the Umbrella for? There's no reason. Hill said, holding the document, just one night, Zhao Hailin rushed to the Umbrella building overnight, and after being stopped by the security guard, he was sent to Ino's house. So on the next morning, Zhao Hailin followed the two to the Umbrella building. It was confirmed that he had joined, and it was directly inside the core. Fury's brows deepened as he listened to Hill's words. This genius suddenly joins the deepest part of the Umbrella. That Umbrella must have something very important recently. And it must be matched with Zhao Hailin's degree. So Fury continued to ask, judging from Zhao Hailin's degree knowledge, has the intelligence agency analyzed any important recent biology-related research? Yes. Hill nodded, according to these 3 perspectives of biological cytology, biological neurology, and nanobiology. In addition to Angela's best at nanobiology and biomedicine, biological cytology. The intelligence agency analyzed that it might have something to do with the technology of human tissue. After hearing this, Fury touched his chin and thought about scientific products related to human tissue technology. But after thinking about it for a long time, this transformation is still too big, and it is not accurate at all. In the end, Fury shook his hands and said, let's observe first, we can't ask directly. When Carlson goes to order medicine next time, we will ask about the situation. For the better, I think that the Umbrella may be developing technology to help the disabled. Maybe. 053 Tony's new energy troubles. 1. On a superficial level, Fury is absolutely right. But think a little deeper. All technological research and development now is laying the foundation for future neuroconsciousness technology and cellular gene technology. Making money is just incidental. The screen returns to the office of the Umbrella building. Just when Ino was dealing with documents on a daily basis, Tony called. Ino turned on the speakerphone and put it aside and said, Tony, you are not busy doing clean energy recently, why do you always have time to call me? Come on, clean energy is just for making money, and Iron Man is my main content. Tony didn't know where to dance, and there was music playing. Tony said again, but today is just to tell you about clean energy. I've been thinking about it since the last time I told you I was going to do clean energy. How can we avoid putting energy equipment into the hands of the military or terrorists? Such as batteries, power supplies, etc. Then I just thought of a solution. That's my steel armor. Listening to Tony's endless chatter, Ino replied while processing the documents, are you drunk, Tony? You don't even have a clue when you're talking, can you figure out what you're talking about? At this time, Jarvis's voice came, "Hello, Mr. Eno, the alcohol content of Mr. is a little higher now. Please forgive me if you make a mistake." "Shut up, Jarvis." "Yes, sir." "Well, it looks like he's drunk." "Eno, I want to do a good job in clean energy," Tony said again at this time, "but the current technology is not good at all. I have thought of many ways, but I can't solve the problem of new energy." "Jarvis, Mr. Eno, I have to hang up the phone. Mr. has reserved a dangerous word to hang up the procedure, and he may call you again when he is sober." After hanging up the phone, Eno glanced at the phone. It seems that Tony has been stumped on the issue of new energy. At this time, he has tried all the elements that cannot replace the palladium element in his heart. That's why he just got drunk. Since Tony cleared the group of terrorists not long ago, Eno predicts that his palladium element has risen to 11%. After that, Tony used steel armor as little as possible, but still cannot stop the process of palladium poisoning. Next, Hulk and Gang ER will be mixed, and the second Princess Thor will be a little later. At this moment, the landline on Eno's desk rang. The content displayed is the phone number at the front desk on the first floor of the Umbrella building. After Eno connected, a female voice came. "Boss, there is a Lieutenant General Ross who asked to see you without an appointment. His subordinates showed their military IDs, which should be true." "How many people?" "3. Let the Lieutenant General come up and the others wait below." "Yes." The person at the front desk hung up the phone, looked at the 3 officers in front of him with a smile, and said, "Boss said that only the Lieutenant General should go up, and the others should wait below. The firearms will be kept for you and you will return them." The other officer was about to have a seizure when Ross interrupted, "I'll just go up by myself. This is the elevator plaque." The front desk staff still calmly handed a small elevator boarding card to Ross. Umbrella has had many visitors in the past. Lieutenant General is not the highest. What can you do? That's what the front desk staff thought. Ross boarded the elevator and came to the office on the top floor. Eno, who was dealing with affairs in the office, saw this old man with a good face but in good spirits reaching out for the seat opposite him. Although Eno's behavior does not care about himself, but Ross knew that he had come up directly without an appointment. If Eno didn't give him a chance, he wouldn't be able to come up now. Eno didn't say while dealing with affairs, "Lieutenant General Ross is here today, what's the matter?" "The Hulk is back," Ross said. "Have you seen your eyeliner?" Eno said without raising his head. Ross nodded, regardless of whether Eno saw it or not, and said again, "He went to Corvo University to find my daughter. If it wasn't for my observation of her daughter, I wouldn't have found him by now." 054 Tool Man, Zhao Halen 2. Observation. Eno raised his head and looked at the old man. Observation and monitoring seemed to have different meanings. This old man cut off the relationship between Banner and his girlfriend just because he wanted to use Banner as a weapon. Don't give a chance. It's not important. Ross stared at Eno seriously with cloudy eyes. The important thing is that he's back now. Do you have a way to deal with him? Eno randomly pulled out a document from the folder next to him and threw it to Ross. This is what Ross gave Eno. Eno asked back, "Tear off the tank by hand, resist artillery shells, and can't even get the needle in. What do you want to target? Are you suffocating him by lack of oxygen? Isn't there a weapon that can directly attack the internal organs without passing through the body surface? The umbrella is just Lieutenant General Ross, a pharmaceutical and medical instrument company." Eno reminded the old man, "We don't produce weapons. You should probably go to Tony. By the way, he doesn't do it now. You have this ability." Ross affirmed. "Then you should ask the government for this kind of weapon." Eno suggested, "As early as when I was young, Umbrella sold a technology of high-power biological tremor pulses to the government. because we don't make weapons, we sold the technology. Ross stroked the chin of the white stubble. He seems to have a little impression of this weapon, but it needs approval. But in my own capacity, it shouldn't be difficult. Emil Brinsky aka Abomination has already received gamma pulses and pseudo-super soldier potions. Then there is no problem in applying for another weapon. But Ross, who was still not giving up, still asked, is there no other way to restrain Hulk? The time is too short, the umbrella can't do it, then no one can do it? Eno said simply, but maybe you can try to calm him down so that Hulk won't come out. In the face of Eno's sarcastic tone, Ross also stood up simply, grabbed the nameplate of the elevator in his hand, and took the elevator down. Umbrella has reminded before that it may not help. And the time is really short, and Ross is not easy to attack. After watching Ross go, Eno knew that the Hulk's plot was about to begin. If you guess correctly, Hulk is now going to find his ex-girlfriend, and then take his own body data and then go to Xylan, a classmate he met on the dark web, to make an antidote for him. In the end, the antidote was useless, but instead brought out the hatred. As for that school, seems to be called Kalwar University. Eno called Jason, send some people with red umbrellas to Kalvo University in casual clothes. If you find a monster, call me immediately. Jason, yes. After that, Jason will send 3 younger-looking red umbrellas to Culver University to wait for news of the monster. Lunchtime to afternoon. Eno also finished the affairs to be dealt with today. After thinking about it, Eno took the elevator to the underground laboratory to see how it was going. Come to the underground laboratory. It was obvious that the usual scientific instruments had been abandoned by Angela and Helen. They must be doing research near the Flower of the Gods. After walking for a few minutes on the white lab floor, Eno arrives at the plantation of Tenjin's flowers where the cave was opened. Sure enough, both of them are here. Angela, who was sitting on the sofa and having a coffee break, saw Eno come over and motioned to Helen, who was still busy near the Flower of the Gods. What she wanted to express should be, this tool person can find you no problem. Zhao Helen, who was busy, suddenly saw Eno out of the corner of his eye. Boss. Eno nodded to her, but for some reason, the tone sounded a little frantic. At this moment, Helen walked over awkwardly. Eno looked at her curiously. Zhao Helen said slowly, Boss, can you give me a sample of your cells? Still what to do? Just wanted a sample. Eno silently brought out an extraction tool, then pricked his finger and threw Helen. Looking at Zhao Helen's appearance like a treasure, Angela all shrugged at Eno. Helen took Eno's cell sample and placed it on the instrument while observing, while the work in her hand was still in order, and said, if only I had a clone, when will I be able to finish digging so many treasures? Eno felt that she was really too dedicated. 055 She has a good figure? 3. In Helen's plan, celestial gene cells, biological nerve manifestations, nanonerves, etc. are all in her plan, and she submitted this plan to Eno for approval. Eno was holding these plans in Helen's hand. He asked Angela for a pen. The first thing to be crossed out is the research on the gene cells of the gods. Then he looked at Helen and said, it's not that I don't want to give you research, but the genetic data is too huge. Human technology can't do it, and the computer can't process or store it. The research at this time is like trying to win luck, so this I'll talk about it later. With the current technology of human beings, if you want to do it at the genetic level, you are trying to be lucky. Such as Hulk, hate, etc. Even Captain America's serum was given by the doctor by coincidence. At the same time, Eno was classified on the plan again. Step 1, nanoneurons and nanocells. Step 2, neural consciousness manifestation. The third step, genes. Eno handed the written plan to Helen and said, research in order. The first step is to lay the foundation for the third step, but you may not use the second step and do not need research. Why? Helen asked curiously, holding the plan. Because that's not the domain of science. Again. Zhao Helen fell silent in shock. Areas beyond the reach of science, what? Since there is no access, what is the purpose of our science? Looking at Zhao Helen's appearance, Angela knew that her concept of life was hit by Eno's words. She came over and patted Helen on the shoulder and said, "No one has said that science is to understand the truth of the universe, and there is no evidence to say so. Yes, the truth is that the universe has no obligation to make you understand it. Science is to understand the truth of the universe. No one has evidence. No one is the truth. You can only say that science is one of the ways to understand the universe." The stunned Zhao Helen felt a little better after being comforted by Angela. But she did take a hit. Zhao Helen comforted herself in her heart and came into contact with a brand new field. She looked at Eno seriously and assured, "I will thoroughly study biological neurotechnology and biological cell technology. If it weren't for Boss, I wouldn't have access to these. Just understand." Eno patted Helen's head with a smile. Feeling the warmth above her head, Zhao Helen smiled shyly. The person who can tell you the truth is better than the person who hides it from you. Night. After get off work, Angela drove home with Eno as usual. And Zhao Helen gave her a car. Driving on the road, Eno glanced at Angela and asked, "She still sleeps here tonight? Don't you arrange a house for her?" Hearing Eno's words, Angela's hands were obviously a little flustered. Then she shrank her blonde head and whispered hesitantly, "She has a good figure." Eno pinched the bridge of his nose with his index finger and thumb. He finally knew why Angela was so keen and recommended Zhao Helen. As the personal secretary of Umbrella Boss and the experimental officer, Angela invited Zhao Helen in person to save face. No, it could be said to save face. And Angela's performance last night was a little bit urgent even though she had the chance to win. Thinking of this, Eno pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "Emotions are to be cultivated. You call home directly and what people outside will say about us." "Whatever they are," Angela said indifferently. "Anyway, the official website of the Umbrella has already announced that Zhao Helen is your secretary and my assistant. It's over, it sucks." Eno was shocked, and immediately took out his mobile phone to look through today's hotspots. From the genius of Johns Hopkins University to the chief secretary of Umbrella Boss and the core experimental assistant, how did Helen Zhao do it? The new core member suddenly announced by the Umbrella today, "Zhao Helen, have you heard of this genius?" Suspected of the new technology of the Umbrella, let us guess what Zhao Helen's joining means. Biological neurology, biological cytology, nanobiology. What kind of new technology will Helen Zhao join in the Umbrella? Will it be a new gospel technology for the benefit of mankind? Let's wait and see. 056 Agent Coulson's repurchase? 4. See these serious news. Eno let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that if he went out in the future, someone would ask Angela and Zhao Helen, "Who would you choose?" Fortunately, his public image is particularly good. No one else thinks about it at all. If this is replaced by Tony, negative news can be a big push. Angela looked at the relieved Eno and said with a smile, "How can the boss of the dignified Umbrella be afraid of fallacies? It's really funny." Looking at Angela, who was yin and yang, Eno gave her a fierce smile. "Wait for me tonight. If my legs are not soft, I will lose." The next morning, Zhao Helen was wearing a youthful top and jeans waiting for Eno and Angela in the yard. As for clothing, it's enough to use the ability to change it after going to the laboratory anyway. But at this moment, she was waiting for the two with a blushing face, thinking wildly about how she would face Eno and Angela. "Really, Senpai was so loud last night that I couldn't even sleep." Zhao Halen complained a little. Angela's voice was disturbing. Soon, Eno and Angela walked out together. Eno's face was calm and his demeanor was normal. Angela blinked her right eye at Zhao Helen, making Helen's face even redder in an instant. Come to the umbrella building. Angela and Helen went to the underground laboratory first. At this time, Tony called. Hi Eno, I drank too much yesterday, don't remember what I said, just treat it like nothing happened. Eno teased Tony, you talked about the problem of clean energy and new energy, and you said that you couldn't solve it yourself, and finally begged me to help you. I definitely didn't say that. Tony said helplessly, covering his forehead at home, look at what I said, why did I call you when I was drunk and didn't go to girls? You have to ask yourself Tony. Eno said while dealing with daily affairs, what new energy problem makes you look so sad? Tony thought for a while, how to keep the charging doll alive. Listening to Tony's sloppy eyes here, Eno said casually, then tell me when your charging doll is ready, and hang up if it's alright. Okay Eno, hang up. Hang up the phone. Eno knew that Tony was already worrying about the poisoning of his palladium element at this time. Even if he doesn't usually use Mark's armor, the palladium element poisoning will still gradually increase every day. On the contrary, it has risen more violently. Quantify it? Tony will not use Mark's armor from now on, he can live for a few years to several decades, depending on the neutralization potion. But Tony has to use the Mark armor continuously, barely survive a week. Ding. Eno looked at the computer. At this time, the prompt sound when Shield came to the mail. Coulson, Mr. Eno, do you have any free time for today's appointment at 2 p.m.? SHIELD wants to buy some drugs. It's good to come here, and it just so happens that Eno also wants to give him the information on the gods that he has compiled. By the way, check out the purchase of equipment and drugs together. Eno email replied, yes, come directly in the afternoon. Coulson, okay. When the time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Agent Coulson arrived as scheduled. He came to Eno's office, and before he could speak, Eno brought the documents next to him and threw it to him. Coulson opened the file to watch. God's weapons, gliding, attack methods, armor estimation, humanoid estimation, etc. Eno talked to him back and forth. If it weren't for himself, he was a god. Eno himself almost believed it. The above information is right and wrong. There are basically all of the previous generation, not the latest at all. But Eno is right. Even if the gods appear in a different form next time, SHIELD can't blame the umbrella. After reading the information, Coulson put it away with a smile, it's very detailed, much more than what we have observed, thank you very much. Eno said with a natural and trusting expression, of course, after all, there are many kinds of bizarre creatures, even humanoid monsters, such as Captain America who injected serum during World War II. Even the serum knows. Coulson was surprised and said in his heart that although Captain America is a well-known man, very few people know that he has received the serum. After all, it has been so long, and at least those who know him know people who have been in contact with that era. Key person 057 SHIELD's Re-Exploration 5. Coulson took the information in his arms. Follow-up orders will be negotiated between SHIELD and the government recently, and as before, SHIELD still needs a copy of the supply of those medicines. No problem ____________. It was seen by Eno at a glance. Coulson could only say, there are rumors that Miss Zhao Halen has joined the core members of Umbrella. We also want to know what Umbrella wants to study recently. Is there any SHIELD? Speaking nicely, Coulson certainly knew that. Can't you guess what we want to do from Zhao Helen's professionalism and Angela's match? Eno asked rhetorically. This is too broad. Carlson smiled bitterly. Although I came with a mission, SHIELD just wanted to know a little bit. Eno smiled and moved his fingers. Gospel for the disabled, neurobiomechanical limbs. Getting the answer, Carlson stood up with a smile and stretched out his hand to Eno. Director Fury guessed this before I came. Sure enough, the umbrella is still trustworthy. I don't know if it is trustworthy or not. But Carlson's happy Eno looks real. Not bad for being a big fan of Captain America. Eno and Carlson shook hands. Of course, it's actually a bit ugly. There are fewer places to make money, and we have to conquer new technologies to make money. Carlson released his hand and smiled. If companies around the world think like an umbrella, then the word medicine is not something everyone fears. At this moment, Carlson, who has a strong sense of justice, has a soaring impression of the umbrella. After a period of conversation, Carlson left with satisfaction. Carlson, who left the umbrella building, took out the agent's mobile phone and called Director Fury's phone to report the situation and the information of the gods. But when Fury heard that umbrella was actually doing neurobiomechanical limbs, he thought, did I guess right? The screen returns to the office. Jason called. Boss, we found that unidentified troops are being moved to Culver University. There are at least a few armored vehicles, soldiers from several teams and 2 unidentified vehicles that are fully wrapped. When is it expected to arrive at Culver University? Tomorrow. Okay, let the red umbrella come back. Yes. Hang up the phone. Eno contacted Zhao Helen, who had already handed over the secretary task, and said, is there something wrong in Virginia? If there is no, I have to find one. At this moment, Zhao Helen in the underground laboratory was stunned for a moment, and she immediately searched for it in her memory. After a while, she said, there is one thing. A few months ago, Culver University set up a life monument for you. They hope that you can sign over there. It doesn't matter if there is no time in the email, everything is up to you. Okay, that's all. Arrange a private jet for the evening, and I'll be there tomorrow. Ah. Helen said reluctantly. She didn't want to leave these darlings in the underground lab. Ah, what? The boss's words are above everything else. Hurry up and make arrangements. Good. That night. Reluctantly, Zhao Helen looked at the umbrella building behind her and drove to the private airport with Eno in tears. And Angela didn't need to bring it this time. After all, it would be a problem if she brought it all. Sitting on a private jet, Zhao Helen found a seat by the window and looked at the direction of the umbrella building. Eno looked at her funny and said, you can't bear to go for one day. Zhao Helen turned around and pouted, I don't think I have too much time to eat a meal. It would kill me to go for a day. Looking at her like this, Eno couldn't help poking her cheek and said, then do you want to hear about the macro universe? I'm in a good mood today, only for that day. Anyway, there are still several hours left on the plane, so it's better to tease her. Listen. Zhao Helen instantly became excited and nodded straight at Eno like a chicken pecking at rice. I have a lot of stories here, the purple sweet potato essence Thanos, the angel of justice and order, the god of self-awareness, the infinite heaven of light, etc. Which one do you want to hear? Eno's words made Zhao Helen stupid again. So many things. 058 really did nothing. 1. After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Helen asked tentatively, can you all listen? Of course not, you can only choose one. Eno refused. Every story can be listened to for days and nights, and it may not be possible to finish it on the plane. Then, Zhao Helen hesitated for a while, and finally decided through gritted teeth, just listen to the first one. Purple sweet potato essence Thanos, I heard Sister Angela mention this. Seeing Helen's decision, Ino started to say directly. There is a creature in the universe called the Titans. In the process of development, their parent star has exhausted resources and materials. One of the Titans raised a note, it would be better to let half of the Titans die. While this is one of the quickest solutions to resources, it is also the most brutal. Later, the Titan fulfilled his purpose and decided that his orders should be carried out in the universe. And so the story of the Titan called Thanos began. The story goes on for a long time. Ino doesn't get bored in order to pass the time. Not to mention, Zhao Hailin also listened with gusto, and an unknown light flashed in his eyes. A few hours later, the plane arrived at the airport in Virginia. But it was still midnight. Ino decided to rest on the plane until morning. It's useless to go now. The next morning, Ino opened his eyes on the bed in the airplane lounge. But things seemed to be getting a little bad. Last night, Helen hadn't heard enough of the story of the purple sweet potato essence, and the two felt that it was not good to tell stories on the plane seat, so they came to the lounge. And then, Ino took the arm around his neck away. Then he pushed the jade legs on his stomach away. Do not misunderstand. Really did nothing. After getting up, Ino tidied up his shirt and went to the washroom of the private jet to wash and brush his teeth. Although it is necessary to brush if there is no dirt, this habit will make you feel more comfortable. There was a sudden murmur in his ear, and Ino turned his head with the toothbrush in his mouth. Helen also came to the bathroom neatly dressed, but she suddenly felt embarrassed when she saw Ino. The mouthwash spit out the foam, and Ino came out and gave it to her. After 1 hour, 9 a.m., Zhao Hailin and Ino got off the private plane and sat in the car with the protective umbrella ready. Launch trip to Kulwal University. On the way, Ino asked, has the principal contacted him? Don't let him speak out. Zhao Hailin nodded, they promised you to just sign on the Monument of Life and take a photo of you, the signature and the principal. Yes. Ino nodded. This has to be said in advance. He doesn't want to be surrounded by a crowd of students as soon as he arrives, so how can he do things like that? That's right. Zhao Hailin turned her head and asked, why did boss suddenly go to Kulwal University? In Ino's time, Zhao Hailin was sure that Ino was not here to sign. Ino's brain was sick and he signed the life monument built a few months ago. It's probably at noon. Ino looked at his watch and counted the time. I should use the gods to go down to earth and fight a Hulk. Zhao Hailin's eyes widened instantly, and she said excitedly, bleeding. Ino looked at her speechlessly, are you talking about my blood or its blood? Of course it is. The goal this time is to collect its blood. Ino looked at Zhao Hailin helplessly, why don't I bring the set of test tubes in the trunk? Zhao Hailin nodded happily, and the accelerator under his feet became faster. After 1 hour, a modest sedan passed the security check at the school gate and pulled into the parking lot of Kulwal University. Ino took out a sunglasses strap from the car. The clothes on his body are also changed into normal daily urban clothes. Zhao Hailin came out of the driver's seat. She was wearing high heels and holding documents in her hand. I really don't know how she drove the car just now. After passing the teacher building and the teaching building, the two came to the front of the building of the principal's office. But before he arrived, he could see an elderly figure standing downstairs in the principal's office building, as if he was waiting for someone. Welcome up. 059 Natasha thought she didn't expose. 2. Mr. Ino, I didn't expect to see you today at Kulwal University in a few months. I didn't have any hope for that email. Looking at the old man with eyes, especially a gentleman, Ino said in a normal tone, Mr. Kurd, there are too many emails from the umbrella. I saw this email by chance and became interested in this school for a while, so come. Upon hearing that Ino was interested in the school, Principal Kurd immediately introduced, the school was first established in 1894, and Calvo College was formed by the merger of the Calvo Military Academy and the Calvo Women's College. Our aim is to attach importance to the all-round development of students' morality, intelligence, and physique, and cultivate students' leadership and sense of responsibility. Very good. Eno nodded in approval. This is Miss Zhao Halen, right? Kurt saw Zhao Halen, who had been quiet behind Eno, and said, "The genius doctor of Johns Hopkins University is much better than our university." Of course. The Johns Hopkins University, where Angela and Halen Zhao graduated, is the #1 university in the United States for bioengineering. Moreover, it is also a university with the highest allocation of experimental funds among graduate students, doctors, and supervisors. Let's not grumble here for now, Eno said directly, let's go to see that monument. We may have to leave in the afternoon, and the time is urgent, so the students are not allowed to be notified. Okay, let's go now, this way. Principal Kurt nodded and took the two directly to Eno's life monument. On the road, Angela called and got through. Eno, do you remember the secretary you fired that day? Natasha. Eno responded and asked, what's the matter? She still wants to interview your secretary and wants you to give a chance. Well, she also said it's a chance to find a place to be alone. Angela's voice was a little low at this time. Of course she knew what Natasha meant by being alone. Oh, I forgot to tell you the other day, Natasha is the top agent of SHIELD, better than Carlson, now you know how to deal with it. Understood, I'm hanging on her to give information. Hanging, that is the meaning of Ruying Ruelai, neither refuse nor agree. Eno. I mean, you can let her go. Well, it's okay to hang it. Eno said to Angela, okay, you can do it as you please. At this time, the SHIELD Trickerv Wing building. Director Braised Egg frowned again and looked at the information that Hill called up. Boss of this umbrella, Eno, suddenly going to Culver University in Virginia? Although it wasn't in the middle of the night, he had sent someone to prepare the private jet as early as the day before. But it still makes the Braised Egg feel wrong. What is he doing there? It's not an event. If it was an event, this document would not be in front of him at all. But this information is in front of him, which means that the Intelligence Bureau can't understand it. Braised Egg looked at Hill and asked, is there any relevant information? No. At this moment, Hill's headset sent the latest information. Hill nodded and said to the Braised Egg after communicating with the other side, the latest news, Natasha learned from Miss Angela that Eno went to Corvo University to sign the life monument. According to the investigation, that monument was built a few months ago, and Eno has only passed by now, but there is no problem with the motive that Miss Angela said. Lu Dan thought for a moment, Natasha's information is correct, Eno will definitely sign over there. What now? Hill asked. Wait for the result, or will there be an emergency? Lu Dan looked at Hill and said, otherwise, what else can we do? The picture returns to Kulwal University. Eno and the two followed Principal Kurt to a wall in the center of Library number 1. On this wall, the logo of the umbrella is printed in the upper left corner. There is an obvious triangular glass lattice in the lower right corner, but it is empty inside, which should be the lattice that is ready to hold Eno's signature. And the whole 2x 3.5 meter wall is engraved with Eno's life information and resume, as well as the information of the umbrella and how much it has contributed to the society, etc. Eno himself is lamenting that technological monopoly is okay, fame and fortune. 060 Hulk transformed, God Eno? 3. At this time, Principal Kurt brought a triangular stone and a pen and said, this stone is specially made, it will mark the watermark of the signature to the deepest part, and it can be guaranteed for at least tens of thousands of years if handled properly. See this stone? Zhao Halen stepped forward and took it with the pen. She also knew that Eno was a sick boy with no strength outside, and could only live a normal life as an ordinary person. Something a little heavier like this. It was given to Angela in the past, and now it is given to Zhao Halen. Zhao Halen holds the triangular stone, and Eno holds the pen. Then I wrote the words Eno. When it was handed over to Principal Kurt. It is obvious that if it is not for the stone to be embedded in this monument, Principal Kurt wanted to take it back and keep it for himself. After reluctantly inserting the signature stone. That's only the last link left. Group photo. Zhao Halen came to shoot, and it was enough for Eno and Principal Kurt to stand. Click. After everything is over. Eno rejected Kurt's desire to take him around the campus to express that he still had things to do. Walking with Zhao Halen on the way back to the parking lot. Because it is Sunday, there are very few students on campus today, and even if you are walking on the avenue, you can't see a few students outside. But when passing a small green lawn, Eno saw a person. Bruce Banner _. He was talking with his girlfriend under a big tree. At this time, Eno's cell phone called Jason. Boss. It's Lieutenant General Ross. He led his troops to surround Kalwar University. It's dangerous over there. I've already gone back, don't worry. In a nutshell, Eno hung up the phone. At this time, soldiers appear all over the campus. There was also the roar of the engine of the armored car in the distance. And Bruce Banner instantly discovered something was wrong. After saying a few words to the woman in front of him, he turned around and ran away. If caught, Banner knew he would definitely become the Hulk. After becoming Hulk, he can't control himself, and will become a subconscious to control the monster. Yunyo looked at the soldier in the distance, turned his head and said to Zhao Halen, "Let's go to the corner outside the library of number 2, there is no surveillance there." Zhao Halen nodded, took out a test tube with a tip from his arms and handed it to Eno. Eno took it and walked to library number 2 with Zhao Halen. Just after the two left, several armored vehicles then galloped over the green grass. And those soldiers had already gone to one of the libraries to contain Banner. In Library 1, Banner, who had climbed several floors, finally swallowed the USB flash drive that saved his body data. Then, in the process of escaping, he was blocked in the glass sky bridge between the two libraries. Lieutenant General Ross ordered tear gas to be fired. At this point, Hulk transformed. Eno came to an unmonitored corner outside the number 2 library, and after confirming that there was no one around, reminded Zhao Halen behind him, "Wait here, come back in half an hour." Zhao Halen nodded and waited expectantly for Eno to become. Eno came to the corner. Avatar. Light wings unfold. Like a fighter jet raising its head, Eno went straight to the sky in an instant. Wow! Looking at the disappearing Eno, Zhao Halen couldn't help but sigh in admiration. So beautiful, and so handsome. Fly to the roof of the library? Eno just saw Hulk jump out. Lieutenant General Ross took the walkie-talkie and ordered, "Group A, go all out." Da-da-da-da. For a moment. Next to the central landmark building on the lawn, 3 to 4 rifles and a machine gun kept shooting the Hulk with the flames of bullets. But the results were surprising. Because there is no shit. With Hulk's toughness and strength, swallowing a high explosive grenade is no problem at all, and the bullet will hurt at most. Seeing the unscathed Hulk rushing to Group A, Ross immediately shouted on the walkie-talkie, "Where's the 50 caliber armored vehicle? Come on." Following Ross' orders, an armored vehicle with a 50 caliber machine gun drove from behind the Hulk. While driving, it sprayed bullets. This time, the bullet hit Hulk even more painful and angry, but he was still unscathed. Hulk roared and rushed to the armored vehicle driving from behind to the left with a fierce whistling sound and vigorously waved his left arm. 061 injured Hulk, Bronski dies. 4. Boom. The ton-heavy armored vehicle was knocked over directly, rolling and rubbing the grass on the turf. Seeing that even the armored vehicles were knocked over to the ground, Ross immediately ordered, "Fire with all your strength. All armored vehicles are on." For a moment, in all directions, bullets that are lethal to ordinary people are fired at the Hulk. And there are 3 armored vehicles heading towards Hulk. Hulk stopped in front of Team A. He stopped his elbow in front of him and rammed directly into one of the armored vehicles. Boom! Another crash. The angry Hulk lifted the scrapped armored car in front of him and smashed it again and again on the central building on the lawn. Boom! 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 Until the car is smashed into parts. Da-da-da. The other 2 armored vehicles and soldiers began strafing the Hulk again. In desperation, Hulk directly picked up the engine with fuel flowing under his feet. It was thrown violently at the 2 armored vehicles. Boom! 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 Like bowling, the 2 armored vehicles were directly smashed and exploded. The soldiers next to him quickly put away their rifles and ran to the side. At this moment, Eno, who was standing on the roof of the library, suddenly saw several students running nearby and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. At this time, Ross had nothing to do, and he was going to call Emil Brinsky, which is to hate to attract Hulk's hatred. Then use the 2 sonic cannons just approved from the arsenal to deal with the Hulk. But apparently Eno has run out of patience. Spread the wings of light and rise from the sky. Ross took the walkie-talkie to Brinsky and said, "It's your turn, Brinsky, hold it." "Understood, sir." Brinsky dropped the rifle in his hand, grabbed the grenade gun from the soldier next to him, and was about to rush out. But, boom! The god of gold and silver armor who descended from the sky stood between him and Hulk. Brinsky looked at the figure in front of him, the wings behind him and the huge sword that was nearly 2 meters long. Brinsky hesitated. A little afraid to go up. Of him who was almost 2.3 meters tall. Subconsciously, he thought that Enoch was a threat, and he also thought that Enoch and Ross were in partnership. Roar! Hulk roared and charged towards Eno with the metal door on the armored car in his hand. Eno held a giant long sword and held it in front of him, with the tip of the sword facing Hulk. The light wings on the back are getting brighter and brighter, as if they are accumulating a huge amount of energy. Facing the rushing Hulk, Eno released the energy of the wings behind him. A green and a silver shadow crossed. Bang! Cheng! Standing in Hulk's original position, Eno slowly turned around. Hulk held the metal door with only the handle left in his hand. Leng Leng lowered his head and looked at the ferocious wound from his chest to his lower abdomen. Green blood spewed out, but it gradually weakened and was slowly repairing. Hulk's free left hand tentatively touched the deep wound on his chest. But it shrank back before touching it. This is the first time he has been injured so badly. Hulk raised his head again, and the anger in Eno's eyes gradually erupted. And Brinsky began to kill again. The god in front of him just now was gone. In the blink of an eye, it was replaced by a Hulk who was slashed by the god just now in one move. This is for Brinsky. Bronsky's god Eno. Hulk god Eno. That is to say, Bronsky Hulk. If Banner knew it now he would give him a thumbs up. Good to understand. Brinsky held the grenade gun and operated the Hulk to fire a shot. Boom. Then he walked up to the Hulk and said, "Hi. Green guy. You don't look good." Hulk put down the elbow he just defended. Looked at the little man of 1.8 meters in front of him. Kick out. Boom. Bronsky flew directly out 100 meters away. He kept rolling on the grass. It wasn't until a human mark was knocked out of a big tree trunk that he collapsed to the ground. Get rid of the flies. Hulk looked at Eno again, and became more and more angry, and his wounds gradually recovered. But in Eno's eyes, there is no difference between breaking and starting a new sword. Next to an armored vehicle, Ross's adjutant looked at Ross and said hesitantly, "Do the soldiers still fire?" Ross looked at the god Eno in the distance. He didn't know what kind of creature this suddenly came, but it didn't hinder his actions. Ross ordered and decided, "Call the gunship. Be sure to catch the Hulk. 062 You are so handsome. I really like. 5. Yes. Sir." The adjutant immediately contacted the armed helicopter to come. And the Hulk. He picked up the broken and curved front cover of the armored car beside him again as a weapon. Green eyes stared at Eno. Roar. With a roar, he rushed towards Eno again. Fighting like an idiot with no skill at all. Eno said helplessly when he looked at the naive look of Hulk running over. If Hulk knows fighting skills or weapons or something, at least the combat power can increase a lot. But now, he's just a jerk. Eno erected the giant long sword in front of him, and pointed the tip of the sword at Hulk who was running over. This time. Gotta give him some good news. The light wings behind it instantly burst into a dazzling light. The burst of energy carries a huge impact. Eno stabbed Hulk like a cold light. Puff. Green blood splashed out. With great momentum. Eno's great sword pierced Hulk's stomach and pinned him to the tree behind him. Hulk held the blade in both hands. Blood is flowing. Hulk's green eyes shrank and looked at his girlfriend in the distance. Now he has already planned to rush to his girlfriend and run away with her first. This god is really unbeatable. Da-da-da-da. At this time, Gunship felt the field. He locked Eno and Hulk. The revolving machine guns on both sides directly warmed up and shot at the two unknown creatures. Unlike ordinary rifles, Gatlings all carry the roar of reels. The turf that was shot splashed out. At this moment, Hulk looked at Eno instantly. Although he is subconscious, he is not stupid. The gunships even attacked Eno. It means that this god is not from Ross's group. Eno nodded slightly towards Hulk. Metal boots tread Hulk's belly. Puff. Sound. Eno pulled out the great sword. But gunship strafing has arrived. Ding 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 ding. Bang bang bang. It was the voice of the former that shot on Eno. Because of the metal armor, bullets that could knock ordinary people into two sections were deflected. But Hulk's skin is just full of toughness and strength, and the thumping sound is like hitting a drum. The angry Hulk first used his arm to defend against Gatling's strafing. Then he saw the tattered front cover of the armored car held on the idle right hand. Immediately he decided to throw the hood hard at the gunship. Swish. With a cracking sound. Clang. Boom. The root of the propeller of the gunship was directly interrupted. Due to the lack of propellers and the fact that the two Gatlings were still firing. The gunship did not smash towards the two, but fell backwards. That is Banner's girlfriend direction. No. Lieutenant General Ross also saw these in the distance. He never thought that the direction in which the gunship fell would actually be the direction of her daughter. Hulk also discovered the situation. He roared angrily, ignoring the penetrating wound in his abdomen, and jumped towards her directly with anger. This is time with death. In the nick of time. The Hulk and the helicopter arrive at the same time. But Hulk reached out and took her in his arms and fell to the ground, rolling. Boom. The gunship blew up with a full load of fuel. Eno sees this. The giant sword swung horizontally and dripped the green blood on the sword into two test tubes. Then the giant sword was suddenly converted into liquid by Eno and taken back into the body. Hold 2 vials of test tubes. Light wings. Flight. Like a sharp blade, Eno jumped out of the sky in an instant, and when he rose to an altitude of 10,000 meters, he fell back to the unmonitored area vertically at 90 degrees. In this way, any surveillance and space flight facilities will only photograph Eno rising into the sky and then disappearing. The mission this time is Blood of the Hulk. Now that the samples have been obtained, the mission is over. Back in the corner of the library, Eno has changed back. At this time, Zhao Hailin climbed on the corner of the wall and looked at the field where the battle was just outside. But now she is still looking around as if looking for someone. What about that god just now? Why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Looking at Zhao Hailin, who was clenching his fists nervously and trembling with excitement, Eno asked inexplicably, "What are you looking at?" "Ah!" Zhao Hailin was startled and jumped up directly. But after discovering it was Eno, she exhaled and said, "Boss. You were so handsome just now. I like you so much." Eno waved his hands silently, "I like me more. There may be no one who likes Umbrella Company in the world who doesn't like Eno. Although this liking may be a little different, it is really a lot of thieves. If Zhao Hailin is ranked according to time, she really doesn't count." 063 The situation is serious, Ross is going to court-martial 1. Eno looked at the situation outside. Hulk seems to have taken the woman away. And Ross stared blankly at the broken battlefield, full of craters. Several armored vehicles were all scrapped, leaving only the command vehicle beside him. And several soldiers were killed and wounded. A gunship. Other compensations are numerous. In the corner of library number 2. Eno threw the phone first on the way past the library. Then he took Zhao Hailin to the library and found a quiet place to sit and said, "Wait a few hours, someone will come over to solve it." And Ross, who was cleaning up the battlefield, received a call from his adjutant. "Lieutenant General Ross, this is Senator Berry's call." "Congressman Berry." Ross was shocked before his sad expression eased. "Members of Congress have all called. How could they know so quickly?" The moment Ross answered the phone, the congressman on the other side of the phone shouted, "Lieutenant General Ross. Do you know who is at Kilwall University? How can you mobilize troops in the city?" "I approved it, Senator Berry," Ross replied. "Then do you know who is in Kobo University?" Congressman Berry roared, and before Ross could speak, he continued, "Boss of the umbrella. Eno." "What?" Ross was shocked. "Why is Eno here?" Ross said quickly, "But I was still meeting him at the Umbrella building yesterday." "But his event today is at Kilwall University. Principal Kurt just tweeted a group photo. And it's only been 2 hours in total that you've been involved in the event. It's all over the web now." Congressman Berry couldn't help the anger in his heart, and finally shouted, "Because of the losses you caused and the style of speech. Prepare to go to court-martial in a few days. Lieutenant General Ross." Slowly remove the phone. Ross was pale. This time it's really a big problem. The student who took the photo just now posted the video on the internet, which caused an uproar in an instant. Why? Because just less than an hour ago, Principal Kurt posted a photo of him and Eno on Twitter. A second ago, netizens were still discussing that Eno's actions were not bad with Kobo University. Terrorist attack in the next second, oh no, military attack. 2 meters high fighting directly in the video? Is this worth it? The popularity of the internet is now skyrocketing. Countless news reporters are racing here. Red light? Non-existent. The Virginia car accident is a few points higher today. SHIELD helicopters are also rushing in. Coulson and Hill and Fury all came. If it wasn't for Natasha SHIELD who thought she had not been exposed and couldn't show her face, she would have come too. Less than 2 hours. Thank goodness I finally found you. At this time, a mature goddess shield agent, Hill, walked quickly past the resting position of Eno and Zhao Hailin, and then braked directly back. "I'm fine, Agent." Eno greeted. Hill came over, put one hand on the table and pressed the headset and said, "Director Fury, Enoch is in the right corner of the entrance on the first floor of the second library, he is fine. Soon. Several SHIELD agents all arrived. Fury looked at Eno, who was bored with nothing to do and read the book How to Be a Business Boss to pass the time, and said, "Why don't you answer the phone?" "Phone?" Eno turned to look at Fury questioningly. "Did you call?" "Immediately." Eno pretended to touch the phone on his body. But after an operation, the phone was not found. Eno looked at the agents and said helplessly, "Maybe it fell while running, but I have a location on my phone." Yunyo looked at Zhao Helen and said, "Helen, open the location and look for the phone." "No need, I found it." At this time, Carlson walked over with Eno's cell phone and handed it to Eno, looking at Fury and saying, "On the way over, the cell phone dropped there." Since it was Carlson who passed the verification, Director Fury nodded and said, "We will escort you to the airport, and then accompany you back to the Umbrella Building in New York." "Thank you." Eno took the phone and thanked Carlson and Fury politely, showing that as the Umbrella boss, even if he encountered such a big event, he would not be surprised. "Then let's go, Angela is still waiting at the headquarters." "Follow me." 064 Studying Tenjin with SHIELD, Self, 2. Sitting in a shield vehicle that protects important members, Hill drove Eno and Zhao Helen to the airport. The car can be protected from shotgun shots at close range, and normal blasting ammunition can't hurt the car. "Sit in the car," Hill asked while driving. "Your luck is a little bit bad today, Mr. Eno." Eno shook his head helplessly. "Who knows that this kind of thing can happen in a 2-hour event, and it's a creature I've studied. According to the gods in the video, it seems to be similar to the data you studied," Hill said while driving, "and the gods at this time seem to be different from those in New York, and have become stronger." Eno nodded and said, "Yes, indeed, we need to go back and study again." Hill took time to look at the rearview mirror in the middle of the car, and she observed Zhao Helen a little. Trying to get some news from Zhao Helen. But apparently useless. Several cars drove to the airport together. Fury, Hill, and Carlson came down together. Then, together with Eno and Zhao Helen, they boarded Eno's private jet. Finally bound for the airport in New York. Sitting in the cabin, the plane is moving. Carlson first smiled politely at Eno. Then Hill smiled slightly. As for the scrambled eggs, he doesn't laugh. Nick Fury looked at Eno and asked, "Do you know who that Hulk is?" The next thing to say, Fury must first make sure that Eno knows. But Eno was surprised and asked back, "You don't know it, do you?" "I know." Fury nodded. "Then I know too." Eno nodded. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Fury knew that he was always right when he talked to Eno, so he could only say directly, "The one who fought with Hulk is the god, it should be right." "That's right." Eno nodded. "It's even better than in New York." "What do you think of this god?" Fury added again, his character, is it good or bad, will he do anything harmful to mankind?" In fact, these answers have been analyzed a little earlier in the Intelligence Center of S.H.I.E.L.D. But Fury just wanted to hear what Eno thought about the gods. Eno thought about it? How to answer your own opinion? To blow or not to blow? This is a problem. Does blowing over your head look like you're licking yourself? But after thinking about it, Eno still said, "Judging from my situation at the scene, the gods seem to have stopped Hulk and then flew away. During this time, he only fought Hulk." Fury nodded. It was true. The full video is available on the web. From the time Hulk and the army fought to the time when Eno God came down to stop Hulk, he really only fought with Hulk. That's what's going on the internet right now. The gods descended to the earth to stop the big green monster from ravaging the university. Join the army against the green giant and more. This trend was originally expected by Eno. Said before. Even if Eno transforms into doing bad things, it is estimated that there will be a lot of die-hard fans. It's no joke that sanguine follows the five senses, the appearance of the gods. How do you want to define the gods? Having said this, Eno asked Nick Fury with a twist. Fury and Hill looked at each other, and then said to Eno, before he does not harm humans, we define him as an unknown creature that will not harm humans for the time being. Eno nodded, this definition is acceptable, and then asked, then have you found who may be playing the god? At this time, Hill shook his head and said, we checked all the people who are over 2 meters tall, and basically they don't match the playing time and ability of the gods. After matching for various reasons, no one has similarities. That means? Eno asked tentatively, there are no people in the armor of the gods. But the whole gods are one? Fury and Hill said at the same time, probably. Okay. Succeeded with crooked. Eno nodded in satisfaction. This wave can work. SHIELD doesn't know how long it will take to know that it is a god. But what we don't know yet is how the gods descend to earth. Even Carlson made a joke, comparing the arrival of Eno with a mythical story. Although Tianchen is 2.3 meters high, the current satellite and radar technology can't lock his flight path at all. Hill continued holding the documents, and his body seems to block these scans, we have never captured them. No, only the usual video. 065 There is such a thing. I do not know how. 3. There is such a thing. I do not know how. Eno thought about it, as if. It is true that even thermal imaging and night vision can be shielded. It seems that the cellular structure of the body that Venom has advanced to the gods also blocks scanning such as electronic satellites. Hill took out his mobile phone and played a video on the internet of the god's sword piercing Hulk's abdomen and said, even the machine gun on the armed helicopter can't cause damage to the Hulk. But his great sword can use the acceleration of his wings to pierce the Hulk instantly. It can be seen that his strength, speed, and weapon sharpness have reached the peak level of biology we currently recognize. As for defensive ability, Hill watched the video back and forth a few times before turning it off, except for the helicopter's strafing, we couldn't see where his defense was. Nick Fury nodded and said, so our knowledge of the gods is still very limited. What if he has any abilities that he hasn't shown? Eno nodded in agreement. The blood of Hulk has not been absorbed yet, who knows what abilities will evolve after he goes back to absorb it. Now the gods themselves don't even know before you. Just listen to your powerful analysis of yourself. After discussing the matter of the gods, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. began to look at the little white flower around Eno who has been honest since the beginning, Zhao Helen. Nick Fury took the initiative to ask, I heard that Umbrella is researching prosthetics to benefit the disabled. Did Dr. Zhao Helen join because of this? Accurately called, nano-neurobiomechanical prosthesis. Eno explained, this is a project that Angela and Zhao Helen are jointly researching, and it is expected to be born in about half a year. SHIELD will not be involved at the socio-economic level. So even if Eno said it, it didn't matter. Besides, what kind of agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are these? Hill, Braised Egg, Carlson. And even if they were brainwashed to say it out, that would be considered warm-up at best. It doesn't matter. Nick Fury nodded, since Eno said this, it's generally correct. Zhao Helen's joining is no problem. Then the private jet arrived at New York's airport a few hours later. Get off the private plane. Fury is going to let Hill drive the SHIELD vehicle to invite Eno to the last part of the journey. No need, someone has already sent the car. Eno refused, there are so many reporters on the road outside the Umbrella building, I don't want to be filmed by them. Hill then escorted Eno to the parking lot to start the vehicle before leaving. Go back to the office on the top floor of the Umbrella building. After Eno handed the test tube full of Hulk's blood to Zhao Helen, she happily went to the underground laboratory to study. To her, these things are treasures. After watching Zhao Helen go to the laboratory, it was time for Ino to evolve his own genes. Now he has 3 abilities. Heavenly God. Heavenly God descends to the world. Heavenly God's flower? Roughly categorize. Heavenly God is a passive skill. It will greatly increase one's physical fitness and brain's spirit, mind, soul, etc., that is, enhance all aspects. God descends to the world is an active buff skill. Ino is a human when it is not on, and when it is on, it will become a god, holding a giant sword, gold and silver armor, cold light visor, and various auxiliary abilities, etc. It does not even need to be activated, can be used in human form. Flower of the Gods is a small skill. Blue Star has a distance of 6,000 kilometers from the surface to the center of the Earth. And 2% of the God gene is 1/5 of the 10% of the complete body. Other words, 6,000 kilometers/5 equals 1,200 kilometers is the length of the flower root of the flower of the Gods now. Remaining 8% of the progress is full. It is time for Ino to control the planet. After Ino turned on the 2 buttons on the control panel of the desk, 2 floor-to-ceiling curtains at the front and rear of the office close automatically. Next, it's time to absorb the blood of the Hulk. Strictly speaking, the blood of Hulk is the same as the God of God. It belongs to the active buff type ability, and it is somewhat similar to the ability of the God of God, but the Hulk can only increase the physical quality in all aspects, and the passive ability of the God of God can also increase the spirit and soul. 066 Fusion of Hulk ability and light wing flight. 4. Take out another bottle of test tube. Ino touched the Hulk's green blood in the test tube with his hands. Gene phagocytosis system. The blood of Hulk is absorbed. Hulk ability, greatly improve physical fitness and potential. The system provides the following 2 options. 1. The ability to transform Hulk is independent, but it will conflict with the gods. You can only choose one of the 2 when transforming. The power remains unchanged, and the 2 consciousnesses need to be run in later. 2. Integrating with the gods, it will not increase the size, will not reduce the subjective consciousness of the brain, will not give birth to the subconscious, and increase the physical quality again, but only the original 70% effect. Looking at these 2 schemes, Ino gave an example of the pros and cons. First of all, choosing one means that I have 2 identities, 2 powers, but I can't use them at the same time. Choose 2 means fusion and swallowing. When the 2 forces are used together, they will not be affected by reducing the subjective consciousness of the brain, and there is no need for running in the later stage, although the increase is only 70% of the original. This way, whoever chooses will come out. Choose one, you will play the hidden identity to the death and cause trouble for yourself in the later stage. Option 2, although the increased strength is only 70% of the original, but it is convenient and concise. Choose 2, mainly based on the appearance of the gods, swallowing and integrating Hulk's ability. Option 2 is successful. Ability fusion? Mainly based on the appearance of gods descended to Earth. Comprehensive increase in physical fitness? Success. The moment of deciding to choose 2. Ino directly felt the boiling from genes in the body. A force surged out from the body in an instant. People can't help but want to find something to destroy to be comfortable. Ino closed his eyes. Use the powerful spiritual will of the gods to counteract this impulse. After a while, Ino was relieved to check the system capabilities. Gene phagocytosis system. Ability, 5% of the gods, 85% of the gods, 3,000 kilometers of the flowers of the gods. So cruel? Original 42% of the gods descended directly to 85%. Even the ability of Tiantian, which is not very compatible with the Hulk, has increased by 3%. The flower root of the gods has more than doubled. At this time, Angela from the underground laboratory immediately called. Ino. How did the flower of the gods rise to 3,000 kilometers in an instant? Have you improved your abilities? Listening to the excited voice on the other end of the phone, Ino said, "It's okay, it won't have a big impact until the flower root reaches 6,000 kilometers, you can continue to study." Listening to Inona's indifferent voice, Angela said helplessly, "This is 3,000 kilometers, which is more than the lowest layer of the mantle. The deepest known excavation depth of human beings is the Z44 oil well, which is only 12,376 meters. Only this 1/242 of the flower. But that is the deepest depth known to physics, Angela." Ino reminded, "The flower root of the gods is the embodiment of consciousness. There is no physical concept of pressure. The flower root and depth are just expressions." "Okay." Angela hung up the phone helplessly. "This depth can make any geophysicist or physicist go crazy. Because it's so tempting. But for Ino, the ball is almost mine. This hole is bullshit. By the way, Tianjin has reached 5%. Light wings, can you fly? Click on God descends to the world, and then click on light wings. Light wings, consume biological energy to fly. Simple 7 words. Express different abilities. Can keep flying. Literally, as long as the biological energy, physical strength, is sufficient and the recovery speed can meet the usage level, you can keep flying." After finishing the ability, Ino used the control panel to open the curtains of the north and south floor-to-ceiling windows. The distance is still Stark's industrial building, where the huge A-shaped logo Ino can be seen with super distance vision. Go and see what Helen is going to study with the blood of the Hulk. I'm bored, it's just the afternoon, why don't I go to the underground laboratory to have a look? Take the elevator to the lab. This time, Zhao Helen was busy with the basic experimental equipment, but Angela was not here. Zhao Helen took the time to see Ino and said, "Sister Angela is studying at the Flower of the Gods. I am studying the blood of the Hulk and the plan. Boss, please help me change it." 067 The research direction of the blood of Hulk. 5. Hearing Zhao Helen's explanation, Ino took the plan from the direction of her finger. The research direction of blood of the Hulk. Progress 1. First, use Hulk blood samples for hematopoiesis to prevent accidental losses and provide more blood samples. Progress 2. Detailed study of the blood plasma, red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, and other information of Hulk's blood. Progress 3. Use research data to implement various technologies. The following are the possibilities of various technologies. Ino took a general look. Basically that's it, no problem. Ino returned the plan to Zhao Helen and said, "No problem, just follow this progress." Ah! Zhao Helen was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Ino to pass directly. She hesitated, is there anything to improve? Or is there something missing? Yunyo looked at Zhao Helen dumbfounded and said, "Do you think I'm that kind of sloppy boss? Since your actions are all right, do I need to force me to change your already correct plan in order to show my wisdom? Does it mean that other bosses have to pretend to understand if they don't understand, as if not intervening in any project is like having no sense of existence?" In fact, these bosses really abound. Although Zhao Helen has not experienced it, but all the seniors she knew had experienced this kind of thing. She also often complained to her that the boss had to change the plan if he didn't pretend to understand. Zhao Helen turned his head embarrassedly and continued to operate the equipment, and said embarrassedly, "I heard the complaints from the seniors, so I didn't react. Of course, I didn't mean that you were that kind of boss." "Yeah." Ino nodded, "I'll go up if I have nothing to do. I won't disturb Angela while she's studying." "Wait." Zhao Helen hurriedly interrupted when Ino was about to leave. "Huh?" Ino turned to look at her. "Give me a research direction." Zhao Helen looked at Ino eagerly, in this way, I will have a goal for my progress. And this kind of operation? Do you want the future direction or the nearest direction? All. Did not see it? Does this Zhao Halen have a carnivorous personality? I want to hear the stories on the plane. Progress in research is all about it? This invisible character Eno can see at a glance. Eno thought about it for a while and suggested to Zhao Halen, recently, it will focus on restoring physical fitness and regulating physiological functions, referred to as getting rid of sub-health drugs. In the future, Eno looked at Zhao Halen and set a very distant goal for her, super soldier. But it requires you to fully understand the plan of the flower of the gods and this plan to be considered entry. And in the future, there are more samples and proposals waiting for you to study. That's a bit of a foundation. Facing the difficulties mentioned by Eno, Zhao Halen did not flinch. Instead, he nodded confidently. She is fortunate that she has come to the core level of the umbrella to join Sister Angela. Otherwise, what can you learn with that doctorate degree from the school? It's not like doing research on your own. How can there be infinite possibilities in the future of the umbrella? And Sister Angela also secretly told herself that the package was assigned to a boyfriend. As long as it takes a while, the feelings will run in for a while. Think of this. Zhao Halen's hand to operate the device involuntarily became faster. His face turned even redder. He also secretly glanced at Eno. Of course her blushing and peeking at Eno noticed it. But is it a genius to be flushed with excitement knowing that research is so difficult? Eno sighed looking at Zhao Halen's appearance. Can't learn, can't learn. Farewell. Now that the arrangement was almost done, Eno took the elevator back to the office. Then use the computer to see what the hot news is today. One umbrella booze Eno is involved in the battle of two big monsters in Virginia. Is he injured? 2 Corvo College broke into the armed forces of the military, and the umbrella booze Eno was deeply trapped in the activities. 3 Is it a coincidence that Eno, who was still active 1 second ago, was confronted with armed conflict the next second? 4 The culprit of this time at Corvo Academy, Lieutenant General Ross, do you know what you did? 5 Virginia's crash rate rose several percentage points today because of this. Seeing this information, Eno is stunned. These reporters have more noses than anyone else. It has just been an hour since the accident at Corvo College, and reporters all over the country know it. 068 Tony who was forced to care by Pepper? 1. At this time, Tony called. Hi Eno, I heard that you encountered an armed conflict with the army, is it all right? Hearing Tony's words, Eno said with a smile, it was Pepper who asked you to call or did you call yourself? Wow, you are so annoying, kid. Tony complained at home, turned his head to look at Pepper who was sitting beside him staring at him, and said to the phone, we decided unanimously. Thank you for your concern, I have no injuries. Okay, that's fine. Tony said at home, if you want to sue that Lieutenant General Ross, Stark Industries and Umbrella Pharmaceuticals will sue him together, and his position will not be guaranteed. After speaking, he also looked at Pepper a little bit, as if to say, look, I will say that Eno will not be hurt. Eno leaned back on the chair and put his legs on the table and said, I heard that the congressman will call him a military court in a few days, although it is estimated that nothing will happen. Who said that? The braised egg of SHIELD. Braised eggs? Tony asked. There is a kind of food called braised eggs, don't you think it looks like Fury's head? Eno laughed. Tony's house at this time. He asked Jarvis to search for pictures of marinated eggs. Then I adjusted Nick Fury's photo and compared it. Jarvis, sir, the similarity is really high. Puff. Pepper next to Tony laughed directly. He quickly covered his mouth and ran away. She's going to laugh for a while. Tony held back his smile, squeezed his thigh with his hand and said, okay, It's really similar, but it's best not to announce it, otherwise every time I see Halo. Nick Fury wants to laugh. It's over, listen to what you said, what if I slip up one day? Eno joked, then I can only say that this is the title you gave him. Tony said in tragic despair, oh no, I've already thought about how bad he would rather listen to you than to listen to my explanation. Then you're a little self-aware. I've always known what kind of person I am. Tony confirmed that Eno was okay, and then said, since you are okay, hang up. I have a party to attend tonight. Then feel sorry for your little pepper for a while in advance, and hang up. Hang up the phone. Eno shook his head helplessly. This kind of mess, Eno himself did not dare. It's not that he's physically afraid, but mentally, he feels that doing that will make him dirty. This kind of uncleanness can only be beautiful as long as it is beautiful. Eno admires Tony. And the Hulk. Banner ran to a forest park in New York with his fainting girlfriend Betty. After a while, his girlfriend wakes up. Betty looked at the big green monster in front of her, and it was hard for her to imagine that Banner would look like this after his sudden departure. But does he still know himself? Betty's hand slowly reached out to Hulk. Hulk saw Betty's hand reaching out to him, he slowly spread out his big hand and caught Betty's outstretched hand. Until the Hulk calmed down. Early morning after a night. Hulk changed back to Banner. Opening his eyes, Banner suddenly started to do it, he touched his chest and abdomen in a panic. I finally let out a sigh of relief when I felt no more pain and wounds. Although I can't remember much of it. But I always remember the pain and the feeling of being ripped open and bleeding. Even if Hulk is his own subconscious. But pain is imprinted in the soul. Like the previous bullets and even the cannonball, Hulk changed back to Banner after carrying it, and Banner would not remember it. But this time, Banner clearly remembers how angry he was at the time and how painful it was. Even now he felt a dull pain. At this time, Betty was also awakened by Banner's movement. She looked at Banner and asked, "What now?" Banner looked at her, "We must go to Grayburn College in New York to find Little Blue." "Dr. Who is that?" Banner stood up and put on his big pants and said, "A person who should be able to solve the big monster in my body, and where is this?" Betty also stood up. She looked at the surrounding buildings and said slowly, "I don't know, but this doesn't seem to be a remote place, but a bit like somewhere. Forest Park?" At this time, Emil Bronsky had been sent to a special hospital in the military region with broken bones. His attending doctor said after dealing with his wounds and bones, "It's impossible to save it. It's a miracle to be alive." 069 Natasha, who went to interview with Stark Industries. 2. Looking at Emil Bronsky, who was unconscious and covered in assistive devices. Ross looked at him and said whether he could hear it or not, "The congressman will have me court-martial in a few days, so I only have a few days anyway. But the Hulk must catch it, that's my weapon and my chance." After that, he turned around and left regardless of what Bronsky could do. But after he turned around, Bronsky's right finger with a broken nerve moved suddenly. Early morning a few days later. New York Seaview single-family double-story villa, which is Eno's home. "Is it time for Ross to go to court-martial tomorrow?" Angela was in the living room helping Eno sort out his collar and coat. Although Zhao Halen is the personal secretary. But Angela wouldn't give her these jobs. Yet. Eno moved his wrist and said, "But before that, the military did not take back his military power." Angela's hand paused, and she said angrily, "You mean, the government's military court is just a pretense? To appease the people? Isn't this normal?" Eno said indifferently, "If I was injured that time, he would indeed be punished a little harder. But obviously the incident at Kalwar University is not serious, it's just that the impact of the speech is bad. Do you think the military will fire a lieutenant general because of his remarks?" Angela thought for a while, then shook her head and said, "It really won't. If only because of the influence of speech, a lieutenant general was fired. That lieutenant general is too worthless. As long as the government said on the surface, we have punished him severely. Then it's okay not to let him show up for a few years. With the current speed of social development, who will remember this a few years later? So it's not that Ino's identity has little impact, just deal with it and it will pass. But there is a better way to deal with it, and the government certainly doesn't want to give up this lieutenant general. But now the position of Lieutenant General Ross is in jeopardy." Ino looked at Angela's sullen look for herself, smiled and gently rubbed her golden hair and said, "Okay, he will be back soon, and at least sit in prison." "Really?" Angela raised her head all of a sudden. Rose was going to sit in prison. She seemed happier than Ino. "Of course it's true, or else it could be boiled." At this moment, Zhao Halen, who was standing in the yard, looked at the two people who kept throwing dog food in the living room. She admitted that she was full. "And it's all eaten up. Sister Angela, when will your promise to bring me come true? Don't be a blank check." At this time, Zhao Halen was the mad crier in his heart. She eats dog food every day, and she wants to sprinkle dog food too. After arriving at the umbrella building, Angela and Zhao Halen went to the underground laboratory first. Ino started to deal with Daily Mail as usual. But it hasn't been dealt with for long. Angela called from the basement. "Enoch, guess where Natasha went? She contacted you again." Ino said without thinking, "Did you go to Stark Industries for an interview?" "You guessed it all." Angela was surprised. "Are you a pig?" Ino said speechlessly, "Except for my umbrella company, only Stark's company with war machines is worth her going to." Angela smiled sweetly and said, "Natasha seems to be interviewing for the legal department. She told me just now that it's a pity that you don't like her, but to make a living, she can only go to Stark Industries to interview for a job in the legal department. Also said she might be able to jump over from Stark Industries if needed, and of course you'd have to get a raise." After hearing Angela's words, Ino said to Natasha quite helplessly, "She said it nicely, just like a normal person. If I hadn't known that she was an agent of SHIELD, I think many people would have been deceived. You don't even have to wait for the interview result, you see Tony will definitely let her pass." "I think so too." Angela also knew what kind of person Tony was through Ino, so according to Natasha's appearance, Stark Industries was simple. 070 Agent Hill calls to comfort. 3. Hang up the phone. Ino sat in his seat and watched the Calvo University event that was soaring on the internet and was sure not to go down in a short time. Tonight is the day when Ross is called up for a court-martial. With the popularity of the network, as long as Ross goes to court-martial, the government will have to hide Ross for at least several years in order to appease the people. Ino thought about it. Called Jason of the Red Umbrella Department and said, "Send a few people to Harlem, and notify me if you find that the army has entered or unknown anomalous forces." Jason, yes. Harlem is right in New York, and it's not too far from Queens. Today is Rose's last day, and Rose will definitely not be caught off guard. At this time, Shield's call entered Ino's personal mobile phone. After Ino is connected. "Mr. Ino, we have the latest news from the government military. I think we may have to report to you in advance." A mature, graceful and capable female voice came into Ino's ears. "Hill? It's the first time I received a call from you." Ino smiled indifferently. "Tell me, I need to know in advance what is going on. This is a sign that you don't trust me." "I'm sorry, but we are afraid that you will get angry and do something exciting." Hill first apologized on behalf of whom he did not know, and then said slowly in a soft voice, "The military and parliamentarians have made a decision that they will not hold the post of Lieutenant General Gross, but will hide him for a few years. But even if he was frozen for a few years, Ross's military power is almost gone, you know what I mean. They seem to want to weaken Lieutenant General Ross through your hand too. So we are afraid that you will get angry, so we come over and say it in advance. I hope you can understand, don't be impulsive. Even Hill had trouble saying the word understanding. Because this sentence is easy to say, but it is too hurtful to the victim of Eno. Being caught in an armed conflict and even losing his life, and as a result, one sentence of understanding has passed. So is my umbrella boss name too weak? Do you want to raise the price of medicine? Let's crash the market and play? And then try to lead a panic speech or march to protest. Umbrellas are not impossible. Oh. Eno said flatly, it's just to kill people with a knife, and then there's a bit of meaning that you don't want to give up Lieutenant General Ross, right? Yes. Facing Eno's conclusion, Hill tried his best to comfort him. There will be opportunities in the future. He is already old, you are only under 19 years old, don't be impulsive this time, okay? Hill tries to appease Eno like a big sister. Try to reduce his anger as much as possible. It's okay. Eno said indifferently, I've heard a few words, I don't know if you have heard Agent Hill. What is it? You can call me Hill in the future, Mr. Eno. Then don't call me Mr. Eno said, Feng Shui turns and karma has reincarnation. Although I don't believe in this, I believe that Ross will have retribution. Yeah. Although it was not clear what Eno meant, Hill remembered to say again, it's fine if you don't get angry. Is 19 so uneasy for you? Have you all started looking at age at S.H.I.E.L.D.? Does it matter? Hill thought about Nick Fury's age, then Natasha's age, and finally said, it doesn't matter. That's fine, hang up. Well, hang up. Hanging up the phone, Eno looked at the call that Hill had just called. Isn't that just treating me like a child? But as everyone knows, S.H.I.E.L.D. feels that Eno is good. It's going to happen to Tony. He must not put Ross to death. Tony doesn't care what the social impact will be, what the company will do. It doesn't matter. So if the umbrella's influence can be placed on Stark Industries. For this to happen to Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D. could send him 8 agents to watch him. For fear of Tony messing up. After Hill of S.H.I.E.L.D. hung up the phone, he looked at the intelligence center behind him. There were 40 to 50 people working here, collecting and sorting out intelligence. Hill found a middle-aged female agent, stood beside her and asked, help me check it out, what does Feng Shui turn, karma has reincarnation? It's going to be tonight. 071 Zhao Halen's massage? 4. The time came to the evening of the day. Eno is sitting in the office on the top floor of the umbrella building. Half lying on the boss chair, watching the canal behind and the sunset scenery in the distance. He held a whiskey bottle in his hand, not even a glass, and took a sip from time to time. Generally speaking, Eno likes to drink milk tea in the morning and noon, and only likes to drink in the evening. Drop. Zhao Halen walked out of the underground laboratory. She looked at the office where the lights were not turned on and Eno, who was sitting quietly watching the scenery. Zhao Halen was involuntarily rendered by the atmosphere. She strolled behind Eno, stretched out her slender hands and pressed Eno's shoulders. Eno put the bottle down again and closed his eyes comfortably. Boss, what's the matter tonight? Zhao Halen asked, looking at Eno's appearance. Yeah. Eno closed his eyes and said with a nasal voice, there should be another fight at night, this time for a big guy. Wow. Zhao Halen's fingers involuntarily added more force, but Eno felt that it was just right now. Zhao Halen looked at Eno on the boss chair from behind, his handsome face, beautiful nose bridge and lips, and the chest muscles that he could still see from his direction. Zhao Halen's face slowly turned rosy again. With her hands flat, palms facing up, she caught Eno's shoulders from below, and her thumbs pressed against his neck above his collarbone, pressing neither light nor heavy. Taking advantage of this period of time, Zhao Hailan asked in a negotiating tone, "Can you take me there again this time? I'll just take a look." Standing far away, the gods have a lot of eyesight. "No." Ino said directly with his eyes closed, "This time in New York, there are cameras everywhere, and you will be photographed wherever you stand." The last time Angela could see it was because the Iron King fight was on the downtown street of New York. The Umbrella Building is only a few kilometers away. Although Harlem is also in New York, it is still quite far from the last time. "Okay." Zhao Hailan said regretfully while pressing. But what?" Zhao Hailan said eagerly before Yunyo finished speaking. "You can see it live on TV." Zhao Hailan's face froze, but after thinking about it, "It's better than not seeing it, then let's watch it on the live broadcast." Listening to the regretful BA sound, Ino closed his eyes and smiled. She is really a little girl, her words, actions are expressed in real time. But that's better, isn't it? Who wants to live with a two-faced person every day? Watching the boss smile with his eyes closed, Zhao Hailan only thinks, "So handsome too." With the atmosphere of the sunset, Helen pressed Ino for more than an hour. If Zhao Hailan had not been strengthened, her slender hands would have been unable to hold on. But good times are always short-lived. Jingle bell. Ino's personal cell phone rang. Zhao Hailan got up and went to the desk, picked up the phone, opened it and said, "It's Jason's phone." After speaking, Zhao Hailan took the initiative to hold the phone and put it next to Ino's ear. In this way, Ino, who is lying down, does not have to take it himself. "Jason, what's the matter?" "Jason, boss. An army has entered Harlem. Although the firepower is not as full as last time, it is all jeeps, but the number of soldiers is several times before." "Okay, I see, let the red umbrella come back." "Yes." After Zhao Hailan hung up the phone for Ino, he put the phone back in place. Ino lay on the boss chair, stretched his waist and said, "Oh, I should be busy." Seeing that Yunyo was about to leave, Zhao Hailan said with some reluctance, "When can I help you?" "Help me?" Ino almost laughed again after stretching, "Aren't you helping me?" "Who said helping me must be fighting?" "You're helping me now, and Angela is helping me too, you know." Ino rubbed Zhao Hailan's black hair. The girl still didn't know the true meaning of gang. Zhao Hailan felt the warm hand on the top of her head. After thinking about it, she took Enyo's right hand down with both hands, then put it on her own, kissed Enyo's right hand, and said, "Then come back safely." 072 Above the clouds, the vast galaxy 5. Ino smiled and retracted his hand. He rubbed her head again, and slid her cheek with her index finger. "Then get out of the office." The current Zhao Hailan is barely up to Ino's standard. And Ino's standard is actually very simple. Only, sincere. 2 words. "Come to the corridor outside the office." Ino opened the window. Because of the dozens of floors, the howling night wind kept blowing in, and it also messed up Ino's hair. Looking up at the starless night. Then he looked down at the city with rotten lights. Avatar. Light wings unfold. Ode. The evening wind that had just blown in was instantly carried out. Ino closed the corridor window with his backhand. And now on the cloud. Ino soars here. Feel the bioenergy in your body without a lot of consumption. Ino can guarantee without a doubt that as long as he doesn't do anything else, he can soar infinitely. But need to add energy. That's the benefit of the recovery speed keeping up with the usage. It is also a benefit of being physically strong. Thinking of this, the light wings behind Ino suddenly brightened even more. He rose sharply above all the clouds. Here, you can see more stars. Continue flying towards Harlem, it will be there in a while. And this time in Harlem. Greyburn College, built in Harlem, is where Dr. Blue lives. At this time, Banner and Betty found him. I've been wondering if you are real, and if you are, what are you like? In Dr. Ian's laboratory, he excitedly said to Banner, but someone with such a large amount of energy is actually so low-key, which is shocking to me. It's not like you buy a lottery ticket and you win, he's. After a while, Dr. Lan couldn't compare the setting well. He could only say, even if we can guide it accurately, even if we can calculate the measurement accurately, and everything goes well. But we're still not sure if we'll heal you or just stabilize you temporarily. I'm not sure about this. Dr. Lan said to Banner helplessly, no one can be sure about the ability of genes. We are all trying our luck, not even the umbrella. By the way. Dr. Lan said this, he suddenly looked at Banner and said, why don't you try the umbrella? There are more talents there. I can't control myself. If I go, I will destroy the umbrella company. Banner said truthfully, moreover, no one can guarantee that I can be cured. I would rather find a way myself first. Okay. Dr. Lan rubbed his hands. First of all, we have to say in advance that if you inject a little more of the drug, it will produce a high concentration of toxins. You mean I'm going to die? Yes. But you haven't considered another thing. Banner said, looking at Dr. Lan. If the metering was a little less, it would be dangerous here. Hearing this, Dr. Lan smiled indifferently. I have always been more curious than cautious, and I have never made a mistake, so should we give it a try? Facing the expectations of Dr. Lan, Banner and Betty looked at each other. He only has this option. At this time, Eno landed from the clouds, and he stood on the roof opposite Dr. Ian's laboratory. Just saw Banner and Dr. Lan walk into the laboratory. If you guess correctly, Dr. Ian's potion is not an antidote to help Banner free the Hulk. Instead, make a potion that helps Banner to actively transform into Hulk. But changing back still requires calm. Relying on his keen hearing, Eno turned to look at several helicopters in the distance. It looks like Ross is going to make a last-ditch effort. Using a gunship at Culver University can be said to be fighting monsters. But in New York, he used a gunship to give him 100 mouths, and Ross couldn't tell. Unless he can control a biological weapon like the Hulk. This can give the military a way to suppress the remarks of this group of wealthy people relative to ordinary people. Changing body color, replicating surroundings, entering visual concealment. After a thought, Eno's original appearance of the gold and silver Kai's cold light visor directly changed into the appearance of absorbing the surrounding environment and entering semi-invisibility. Unless someone came to touch Eno, it would be difficult to see with the naked eye. 073 Banner was anesthetized by an anesthesia needle. 1. The sound of the helicopter gradually diminished and stopped at the periphery of Greyburn College, which is Dr. Ian's off-campus laboratory. His laboratory is not inside the school, but on the outer street. It is also the home of Dr. Lan. Ding. Ding. At this time, there were two sounds similar to a nail gun from the corner behind Eno. Then the rope sounded. Two soldiers in black special combat uniforms climbed up. They ran to Eno's side. Take out the box at the back and open it. It contains a complete set of sniper rifle parts. Eno squatted by the side and glanced briefly, as if there were any magnifying mirrors, but it was not brand new, it was a bit old. After a while, the little black sniper finished assembling the sniper rifle next to Eno. And next to him is a scout, who is observing the surrounding environment with a telescope. Among them, Eno was also skipped, but Eno was obviously not found. Hum hum hum. At this time, several jeeps full of soldiers suddenly appeared on the street under Eno's feet. They stopped on the road outside Dr. Blue's house. But there is still some distance from Dr. Ian's home. These soldiers jumped out of the car skillfully, held the rifles in their hands to communicate with the headset, and moved forward tactically. Then a man Eno had seen jumped out of another jeep. Brinsky, that is, hatred that has not yet been formed. At this time, even if he was shattered a few days ago, he had recovered. Next, Eno saw that Banner and Betty came out of Dr. Ian's laboratory normally and returned to the living room. Then Dr. Lan also came out. They talked for a while. Entered a room full of glass cabinets. With Eno's vision, he could see that it was filled with a weakened version of Hulk's blood. All are at least 99% diluted. Sudden. The scout next to Eno reported the situation at this time: humidity, temperature, wind direction, wind speed, etc. After receiving the information, the sniper connected to Ross through the headset and said, "Everything is normal, but at this time the target is very active and cannot be sniped. The initial velocity of the anesthetic ammunition is very slow, and it has to pass through the glass." Ross sat in the command car, took the walkie-talkie and ordered, "Wait for the moment and shoot at any time." Xiao Haihui next to Eno reported, "Can't shoot at this time, need to wait." And Brinsky, who had just jumped out of the jeep, had to wait on the second floor. "Just pull out the headset and run to Dr. Ian's laboratory on the second floor. Command the car." Ross's adjutant hurriedly reported. Brinsky did not listen to the command and took the initiative to attack. Ross heard the blue veins jump, and immediately shouted to the sniper, "Hurry up and find a shooting opportunity. Otherwise, he will be transformed." Boom. The voice just fell. The little black sniper next to Eno found the opportunity to shoot directly without hesitation. Eno turned his head to look, and indeed shot. Banner, who was arguing with Dr. Lan, staggered there. Sniper, hit the target. When Ross got the news, he immediately shouted in his headset, "Rush all. Tie that monster back to me. He only has a few minutes of coma." Since it was Ross's order, of course all the soldiers rushed forward. But in fact, this is the ability to actively transform into Hulk, which Banner has not mastered. And will only come out when his life is in danger for the time being. Otherwise, the moment the anesthetic is injected, the Hulk will become larger, and the anesthetic will be useless. But even for Banner, who hasn't gotten bigger, the anesthetic can only numb him for a few minutes. Jingle bell. Ross's female adjutant glanced at the satellite phone, and then handed it to Ross. "It's Congressman Barry's phone." Ross took it and shouted, "I don't care what you have to say. But shut up now. I'm about to catch that green monster. I'm sure you'll shut up when you see it." Before he could speak, he was sprayed with a face, and the ninja said in anger, "No problem, Lieutenant General Ross, if you can't come up with something that will offset the impact. Then you just wait for the jail to wear it." Ross hung up the phone and said, "Then just wait." 10 minutes later, the unconscious Banner was picked out by the soldiers with the burden of binding the mentally ill. Ross knew from Banner's appearance that he was using an unknown potion. Ross leaned beside Banner and said fiercely, "If you make it, Hulk, disappear, then you can only spend your life in prison." 074 Ugly and idiotic hatred is born. 2. Banner opened his eyes, looked at Ross and sneered, "Then you may really get your wish, and it's not bad to spend a lifetime in prison." Ross clenched his fists angrily and watched as Banner continued to be carried into the helicopter. Betty also came out from Dr. Ian's house at this time. She looked at Banner being carried away. Passing by Ross with a blank face, he said coldly, "I'm no longer your daughter. Everything is developing as normal." Brinsky saw Banner and Dr. Ian's laboratory being carried away. He grabbed Dr. Ian's collar angrily and said, "Where did you get the Hulk? Now Bronsky is madly trying to fight someone. The sweat in his body is constantly being discharged, as if there is no upper limit of water content." Dr. Lan, who was lifted up, said with difficulty, "I don't know where Hulk went. The experiments just now were unknown, and I couldn't control it." Brinsky looked around the lab at the diluted Hulk's blood and Dr. Ian's experimental potion. He stared fiercely at Dr. Lan and said, "He is so strong, you have studied it, then you have to make me so strong." Hearing Brinsky's urgency, Dr. Lan had some inexplicable anticipation and excitement in his heart. "Although I don't know what you've injected, maybe it's the same as him. In this case, we can't be sure what kind of monster will mutate, it may be ugly, and it can't be changed back." Brinsky simply roared, "Inject me." Tisk tisk. Eno looked at the messy Harlem, and Lieutenant General Ross had just left in a helicopter. The army of jeeps is also slowly withdrawing. Compared to the battlefield at Colt College, the venue at this time can only be regarded as a mess. But after a while, this place will be in ruins. Eno was standing on the roof opposite Dr. Ian's laboratory. "Look at the final program of mutation inside. Slowly withdraw the environmental invisibility on the body. Going to fight. Hoo hoo hoo. Whoa." An angry roar sounded directly. It was followed by the sound of glass being shattered and objects breaking. Bang. Along with the splashing of bricks, a large monster with abnormally protruding spine was knocked out of Dr. Ian's laboratory on the second floor. His upright height is comparable to the floor of a second-story building, his body is gray and black, and his face is ugly, only a little of his face can be seen. This is hatred. He looked around, as if searching for someone's trail, but after a moment. A roar of hatred and anger, "Hulk! Ah 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 ah!" On the street, everyone saw this monster fleeing. However, there are still some people who kill themselves and take out their mobile phones to take pictures. Abomination finds no target. Angrily, he kicked the car next to him. Boom! The car weighing more than 1 ton was kicked and flew until it stopped until it hit a red fire hydrant. Puff! The fire hydrant was also broken. Disgust, who had apparently not finished releasing his force, slid his hand into the roof of the car next to him. Zia! One sound. With an unpleasant metallic screeching sound, Abomination lifted the car with both hands. "Start looking for a comfortable target to hit. Degree. At this time, a tight, bass-heavy siren blared. 911 who just passed by heard the alarm call and rushed over. But it happened to meet the hatred that was choosing the target. Eno stretched out his hand, and a cloud of liquid slowly solidified until it turned into a huge long sword. Abomination's hands that were about to hit the police car stopped. He saw the god Eno. That is, the person who had the hammer Hulk in his memory a few days ago. "Ha ha ha, no Hulk, and you? Come on, come and fight." With a roar of hatred, he threw the car in his hand at Eno. One-handed wave. The broken car flew past Eno. With a lot of kinetic energy, the two sedans crashed into a house and a roof respectively. It looked like the car was cut off easily. Abomination hurriedly looked to the side, then locked onto a telephone pole. He ran over, kicked the base with one kick, picked up the telegraph pole that was about to end, and slammed all the wires off. Roar! Come on God! Aren't you more powerful than Hulk? Come and fight? Kill me! Hatred roared at Eno, provocative. Ugly. 075 Catch the female reporter who was blowing by the gods. 3. Ugly. Eno gave him a disgusting look. The evolution of genes is moving in the most perfect direction. If you don't know what this means, then you can understand why people are getting better and better. Cars, decorations, gifts, etc. are getting better and better. That's where the creatures are going. Eno stepped down the roof and slowly landed on the road. Abomination strikes immediately. He waved the telephone pole in his hand, and waved to the god Eno with the sound of tearing wind. Cross. It was like the sound of sand being cut off suddenly. The electric pole that hatred was waving was cut off. Disgusted for a moment, he looked at the small telephone pole in his hand. He ran to Ino and continued to wave the telephone pole in his hand. Cross. 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 3 consecutive beeps. When Abomination realized that the telephone pole in his hand was less than 1 meter, he had already rushed in front of Ino. Looking at the gorgeous figure in front of him. Disgusted and angry, he threw his fist at Ino. Don't think that it's useful to dress well. That's all appearance. It's useless. Listening to the annoying Ino, he kicked the disgusting belly with a blast of wind. Why do you like mouth guns when fighting? Can't you be quiet? Boom. How did you get here? How did you get back? Abomination instantly bent into a U-shape in the air and flew back and crashed into the building. The rubble and bricks buried him. Only a patch of dust remained. Da-da-da. At this time, a helicopter appeared above Ino's head. Ino turned to look. It's an ordinary helicopter with no attack capability. But there was a reporter half squatting above, and she was holding a huge camera and explaining loudly to Ino. Ugly big monster waving a telephone pole and charging at the god. He is aggressive. Wait. How did the big ugly monster come and go back? He was kicked into the house by the gods and the bricks covered the big guy. The god is looking at us. He is looking at us. It's a pity he wears a visor, we can't see his face, but even so his body is still mighty. His wings are still bright. Although I don't know which platform the female reporter of this live broadcast is on. But she doesn't care about who is right and who is wrong, who is good and who is bad. Anyway, face the good-looking, handsome god Ino first, and it's over. The mighty, arrogant, handsome, and righteous god will definitely defeat the ugly, badass monster. Let's cheer for the gods. Ino listened to the female reporter bragging about herself below. He almost didn't know he was so handsome. The helpless Ino supported his forehead with his free left hand. Although this is the direction of my own estimation, the plot is also correct. But why some inexplicable embarrassment? The deity is holding his forehead with his left hand. Is he thinking about something? Or is he dizzy? As soon as Ino made an action, the female reporter on the helicopter unlocked it. Shut up. Unbearable Ino pointed at the helicopter with his left hand. Really? Ino, the god of the cold light mask, was still very intimidating, and the female commentator stopped talking immediately. Turned. Ino looked at the hatred that had already pulled himself out from the ruins, raised his legs and walked forward. I saw the god Ino come over. The abomination, who had just tasted that he was kicked with the power of Hulk, hurriedly sat on the ground with his hands and feet and stepped back. His ugly face shouted, "Don't take a sword if you can. You take a weapon. I'm bare-handed. It's not fair." Puff. Ino almost laughed in his heart. This Bronski doesn't seem to be like this. Scared of being beaten? Just that foot? Looking at the radius of a few kilometers, everyone has evacuated the open space. Ino stuck his sword on the ground, ready to say a few words. But the moment Ino stuck his sword on the ground, Abomination violently used the toe that had just been slammed into the ground. With the power of his toes pulling the ground, he swung his heaviest fist at Ino. Even the female commentator on the helicopter couldn't help shouting, "Be careful." He attacked. Of course it's far more than she cares. The tens of millions of people watching the live broadcast are also worried. Zhao Halen and Angela of the Umbrella Building were also worried. But Ino, who had just planted his sword on the ground, smiled disdainfully at the hatred that flew towards him. Sneak attack? What an old routine. A fighter who can be distracted in battle is never a good fighter. Ino lightly raised the toe of his right foot against the blade that had been inserted into the ground. The right hand holds the hilt of the sword. Light wings. Maximum back bioenergy push. Puff. Even if you frame the frame with the best camera, you can't see the silver flash. A complete arm that you can see with the naked eye is flying through the air. 076 hate, 30 years Hedong, 30 years Hexi. 4. Abomination's left hand is broken. Yes, that's right. That's how it breaks. Ino pressed his foot against the blade and held the hilt in his hand. The light wings on the back propel him instantly. The result is this. Ino was like a sword chi, and instantly cut through his arm. My God! What happened? The female commentator on the helicopter shouted in surprise. The cold light flashed. We can only see an arm flying in the air. It's too fast. It's really too fast. What the hell is going on? Can our cameras capture it? I really hope it can. I'd rather not come to my aunt to change it for 3 months. Listen to the words of the tiger wolf on the helicopter. Ino really doesn't want to care. This female commentator's mouth is the same as Gatlin's, and it's almost blue fire. And at this moment, Abomination, who was kneeling on the ground, covered the entire left shoulder with his right hand. He didn't yell out of pain. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said nothing. After a while, he made a decision. That is, run. Where there is life, there is hope. I'll get stronger when I recover. Have your godly good juice to eat. In the eyes of people watching the live broadcast all over the country, the hatred jumped up and ran away. Don't even pick up the broken left hand. The head will not. He ran towards Ino with the back of his head and said, 30 years of Hedong and 30 years of Hexi. I'll be back. You wait for me. Good guy, you grabbed several popular lines in one sentence. I admire you. But can you run away? The light wings behind Ino light up slightly, exuding fluorescence. Then he suddenly jumped up and rushed to the sky. The female commentator shouted again in surprise, he is flying. The gods are flying. Tenjin only flew once when he was at Culver University. But that time is not clear in the video because the filming equipment was a mobile phone. But this time, it's a close-up observation. You see how beautiful his wings are. Why do they shine brightly even though they look like real feathers? I've decided. My favorite thing from now on is the wings. Ah no, God is my favorite. Wings are second. Accompanied by the chatter of the female commentator. Ino flew through the air with fluorescent light, bang. A sound stopped in front of the hated Thornlala. Abomination slammed the brakes to a stop. Even the road surface was scratched with 2 marks. Da-da-da. The female commentator of the helicopter live broadcast was long overdue. Hatred looked at the god Ino in front of him. He looked back and said, I want to become stronger. I want more power. Why can you be so powerful? Why can't I? Just when the hatred receded, another helicopter flew over. This is Lieutenant General Ross' helicopter. Standing in the helicopter, Ross looked at the 2 big guys fighting on the ground. At this time, Banner, who was trapped on the back of his hand, also saw the scene at this time. Looking at the chaotic venues and ruins on the street, Banner thought that the gods and haters were going back and forth. He looked at Ross and said, I have to go down and help him. He stopped my rage at Corvo College. He's not the evil one. Ross looked at Banner and said slowly, you can't transform into Hulk now, how do you solve it? The helicopter can't be parked below. I'm not as stupid as the female reporter. I have my daughter in the helicopter. Banner looked at Betty, and then at Ross and affirmed, just jump from here. Bet on whether you can transform. Ross, who was shocked by Banner's words, looked at Banner deeply and asked, are you sure? Okay. Banner nodded heavily. Ross took one last look at him, went to get the key to the handcuffs and said, I'll give you a chance then. But Banner jumped straight off. If you can't become the Hulk, what's the use of undoing the handcuffs? After Banner finished speaking, he jumped directly from the helicopter with thousands of people. That's right. Thousands of meters high. If you can't change the Hulk, what's the use of undoing the handcuffs? At this time, Tony, who was in Stark's laboratory, also received a message from Jarvis. Jarvis, sir, the news of the god you are concerned about has appeared. He is fighting a big ugly monster on the street of Harlem in New York. A light screen appeared in front of Tony's eyes, which was the live broadcast. Tony hurriedly ate the last sandwich in his hand and asked, "Will the gods win, or is that big ugly monster going to win?" Jarvis, according to live reports, the gods were crushing. Wait, someone suddenly fell. 077 The female reporter who confessed 1/20th. What? Tony watched the figure that suddenly smashed into the ground from the sky on the live broadcast. He hurriedly looked at Mark's armor in the display cabinet next to him. To wear or not to wear, that is the question. If worn is already 12%, will be deepened by 1%. If you don't, it means you don't care. This thing. But, a golden red figure in battle armor flew into the sky, his hands and feet facing down, spewing energy. Jarvis, sir, I don't recommend you to take care of this matter, the gods will solve it, and if you need to use this armor, it is expected that the poisoning of palladium will be at least 20% after the end. Shut up. Yes, sir. The screen returns to the battlefield. Eno looked at the figure that fell directly not far away. Isn't this the Hulk? He even jumped off the live broadcast helicopter, and the female reporter began to explain again. The ugly monster was stopped, he is retreating in fear, he is unwilling. Go to hell, the ugly monster. The gods of justice will come down, yours. Eno, I don't know, I'm righteous. How did you know that? Did I say so? Then the female commentator suddenly shouted, wait. Something fell. What is that? Ah! A big green hand sticks out from the pit. That's the monster of Corvo Academy and the Battle of the Gods. Are they going to join forces to defeat the gods? They're 2-on-1 bullying. It's not fair. Abomination, why didn't I hear you say it's unfair when I punched the heavenly sword? Eno looked at Hulk, who was slowly crawling out of the pit. He was waiting for the Hulk to react. Is this Han attacking himself or not attacking himself, or saying that he is going to fight hatred but to everyone present except? Eno was surprised. Hulk turned around and roared directly at Hate. Roar. Female commentator, what? The big green monster roared at the big ugly monster. What's the matter? Are the Hulk and the gods reconciled or what? Will they take on this grey ugly monster together? But just rely on the gods. Is the Hulk here to steal people's heads? Forget it, as long as you help the gods, I will recognize you as a good thing. Hulk would probably cry if he knew that he was considered a good guy like this. Not easy, and it's too easy. Eno looked at Hulk and roared in disgust. I'm thinking that he won't rush over and hit him. If he really goes up, hit him. The idea of Eno just appeared. Hulk roared and waved his fists before going up. Disgusted to see the god Eno standing there, Hulk rushed up alone, and he immediately said loudly, if you are the only one who can't beat me. Do you think you are a god? Abomination also raised his single right hand and rushed up, smashing it with the fist of Hulk, who was rushing over. Bang! The air squeezed by the two fists quickly blew in all directions. Blow the swivel lid of the trash can next to it. Even the scraps of paper in the bucket were blown out. The two monsters retreated at the same time. Eno put his sword on the ground. He stood there with his arms folded upright and watched the Hulk fight with hatred. It's not that he doesn't want to help. Instead, remove the grid. Originally, he was crushed and killed. But if it goes up now, it will be reported as 2-on-1 to defeat the hate. How embarrassing, no, how embarrassing. Watching Hulk and Abomination fight back and forth. And the punches were banging loudly to the end. Sounds pretty hot. Just watch a movie. At this time, DEVOURED's live helicopter drove to a height of tens of meters beside Eno. At this time, the pilot asked the female commentator, "I won't be attacked so close. We will be gone with one sword." The female commentator lined up her chest and assured, "Even if I die, I will die under the heavenly sword. Besides, as long as we don't bother him, he shouldn't attack us." Well, it should, probably, maybe, not attack us. At this time, the female commentator suddenly asked Eno, "God, may I ask why you want to protect the city?" Eno looked at Hulk Wars and hated Gowleng and didn't speak, because he was too lazy to pay attention to her. "I just said that I would not bother myself, but turned around and came to interview." "Oh, woman's mouth, deceiver." As a result, the female commentator came to interview again, "God, I like you. If you nod your head, I'll leave immediately." Well, though Eno continues to watch Hulk vs. Abomination. But he heard this question was not unacceptable. Is a blessing in misfortune that this female chatterboxer can go. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 078 Invite the gods into shield. Roll. 2/20. Eno clasped his arms, his index and middle fingers merged, making a horizontal stroke in the air. The sword that was originally inserted next to Eno turned in one direction in an instant, startling the female reporter, and even the helicopter piloted by the pilot was raised a little higher. They almost thought Eno was going to cut her. But what surprised them and the tens of millions of viewers on the live broadcast was the golden and silver greatsword bounced up and down, like a person nodding his head. Then the hilt was bent in the direction of the Hulk War Abomination. Female reporter was dumbfounded, and so were the audience in the live broadcast. The sword can move and can understand human speech, but it is actually controlled by Eno. It is very simple, and it is the same as transforming. The female reporter hesitantly asked Chao Jian, "What do you mean by telling me to live broadcast them?" The great sword bounced up and down again. This time, the female reporter and the pilot looked at each other. Really understands human words. The female reporter looked at the fierce Hulk who was fighting with hatred. Take another look at this, great sword. Apparently she prefers to live stream this, great sword. But she only promised it just now, so she can only take the last scene of the god Eno and leave reluctantly to live broadcast the Hulk War hate. At this time, Ross's helicopter just stopped in the distance because of Eno's existence and did not dare to make close contact. As a result, another helicopter came here. Eno looked up. Shield. After a while, there is SHIELD. The marked helicopter is parked far away from Eno. 3 people jumped down immediately. They are Fury, Carlson, and Natasha. It seems that the seriousness of the situation has affected SHIELD. It's even still there. Natasha, who is at work in Stark, has passed, but the current Natasha has obviously covered it up, and it can't be seen that it is Natasha who is in Stark. After Natasha jumped off the plane with them, they looked at the god who was watching the Hulk battle in the distance. She asked Fury, "What should I do now to contact the gods?" Fury thought for a while, and looked at the 2-meter-long giant sword that was full of deterrence. "Don't get too close, try it from a distance first." Hearing Nick Fury's words, both Carlson and Natasha slowly approached the god Eno. On the way forward, Fury reminded again, "If the gods don't take the initiative to attack us, then don't shoot, don't offend him." Carlson and Natasha nodded in agreement. After a while, 3 people touched the right side of Eno about tens of meters away. After thinking about it, Fury took the initiative to come out, and he shouted to the god Eno, "Hey god." Eno didn't turn his head, but the giant sword suddenly turned to look at Fury. Fury hurriedly threw the pistol in his hand, then threw away the ammunition hanging in his jacket and shouted, "I have no weapons, I have no threats, I want to discuss with you." Eno still watches the Hulk vs. Hate movie. Without looking back, he spit out a word, "Speak." The female reporter who was broadcasting the Hulk war from afar also found out that someone was approaching the gods. She immediately wanted the helicopter to come over. But Eno's cold light visor slightly raised his head and glanced at the pilot of the helicopter. The nose of the helicopter just pulled up immediately fell again. Here Fury came to the side of the god Eno about 20 meters away. "Can we ask who you are?" "God." Listening to Eno's succinct two-word answer, Fury could only ask again, "Then are you good or bad?" "Idiot." Well, Fury admits that the question he just asked was an idiot. Nick Fury also felt the impatience of the god Eno. In The Last Hope, you can join SHIELD. You can negotiate any conditions. Go away. Nick Fury is back next to Coulson and Natasha. He looked at Natasha, who was struggling to hold back laughter, and said, "What do you mean? I at least ask 5 words. Can you do it?" Natasha finally held back her laughter. He looked at the braised egg and repeated what Eno had just said, "God, idiot, get out." Fury opened his mouth and said nothing. He picked up the pistol that was still on the ground just now, stretched out his head and glanced at the hatred that couldn't beat Hulk, and said, "Let's help Hulk." Natasha thought for a while and suggested to Fury, "Would you like me to go to the gods to talk?" Apparently, Natasha is confident in her looks, and firmly believes that even the gods can have a chat with her. Nick Fury glanced at Natasha, and with the possibility, Fury turned his head and gestured to the god. "I mean, you should try it out." Natasha hands the pistol to Coulson. "Then take out all the other weapons on your body." She was wearing a black tights and walked on the catwalk to Eno, a distance of less than 5 meters. 1 meter, she only has the height of the abdominal muscles of the god Eno in front of her. If Eno wanted to see her, he had to bow his head. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 079 Tony comes, Abomination dies. 3/20. Natasha stood in front of Eno and said, "God. Go away." Eno spit out a word without hesitation. Didn't even move at all, he was still, the god with his arms in his arms. Natasha, who returned to Nick Fury's team, honestly took the pistol and weapon. Then he followed Coulson without saying a word, very silent. "See it like this?" Fury nodded with a black head. "It seems that I, the king of secret agents, are more powerful. At least. Can talk to 5. 1 word from Natasha. That's 5 times as much. Wait until these fun things are over. Bang bang bang. Hulk has beaten the one-armed abomination to the death." Disgust looked at the Hulk in disbelief, and he shouted loudly, "Why? It's okay if I can't beat the gods. Why can't I even beat you? Why do you have so much power? Why?" Bang. All he responded to was the Hulk slamming punch in the face. The beaten-back Disgust leaned against the wall by the side of the road. He collapsed on the side of the road. Being chased by the god Eno just now has exhausted most of his strength. Now fighting the angry Hulk again. He is already weak. But the Hulk will not let him go weak. The Hulk rides directly on Abomination. Heavy punches. Boom. 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 Punch after punch. Hulk didn't know how long it took. It was not until Hatred was lying on the ground in a coma that Hulk stood up from him and let out a roar of victory. Roar. The female commentator followed up, "The Hulk hit the ugly monster to the ground. The monster can't get up. And then you want to kill an ugly monster? Can't you keep him and continue to harm the city?" But this time, Hulk didn't make up for it. Instead, he turned around and looked at Ino, who had been watching the movie behind him. Those green eyes seemed to be waiting for the reply from the god Ino. Seeing the Hulk war-hate movie is over, Ino drew the sword beside him. Raise your legs and walk towards the hatred. When the female reporter saw the god Ino approaching, she immediately aimed the live broadcast at him. When approaching the hatred, Hulk took the initiative to turn sideways and let Ino walk over. Before the hatred that slumped on the ground. Bang! Ino's metal boot stomped hard on his hateful belly. The power of the dull voice made the hated legs and head bounce. Now the hatred is awake. Ino drew his great sword over and drew beside the hated head. But at this time, a golden red figure crossed the horizon, his hands and feet flashed, and he came with a sonic boom. After seeing the figure clearly, the female reporter explained again, "Tony Stark, this is Tony Stark. He came in a steel suit, but he seemed to be late, and it's all over." Tony, wearing a steel battle suit, landed more than 10 meters beside Ino with a bang. He looked at the hated being trampled on the soles of his feet, and then, the Hulk following the god Ino. Tony asked tentatively, "Am I late?" "I haven't waited for Ino to react." The Hulk immediately slumped, his fists clenched again and stared at Tony. Wait. Tony quickly waved his hand in Mark's armor and said, "I'm not here to fight. If this set is knocked down, the palladium element poisoning in Tony's body will be at least 30%. Therefore, such unnecessary Tony brackets should be avoided as much as possible." At this time, SHIELD also came out of the corner. Nick Fury stepped forward, looked at the god Ino and asked tentatively, "If possible, this ugly monster can be handed over to us to deal with. The national government has special measures to deal with this problem. We can hand it over to the government, and you can also save trouble." Fury looked at the disgust whose corpse had been separated, and shrugged helplessly, "As long as the gods can be happy." Release. Stepping on the corpse's metal boots, Ino lifted his feet down. The huge long sword turned into a liquid and was absorbed into Ino's body. Under him is just an inferior version of Hulk, and it is also the evolutionary result of garbage. This kind of genetic creature, Ino is disgusting to even look at him. Looking at the disgust whose corpses have been separated under him, and then looking at the Hulk who is still panting next to him, Ino patted his green shoulder, "If you can't go back, run to a quiet place to calm down. I'll go first." "Wait." Fury just held out his hand. As soon as its wings lit up, Song Yunyo light flew into the sky and flew away. Wait. Nick Fury put down his hands and finished what he had left unfinished. And although Hulk heard Ino's words, his mind was a little clearer. But he still shook his head violently. He looked at Iron Man and Fury, who couldn't give him a sense of reassurance. Hulk remembered Ino's words, and ran towards the canal with all his might. If you swim along the river, you can find a quiet place. So to the end. Read the underlined version of the novel. Please download. 080 Natasha, who was hit hard? 4/20. Only Tony and Fury stared at each other. Tony looked at Natasha behind Fury, and it seemed a little familiar. Tony thought about it for a while, then asked her directly, "Hey, beauty, have we met before?" Natasha ignored him. She is still a wanderer in the shadow of Ino's words rolled before she finished speaking. Watching Natasha ignore him, Tony turned to Fury and asked, "She's dumb?" Fury ignored the dandy and stepped forward to observe the hateful wound. The cervical vertebrae have a smooth cut surface. And the other muscle tissue was cut without even granulation. That sword is really too sharp, and the power of the gods is also very great. It can be seen from the fact that a foot on Abomination can bounce him off the ground. Fury thought to himself, "It seems that I still need to go to the Umbrella to find Ino for further research." Seeing this group of people ignore themselves. Tony spread his hands and feet sprayed down energy and flew away. He came here to see the gods. Now that the gods are gone. His sister still couldn't soak up what to do there when Coulson came up. He crouched beside Fury and looked at the disgusting corpse and asked, "Do we need to leave a sample of this corpse for the umbrella?" Coulson looked at Fury and said, "This corpse is a bit like that. Hulk, maybe the umbrella can work out a way to deal with them." Fury thought for a while, then shook his head. "Umbrella is not a company we can control," he said under Coulson's puzzled expression. "We don't know what they will study when this corpse is given to them. This is not a worry, but the most basic choice." Coulson nodded in understanding. The fact that he can make this suggestion in front of Fury shows how much he likes the umbrella. In SHIELD. Of all the agents, only Coulson. Fury looked at Natasha, who was standing in deep silence at the back. "Natasha, go and contact the military and the city government. This place can be cleaned, and the body will be taken away by helicopter." Natasha looked over, kept silent, and made arrangements. Coulson saw her situation. Turning his head to Fury, he said, "She seems a little big." Fury nodded. "A few months ago, she was directly fired by Eno of the Umbrella." Coulson looked at Nick Fury in disbelief. "There is such a thing." After flying in the sky for a while, Eno fell to the helicopter platform of the Umbrella building at a 90-degree vertical angle and returned to the office on the top floor of the building. As soon as I entered the door, Eno saw what Angela and Zhao Halen were looking at in front of the computer. "What are you looking at? You are back." Just as Eno asked, Angela stepped forward and hugged Eno. And Zhao Halen, who was one step later, could only walk to Eno's side. He silently picked up a free arm and wrapped it around him. Eno, who only had his right hand left, touched the back of Angela's head and said, "It's not like you haven't watched the live broadcast. Is it okay to crush it completely? What's there to worry about?" Angela hummed softly and let go of Eno. Seeing that Angela had let go of her embrace, Zhao Helen quickly let go of the hand in her embrace. Eno walked to the desk and to the boss chair. Turns out they were still watching the live broadcast. And the platform of the live broadcast turned out to be the reporter that the female reporter was. It's not just home TVs that keep repeating the footage, but it's also spreading everywhere on the internet. Angela walked behind Eno and pressed Eno on the shoulders, who had just finished fighting. And Eno said calmly, "It's okay, SHIELD. Impossible to discover the identity. From the beginning of Eno trading to the present. Shield. However, I don't think of the gods as Eno. And he didn't even participate in this event. After all, it was a coincidence that Kulwal University was there, but this time it would be impossible to explain it earlier. So Eno didn't let Zhao Halen go too early." Angela nodded in agreement. "If Eno can be found, then SHIELD. I'm afraid there is a problem." Eno turned around in the boss chair. Most of the city that was originally brightly lit behind has been darkened, and only the street lights are still on. Because the Just Hateful event happened at night. So far, although the impact is very large, there are almost no casualties. Eno looked at his watch. 0, it's already early morning. Seeing Yuno's serious expression, Angela and Zhao Halen were both waiting for his next sentence. Eno looked at Angela and asked, "Does this count as overtime?" Angela lay directly on Eno and laughed non-stop. Zhao Halen could barely hold onto the desk. She thought that Eno was going to say something serious when he looked at his watch. As a result, whether it counts as overtime work almost made her laugh to death here. Eno stood up and patted Angela's back. Okay, go home, and go back to SHIELD later. And wonder what we're doing. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 081 Tony, maybe I'm crazy 5/20. The last 3 people in the umbrella building got off work. Shortly after the 3 people of Eno 3 got off work, intelligence personnel captured the vehicle driven by Angela through the camera information of the traffic light. They will report to SHIELD. Eno is off work. Time SHIELD. After receiving the information, Hill contacted Fury on the phone at home and said, Eno has been at home during this time, and I just got off work a little late today, maybe watching the live broadcast of Tianchen. Nick Fury was at home on the other end of the phone. After receiving the news, Fury said, but why did he say that Feng Shui turns and the way of heaven is reincarnated? You said that Eno finally explained that he didn't believe this, and the intelligence center also understood the meaning of the sentence. Ross will get retribution sooner or later. But Ross was punished accordingly tonight and he has now been arrested on the spot. What awaits him is an indefinite prison cell. That's right. Armed troops storm the streets of New York. The first is to involve Eno on the battlefield. Afterwards, the armed helicopter was directly driven to New York. This second time has caused such a big impact. Ross doesn't put the bottom line in the prison. Who will put the bottom line in the prison? Hill continued, this is just what Eno said casually. How did he know that Ross would do it when he saw him tonight? Yesterday I said it. Reassure him not to get excited, he is very calm. Fury thought about it for a while, and there is really no reason to involve Eno on this. And I just thought about it for a while. After all, Eno was just involved in the Colt University incident. If this time he was implicated in this Harlem abomination. That SHIELD. To find out. Fury said, then let's do this first. There should be no problem with Eno. Let us check others first. In the beginning, I was just thinking that the time when he left was similar to the time when the gods left. Hill agreed. And Tony came home. Jarvis reminded, since Mr. did not fight this time, palladium poisoning is currently at 14%. Tony took off his mark armor, isn't it good? I can live for a while longer. Tony walked out of the basement and into the living room of the villa. Pepper was waiting for Tony while drinking coffee. Seeing Tony come out, Pepper asks, why did you go to such a dangerous place in Harlem for that, God? Tony shrugged, yeah, just, want to see it? Pepper looks at Tony in disbelief. Is it because of this that you are going to such a dangerous place? It's because of these. Tony Tanchow, he's as low-key as I am. No. I want to talk to him about how low-key he is. Exchange some experiences, skills, etc. What is this called? Tony thought about it for a while, and then immediately said, this is called a bosom friend, or a little friend who has the same hobby. You are crazy. Pepper looked at Tony and murmured. Who knows? Tony shrugged. Maybe it's crazy. Finished speaking, he went to his bedroom, no matter what. Pepper. At this time, if he uses the mark armor again. Only a few days to live. Is it impossible to give up the title of Iron Man? After Eno returned home, Angela and Zhao Halen both went to take a bath one after another. And he himself still took a bottle of wine and went to the balcony on the second floor to lie down on the sofa to watch the canal scenery. The way, there is a windshield on this balcony. So it's okay to put the sofa here. After more than an hour, Angela and Zhao Halen finished taking a bath. Eno really didn't know what the two were playing in, it took so long. Fortunately, at home 43. The bathtub is big enough. Angela wrapped in a bath towel and walked to Eno's sofa to lie down. Because she was in front of Eno, the fragrance from the slightly wet hair was blown by the evening wind to Eno's side. Angela turned her head and smiled sweetly, are you satisfied with today's fragrance? Seeing Angela looking forward to it, Eno had a trick on his mind, I smell too much, I'm tired of it. The voice just fell. Angela directly puffed up her face and turned her head to look into the distance. Eno looked at her and made a nasal sound. Well, Angela turned her head. Eno waved to her. Soon. Angela came over and crooked into Eno's arms. Eno looked at his watch. It was almost 3 o'clock. Angela, are you still sleeping tonight? Angela was taken aback by the question. Based on our physical fitness, it's okay to not sleep for a few days. Eno shook his head and looked at Angela again. I mean, are you still sleeping tonight? Now Angela immediately understood what Eno meant, and she pursed her lips. 8 o'clock the next day. Eno opened his eyes on time. Angela was lying on her chest, and the two were covered with a thin blanket. He reached for the phone, which showed a SHIELD. Text messages. Carlson, Mr. Eno, do you have an appointment at 2 o'clock this afternoon? This time Director Fury wants to make a video call with you, sir. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 082 The first generation of nanobiomechanical prosthesis? 6/20. Fury wanted to make a video call to Eno and thought for a while, maybe it was about himself. No, it was about the gods. Eno's mobile phone replied. Looking at Angela, who was still sleeping sweetly while lying on top of her. Eno patted her. Get up and wear, the boss asked you to go to work. Angela rubbed her dazed eyes and propped herself up from Eno's chest. Then rolled down again. She said in a daze, you only slept for 2 hours last night, boss, you are too black-hearted. I know I'm not up yet. Eno got up and went to wash after finishing speaking. If you really want to get up. The physical fitness of Eno 3 is no problem. That is, Angela just wanted to stay in bed. She has always been like this. Tossed for half a day. Accompanied by Zhao Helen's resentful eyes, the three of Eno 3 came to the umbrella building. Wait until Angela and Zhao Helen go down to the underground laboratory. Eno also started a daily task, dealing with emails, but apparently what he cares more about is the overwhelming amount of God information on the internet. All kinds of web pages, all kinds of interfaces, all kinds of platforms. All those who can get the traffic of the gods are posting. The popularity of this remark is more popular than the birth of Iron Man. Eno casually clicked on a video of Why Do You Like God instead of Iron Man. In the video, reporters interviewed more than a few people. Answer is roughly, these kinds of one because I learned it at Corvo, it was, the monster stopped by the gods, and this time, I didn't see where Iron Man was at all. Wei Tianxian is handsome and domineering, his sword seems to be alive, and he is so cold, so cool. I don't dislike Iron Man, I just love God more, but Iron Man has also stopped many terrorist organizations, they are all good people. Alright. Seeing this, Eno can only feel good. At least. The first one is easy to be led by others and lead to a lot of pitfalls. The third rule is that such a sane person is better than but the most of them is, the second rule. Their explanations are no why. It's because Tenjin is handsome and stopped that, big monsters riot. It's that simple. Looking at the popularity of the gods on the internet, Eno guessed that it would not go on. Countless people are guessing who the god is. Countless people want to know more about God. The heat was so terrifying that the official news last night that General Ross was sentenced to life in prison did not cause any noise. The lieutenant will judge. Anyway. God is the most important thing. Seeing this, Eno shaking his head casually, he predicted that even if he did bad things, he would have a bunch of diehard fans. As a result, according to the current heat, this is just a bunch. This is a state. Turn off the video, and Eno continues to process emails. But one of the intranet emails caught Eno's attention. First generation nanobiomechanical prosthesis finished product and modeling video. Eno clicked on this later email in advance. The first thing shown is, a 3, Model of an entire arm. Arm is the most difficult part of the limbs for scientific research. The legs are a stability problem. Eno control software. Click to open a full set of dismantling diagrams. All at once, this 3 modeling is divided into several parts. Nerves, muscles, bones and skin, etc. These are a few large parts, and many small parts of them. After observing for a while, Eno clicked on the video attached to the Los Angeles Underground experimental base. In the video, a researcher hangs his entire arm with dozens of bionic nerve wires. These neural lines are controlling the various parts of this arm. Among them, the experimenter manipulated the device and said, "We have no way to manually manipulate so many nerve lines at the same time. So only experimental equipment can be used for linkage control, but even so, the hand is still inflexible." No, no, no. The inspector seemed to suddenly feel that he had said something wrong, and he quickly explained, "It's not that this hand is inflexible. It's that we can't control it flexibly. Its hardware is up to par, but the way we handle it, which is the software, is not up to par." Having said that, the experimenter began to manipulate the device to control the hand. As countless nerve lines light up, this hand starts to move from the fingertips, to the finger pads, to the whole fingers, palms, wrists, arms, and elbows. To prevent entanglement of the nerve cord, this hand is relatively flexible to bypass. Just like the hand of a normal person, it can be placed to the extent that any normal person can reach. The experimenter then said in a frenzied tone, "This is the most perfect piece of art I've ever seen. Nothing compares to it. He's just a creation of God. In the name of my God, it really is a creation of God." Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 083 Nano Neural Control Technology. 7/20. Looking at the biomechanical hand in the video, which is no different from normal people, Eno nodded. Basically the hardware problem has been solved. And software. The problem is really a neural control problem. Your own brain to control one's own hand is called instinct, which is original. Although the hardware of the biomanipulator is up to standard, the nerves and muscle groups of each part of it require additional control. Seeing that so many positions need to be controlled, it is impossible not to rely on the original equipment and not rely on instinct. So the researchers over there will ask how to control the hardware at the beginning. Pseudovenom tissue technology, but Los Angeles lab sees no software. Neural control technology. Eno clicked on the reply of the email, "Wait for Jason to arrange it." At the same time dial Jason's number. Drive a special helicopter to the Los Angeles Underground Laboratory base and send the first-generation nanoneurobiological manipulator. Jason, yes. Although the experimental base does not have this technology, Eno has it. Isn't it normal to separate core technologies? NanoneurobioMachines. These 8 words are the most important for which nanoneurons are collectively referred to. Nanoneural control technology biomachines are more advanced than pure mechanical structures. But who can't build a purely mechanical manipulator? Tony can get you whatever you want. But more advanced is clearly nanoneurotechnology. Turn off mail. Eno got up and went to the underground laboratory of the building. Until Jason gets that, hand shipped. Come to the underground laboratory. Angela and Zhao Halen were not in the basic scientific research equipment area. And the analyzer is analyzing Hulk's blood. Eno came to the Tianshen scientific research area, which is the area of Tianshen. After Zhao Halen saw Eno coming, he held the information tablet and said, with the advanced Blue Star computer technology, that the blood of Hulk still needs to be analyzed for a long time, so I will come. Eno nodded. This is true, and it is impossible. Blue Star's computer technology is like this: even if it is only a rough analysis of the data of the blood of the Hulk, it will take a while. Ino looked at Angela, who was still busy, and said, "That. The biomechanical limbs are ready. So fast." Angela turned her head. It's very fast to make biomachines with pseudovenom tissue technology," Ino said. "This directly solves the problem that a part has both soft and hard parts and can be in different shapes. The rest of them are mainly collecting detailed data of normal people's limbs to imitate them. Jason will send the first-generation biomanipulator from Los Angeles in the afternoon." Angela turned around in the chair, took a document from a folder on the table and handed it to Ino. "The rest of the nano-neural control technology, Zhao Helen and I have already done it. Look at whether the manufacturing department is suitable for mass production under such control." Ino took Angela's bioneural technology and looked at it. "The most important part of the above is nano-neural control is not controlled by connecting your brain. Instead, make an analogy. Your arm is broken from the elbow. Then the nano-neural control device will be worn on the part of your amputation. In this way, electrical signals transmitted through the brain are sent to the amputated part of the elbow. Then the nano-nerves will mimic this electrical signal to control the arm. Such a combination not only reduces the cost of bio-upgrade technology, it also eliminates the danger of connecting biomechanical devices for the first time. After all, where to start the connection and where to start the connection is safer than starting the connection from the brain." Needless to say, Ino nodded and returned the technical information to Angela after reading it. "No problem, this kind of neural connection is the safest, the most convenient, and the better production, just wait for the equipment to be debugged." Zhao Helen and Angela nodded at the same time. This is the fusion of Zhao Helen's biological neurology and Angela's nanobiology. The time came to 2 p.m., 2. Agent Carlson arrived at the top office of the building as scheduled. He sat opposite Ino and asked first, "Can we have a video conversation?" Ino signaled that it was okay. Carlson took out a tablet and placed it in a triangle on Ino's desk. "Finally, turn on the power button, and a marinated egg will be displayed on the screen. At this time, the braised egg is in the SHIELD in the Songqi building. Headquarters. He appears in the video sitting in his place with his hands down and his chin down." Ino turned a pen in his hand and said softly, "Is Director Nick Fury trying to put pressure on me? With such a serious face, I can't bear it as a child. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 084 Does biology know? It's okay with this? 8/20. After hearing this, Director Fury put down his hands, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't worry, I usually do this, but I'm very serious when I meet a video call." Since Ino likes a relaxed environment, Fury will definitely cooperate with him. Ino nodded and continued to turn his pen to signal Fury to continue. "Find yourself something." And after Carlson put the tablet down, he sat there honestly. Fury first asked, "Yesterday's Harlem God, Hulk, you should know about the abomination incident." "Of course, I didn't leave until the early morning yesterday," Ino said calmly. Fury nodded when he heard it, which was exactly what Hill guessed. And he should have left in the early morning after watching the live video. Fury continued, "The whole world saw the newest abilities of the gods, and they thought the gods were that. But only a few of us know that the gods didn't have this ability to begin with." "Wait a minute," Ino interrupted, "why do you say that you know that the gods didn't have this ability from the beginning? Do you understand well? You know a hammer. I have the weapon liquid transformation from the beginning, and it is not until this time that I let you know. I still carried my sword and flew away at Cold College." This has the confidence to say that he understands that Fury was corrected by Ino and changed his tune. That is, we know that the gods were not that strong at the beginning, or that his abilities were not that comprehensive at the beginning. Ino nodded and motioned for Fury to continue. "Then what do you want to express?" Fury looked at Ino and said seriously, he is a product of the same era as Tony Stark Iron Man. Yo didn't see it, SHIELD. To be able to conjecture such useless news. Eno cooperated with Fury. What does that represent? We need to get to know him better. Fury said, since he was born soon, then SHIELD. And try to understand his needs. That's right, but... Eno looked at Fury and said, but there is only biotechnology under the umbrella of this kind of thing. As long as the order is in place, it's not that we won't help you. But that's what you need. Fuzuano said seriously, from the current god's point of view, he definitely doesn't need money, so what does he need? From a biological point of view, you may have a solution. Eno nodded, raised his head and thought about it, looked at Fury and asked, does biology know? Know a little. Fury nodded. It doesn't matter. Fury. Eno helplessly said to Fury, we are representatives of biology, not psychology. You can see what the gods need by looking at the appearance and ability. Then I also know SHIELD. What do you need? Guess I know. I mean. Fury explained it with his hands in the video, he may need anything, but he can't need anything. It can also be a creature. From a biological point of view, it is true that no creature has no desires, Chief Fury. Eno stared at Fury and said, but some needs are fixed, such as you need to eat and drink, or you will die. But for other creatures, energy is also necessary, and then it depends on the creature itself. Even if you don't need my help, I will study it myself. It's not just about interest, but umbrellas like these, peculiar creatures. But you need to buy the corresponding research materials, and the umbrella cannot be given away for nothing. Nick Fury put his hands on his chin and thought. Finally nodding to confirm, no problem, that's enough. After all, the umbrella is civil enterprise. Because the company is not listed, the entire protective umbrella relies on its INO to exist. So shield research materials that can't be prostituted. It is also even less likely to compel research data. Otherwise, there will be a riot from the umbrella, the SHIELD. What's the point of existence? As the call ended, Carlson turned off the video calling tablet. Eno looked at the computer and asked, is his communication today just for this? Carlson nodded. The main reason is that yesterday's impact was so great that the internet was so hot that the government didn't dare to hide it. And because of the god's behavior and the existence of fans, the government has no reason to do bad things to him. See, that's it? Eno has long said that as long as the behavior and words are correct, the power of the people is the most terrifying temporarily. Although Eno doesn't want this force in the future, but now this force is so terrifying that even the government doesn't dare to do anything against the umbrella. Make an analogy. There is an international law against monopoly. If you take this bill to target the umbrella, to be honest, the umbrella company has too much monopoly. But no one dared to sue umbrella with this bill. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 085 Exploring Carlson's Subjective Consciousness. 9/20. Because not only is it under the pressure of the people, but there are also various non-governmental problems of various sizes that need to be solved by you. Then Jason's phone suddenly called. The first generation manipulator is here, can I go up now? Come up. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Eno looked at Carlson and said, you are lucky, you will see the latest product of the umbrella soon. This sentence caught Carlson's eyes. He blurted out the question, nano-neurobiomechanical prosthetics. Eno nodded. Carlson couldn't help tidying up his collar, then straightened his tie. For him. He was so lucky to be able to see this product for the benefit of society among the first batch of people. If you don't come today, you can only see it when it's on the market. Then the meaning will be different. After a while, Jason knocked on the door and came in. He glanced at Carlson first, then put a box about 1 meter long with the umbrella logo on Eno's desk. Then Jason took the initiative to back out. "I'll go first." No matter what, if there are guests, he must go out first. Seeing Jason go out, Carlson's eyes immediately turned to the umbrella case. Eno took it, and in Carlson's expectant eyes, he pressed the fingerprint lock. The umbrella box opened slowly. What appeared in front of Carlson's eyes was a hand that was no different from a normal person. In his eyes, Eno picked up a whole arm. This is actually a semi-finished product, and its neural control system is not yet equipped. Semi-finished product. Coulson looked at the fine arm. There is no doubt that it even looks better than most ordinary people's arms. But this is actually only a semi-finished product. Do you want to try it? Eno handed the arm to Coulson. Coulson immediately looked at Eno. Look at the arm again. Of course he chose not to miss this opportunity. It's the same as holding a normal person's arm, and the temperature is fine. Coulson is giving his afterthoughts. Yes, he is almost indistinguishable from a normal person's hand. Eno said simply, what the human hand can do, it can do it, all kinds of gestures can be done. In addition, in terms of defense level, weight, strength, grip strength, etc., all are in line with normal people, even better than healthy people. Coulson also admired the work of art. Suddenly he remembered and asked, "Can I show Commissioner Fury a picture now?" "As you like," Eno said indifferently. But just when Coulson was about to take out the tablet, Eno said again, "When Jason brought it, I didn't let you go, but let you see it means I want to share it with you." Coulson looked at Eno. Eno looked at Coulson and shrugged his shoulders. "Whatever you want, this thing is whatever, there are still a few days. New York Expo, and this thing was announced at that time." Coulson thought for a moment, retracted the tablet, and returned the arm to Eno. "Director Fury will get the news in the first 3 days, I'll go first, Mr. Eno." After watching Coulson leave, Eno put his arm back in the box. He just wanted to test that the agents would not use a little personal opinion and subjective consciousness for unnecessary and unimportant information. The test result is, yes. The New York Expo umbrella will officially announce the product in 7 days. 4. Chief Fury will get the news that umbrella has made it. And these 4 are the first people like Coulson to know the news. Abbreviation, Inside Information. Eno carried this box to the underground laboratory of the building. When Angela was holding this arm, she seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Angela looked at Eno and asked, "It should have something to do with you." Then, "That's right." Eno nodded. It seemed that Angela's reaction was not bad, she thought of it so quickly. Zhao Halen looked at Angela and Eno from the side. "What are you talking about? Are we on a channel?" Eno explained to her when Zhao Halen looked like, "I can control any substance produced by me, such as this hand." Eno took his arm. It is well known that atoms are the smallest particles that make up matter, so this arm is no exception. But it was created using my body tissue technology, so I am the owner of it. With a single thought, I can make it automatically disintegrate from the atomic level in an instant. You can also force control directly in one thought, and all future biotechnology will be no exception. Zhao Halen immediately understood the sentence in his mind. This is brood consciousness, but she doesn't know the word yet. She looked at Eno and murmured, "This is where technology can't reach." Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 086 The Control Power of Brood Consciousness. 10/20. Not all. Eno Distance said, "In the future, maybe you can use technology to observe it, but if you want to master it, that is God. Things that can be done." Zhao Halen immediately replied, "Is that God?" Eno shrugged, it depends on how you define God. Is it God who has the power to reach the sky, or is it that I am God? Zhao Helen walked over unknowingly, she even posted Eno. I think this is a God. Cough cough. Angela coughed twice. Zhao Helen jumped away like a rabbit in an instant. Angel raised her hand and said, I think now is the time to match and test this hand, otherwise what will this bracelet be used for? Looking at Zhao Helen, who was squeamish, Eno went to Angela and took the bracelet. The starting material is like some kind of rubber, but Eno pulls it lightly. The bracelet with the thickness of the finger is instantly pulled into an extra large bracelet with a diameter of 50. Angela said. Guess what it does? Eno let go of the bracelet, put it in his forefinger, and said, capturing nerve electrical signals. Slap. Angela's jade-like and slender hand snapped her fingers. Yes, the prosthesis for the fingers is on the wrist, and the prosthesis for the elbow is on the arm. It can capture the electrical signals passing through biological nerves, and then imitate it, and the prosthetic limb can move in the same way. Nodded, looked at Zhao Helen and said, do you want to try? Ah. Zhao Helen reacted immediately, I try. Otherwise. Eno threw the bracelet in his hand and said, I don't need this thing to control it, and Angela is too familiar with it. Although you provided bioneural technology, you didn't have physical contact, so the result of the first attempt is the most realistic. Zhao Helen nodded. Eno threw her the bracelet. This arm doesn't have to be attached to control it. But be sure to wear a bracelet to control your arms. So with the arm on the table, Zhao Helen can control it with the bracelet. However, the difference between the two set by the umbrella cannot be half a meter away. Zhao Helen took the bracelet and put it on his wrist. After 3 seconds of immersion 3. Zhao Helen moved his fingers tentatively. The fingers of the bionic arm sitting on it immediately moved. Zhao Helen looked over immediately. Eno, look what I'm doing, move. Zhao Helen nodded and continued the activity. The whole hand moves successively from the wrist to the fingers, it is more than a gesture. It looks almost familiar. Zhao Helen brought the bracelet to her forearm again. Then move the elbow, and then move the elbow left and right, flip the axial movement. After a while, Zhao Helen took off the bracelet, no problem. After taking off the bracelet, she walked to the biomechanical hand. Zhao Helen put her hands parallel to the side and moved her fingers, it was really amazing just now. I just thought about it in my head, I wanted to move, and then my hand moved. It's the same as your normal hand, it's as if the mind goes straight, it's a wonderful feeling. Eno knows this feeling. Like when he controls the great sword. He just read it, flicked it, and pointed in that direction. As if it were its own body. His own great sword did just that. Angela stepped forward to take the bracelet and put it directly on her upper arm. Then hold the arm in the left hand. The right hand is directly and flexibly doing various gestures. I don't know if Eno is thinking wrong. Anyway, the gesture seems a bit like a special night. But Angela is actually doing the final test. After Angela's confirmation. The arm is fine. Put your arm back. Angela looked at Eno and said expectantly, try it for you to control and see what it will look like without this bracelet. This time, even Zhao Helen was staring at the back and forth between that arm and Eno wholeheartedly. She wants to take a good look at the areas that technology cannot touch. Eno first took the pen and paper and put it next to the hand of this arm. Then a thought in his mind directly controls the arm. Suddenly, the arms on the table moved. With fingers that are more flexible than normal people, it directly picks up the pen sitting on it and writes on the paper. Today is Sunday. 7 days until the New York Fair. Angela and Zhao Helen got together in front of the pen and paper and looked at these words. They also looked back at Eno. But Eno didn't move the whole time, neither did his hands. If not know that Eno can control it? The two of them would never have thought that it was actually controlled by Eno. After experimenting for a while, Eno put the arm back in the box and said, "For now, he is ready for sale. I'll go to marketing later to set costs and prices." Angela went to the manufacturing department to communicate, and now it will be unveiled at the New York Fair in 7 days from full production. Angela nodded to communicate with the manufacturing department. Zhao Halen went to the Blood of Hulk's instrument to concentrate on researching medicines to restore sub-health. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 087 Propose the price of nanoneural biomechanical limbs. 11/20. Go back to the office on the top floor of the building. Eno directly contact the marketing department to set the price of the nanoneurobiomechanical limbs. They will decide a few suitable prices according to the income of each class and the market price plus the cost to Eno to decide. After handing over the corresponding information to the marketing department, Eno received a price proposal within a few hours of the afternoon. They set three prices for 6 departments respectively. Fingers and toes, 17 meters. Palms, soles, 37 meters. Arms, thighs, 97 mun. The price of a palm is about the same as a minor surgery. The arms and thighs are about the price of a medium operation. As for the fingers, a low-class person can buy them with less than a year's income. To be honest, the average annual medical insurance of a family of more than 10,000 yuan is not much different. And the palm and arm, although need to save money. But Eno is ready to launch the installment purchase function. So this price is completely acceptable in society. Eno continued to observe the information sent by the marketing department. Here are the costs: fingers, toes, 11 yuan palm, soles of feet, 16 yuan arms, thighs, 21 yuan, etc. Eno rubbed his eyes. Is the system of my gods blinded by the cost of this thing so cheap? Eno dialed the phone number of the person in charge of the Los Angeles experimental base. Explained, there is almost no cost to produce hardware, it's all assembly cost, and biomechanical limbs are made of nanotissues. This nanostructure can be produced in batches. And all parts are made of this kind of material, it can meet the degree of softness or hardness of any part or other indicators. Hang up the phone. Eno knew that his money was about to go up. This cost and price, just calculate how much money you are going to make. Although he thought that this kind of technology monopoly could make huge money. But I didn't expect it to be so profitable. No, it's not about making money. This is stealing money. 4. 3 Wings of SHIELD. Nick Fury at headquarters received information on the biomanipulator from Carlson's report on Umbrella's latest technology. Nick Fury looked at the document and pressed his finger on the paper. Coulson, do you think Eno will have other purposes for developing this technology? And conjectures, biorobots. That's still too far. Nick Fury shook his head and said, I mean, will there be a more advanced technology umbrella that can be equipped as a weapon? At this time, Hill walked over, holding a few pictures of the robotic arm that she had taken for them with a protective umbrella in her arms. While the odds are not impossible, it's almost impossible. Hill put some of the profile pictures that Eno just wore to her on Fury's table and continued, the umbrella has never been a weapon, and Eno will not be a weapon for the time being. Fury looked at Hill and asked, why? Because it's not necessary. Pointing to the document, Hill said, if Umbrella wanted to make weapons, weapons of mass destruction could have been made as early as the 1980s. But Umbrella chose not to, and also sold the now top-secret sonic cannon technology to the government. The Intelligence Center has analyzed Eno's character and the purpose of the umbrella numerous times and found that it's that there is no existence in the world that can threaten the umbrella for the time being, or that no one is threatening it yet. If this company is in deep danger, then we can be lucky to see the most terrifying side of it. Fury frowned and picked up the data on the nano-neurobiomechanical limbs again and looked at it. He felt that this kind of thing could be easily transformed into a weapon. Taking it out and selling it as limbs is just to confuse social knowledge, so that the umbrella can be further developed. But this is just Fury thinking in the most serious direction. In fact, he still thinks that the umbrella or Eno will not be like this. Not why. Just because Eno has known him since he was a child. This child was taken by the government, SHIELD, before he was born. Create a life profile. But until now, Fury still couldn't guess what he might be thinking when Eno was thinking. Then others. Fury knows what shit is going to happen when someone else pouts. Hill looked at Fury musingly at the biomechanical limbs. She explained, the Equipment Intelligence Center speculates that it can be transformed into a special weapon, but we don't know anything about the relevant technology. It looks the same as Tony's technique but is totally different, just, two things. Although Hill seems to be biased towards Eno, she must be intuitive and comprehensive when it comes to business affairs. By these intelligence centers will be reported to Fury without any changes. Fury closed his eyes, pondering the final decision. After half a sound. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 088 The Diversity of This World. 12/20. Chief Nick Fury said slowly, I don't think that even if the umbrella has any special purpose, he wouldn't sell it with such a big fanfare. Our agents can't get into the central level of the umbrella at all, and the scientific research members don't even think about it, let alone the core level around Eno. But this can also express another meaning. Since we can't detect the core information of the umbrella, there is no need for them to expose it. We wouldn't get any information about the umbrella if they were sneaking around for a few years. Hear Nick Fury's final analysis. Hill and Carlson looked at each other and nodded to Nick Fury. That's right. Umbrella wants to do something in private, S.H.I.E.L.D. And no advance news. If Umbrella wanted to make moves on this biomechanical limb, then they didn't need to release the news in advance. And Eno had nothing to do with SHIELD a long time ago. Revealed. Next. One of the most important news came out at the same time when New York was overwhelming. Stark Industries is hosting an expo with Umbrella Biopharmaceuticals. Because of two leading companies. The two companies actually co-hosted the New York Expo. At that time, many companies and private technologies were invited to appear on the stage. The umbrella will also have brand new technology announced at that time. The news of both companies will be released at the same time. There was an instant upsurge on the internet. Although the popularity of the Tenshin incident is booming, many people can only participate on the internet. But this time was different. Many people can participate in local events. So this time the New York Expo has grabbed a place from the realm of the gods. But only a little bit. The day before the New York Fair, in Eno's Seaview Villa, Angela and Zhao Halen together bent out a perfect body curve lying on a large table. Don't get me wrong. They were actually looking at how a small ball on the table was disintegrated in an instant. Eno just separated this little ball from the atomic level. Then in the sight of Angela and Zhao Hai, it directly turned into a fine powder and disappeared, leaving nothing in the world of the naked eye. After reading it, Zhao Halen propped himself up with both hands and said, "It's incredible, you can control the external material structure with just your thoughts. What do you want to do with technology?" But Angela was still lying on the table, and the waves in front of her were pressed forward to breathe. Angela raised her calf and said, "When the flower of the gods takes root in the core of the earth, you will be able to observe this thing, but you still can't study it." Zhao Halen was relieved by what Angela said. She suddenly felt that science was useless. Looking at Angela's ruthless ridicule, Eno said, "Everyone has their own advantages. For example, science can be quantified, and it is easier to move forward when it is simple and clear. If you're like that group of mages or other races, What you are born with is what your future will look like. Eating talent is much more difficult than science. And a mage. Zhao Hailan was surprised and said, there really is such a thing. In the normal world. This world is, the world of science, physics, geography, astronomy, chemistry, etc. Anyone would be surprised by the monster that suddenly burst into your world. Of course there is. Ino nodded, mage needs talent, and mage is not omnipotent. Then is there, that kind of thing that can control the mind, what kind of soul shock, spiritual leveling? Zhao Hailan asked eagerly. Sure enough. More or less people who study neurology will associate in this area. Does man have a soul? Where did the idea come from? Someone has also proposed the theory of the unconscious mind of the brain. Means, the brain is just an important organ. If you can live without the brain, you can also have consciousness. Ino said to Zhao Hailan, but it's useless to you. Ah. Zhao Hailan was taken aback. Am I not an ordinary person? Why is it useless to me? Oh right. I am not an ordinary person anymore. Zhao Hailan reacted, the ability of the gods has strengthened me, so I will not be mentally attacked. Bullshit. Ino rubbing. Zhao Hailan's hair said, I have worked hard to cultivate you. If you are easily controlled by your mind, wouldn't I be at a loss? Well. Zhao Hailan blushed when Yunyo said something thoughtful. She pinched the hem of her clothes. Anyway, my condition for participating is, risking my life and spirit. Anyway, just follow Ino all the time. This sentence was useless, but directly and cordially called Ino. Angela pulled the hair in front of her back and blinked at Zhao Hailan's sudden kindness. After a while, Zhao Hailan was stared at by Angela to find an excuse to run away. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 089 The cover girl who dated Tony. 13/20. The next morning. Ino 3 arrived at the company. Tony made a rare call in the morning. Tonight is the day of the New York Fair, don't say you forgot. I forgot. I was afraid that you would forget. Ino grabbed a copy of Tony's date last week in the lobby. The girls cover rhetorically, did you date with you last week? Do you remember who the girl was? Tony thought about it tentatively and said, Carney. It's Tiki. Big name next to the cover girl. It doesn't matter, Ino. Tony said immediately, I just remember the important things, and the other little things Pepper will remember. Look, I remember you, I remember the New York Expo, but I couldn't remember SHIELD. Which means you are better than SHIELD. Important. Good understanding. Ino gave Tony a thumbs up in his heart. Then you are going to find a few girls to dance your Iron Man dance at this expo. Eh? Tony blurted out. Great. Ino admired. As expected of a man who has slept with all the Time magazine girls. That's right. Tony said, I heard that your prosthetic technology has been completed. How is the effect? Ino thought for a while, if the company takes this opportunity to go public, Stark Industries will be hanged. But Umbrella isn't going public, Tony said immediately on the phone. Yes, what is the use of the shares, and there is no shortage of money for the Umbrella Scientific Research Fund. Instead, we are still thinking about what to invest in. Unfortunately, there are no companies that we like. Listing is, financing to expand funds, and then develop rapidly. But there's no question that the Umbrella doesn't need expansion funding. For example, the research and development cost of this biomanipulator. That adds up to just a few $100,000. Right, that's it? Because the most important thing about this technology is, poison technology and nanotechnology. And these 2 technologies are in the hands of Ino. The Los Angeles experimental base is just to experiment. I also wanted Stark Industries to go public, but it was already listed when I inherited. Tony fully agrees with Eno's words. Your company should listen to yourself, and the board of directors should be fully open. Of course it is. In the company, my orders should be absolute. With Tony's nagging, Eno saw that Angela and Zhao Helen had bought breakfast. Eno said to Tony, "My breakfast is here, I'll hang up with Tony, meet at the backstage of the fair at 8 p.m. Yes, I agree with what you said, hang up, see you at the fair." Hang up the phone. Eno put down the Cover Girl magazine in his hand, took the breakfast handed by the two, and took the elevator to the top office together. Angela thought about the magazine that Eno had just put down. Just before leaving the lab, she asked intimately, "Do you think that girl is good?" If Eno says it's good, she'll ask someone to investigate and see how that girl's life is going. Eno was taken aback by Angela's sudden inexplicable words. Immediately reacted, "That, is Tony dating? Girl, we were just talking about whether he can remember the girl's name." Then Eno shrugged, "The result is yes, he didn't remember." Angela chuckled happily, and went to the underground laboratory with Zhao Helen. Then Eno observed the trends on the internet. First of all, the heat of the gods is still unabated. The clearest, or broadcast, video has been clicked billions of times. Social platforms, etc. that have grown up with the trend have also emerged as a lot of exclusive gathering places for Tianchen fans. Then, the fair in Flushing, New York. This exposition, which will be held for a whole year, will be the largest civil event this year and for many years to come. Jingle. Eno's personal cell phone rang. I opened it and saw that it was Tony's phone again, and it was connected. "Eno, we seem to have forgotten to discuss the issue of appearances. Do you come out first or I come out first?" In fact, Eno doesn't care about this problem. Because each has their own opinions, it is better for the umbrella to appear at the finale because of the launch of new products. Eno said, "You are more low-key. I think it's better for you to appear directly, and then I will launch a product at the end, and then we can go." "I didn't see that you knew me very well." Tony said with a surprised look, "That's no problem, I just let people design it like this. Remember that 8 arrives at Farah on time." "I'm afraid you won't be on time." Eno hung up the phone. With Tony's character, Eno wouldn't believe him if he didn't show off this time. It would be weird to be on time. At night, on the road to the Flushing Fair in New York. When the umbrella convoy was advancing in a long queue. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 090 Drive away the reporter who asked about cerebral palsy. 14/20. Almost all vehicles will evade and proceed. This is not the strength of the umbrella, but the strength of the umbrella. Do you think it is the respect earned by the umbrella? Who would give way to all vehicles because of the respect for a company? Just kidding. However, although it is not respectable, there is indeed a good feeling. The motorcade with the umbrella logo drove all the way to the backstage of the fair in Flushing. It was already crowded here. No matter which direction the convoy came from, it would be blocked. So why don't you just drive right in? The convoy parked on the perimeter of the expo backstage. First of all, dozens of Red Umbrella members descended from the large vehicle at the rear of the convoy. Carrying simple soft marked fences, they successively cleared a passage from the crowd to the backstage of the fair. Then Jason got down again and walked to the most important protection car in the convoy and opened the door. Eno, Angela, and Zhao Helen sat in it. One of them was sky blue, and the other was pale red, wearing long evening gowns. Paired with high heels, everyone looked stunning. After getting off, Angela and Zhao Helen walked towards the backstage of the expo while holding Eno's arm. And Jason turned around with the box carrying the nano-neurobiomechanical limbs and followed the three of Eno in a slow backward manner. Obviously, if he followed directly behind the two hostess, he would easily turn into a figure staring at them. This is definitely not allowed in his heart. Walk on the road. The reporters who were blocked by Red Umbrella saw Jason's umbrella box and shouted loudly, "The umbrella company has announced that the latest technology products will be released at this expo, and it's the item carried by this bodyguard. What product is it?" The guess on the internet is that if you join Miss Zhao Halen's knowledge, it is most likely neurological technology. May I ask if they guessed correctly? Facing Eno's ignorance, they tried to turn to Zhao Halen to find opportunities. "Can I interview Miss Zhao Halen about the conditions for joining the umbrella company? What remuneration did the umbrella company pay? Ms. Zhao Halen and Mr. Eno are inseparable every day. Did you join the inner circle or the big family?" Facing more and more excessive problems, Zhao Halen was reddish but also a little angry. After Eno heard it, without looking back, he made a nasal sound towards Jason, and, with his back to the three of them, Jason immediately walked over to a squad leader and said, "Don't let these reporters in, the reporters will ask questions in the future. Don't let them in." After remembering the lines, "Yes." A team leader of the Red Umbrella directly signed the order and ordered several people to drive away the reporters. They will remember these reporters, and all future umbrella activities will not let them in. It's too much to say. The company behind this reporter will also be rejected by the umbrella. This time I can only say that it is normal, not too much. I saw the members of the Red Umbrella suddenly come over and directly carry the reporter out. The reporters stopped talking immediately. Because the Red Umbrella is not afraid of these. If you don't resist, then go out safely. Resistance is, anyway, you can't win the umbrella when you file a lawsuit. And the internet will directly scold your rogue character to death. At that time, it will also directly affect the companies behind these reporters. A reporter with a brain knows what to do next. Facing the backstage of the expo where there is only the sound of shooting, Eno was once again arm-armed by Angela and Zhao Helen and entered the backstage. The purpose of these reporters is really nothing. Just, want to get some useful news an hour or a minute before a meeting. Then post it to attract a lot of traffic. It's, as simple as that. It's because of these. But there will still be some idiots out there. This is impossible. When I came to the backstage of the expo, it was quiet here. The members of the Red Umbrella will surround the place, and the idle and non-important people are not allowed to enter, and to enter and exit. They need to scan the face recognition done with Tony before. In front of the backstage is a stage that has been surrounded by a sea of adults. There is a thick wall in between, and there are passages for the upper and lower stages on the left and right sides. But there is one more important thing. Tony's not here, and now the time. 1. Look, Tony's going to be late again. Tinkerbell just thought of Tony when the phone in Eno's pocket rang. Just when Eno wanted to pull out the phone. Angela on the right held Eno's hand and put his hand into Eno's right trousers pocket and took out the phone. Then he glanced at it and said, "It's Tony Stark's phone." Then put it in Eno's ear and wait for Eno to speak. Well, there seems to be a sense of déjà vu. Helen did that too. Next. There are still 6 chapters to remind you of Filou in the evening, 3 things to read. 091 Angela who saw through Tony's palladium poisoning at a glance. 15/20. Eno, guess where I am. The call was connected. Tony heard the roar of an airplane engine. Are you here without 300 taels of silver? Eno's keen hearing has also heard the plane soaring in the sky. Tony has approved temporary flight clearance for this downtown area. He's going to land on the expo stage in the form of Iron Man. Any kind of palladium poisoning, I can make a free trip to see the gods. It's not enough to wear it here for 2 hours. Ha ha ha. Tony laughed a few times. At 8 o'clock, Iron Man is going to appear. Eno reluctantly asked Angela to hang up, and then she put the phone back in Eno's trouser pocket. Tony is a little crazy now. His palladium poisoning has reached 19% during this time, and will be higher after that. And it will get faster and faster. 8 o'clock. When the time comes. The New York Fair in Flushing began to erupt one by one with giant fireworks. It will explode over the top of New York, emitting the most beautiful starlight. At this time, a bikini woman in an Iron Man badge walks onto the stage from the side backstage. On the fifth stage, they started dancing to the rhythmic music. Tony also jumped off the transport plane wearing the Mark armor. Eventually he fell to the center of the stage. And the fully automatic loading and unloading manipulator in the ground also began to dismantle the Mark armor, accompanied by spicy dance and music at the end. Tony also started speaking. At this time, in the lounge on the inside of the stage, Angela 3 was sitting on the sofa to rest. And this position is the VIP room where the stage is viewed from the side, which is the rest area. Eno watches Tony's speech, he's always so low-key. Hearing Eno's words, Angela ended and whispered. They seemed to be discussing something just now. She glanced at Tony and said, "Actually, I think Poe is also very hard." Zhao Halen agreed beside him. After a while, Tony ended his speech. He started playing the footage of his father, Howard Stark, aka the New Elements City map. Eno put his chin on his hand and looked at the map. To be honest, it's not what you know. You can't even think about how new elements are arrayed in this map. But you can't get the new element technology just by looking at it. It requires computer replication to simulate rearrays to get this technology. So looking at Marvel, do you think the most powerful is Iron Man? No. It's Iron Man's father. Just kidding, don't take a man who could develop new elements decades ago. It's just not at the right time. Hey, what's good about my father, Eno? At this time, Tony finished his speech and walked to Eno. Eno turned his head to look at this one who was still there, the stubborn Tony. Are you happy today? Happy. Tony gestured to the stage. Of course I'm happy, today is the New York Expo we held together, why don't you seem happy at all? Eno nodded and motioned for Tony to sit on the sofa to his right. Angela is sitting on the left of Eno, and Zhao Halen is on her left. At this time, Tony was just sitting on the right side of Eno when Angela pulled Reino's sleeve. Eno looked at Angela. Angela raised her hand, motioning Eno to listen. Eno leaned over. Angela whispered into Eno's ear, "Just now when Tony was far away, Helen and I both saw that his body was abnormal. The skin is dark blue, the eyelids are slightly black and green, and the movement of bending down suddenly at the beginning is also a bit problematic. Ordinary people will definitely not be able to see it. Only we have the ability to observe. Since he came to you just now, I skipped a moment and judged that there was no problem. He must have been infected with some kind of toxin, and it must be a systemic exhaust toxoid. Do you need to tell him?" Eno gave Angela a slightly surprised look. This vision is comparable to SHIELD. The agents are much better. Just hope. This level shows that Tony is poisoned. Although Angela couldn't accurately determine Tony's toxin, it was not very wrong to judge it directly. Tony heard that Eno didn't speak for a long time, turned around and saw the two of them whispering again, and said, "You guys don't listen to me if you have whispers." At this time Eno had turned around. He observed Tony a little bit, and what Angela said was right. Eno looked at Tony and said with a serious tone, "Tony." Tony crossed Erlang's legs and turned his head. It is usually important to ask a name and wait for an answer. "Tony, tell me, what's the matter? Did you forget the product and ask me to get it for you?" Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 092. The reward is, Mark suit? 16/20. What poison did you get? Eno simply asked. Tony's eyes widened instantly and his pupils shrank. He put down Erlang's legs, turned around and touched his chin with one hand, thinking. But after thinking about it for a long time, since the biological company, Umbrella, must have seen something, it would be meaningless to hide it. Tony spread out his left hand, and used his right index finger to point at the arc reactor on his heart. Palladium poisoning, but it doesn't matter, I can solve it. Are you crazy? Eno looked at Tony with an idiot's eyes and said, are you going to change your whole body or change your personal palladium element? Poisoning to a certain level is irreversible. It is irreversible. Unless you don't use it, the umbrella can't solve this poisoning, and we can't make the heart. No, no, no. As soon as Tony heard that he wanted to use the arc reactor, he directly refused. I am Iron Man, this is one with me, it is my internal organs. Then do you know the consequences of palladium poisoning? Eno stared at Tony. You will die the most painful and ugly. Palladium absorbed by palladium is quickly transported to the liver, kidney, spleen, adrenal gland, lung, bone, and other organs. You'll have organ failure, kidney failure, everything. You'll urinate white blood, just like milk. Your bones and muscles will be soft, like a shrinking person. In the end, when you die, your whole body will be black, like a piece of carbon. Tony listened carefully, and his whole body was shocked. He was a little scared and said, it sounds scary, but I still choose it. After listening to Tony, Eno turned his head decisively and waited for Howard Stark to give a speech after the video was finished. Tony looked at his Eno difference for a moment and said, hey. You don't even keep me, what if I change my mind? You treat me like this, I'm really sad, because we are still good friends. Eno said without looking back, your life is not mine, why should I try to persuade you to persuade you? Tony choked at the words, shrugged his shoulders and said, indeed. Eno just cooperated with Angie just now. What about Tony? He can solve it himself, and he also understands himself. Everyone is an adult, and they should be responsible for what they do, and they will also bear the consequences of their own decisions. Tony glanced at Eno. He also thought that Eno would be like what was said on the internet. Who knows that a friend's life is about to die, and then sacrifices his life to help a friend? In the end, after passing through layers of hardships, the friend was saved, the two people's feelings were also deep, and the story came to an end. But the fact is that people don't care about themselves at all. I know it will be fine to take off the reactor, but I still don't want to take it off. Tony also knew he was responsible for his decisions. So in the end, it turned out that Eno knew him better, but he didn't understand him. But don't say it yet. Tony instead prefers people with Eno's character. After determining the problem and dictating, simply, direct, trust, support. This is much better than someone who talks for a long time but doesn't do anything well. That's right. Eno suddenly turned to look at Tony, who was looking at him just now, and said, if you're going to die, remember to call me. You will help me. Tony's heart surged that you were his best friend. No. Eno turned to look at the stage, collect the corpse for you. Recently we are also considering the technology of converting organic matter into fertilizer. Tony. After thinking about it, Tony put his arms around Eno's neck and backed his shoulders and said, help me research some medicines to suppress this palladium poisoning. Eno said without looking back, don't you want to solve it yourself until you die? That also takes time. Tony leaned over to Eno and said, if I use the armor continuously, I may not even have a few days. If I don't use it at all, I may be able to live for a few years. These times are my last, and I'm going to fight for myself. Eno turned his head and looked over. At this time, Tony was wearing a suit and tie, and his hair was well combed. But still indifferently discussing the question of how much time he still has. Will is pretty good. This is for the average person. He was already crazy. Eno turned around and said casually, it's not impossible to research special medicines for you, but I want to rob. Tony laughed, You are the first man to rob Iron Man. Yes. Eno nodded, Iron Man who is about to die. Tony agrees, it is indeed Iron Man who is going to die. He decided a little, then patted Eno on the shoulder and said, your body is not good either. Why don't you pay for it, a mark suit? He can protect you from any threat and protect your body, which is not even an ordinary person. As a mortal, Tony knows that Eno is weak. Body more uncomfortable. So Tony thinks that the reward is a steel battle suit, it should make Eno happy for a long time. But to Tony's surprise, Eno replied plainly. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 0.93 chlorophyll that sucks to drink. 17/20. You're doing a loss-making business. The research and development cost of special drugs is only technology, which may only be hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it will only cost you a few million to sell it. But do you know how much your mark armor is? I remember you said it was billions of meters. Tony smiled happily, he said indifferently, I know your body may be more uncomfortable than mine. The reward is a mark armor, isn't it? He can make you omnipotent. From now on, as long as you can wear it, no one can threaten you. Oh, yes. Tony suddenly reminded, that. Except for the gods and the Hulk. Eno ignored this Tony, he was now sure that Tony was going crazy. He is equivalent to buying a steel battle suit with only a few 100,000 meters of gold. Tony heartache watching Eno ignore his appearance. Covered his suit's chest and said, you won't die without saving me, I still have to rely on your special medicine to survive. Eno looked at Tony, the reward must be Mark's armor. I have a lot of sets of this stuff, what's wrong with paying for one set? Tony stopped Eno's shoulder and said, my shareholders all want to develop more weapons. The national government wants me to hand over the technology of the arc reactor. I know people who want my money and my technology. But only you, treat me as a friend, and you tell me I'm poisoned. However, there is nothing else on my mind, just reminding me that it's time to pay attention to my body. So as far as I know, it's just you, Pepper and Happy who are treating me as Tony rather than Iron Man right now. Oh yes, Happy is my driver and bodyguard. After Tony finished speaking, he accidentally saw Angela and Zhao Halen out of the corner of his eye. He hurriedly leaned over to Eno and added, you are together, so they should be the same. No, they don't really care. You. Eno looked at Tony who was talking to him about life. He actually wanted to express that I don't need the mark armor. This thing has a sword by itself, and it's troublesome to charge. Eno looked at Tony. Tony shrugged at Eno and put his hands in front of Eno. To express a handshake to cooperate is to agree. Without thinking, without hesitation. Pop. Eno and Tony shook hands. Whether it is making money or earning armor, he has done what he should do. Tony couldn't stop him if he wanted to send it off. Although you don't have to. Then put the exhibits in the lobby of the Umbrella building there. Eno took out his spare left hand and patted Tony on the shoulder. Remember to have someone come to the Umbrella building to get the special medicine in 3 days. So fast? Tony questioned, isn't this thing difficult to develop? There are almost no cases of palladium blood poisoning in the world, and yours is basically the first case. Eno said to Tony Cope, the only thing that treats palladium poisoning is chlorophyll. We just need to strengthen it and make a more powerful medicine. If it's expected, you're going to suffer. Eno looked at Tony and said, there should be a blood thinner and a drinking supplement, but there is no doubt that the supplements are terrible to drink. Tony's face immediately made a bitter expression, it won't be bitter, I hate this the most. Wait, I'll ask Angela. After Eno finished speaking, he turned around and asked Angela, what does the chlorophyll supplement taste like? I haven't drunk it, but it should be the worst batch of potions in the world. Well, a moment of silence for Tony. Eno turned around, looked at Tony's eyes expecting good news, and said regretfully, "She's not sure, but it's definitely super unpleasant." OMG. Tony covered his face with his right hand and sighed. This must be the worst news he has received recently. Second only to him knowing that he was poisoned with palladium. At this time, Jason came with the box of the protective umbrella. He put the box next to Eno and said, "The video will end in a few minutes. I will help you carry the box." When Tony saw the box that Jason brought, he was immediately interested. Is this the new limb technology of the umbrella? Take a few minutes. Eno said to Jason, "Take out your palm." Jason nodded and knelt down on one leg to unlock the fingerprint lock of the suitcase. Then take out a palm and bracelet from it and give it to Eno. After taking it, Eno threw these to Tony and said, "Wear the bracelet on your wrist and you can control this hand." Tony didn't wear it first, but looked at the delicate palm carefully and said, "This is almost the same as the hand of that Times Weekly girl in the last issue." Eno said speechlessly, "This is what I deliberately made to look better than ordinary people. If it looks too good, it will cause problems." Tony nodded, "This is a normal sales strategy." Then he put on the bracelet and prepared to control the hand. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 094 Tony inspired by nano neurotechnology. 18/20. Tony's swift hand ring is worn on his wrist. Then put that palm on the left hand again. He looked at Eno, then directly compared one, and suddenly changed to another. Finally, there are some orchid fingers, font gestures, and Eno thought he was going to start shaking the flower hands. Tony then continued to test wrist movement. But as Tony's eyes became more and more serious, he also carefully observed the nano-neural control device jointly developed by Angela and Helen. After the final test, he took off the bracelet, gave Eno a thumbs up and said, "It's amazing, there are hundreds of millions of people in the world who want to respect you." Eno's reputation and reputation in the society is something Tony can't even think of. Wanting his reputation, Tony can only dream. "I'm just making money." Eno laughed and took the palm that Tony returned. Then handed it to Jason behind him. Tony shrugged, "I used to sell arms to make money. Why don't I have your word of mouth and reputation? Can that be the same?" Tony noticed the video of his father and he looked at his watch again. Only the last 7 minutes. Tony leaned over to Eno and asked softly, "Is this bracelet a nano-neural control device?" Eno nodded, "That's right." Tony nodded, this thing gave him a lot of inspiration just now. Why can't he use this kind of related ideas to make a unique mark armor? The hands and feet are locked in the chip positioning, and the armor is hosted by Jarvis. Wouldn't it be possible to automatically dress? Thinking of this, he continued to say to Eno, "This thing we can have a good chat. Although I know your technology is definitely not for sale, it has inspired me a lot. If it weren't for the palladium poisoning, I would have gone back to study the new suit immediately." Hearing Tony's words, Eno knew what his new suit idea was. It's the mark armor that can automatically sail with all parts. When I come on stage to show this product, you will know the concept of this bracelet. The concept of the bracelet is very simple, even Eno can guess it by others. But then, what's the use? Nano neurotechnology is so easy to break through. There is no doubt that once this bracelet is sold, it will definitely be dismantled by major countries, organizations, and enterprises. But still the same. If you give you a concept and give you directions, you can't develop it. As Tony's dad video finishes, Tony stood up and walked to the stage. He has to go and introduce Eno. Standing on the star-studded stage, Tony had a patch microphone on the neckline of his suit jacket. He stood on the protruding semicircle and said, "Do you know why this fair is not called the Stark Industries Fair, but the New York Fair?" The audience under the stage immediately shouted, "Because there is still the Umbrella Biological Company Expo." Ino waved his hand and said, because this is an exposition that we are jointly developing, it is called the New York Expo. And Umbrella Bios, Ino is also one of my best friends. Now. Tuo turned to the side with one hand and gestured to the side of the stage and said loudly, Mr. Ino, please come on stage. Oh. Don't ring the cheers landing in Tony Iron. Audiences are looking forward to what technology can be introduced by the umbrella. If they can't use Tony's previous weapons, then basically no one of them has ever used the umbrella medicine. Then practicality. You may not know the arms company, but you must know that there is a big push on the market with an umbrella one of drugs. And medical instruments that can be seen everywhere in the hospital are printed with umbrellas one. These are all products of Umbrella Corporation. See Tony's opening ceremony. Angela stood up to help Ino tidy up his tie, and then kissed Ino lightly on the cheek. I know you don't have any lines, you're just improvising, go ahead. Ino turned his head and gestured to Jason, then walked to the stage. Oh. Saw Ino come out. More intense cheers erupted again on the stage. Tony smiled and walked up to hug Ino. It seems that you are much more popular than me. Ino shrugged, patted Tony on the shoulder and said, if you weren't a weapons company at first, you might be more popular than me. Tony laughed twice, put the microphone patch on Ino's neckline himself, and went down from the side of the stage. Ino took to the stage. Jason walked to the stage with the umbrella box that could rob everyone's eyes. He pressed the floor of the stage, and a table was immediately raised on the stage. After Jason put the box on it, he turned and left neatly. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 095 The scene of the press conference where the atmosphere burst. 1920ths. Ino looked at the crowd of thousands of people under the stage. There are more people outside who can only watch the live broadcast. Actually, this umbrella's new technology conference has nothing to do with many people. Ino looked at the crowd and said, even more, most of the people here are irrelevant. Although Ino used the beginning of the cold scene directly at the beginning. But there were no regrets from the crowd. Instead, he quietly waited for Ino to continue to speak. Ino doesn't care. Audience reacted and continued, after the latest World Organization investigation. There are more than hundreds of millions of people with disabilities in the world, of which physical disabilities account for the largest proportion, reaching nearly 40%. OMG. Before Ino finished speaking, the audience immediately set off a wave of amazement. Those who have a little understanding will know what the umbrella is going to release this time. Must have something to do with physical disabilities. Ino helplessly waited until they were quiet and continued, they are all wearing prosthetic limbs and wearing ugly accessories, and they are greeted with unpleasant discriminatory looks from others. But now, they don't need it because the umbrella has developed the latest technology. Having said this, Ino paused and looked at the crowd under the stage. They all held their breaths, looking forward to Ino's next words. But I haven't waited for Ino to speak. Audience shouted, I can't hold my breath anymore. Ha ha ha, the crowd under the stage laughed instantly, but they all took a deep breath. Ino pulled over the box on the stage. This action instantly caught everyone's attention. They all stared at the box. This latest technology is. Ino pressed his hand on the fingerprint unlock and said, nano-neurobiomechanical limbs. Chi finished. With the sound of air pressure, Ino opened the umbrella box. He turned the front of the box over. Let everyone in the audience see the contents of the box. From the perspective of the audience. The interior of the box opens into steps, and the lowest steps face them. On the steps lay a fine arm. If Ino hadn't said in advance that this was a prosthetic limb, I'm afraid others would think it was someone's hand. And next to the arm, there is a flesh-colored bracelet, which is the same color as the skin. Whoa! For a moment. Most of the people in the audience stood up. They took all kinds of professional cameras and started filming the prosthesis. One of them shouted, "Is this a real hand, Mr. Eno?" "It doesn't matter if you take it as a real hand." Just as Eno finished speaking, someone else asked, "With it, will there be no physically disabled people in the world?" "No, no, no." Eno refused and said, "It is not because of it that there is no physical disability. But the person who buys it will not be physically disabled in the future. Wearing it, you will be like a normal person. Although I have done charity, I can't give away all the people in this world for nothing. You all know this truth. You so rich and this technology, why don't you give the product to those disabled people who have no money?" This kind of discourse is in Eno. Moral kidnapping does not exist. Wow. Kaka. 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 In an instant, more camera shutters sounded. But one of them was desperately trying to squeeze into the stage. Next, I haven't waited for Eno to make a move. The people in the audience shouted, "Hurry up and show it." "I can't wait." Eno's hand was raised, indicating that you were right. Standing on the stage, Eno looked at the crowd so large that he could only look at the front and said, "If I come to test, it can't express anything, so. Although it's not a good question to ask like this, I still have to ask if there are any physically handicapped people here. You will be the first person in the world to experience biomechanical limbs by umbrella. Me. Suddenly, as soon as the voice fell, a thin figure in the crowd squeezed forward with all his strength to suckle. But no matter how hard she tried, the crowd was still too crowded. She was anxious to come forward and could only shout what she just said. Seeing the backhand, Eno pointed in that direction, "Let her come up." Soon as the words fell, everyone in the crowd consciously gave way to the little girl. Seeing the opportunity, the little girl ran up hard. As she runs, you can see the short sleeves of her right hand flying in the air. Yes, her right arm only reaches the elbow. The following are gone. She finally ran up, holding her left leg with one hand out of breath, and said, "I started to get excited when I heard you talking about physically disabled people in the back. At that time, I felt that maybe the most dream of my life is coming today. Now, thank you, my dream is not broken." Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 096 The luckiest girl in the world today? 2020ths? Eno looked at the girl who was bowing to him and asked, "Get up, how old are you?" "Age." The girl stood upright and wiped her tears. Eno reached out and took the biomanipulator. "You are very young, and you still have a long future." After checking her tears, the girl looked at Eno and said, "Yes, but Mr. Eno is younger than me." Eno's hand slammed. "Ha ha ha ha," the audience immediately burst into laughter. In society, everyone knows that the umbrella has a magical place. That's it's only 18 years and 10 months this year. What that means is that the future of the umbrella is immeasurable. Eno asked, "What's your name?" "Beth Fergus." The girl said. "Good Beth." Eno asked again, "Your right hand?" "A drunk driving accident with the perpetrator. I was on a bike, and that's what happened." Beth held up her elbow, her right hand. Monster without a hand. How many strange eyes she has endured. Eno removed the part above the elbow of the biomanipulator, leaving only the position of the elbow. "Then take this part and give it to the girl with the bracelet and say without nonsense, 'This is your brand new beginning.'" A moment. The girl's tears filled her eyes again. A new beginning. She said this to herself countless times in her dreams, at night, and when she was crying. But then, how can she come back with her hands? She was just comforting herself. But Eno's words are true. It really is a fresh start. The girl Beth took the biomanipulator handed by Eno without even wiping away her tears. "Raise your right hand," Eno said. Since the girl is holding a biomechanical hand in her left hand, the bracelet can't be worn anymore. As the first customer of Umbrella, she was the first person in Eno to equip her personally. Beth squeezed her lips in surprise. She could actually be equipped by Eno himself. Kaka. 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 In an instant, the audience remembered violently. The reporters have now even thought of the title. The first girl in the world to receive an umbrella-wearing equipment. She became the luckiest girl tonight. Do you know who she is? What are you doing? Looking at the dazed girl, she was still looking at herself in disbelief. Hearing Eno's reminder, the girl suddenly reacted. She raised her right hand, her short sleeve drooping over her amputated arm. Eno simply wears the bracelet on that big arm, and the whole process is actually just moving his hands. The girl's body was shaking with excitement. She looked at Eno, as if asking for advice. Eno gestured to her. Take it with you. The girl wears the biomechanical hand to her right hand excitedly. Take the moment. The biomanipulator emits a faint glow. It automatically absorbs the upper arm and starts to adjust the proper size. Then the nano-neural control bracelet also emits a faint light. 3 moves. Both devices stabilize together. Girl looked up again and looked at Eno. She didn't know what to do next. She was already a little confused with excitement. She was about to disconnect. Eno looked at her, try to move. The girl stared at the biomechanical hand. This sentence was really unfamiliar to her. Concentrate. Control the arm. Even the audience below the stage started to hold their breath. They were looking forward to the session very much. Finally, the girl's fingers flicked. At this moment, the girl Beth looked at Eno with trembling. She was eager to share her joy. Eno nodded to her and gave her encouragement. The girl then started to try again. Fingers move. Start to bend. The wrist is moving. Start moving. Elbows moved. Start twisting. The girl's tears became more and more urgent. Finally, and dripped like a broken thread, she threw herself into Eno's arms. Cried out loud. Oh no one can forget this episode after experiencing this incident firsthand. This hope after despair, let you touch the dawn and the mood after being redeemed. This is the truest picture of this girl. Girl was crying, and suddenly, poof. Kneeling in front of Eno all of a sudden. Eno immediately avoided it when he saw it. He didn't want to do this. But the girl was still reluctant. Where does Eno go around? Where does she turn? In the end, Eno leaned on the podium and said helplessly, I'll take back this arm if I kneel again. Girl smiled and wiped her tears, stood up and said, how much is it? I think I can't live without it if I go bankrupt. Girl thought. Since this hand is so powerful and the level of technology is so high, the price must not be low. The chapter update is over, and the 5th update will resume as normal tomorrow, which is 2,000 words different from the previous 1,005. Update time is 5 a.m. or 6 a.m., 8 p.m., 8 o'clock, 9:99, 10:10, 11 o'clock. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 097 The first company to launch installment payment. 1. But no matter what, the girl swore that she couldn't live without it. Do you think it's expensive? Eno looked at the girl who stood up again and said, guess how much it sells for? The girl's face immediately showed a tangled expression. Since it is a buyer, it is natural to hope that the price is low. But everyone knew it couldn't be too low a price. Girl hesitated for a while, and she finally spit out a price, 10,000 meters of gold. In fact, she felt that the price was low. The lowest price for a slightly medium-sized operation in the United States is more than this price. The cost of medical surgery when her arm was severed cost tens of thousands of dollars. Compared to these, She felt very lucky to be able to buy this for 10,000 meters of gold. When the girl spit out the price of 150,000 meters of gold, everyone in the audience turned to Eno. Obviously, this price is acceptable for them. But it's Eno who sets the price, not them. Looking at the crowd at his feet, Eno shook his head gently. Then he turned around, looked at the crowd and asked, "Here, a family needs more than 10,000 meters of gold for 1 year's medical insurance. A single operation requires tens of thousands of meters of gold, let alone medium and large operations." But just when they thought that Eno needed to increase the price by more than 150,000 meters, Eno said slowly, "Now I announce. The price of fingers and toes is 17 mun. The price of the palm and the sole of the foot is 37 meters. The price of arms and thighs is 97 mun. They will be released on the Umbrella's official website after tonight too. And being the first to experience Umbrella's latest equipment, Eno turned around and gestured to the girl next to him. She will get this equipment for free, and the number of this equipment is 00. Time and space seem to be frozen. At this time, you can only hear the sound of the fountain at the huge New York Fair. After a while, clap la la la, ah ah ah. There was a strong sound of surprise from the platform. Everyone's thinking is, the most expensive equipment is less than 100,000 meters. Are you kidding me? A middle-class person's annual income is enough to buy one. Such high-tech equipment is the most expensive, and you can buy nano-neural biomechanical limbs just by saving money. Look, this name, this specification, this technology, even the girl next to Eno has this amount of money. She looked at her right hand. How rare this equipment is, numbered 002. Looked at the louder and louder voices under the stage. Eno's left hand stretched out his index finger and placed it under the open right palm. Seeing Eno's mute gesture, the crowd under the platform slowly quieted down. Eno swept around and said, "I know that even if the price is acceptable, there are still many people who can't afford this equipment. Because they are disabled. They are also discriminated against by the society, which ultimately leads to more difficulties in property income." Then Eno looked at the crowd and said solemnly, "The Umbrella Company has launched the installment payment function. As the name suggests, as long as you provide proof of employment and identification, you can pay a 20% down payment to take away this equipment and go to a normal person's daily life. Then you just have to pay a fixed monthly payment plus a tiny installment of interest." This Umbrella launched this feature now in 201, and installment payment is even in the concept of country to country. Even the credit card for overdraft consumption has only just been promoted by the bank and the country. At this time, their concept is still at the point where the products of big companies are as much as they are worth. Why do big staging companies want staging? What is staging? Do you like to buy or not? I have some to sell. As for whether or not someone will escape the money, don't worry. First of all, it is impossible for the protective umbrella to send the members of the Red Umbrella to arrest you for the cost of this 200-meter gold. But the umbrella will give all your information to the National Public Security Department. Then congratulations, you are a fugitive. And will experience up to 310 years in prison and finally bear the background of the whole person without any credit and qualifications. In other words, you are useless in this life. Delete the number and retrain. Don't doubt that the umbrella can't do it, it's the lightest. Immediately after Eno finished speaking, a reporter raised his hand. Eno let the girl go down to rest first. Then he raised his hand to signal to the reporter to ask. Female reporter stood up and asked, "Mr. Eno, won't you make the money back too slow by proposing installments like this? Although it has interest, the cost of biomechanical limbs is also high. Wouldn't it be difficult for the company to take so long to recover the funds? Cost. Gold is less than the cost. Talk to me about the cost." I'm afraid to say that you died suddenly on the spot. Eno lightly coughed and said, first of all, the umbrella company is not short of funds, even if the return is slow, it doesn't matter. On the contrary, I think people with physical disabilities need this equipment more, so why don't I sell them the equipment they will definitely buy in advance? Speaking of this, Eno self-deprecating. He chuckled lightly and said, actually, we just want to make money, but what we earn is more conscientious. With the current pharmaceutical and medical instrument market conditions, if we don't make breakthroughs, the market is close to saturation. Although the umbrella company does not lack funds, it needs to move forward. So we are working hard to break through technology to benefit society and make profits at the same time. This statement is indeed true, we make conscience money. As for this profit multiple, the cost is so low, how much to sell is actually determined by the marketing department after a lot of calculations. This price will neither destroy the market, nor feel cheap, nor unaffordable. Nothing beats these. The price is right. So that's where the cost is, how much money you make is what it should be. The female reporter heard Eno's words. She first bowed to Eno with a big bow, then took the microphone and said, no wonder the World Health Organization chooses you as the cover person every year and admires you so much. Let's not talk about the people who don't use it, but you deserve the respect of everyone who uses your product. I'm here to thank you first on their behalf. Seeing her bowing earnestly, Eno waved his hand, indicating that it's okay. As for the World Health Organization, I can introduce it first. It is to promote the prevention and control of epidemic and endemic diseases, to provide and improve the teaching and training of public health diseases and related matters. And of course the right to push for international standards for biological products. Umbrella's ties to this organization are not unheard of. Please download because you want to read the underlined version of the novel. 098 Tony, look back. 2. Because drugs or medical instruments or hygiene and biology are all related to them. Coupled with the reputation of the umbrella, the relationship between the two organizations is okay. In the past, the previous Director General even recommended Eno to serve as Director General. But Eno hinted that he refused. Not only the new Director General, but also the national government talked to him. But they are all just wanting to get some benefits. And if you want to be the Director General of the World Health Organization, you must have the support of a permanent member behind it. To be supported is to join. How could Eno agree to it, and there is not much benefit, just more affairs. Female reporter sat down, another reporter raised her hand. Eno raised his hand to signal that he could speak. She stood up and asked, you've shown us the latest future, and you've also shown us a safer, more secure future. Then what kind of cutting-edge technology will Umbrella Biology research? Can it reveal some unimportant little news? Here, no one is not concerned about their own safety. Whether it is medicine or medical equipment umbrellas, they have been pushed and piled up. But that is an unimportant little thing compared to this biological manipulator. What they want to see now is whether the umbrella will launch more advanced biotech products than this. After the reporter finished speaking, he immediately got the approval of all the reporters. Obviously they all wanted to know the news. First, this is the last question. Eno said in advance. Secondly, about the latest umbrella biotechnology, I can indeed reveal one point. It will be relevant to and accessible to everyone in the world, and it will be jointly developed by our newest core members, Dr. Helen Zhao and Dr. Angela. With it, each of our bodies will be healthier, stronger, and stronger. Wow! In an instant, there was another commotion under the podium of Eno. If the nano-neurobiomachinery limbs only benefit some people's technology. The technology that Eno said just now is that everyone in the world can participate. And what did he say about healthier? Stronger. Stronger. What does that mean? Without a doubt, the body. Mr. Eno. I want to ask. Mr. Eno. Excuse me, this is. Mr. Eno. This is the Gene. Their feedback, Eno went directly. Having said the last question, that is the last question. After seeing Eno leave, they swarmed up and blocked the steps of the podium, desperately raising the microphone in their hands, hoping that Eno could say a few more words. They want to hear even 2 words. But for sure. They kept looking at Eno's back until he disappeared into the side lounge, and there was no trace of Eno's turning back. Come to the lounge. Tony stepped forward, patted Eno on the chest and said, "Okay, I'll catch up soon." Eno looked at the narcissist speechlessly. "You should take care of your body first." During this time, those cover girls probably escaped. "Hey, how come?" Tony refused. "I've sworn to Pepper that I'll never touch those girls, that's too messy. Of course I'll have to wait until I can live to that time." Eno looked at Tony miraculously. This guy could actually swear that Tony looked at him with distrustful eyes, and without saying a word, put his arms around Eno's shoulders and walked out. Then he looked at it while Angela and Zhao Helen followed. "Pepper said that Angela chose girls for you. Zhao Helen is talented and beautiful, and her taste is different from Angela's. She chose for you, right?" "Of course. I don't mean that, ugly, I'm just curious if what little Pepper said is right. Let's check." "I swore to Pepper, if you really are like this, I can do it too." Angela also told Pepper this. Eno turned his head slightly and looked at Angela, who was following behind, and looked at him with a puzzled face. Then he turned his head to Tony and said, "Then you may have to keep your promise. Angela is right." "Forgive me, Helen, I'm just helping this dude get it right. Besides, Eno is indeed a fact." "That's right, there's nothing wrong with it." Helen was. Angela picked. Hearing Eno's words, Tony's eyes widened instantly. He suddenly looked at Eno and then looked back, just like Angela, and then looked back. Then he quietly gave Eno a thumbs up on the abdomen that was blocked by the 2. Eno modestly pressed Tony's thumb back. Basic operation, basic operation. As I walked into the lounge of this New York Expo. The 2 came to the bar and leaned against each other. Tony took a glass of wine and handed it to Eno and said with a glass of wine himself, "I really don't know why I'm so happy when I'm about to die." Eno took a sip of wine and shrugged. "Who knows, maybe your brain is sick." Tony put the wine in his mouth for a while. "You have a problem, that is too simple, honest." "No, it's good quality," Eno retorted. At this time, Tony's bodyguard Happy found him. Eno looked at this fat bodyguard. His name was Hogan. He was wearing a bodyguard suit, which might look useless. Who followed Tony, and the group that Tony trusted the most. Happy could die for Tony. "Hello, Mr. Eno." Happy came up to say hello. "Hello." Eno nodded at him. After greeting, Happy said to Tony, "Miss Pepper is here, and she also brought someone with a special status." Tony looked at Happy with a question mark on his face. "Isn't Pepper in the company? Why did he come here, and who is the person with special status?" After a while, Pepper in a dress led a woman in a purple hip-pack skirt over. After Pepper led the woman here, he went to chat with Angela and Zhao Helen. Even Happy walked away. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 099 Tony, it's also a man, why? 3. When they all left, only Tony and Eno were left leaning on the bar. Of course, there is this woman in a hip-pack skirt in front of them. She came to the 2 of them and said to Tony with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Tony Stark." Eno and Tony looked at each other, and Tony held his hand first. "The skin feels a little rough." Tony gave a speech in Eno's ear as soon as he finished shaking it. "But Tony's voice is not small at all, this woman can definitely hear it." After shaking hands with Tony, the woman reached out to Eno with another clean hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Eno, my name is Bernie." "Wait." Tony interrupted just in time. He touched his chin with one hand and looked at Bernie curiously and asked, "Why did you use you to him and you to me? Why did you introduce yourself to him instead of introducing yourself to me?" "Of course not jealous, I just want to ask what is the difference between the two of us." After Penny and Eno shook hands, they looked at Tony with a smile and said, "Is there any?" Tony regretted that he didn't bring a tape recorder. He looked at Eno and asked for help. "She said that just now, right? Speak the truth." Obviously Eno doesn't want to care about this child who is in his 30s. Hearing Eno's business, Bernie took out a subpoena from her satchel and turned to look at Tony and said, "I'm the executive officer of the Senate Armed Services Committee, you." Hearing this, Eno turned around and left with a glass of wine. This is the conversation going up to the national level. He still thinks it's better that I don't know, that I haven't heard or seen anything. Save yourself a bunch of trouble. But before Eno could take 2 steps, Bernie, who had just spoken to Tony, interrupted, "Please wait, Mr. Eno, here is your summons too." Eno turned around, looked at the woman and said, "Mine?" "Yes." The woman nods. Eno turned around and went back to Tony to lean against the bar. The woman took out another subpoena from her bag and handed it to Eno to explain, "Actually, it's a subpoena, but it can also be said to invite you to participate in the Senate Armed Services Committee." "What about me?" Tony looked at the woman and said, "Am I also an invitation?" "You are a subpoena, an order." The woman relentlessly explained it to Tony again. "Tony, why is the gap between people so big? Aren't we all 3-legged men?" This woman doesn't care after that. "Tony," she looked directly into Eno's eyes softly and said, "Washington will be on time at 9 o'clock tomorrow." Eno drank the wine and understood her lightly lifting the glass. "Can you show me your badge?" Tony looks at this executive woman, he wants to see the ID. Hearing Tony's words, the woman took out the police badge, which resembled Captain America's shield. After confirming, Tony also nodded. After the delivery task was over, the woman Benny nodded to Eno, and then left with her satchel on her back. Tony looked at her twisting back and said, "You guys know each other?" "I don't know." Eno drank the wine in the glass, picked up the bottle from the side and refilled it. "Then why is she so nice to you?" Tony turned his head directly to question. "Eno is there?" Eno said something that seemed to have just been heard somewhere. "Depressed." Tony took Eno's wine glass and filled his own. During the period, he was still muttering, "Why is it so good to you, what's wrong with me?" Looking at Tony, who was sulking like a child. Eno decides to get mad at him again. Eno looked at the wine glass and said something softly as if counting the numbers. "Young, rich, well-reputed, single-minded, with a good relationship with women, everything is good." Watching Tony turn his head around the death ray, Eno shrugged at him. It was originally. At this time, Angela and Zhao Halen both walked up after seeing the government enforcer leave. "And Pepper and Happy." Angela stepped forward, looked at Pepper inexplicably and held Eno's wrist. Zhao Halen looked at it from the side, and stepped forward to hold Eno's other hand. Eno looked at them, and after a while, "I don't have a hand to drink." Angela was stunned for a moment, and suddenly found that Eno was still holding a wine glass in his right hand. She reached out and took Eno over the wine glass. "I'll help you hold it." In the end, I didn't wait for Eno to say anything. Pepper took the phone and asked, "I took it?" Angela nodded. Click. Filmed. A meal. After the incomprehensible operation, Pepper pressed on the phone and said to Angela, "I sent it to you." Taking advantage of this time, Angela leaned into Eno's ear and said softly, "Go back and talk." Eno raised his left hand with Helen Sue's hand and looked at his watch. 2. Well, it's so late, it's almost 11 o'clock when I get home. And tomorrow I'm going to the Senate Armed Services Committee in Washington by private jet. Eno looked at Tony and said, we're here today, we'll go back first, and we'll go to Washington tomorrow. Tony immediately reacted and looked at his watch, it's all over, let's go too. Eno nodded and led Angela and Zhao Halen to leave first. But not far. Tony's voice came from far away, don't be late. Eno didn't take him and left without looking back. 1 minute late for the party today are reminding those who were not late. Get in a safety car with an umbrella. The entire team began to drive back to Harmanton in New York. Eno 3 people sit in the front and rear soundproof protection car. He took Angela and Helen's shoulders and asked curiously, what did you and Pepper say and why are you taking pictures? He looked at Helen, and Helen turned her head blushing to look at the window. Helplessly, he turned his head again and looked at Angela. Angela put her head on Eno's shoulder, because I did it, but Pepper hasn't done it yet, so she's going to take a photo to commemorate it. Do. Eno question, what to do? Read the underlined version of the novel. Please download. 100 on how to keep Tony from being late. 4. Angela raised her hand quietly and pointed to Helen, who was still looking at the window. But I didn't know that Helen had seen Angela pointing at her from the reflection in the window after hearing it. At once her face turned even redder, and it went all the way to her ears. The next day, Eno opened his eyes under Angela's jade arm around his neck. Taking off her arm, Eno got up and started his daily washing and picked up the phone to call Jason. Jason, is the private jet ready? Jason, when you're ready, you can go when you arrive. Hang up the phone. Eno put the phone away. Today. There is no need to wake Angela up, she can stay in bed properly. Because this time the military committee to Washington doesn't need too many people, just bring one. Then Angela, who was tossed for a long time last night, temporarily decided to let Zhao Halen accompany her. And she said she was going to sleep in. Come to the living room. Zhao Halen is waiting for him. Let's go. Eno said. Zhao Halen nodded. The two left the villa, and Zhao Halen drove Eno to the airport. Arriving at the airport, after Red Umbrella drove the car away, Yunyo and Zhao Halen got on the private plane. On the plane, Zhao Halen, like last time, pestered Eno to tell her the unfinished story. 2 hours later, the private jet flew to the airport in Washington. Zhao Halen drove the vehicle that had been prepared and Eno finished the military committee hall. On the way, Zhao Halen asked curiously, why did the military commission invite you to be a guest? Eno put one hand on the door with the window closed, blowing the wind, just say a few words as a neutral person. They said it nicely, and after that, it's just a matter of being fair. But it's not yet time to play word games to make things, as they think. Zhao Halen nodded knowingly, the political circle is really bad. Yes, the political circle is really bad. After driving for half an hour, the two arrived outside the Senate Hall. As soon as he arrived at the door of the hall, Eno saw something miraculous. Tony, you're not late. A silver supercar, Tony lay on the cushion with sunglasses in spite of the high sun. Hearing Eno's words, Tony silently rubbed his hazy eyes and hid a hatch. I didn't even go home last night, and Pepper asked me to come to China overnight. Then I found a hotel and slept. Pepper, whose name was called, looked over, and she promised, this is the Senate Armed Services Committee. I was afraid that he would be late again, so I asked him to come early. Okay, this trick is seconds. At this moment, the clock in the triangular hall of the Senate chimed. It's 9 o'clock. Tony dragged his exhausted body to open the car door. Let's go first, quickly settle this damn meeting and go back to sleep. Tony and Pepper walked in. Eno and Helen also walked in. but the difference is that Tony went straight into the hall. And Eno took Helen to the lounge first, where you could also watch the meeting progress through the broadcast. Because I am an invited guest, not ordered. So Eno only needs to wait in the lounge until he needs himself inside before leaving. Along the way, many officials and a few members also walked in. They all nodded and said hello to each other. After the court session, 3 seats in front of the invited people in the entire hall, except for the table of the senator. Tony, who was ordered this time, sat in the middle. But both sides of him are empty. Several reporters with long guns and short guns squatted between the 2 platforms to broadcast and film in real time. While the meeting was going on, Tony had been annoyed by this Hydra member, Senator Stern, and went back to chat with Pepper. He's been on, wrangling Tony with political discourse. At this time, Tony wished he could talk to Eno. Or people speak frankly. Mr. Stark, we haven't finished talking about the topic just now, Mr. Stark, can you turn around? At this time, Senator Stern reminded Tony again, who turned back to talk to Pepper. Oh, no problem. Tony half turned his head. Can you pay attention to what you're talking about? No problem. Tony still half turned his head. Stern rubbed his hands slowly and said, do you have a special weapon? Tony turned around and said into the microphone, I don't. You didn't? I don't. Tony was sure, but he added, it depends on what you consider a weapon. Stern, the Iron Man at the New York Fair yesterday was a weapon. What I invent is not a weapon, and I don't even make a weapon. Tony explained it very clearly, I don't even make a weapon, you can think of him as armor. But Stern asked again, then how do you describe Iron Man? It is what it is, Senator. Then what is it? Tony thought for a while, but because of the urgency of time, he said directly, the same as the prosthetic limb of the umbrella yesterday, it is a high-tech prosthesis, but my function may be more comprehensive. Ha ha ha. Tony just finished speaking, and the audience behind him laughed. Tony looked back at them, am I wrong? It can also move the physically disabled. I don't think there is a problem with that. It's the best name I can think of. It's a weapon, it's not a prosthetic, Stern said directly. No no no. Tony refused, if you see it as a benefit to society. It's a weapon, Mr. Stark. Congressman Stern interrupted Tony directly, give this weapon to the American people first. Don't even think about it. Tony also sternly interrupted the congressman. He said, I am Iron Man, I am one with the iron armor, it is my skin, my organs. To hand it over is, ripping me open for organs, and that's a forced silver sale or servitude, Senator. Ha 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 ha, the auditors in the hall laughed again. Now, only Tony dares to speak so unscrupulously in this hall. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 101 Dancing Justin Hammer? 5. Pepper, who was sitting behind Tony, put his hand on his forehead. Tony can say things like that even here. As expected of him. Finally, Tony summed it up in one sentence. I can't give it to you, either way. I don't understand, I'm not an expert, but I know an expert. Senator Stern straightened his tie and said, not only him, but I also invited an expert in prosthetic technology, and he can also determine whether your steel armor is a weapon. The following subpoenas Justin Hammer, the Department of Defense's current major arms dealer, and invite Mr. Eno, the largest biopharmaceutical company in the world, to debate in the hall. Whoa! There was an instant discussion in the hall, and these. The audience immediately looked around to find a figure. Congressman Stern's first sentence probably didn't matter. But the Eno of the second sentence is important to them. The person who just put the world's most advanced biomechanical prosthesis on sale yesterday is actually here. Shouldn't he be very busy? Come here to save face. Accompanied by the noise, Eno led Zhao Helen to Tony's right and sat down, while Zhao Helen stayed quietly behind Eno's right. I saw that Eno finally sat down. Tony directly lifted the chair up, walked to Eno's side and put it down. Then he sat down next to Eno. At last he suddenly remembered something. Then he stood up and went to the original position, took the microphone and put it next to Eno. But just when Tony grabbed Eno's shoulders, Stern said anxiously, "Don't get close to the notary, it's bad behavior." "Does the law say so, MP Stern?" Tony put his arms around Eno's shoulders in front of him. "Wherever I am, Eno and Eno have a very good relationship. Is there a problem?" Click. Click. The sound of the camera shutter sounded in many places. The reporters were frantically taking pictures. This is the first time Tony and Eno have publicly announced that their relationship is so good. Well, Congressman Stern really doesn't know about this. He also thought that with Tony's character, the two companies held an exposition together as an invisible competition. And Eno headed the fair last night. The relationship between the two should be similar to that of Justin Hammer. But these things are out of the question now. He looked at Hammer, who came in, and said, "Anyway, let's invite Mr. Hammer, an expert in weapons, to sit down first." Tony looked at Hammer, who was wearing a gray and white dress, and stepped forward and took the microphone. "I'm sorry, IMHO, I didn't see any weapons experts. Where is he?" "Ha ha ha." Hammer chuckled to himself and took the microphone. "I'm really not an expert. You are, Tony, you are a genius. Mr. Stern, I have a question for you all." Hammer stood up with the microphone and said, "Maybe I'm not an expert, but do you know who is the real expert?" Speaking of this, Hammer pointed at Tony fiercely and said, "It's your father. Howard Stark. He is not only our patriarch, but also the father of the military industry. They are not show lions, they are real beasts. Everyone knows why we are here. In the past 6 months, Tony Stark has created a sharp sword. But he insists it's a shield. He wants us to trust him, he wants us to hide behind him." Hammer made strange gestures as he spoke. "I really hope we're all safe, I really hope so. I also hope I don't have to lock the door when I go out, but... Have you seen the Hulk in the first 2 months of Iron Man? Can he beat him? He can't beat it. Did you see the God of the past few weeks? Did Iron Man deal with him? It's impossible. This is not paradise, we live in a world full of dangers, and Mr. Stark may not necessarily predict dangers." Saying this, he looked at the people listening and the live camera and said, "Thank you, God bless Iron Man, God bless the United States." A passage from Hammer, although it does not say that Iron Man is a weapon. But he compares Iron Man to Hulk, the goddess. Then Iron Man becomes a weapon directly. Directly becomes the default. If everyone agrees with him, it is the default. Iron Man is a weapon. Tony reached for the microphone. Seeing that Hammer finished speaking, Stern directly interrupted Tony's move to speak with the microphone. "Now, Mr. Eno, please express your opinion. What do you think of Iron Man? Do you agree with what Justin Hammer just said?" Tony froze as he held the microphone. Then change it to help Eno get the microphone and give it to Eno. If Stern invited someone to speak, Tony interrupted directly. "I just want to say." Eno turned to the microphone and looked at Hammer, who was equally yin and yang, and said, "Although I don't know what issues you are discussing. But it doesn't seem like you need to stand up to speak, let alone dance and make strange gestures. Are you the kind of silver player Tony just said?" Clap 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 clap. Ha 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 ha. Eno just finished speaking. Tony clapped wildly beside him, and his applause resounded through the hall through the microphone. There was also a roar of laughter in the hall. Justin Hammer awkwardly returned to his seat and sat down. "Please say something important, Mr. Eno," Senator Stern reminded. No problem. Eno nodded. He held the microphone in his right hand, hugged his arms with one hand, and leaned on the chair with Erlang's legs crossed. Then let's not talk about weapons or weapons. I'm not an expert in this area, and I don't know. But I know the biological side of things, and I'm an expert in that. Then, let's get rid of the concept of weapons, let's talk about it first, and analyze what Mr. Hammer said just now. Seeing Eno holding the microphone with one hand, Tony was afraid that he would affect his performance, so he directly took it and helped Eno hold it. Well, it's good to pass the words. Eno changed his arms into arms and said, "Read the underlined version of the novel, please download." 102 Tony, who turned into a ruthless applause machine, 1. First of all, you brought up the Culver College Hulk incident 2 months ago. That incident was also my personal experience, and I believe I knew the situation better than anyone else. The Hulk was forced to use tear gas because of the order of General Ross, who is now in prison, to force the Hulk out, and then there was an armed conflict. But before that, it was all Ross's initiative, and I believe you have heard it in the news. But did the Hulk kill people? He didn't. He saved some of the people in the Harlem Street incident a few weeks ago, and he fought the abomination. It can be seen that I want to ask everyone, is he a bad guy? Speaking of this, Eno turned around and looked at the crowd behind him. They saw Eno turn his head and shake his head in unison. "Will you look, isn't it?" Eno turned his head and glanced at Hammer and continued, "Secondly, then at the same time, the same venue, the same incident happened in the case of the gods. This time, I believe that everyone knows without me telling you. Come on. Tell me loudly." "God. God. Yes. Bad. Human. Underscore. Audition, no." In the live broadcast of the whole platform, dozens of people behind Eno shouted neatly. One of them might be in a high position, but still shouted, "No," the affirmative sentence. Hearing the support of the crowd behind him, Eno looked at Justin Hammer again and said, "Now, I want to ask you, Iron Man protects the people, Hulk protects the people, and the gods protect the people. But why has it become war with you? Weapons. Killing. Vile. Adjectives? They did it? What are you doing? Are you just farting with your mouth open?" Tony closed the arms manufacturing department of the family business for his conscience. "What about you?" "Oh right." Eno responded. He turned his head towards the crowd behind him and shrugged his shoulders. "He is an arms dealer who sells weapons, he must only know this." Ha 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 ha. This moment's flip made everyone laugh out loud. Yes. What the hell is the Hulk doing to fight hate? What is Iron Man doing to clean up the terrorist organization? God is doing whatever it is that day. And what is Justin Hammer doing just now? He is an arms dealer who sells weapons, whether it is the government or foreign countries. Do you want someone like that to decide a thing? That's what it means. Clap 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 clap. This must be his most relieved, happiest, and most enjoyable day. Better than playing Time magazine's cover. Justin Hammer immediately picked up the microphone when he heard it, but Senator Stern said directly, "What you said has nothing to do with whether we define Iron Man as a weapon or not. What we need is for you to talk objectively about the possibility that Iron Man is not lethal and hurts people. But since this is the case, let's not delay any longer. Let's watch the Iron Man fake video we collected directly below." After Stern finished speaking, the live camera turned directly to the big screen on Tony's left, in front of Hammer. A video was opened above. In a relatively deserted area, on a platform, you can see a robot-like figure moving. Tony frowned when he saw it, and took out an electronic light screen directly from his arms. Call high-tech products. Eno clasped his arms in his arms and just turned his head to see it. Tony operated the light screen and said while pressing, "So what, the company that encounters a network disconnection inside the umbrella like yours is Fire Stick." After speaking, he took this light screen and pointed it at the big TV and live broadcast machine and pressed it a few times. Yes, no matter how powerful the hacker is, you need the internet, and no matter how powerful the electronics are, you need electricity. These two are gone, and no matter how powerful the technology is, it is also a fire stick. Ultron is out of the net, or is Ultron funny? It should be thankful that the Earth is not that steam age. After Tony clicked on the light screen, his home computer immediately connected to the broadcast channel to hack. Let you see what the facts are. After a while, the code flashed directly and quickly on the big screen. What is he doing? Congressman Stern looked at the scene where Tony's emptiness changed with just a few clicks. But the invasion has been successful on big screens and live broadcast machines. Zoom in. Original. Iron Man figure was actually a clunky and hilarious tattered machine. After walking a few steps, it fell directly to the ground, the control system lost control, and its hands and feet jumped wildly. In the end, even the weapon system went out of control. The two Gatlings in both hands directly started shooting everywhere, killing several people around. Then another screen was changed. Justin Hammer stands in a tent. And in front of him is testing a particularly heavy robot. And the robot has a lot of wires attached to it. Justin Hammer said in the video as he did the action, "Raise your feet." The robot also raised its feet. Justin Hammer added, turn around with me." Who saw this scene, finally couldn't help it. He hurriedly rushed to unplug the big screen wire, and then he was in a hurry to find it for a long time. Buzz. Ah! The driver's scream was accompanied by the start of the machine. Although the machine turned. But he turned 180 degrees from the front to the back. The driver inside turned directly into the top half looking at the back and the bottom half looking at the dead person in front. Finally, the video was almost done, and Justin Hammer unplugged it. Tony watched the video and said, "It's called Iron Man." I said, "It will take at least 10 years for the country to do it, and it will take at least 20 years for Hammer Industries." Mr. Justin Hammer, you're on TV, is this a threat and danger? Are you the danger? After finishing speaking, Tony leaned into Eno's ear and said, "You're right, he does have to match his actions when he speaks, and that, in the video as well." When Justin Hammer unplugged the big screen wire, Tony's video was cut off, and he picked up the microphone to make sure of one thing first. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 103 instantly emptied biomechanical limbs. 2. First of all, that, the driver isn't dead. Wait. Tony directly interrupted Hammer's words, that, the person who rotates 80 degrees in it is okay, so what's wrong with him? You don't need to answer, we have experts here. Tony turned his head and raised the microphone solemnly. The interview said, "Mr. Eno, can people still be alive if they rotate 180 degrees up and down? Can they be saved even if they are alive?" Looking at Tony, who made the trouble, Eno cooperated with the performance and said, "The probability of death is very high, even if you survive by luck, you will definitely be paralyzed for half your life. Maybe putting our neural control device on the waist will solve the problem of the legs, but not the problem of the butt." "Okay, thank you Mr. Eno for your answer." After Tony finished speaking, he put the microphone directly on the table and stood up. "See, do they have any use? They can only make threats. And me? Tony Stark, Iron Man. I'll do what Eno just said, I'll protect the people like the gods, and we'll keep the world peace like the gods. We are safe. We have Iron Man, and God. What do you want from me? Tony said and raised his hand to signal to Senator Stern. I tried to cooperate with these jumping clowns, but they want me to hand over myself. This is impossible. Fuck you, Mr. Stark. Stern uttered a foul language. Looking at the noisy hall, Eno sat quietly on a chair and acted as a son. At this time, Zhao Halen, who was quiet behind Eno's right, leaned into Eno's ear and whispered softly, Brother Tianxian, you have protected the peace of the people and the world. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Eno reached out and squeezed Helen's cheek with a fierce expression. Like a big bad wolf said, but the condition is, eat you. Helen was stunned for a moment, not knowing what she thought, her face flushed red and she sat back. Maybe she thought of eating something different. At this moment, Tony came back, he shook hands with Eno, and then pulled him up. Put his arms around his shoulders and said to the live broadcast, listen, my dream now is the same as that of the Umbrella Company. And I will also develop in the direction of benefiting the society. And the Umbrella, Eno is also my best friend, I use my fund to serve the people, and the Umbrella you all know, no need for me to explain. But one thing you can be sure of is this, you can absolutely trust Umbrella and Stark. At this point, Tony took off his sunglasses and put them on Eno's eyes. The two just walked out. Clearly this time the Senate Armed Services Committee Tony has had great success. Tony and Eno directly tied the concept of weapons to the people. And Tony tactfully tied himself to the gods. With the support of the fans of the gods and some of their own fans, they are united to resist the government forces. This can easily and directly break down the oppression of the government. Take Helen out of the Senate. Tony sat on his sports car and said, Eno, do you want to visit our company tomorrow? We can also talk about other technologies. Eno thought for a while and made a gesture. No problem. A few hours later, after getting off the private plane, Eno and Helen returned to the Umbrella building. Top office. Angela said next to Eno with a piece of data, after 24 o'clock yesterday, all the biomechanical prosthetic stock on the official website was sold out instantly. Not counting the pre-orders, we will make a total profit of about 13.6 billion meters, but we will pay taxes. Amount. Tax is indeed paid. But there are ways to avoid taxes. Eno waved his hand, let the accounting department avoid tax reasonably and do all the money for the charity. Angela nodded, still the same. There are many ways to avoid taxes, but Eno chose charity. Of course, so did Tony. For example, if the Umbrella has to pay a tax of 30 billion meters of gold, then Eno only needs to pay 100 tax after doing 10 billion charities. Well, you can save money while doing charity work this way. There is no rich man who doesn't do it. Angela opened another file and said, the front desk has also submitted a list of appointments, and more than 100 qualified people are making appointments. Eno, let the front desk refuse all, and the Umbrella will not cooperate. Angela nodded, meet Vice President Rodriguez. His daughter has a broken left leg, and now she may want to make a special gift for her. Eno thought for a while, let him come the day after tomorrow afternoon, I'll go to Tony's tomorrow to play. Angela was stunned, but thinking of the situation in the live broadcast just now, she understood. She put away the information, there are only so many things to report today. And it was because Helen acted temporarily after Eno left. At this moment, Zhao Halen walked out of the elevator in the underground laboratory. She walked quickly to Eno with a happy face and said, I have an idea for sub-health drugs. As soon as these words came out, both Eno and Angela looked at her with interest. Zhao Halen said, among the medicines produced by our Umbrella, no, of the medicines produced in the world. When people eat it, the efficiency and effect of the real effect is only minimal. Most of the efficiency is just aiding the body's ability to dilute to get the effect. But in this way, we can also use the functions of the human body to adjust our physical condition. The human body is full of potential and can be kept in a healthy state if used properly. In this way, we only need drugs to assist, rather than the previous thinking to strengthen the body. Angela nodded understandingly after listening, but, it's difficult. After a person takes a drug, it is difficult to determine the absorption efficiency of each person. If there is too much assistance, it will destroy the body's functions after loading. If there is less assistance, it will be no different from the fake drugs on the market. Zhao Hailan nodded in agreement. It's really difficult, but it's better than strengthening the human body, that is to fight for luck. And now, we just need to analyze Hulk's blood, observe his function formula, and then imitate it. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 104 Natasha of Stark Tower? 3. In the end, Zhao Hailan's debate won Angela's consent. They turned their heads and looked at Eno together. After all, they all agreed, and in the end it was up to Eno to agree. Eno thought about it. Seems that there is no need to take the body-strengthening medicine, the people just need health. Why do you want to be strong to protest, march, loot and create a beautiful scenery? But like Helen said, the medicine to assist human function and health, this is consistent with the way I said at the beginning to regulate human body functions. In the end, Eno determined, you can use Helen's method, just do it. Angela has more experience in the main biology, and she will assist you in observing human body functions. Zhao Helen happily raised her hands and ran to Eno. Sneak attack. After Eno was over, she happily went back like the wind and pulled Angela into the elevator of the underground laboratory. Before the customs, she gave Eno a flight with a little red face. The next day, the main entrance of the umbrella building is a few kilometers away. A strange thing happened in the Stark Industries. The new president, Sister Pepper, is actually waiting for someone at the gate. Who is it? That someone who has just taken office can come out to greet her, but just when the people coming and going are suspicious. Angela drove a red supercar to the gate of Stark and was about to drive back to the umbrella building. Because she has been busy recently, and she has to assist Zhao Hailan to complete the sub-health medicine. Pepper greeted Eno at the door and looked at Angela, who was leaving, and asked, "Why don't Angela come in and sit down? You haven't been to the Stark Industrial Park, haven't you?" "I still have work to do." Angela politely refused. "That's a pity, come back sometime." Pepper waved to Angela. "Come back sometime." Angela nodded and looked at Eno. "I'll go first, call me and then pick you up." Eno nodded, and Angela drove away. Pepper turned to look at Eno and the people coming and going around him. "There are a lot of people here, let's go to the top floor." Suddenly, a familiar voice came. "Hi Eno. You're finally here." Eno turned his head, and Tony came over in a black coat, cropped pants, and a pair of boxing gloves. With sweat, he came to Eno's side and stretched out to take his shoulder. "Why did you come now? Didn't you say it's a good day? Go and sweat all over." Eno swiftly avoided the stinky care all over his body. "Also, it's today, so I came later to prevent you from getting up." Tony looks like sad. Nodded, "Good idea." Enter the Stark Industrial Building with Tony. His office is on the top floor, and his exercise place is on the penultimate floor of the top floor. 3 people came to the lounge on the penultimate floor. Tony's bodyguard Hogan was also here. He was wearing thick armor. There was also a layer of sweat on the collar of the shirt. It looks like Tony was just practicing with him. After the two were on their separate sofas, Pepper turned and left to prepare something. Tony picked up the water on the table between Eno and Eno, opened the lid and said, "After my thinking, I think it's better to exercise. I see you think taking medicine is humiliating." "Of course." Eno leaned on the sofa. "The best way to supplement calcium is to get in the sun, to be healthy is to exercise more, and the best way to drink water is to drink plain water. That's how it is. Medicine is just something that people can save when they don't pay attention, that's all. That's it? Tony pondered after listening, not knowing what he was thinking of. At this time, Pepper came over with prepared coffee and desserts. Slow use. Thank you. After she put these on the table, she went to the sofa next to Tony and sat down. Suddenly, Tony suddenly raised his head and looked at Eno. Would you like to watch the one-car race in Monaco where the sun is just right? We can also travel by the way. After a long time, you were thinking about this. Tony saw Eno not speaking. He turned his back to Pepper and raised his hands towards Eno in a gesture of holding the steering wheel. Well, he didn't want to see cars, he wanted to race. Before Tony's action was finished, Pepper asked incredulously behind him, why do you still have time to travel when the company is so busy? Tony turned his head to look at Pepper. Isn't Stark's stock limit up for several times? Why can't the stock not fall? Pepper clutched his forehead in distress. It's not a stock issue, it's a management issue. Tony turned back to look at Eno. What do you think? Seeing that even Pepper was looking for answers, Eno shrugged and picked up a cup of coffee. I'll come back after my official business. Tony turned back again, looked at Pepper and said affectionately, I forgot, you are the president now, these should be done by you. At this time, Pepper wanted to kill Tony. Well, cut in two. Tony is going to Monaco, and Pepper will be going too. Then it has nothing to do with who handles the affairs. Eno looked at Hogan who was resting in the ring, and Tony noticed it and said, would you like to see how I've been connected recently? Eno nodded while drinking coffee. What did you practice? Mixed martial arts. Tony stood up and walked towards the ring. Bang bang. And then there's the obvious Hogan letting Tony hit. Pepper said a little embarrassedly, he is all 3 minutes of heat except for that suit of armor, and this one will be thrown away after playing for a few days at most. Almost. Just when Tony was performing in the ring, suddenly a figure came over. She was wearing the standard dress of an urban female white-collar worker, with light makeup and big red wavy hair. This is Natasha. She walked to Pepper's side, opened a black folder and said, you need to sign your initials here. Pepper took a look and signed his name. After finishing the work, Natasha glanced at Eno secretly, and Eno had already noticed her. Pepper asked curiously after seeing it, do you know each other? Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 105 Business with Tony 4. Eno is organizing language. He can't say that I fired her the first time I saw her. If I said that, Natasha would think that she fired her with a hidden purpose. Finally, she thought about it and said politely, she came to our company to apply for a job, but we were full at that time. Hearing Eno's words, Natasha was also relieved. If Tony knew that her umbrella had been opened, Stark would have opened her up based on the relationship between the two of them. If that's the case, Natasha's mind will probably jump. At this time, Tony, who had just finished punching, climbed to the fence to look at Natasha and asked, what's your name, miss? You actually know Eno, he is a famous otaku. Romanov. Natasha put away the black folder and said, Natasha Romanov. Tony nodded, come here, come up to the ring. Pepper watched Tony actually let the woman on the ring and fight with the bodyguard. You. Eno raised his hand, motioning not to speak. Pepper looked at Eno's suggestion, closed his mouth and became quiet. Over himself after seeing Natasha on stage. He was sitting on his sofa, leaning on the armrest with one hand and tapping on the open snack table with the other. As he clicked, the desktop immediately turned into a light screen. Tony started investigating what Natasha could see on it. Yes, you can see it. Because even Tony can only see SHIELD. The modified data, the real data are all archived, how can it be put on the internet? She is fluent in French, Italian, Latin. Turning over, Tony suddenly motioned for Eno to look over. Turning his head, Eno first saw the photo of Natasha in a bikini. Of course there are all kinds of model photos. Tony touched his chin when he saw it and said, "She's still, Tokyo used to be a model. Do you like it?" Eno looked at Tony and teased, "The figure is not bad." Tony thought for a while, and turned off the light screen with a snap, "Quit." Eno immediately gave him a thumbs up, "I'm afraid it will come back as soon as your problem is solved. Tony can quit this." He wouldn't believe it if Eno was killed. At this time, bang! A sound. After Natasha gave Hogan a shake and tossed Tony to see it, she turned her head and said seriously to Eno, "Really quit?" Pepper looked at Eno in surprise. Did he know that Natasha was so powerful? That's why he let her go up to Eno to notice Pepper's eyes and explained, "Her figure looks like a body that exercises strength often. Don't look at her buttocks, that's all for mobilizing your leg muscles. Also, although she is not tall, her proportions are very good. In addition, her shirt is a little tight. I can still vaguely find traces of her exercise. So from the data, she is not necessarily weak or a little woman." After listening, Pepper nodded in admiration. It turned out that he had this ability just by looking at it. After Tony heard it, he quietly leaned over to Eno and asked in a low voice, "That's what I saw when I was poisoned the day before yesterday?" Eno nodded. At this time, Natasha had already sorted out her clothes and came to Tony to open another folder and said, "I need Mr. Stark's fingerprints." Tony turned around and pressed Natasha, "Okay," fingerprinted and asked, "Which department are you from?" "The law department." Tony nodded, "I want you to go to the security department." Natasha's face instantly stiffened. Tony said again, "Just kidding, just go back if you have nothing to do." Natasha's face returned to normal, she closed the folder and faced Eno and Tony. Pepper nodded and left. If this is a sign to the security department, she is not sure that her mission will fail again. After seeing Natasha leave, Tony turned to Pepper and Hogan and said, "Are you still doing anything? If you're okay, go out and help Eno and I buy milk tea and pizza." Hearing Tony's obvious chasing words, Pepper and Hogan both nodded and left one after another. Of course, milk tea and pizzas still have to be bought. After seeing them go, Tony turned around and asked, "I went back and studied the nano-neural control device. Does it just simulate neural electrical signals?" "Of course, what else do you want?" Eno picked up a piece of ice cream that was about to melt and said, "It's just a biomanipulator. Do you still want to capture the neural consciousness of the brain to control the biomanipulator?" "With this technology, I'm still doing this. I've already done virtual reality. That's basically crushing the technology of this era, okay? The difference between neural electrical signal and neural meaning recognition is a few words. But the difference is, one day and one place. But there is still another possibility, that is, to study the method of manifesting the neural consciousness of the flower of the gods. I am afraid that virtual reality that captures neural consciousness can be produced." Tony responded and nodded, "As I thought, I am also developing related technologies for my armor. In this way, there will be no situation that I thought of, but I can't react to it, but now I only develop the armor to the size of a suitcase. This is normal for individuals. You know what you're going to do when you're playing, but you can't react. When you are playing the game, you see the enemy, but you are still slow to shoot accordingly. This is the performance of action not keeping up with consciousness. This is crucial in combat." Eno nodded, "It should be like this. Fast, convenient, concentrated is the essence, and the future is definitely nanotechnology. And under the same combat power, the smaller the stronger it is. If a battle armor like you becomes a mecha. I was blasted by my own armor in minutes. Clap clap. Tony applauded several times in a row. As I thought, these armors seem to fit nicely, but I still feel bulky. The real technology of the future should be nanotechnology, and your umbrella has been very prescient and has been at the forefront. How does it feel? A bit like a commercial blow. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download. 106 Tony, who felt the difference again. 5. Of course. Eno accepted Tony's admiration unceremoniously. I also had the foresight to keep Angela and Zhao Halen by my side in advance. Before they would definitely become famous in the future. Speaking of this, Eno looked at Tony deeply. Tony, you need to know. It is always the smallest group of people who hold up this world, and speak in a big direction. There is only one who controls this universe. Tony nodded in agreement anyway, and at the same time he was thinking about Eno's words. To be honest, no matter what Tony does, he is also immortal. Although he is called, the body of mortals, standing shoulder to shoulder with gods. But, that's always going to change. You can't have him suddenly rise from a mortal mind to a higher mind. Changing mindsets is hard. If in the original plot, Tony desperately put on the steel armor for Blue Star, then there will be no further drama. That's right. Tony raised his head. Do you want to go to Monaco's one car? You haven't given me an answer yet. Eno. Go. Tony, when? Eno, the day after tomorrow. Why the day after tomorrow? Tony asked impatiently. Isn't this supposed to be a walk-and-go trip? We'll be there at night by private jet. Eno covered his head helplessly. The vice president will come to see me tomorrow. He estimates that he will have to customize a prosthesis. It is not good to let him dove like this. Then leave tomorrow evening. We will find a pilot from the giant bear country, and we can arrive at night. Tony thought about it and found a middle way. Okay. Now that the time is set, let's go. Eno has not seen the car with his own eyes. After all, he has no interest in the car, and neither does Angela. So the two haven't seen the race car for so many years. When you come tomorrow, take the special medicine and thinner with you, by the way. According to the speed of Helen and Angela, it would take 3 days to strengthen these two things. Tony was taken aback. So fast? Then don't wait for 2 days to learn the confrontation between Party A and Party B in society. It's the first time I'm irritable to hear such a scumbag. Tony immediately reacted. Forget it, my life is more important. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the lounge. Tony, I got the milk tea and pizza. Wasn't sure if they had good talk outside, so knocked first. Tony looked at Eno. Eno nodded. That's what it means to have nothing important. Then Tony said, come in, we're all hungry. Hearing Tony's words, Pepper opened the door and walked in. She put the milk tea and pizza here and was about to leave. Eno watched her leave and reminded, help me contact Angela to pick me up. Aren't you going to see other places in Stark? What are you doing back so quickly? Tony also wants to take Eno to see his laboratory, although there is nothing important in it, but some ideas can still be discussed. Leave my Angela and Helen alone, and chat with you for a long time with a man. Is it my fault or your fault? Tony suddenly looked at Pepper, and that look was. Look at him, he's hugging him like that. Pepper knew Tony's look. She said to Tony, just two. Tony, what does it mean that two current women are so easy to understand? Then why can't I be two? How can you be so double standard? Eno lightly picked up a cup of milk tea and sucked it, and the other hand also used a tissue to pick it up a piece of pizza. You can't learn this operation. Tony looked at Eno, then looked back at Pepper. He felt again that it was all men and why we were different. In the end, Tony was discouraged and picked up a cup of milk tea. Then grab a piece of pizza and it's a meal, nibble. Seems like he's going to put his cheese on pizza. After Pepper saw that it was all right, she said as she left, "I'll contact Angela to pick you up." Seeing Pepper go, Tony immediately threw down the dog-eaten pizza in his hand, looked at Eno and asked, "How did you do it?" "How to do what?" Eno asked back. "Angela Ziegler and Zhao Helen." "Tony, looks like you don't give me sloppy eyes." Eno thought for a while, then gestured to himself with his hand in front of him, "Charm." "What superpower?" Tony answered immediately with interest. "Eno, what kind of superpower? It's personality charm." Tony suddenly dared not believe. "What? Then am I not attractive?" "You have a hammer." Eno was so angry. Tony began to fall into deep thought. He held the milk tea in his hand, and stopped eating the pizza. Just when Eno felt that he was ill, Tony raised his head instantly. "I think about it. From now on, not only will Stark Industries learn from the umbrella, but I will also follow you. You have already done it, it means that the road ahead is no problem, and I will try it too." Eno. He looked at Iron Man like a fool, really didn't know what kind of paste was in his mind. Eno put down the pizza in his right hand, patted Tony on the shoulder and said, "I tell you, it's better for people to be more specific. Don't always think about this. I think anyone can say that about me, but only you can't say that about me." Tony looked at Eno like a dead fish. "And did you touch me with the hand holding the pizza?" "I wrapped it in a tissue." Eno picked up the pizza he just put down. "Anyway, you need to take a shower when you're sweating." When Jingle said this, Eno's personal phone rang. Eno saw that it was Angela's phone. "This means that she has gone downstairs." Eno stood up with milk tea in his left hand and pizza in his right hand. "I'll go back first, see you tomorrow night." Tony took off the gloves, and after sending Eno out, he also waved his hand and said, "See you tomorrow night." Damn it. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 107 Nick Fury's personal coming? 1. Angela drove the car and Eno back to the company. In the office on the top floor, Angela asked curiously after putting on the lab coat, "Why does Tony say you are charging now? What does that mean? You and Zhao Helen?" Eno comfortably went to the boss chair. Angela immediately understood what cash charging meant. "Then I'll go to the laboratory first, and Stark's special medicine and thinner are almost ready," Angela said, and wanted to go to the basement. "Wait a minute." Eno did it. "Tell Helen Zhao, tomorrow night we will go to Monaco to watch the one racing car after a night of rest." "Why do you want to go to the race car all of a sudden?" Angela questioned. "Tony wants to go, wants to invite us together." Angela nodded, raised her legs and walked towards the elevator in the laboratory, saying, "I feel like this is bad news for her." Eno. The boss takes you out for a trip, or bad news? Why is it so difficult to bring this class of employees? Just then, Eno's mobile phone received a text message. "Carlson, do you have time for tomorrow afternoon's appointment? Our director Fury wants to come and see you and talk about something important." Eno allotted time to reply. "Eno, you can come afternoon tomorrow, but I have something to do in the afternoon, so try to come as early as possible." Carlson replied in seconds, "Okay, Mr. Eno. Turn off your phone." Eno thought about what this Fury is doing again this time. What else is there to find himself? The next day. Umbrella Building. Top office. It is now 12 o'clock noon. After finishing the Daily Mail, Eno started to observe all the trends about himself on the internet. First, nano-neurobiomechanical limbs have been out of stock. After all, Umbrella did not sell such urgently needed items in the beginning and could only produce technology from its own factory. Due to various conditions, the limbs of the umbrella will be sold out as long as one batch is produced. It has also led to the fact that there are nearly 9-digit numbers on the account of the umbrella now every day. And those who have bought it all admire the benefits brought by the subject with tears in their eyes. Eno casually clicked on the video of the interview with the disabled on the TV station. Reporter: what's it like to have biomechanical limbs using umbrella technology? User: no feeling at all, but you probably don't understand what I mean. I'm just like a normal person, there's no difference, so no feeling. Now all the pictures of umbrellas are hanging in my house, and it's Eno is my belief. Little embarrassed to hear the fanatical words of the user, and she thought it was too much. But people who haven't experienced this feeling don't understand it. Eno continued to check the news. There is a unified heat aggregate that is the relationship between the Senate Iron Man, the umbrella, and the gods. Click on this forum. Eno flipped down casually. Uniform supporters are saying that they are protecting the people. If it weren't for the gods, the streets of Harlem would hate the rioting army at all. Although the first appearance of the Hulk was confusing, but fortunately, it was more whitewashed later. And Iron Man and the others also thought that this was a performance of reform. After all, the weapon manufacturing department was directly closed. Later, he also vigorously developed clean energy, did charity, etc. Well, the purpose of doing charity is the same. There will be little change in the network. Basically, the heat of the gods is still there, but since Eno didn't change himself out. Actually a group on the internet that wants to make the gods appear every day. But how could it happen? I am in the house, where can the gods go? At this time, news came from the front desk that someone from the two departments that had been specially ordered before came. One is the familiar Coulson. One was a man named Nick Fury with a blindfold. Eno, let them go. Hearing the words, the front desk handed a chip to Coulson. It's the same. Coulson smiled at the front desk and led Fury to the elevator that went up alone to the top office. After arriving at the top office, Eno stood up and said with a smile, rare guest, Fury, it's the first time to visit the Umbrella building. He led Fury to the sofa to the side. Nodded. While observing Eno's office, he followed Eno to the lounge area of the sofa and sat down and said, no wonder Tony said that his network electronic technology is a fire stick for you, and that's how you protect your data. During this time, Coulson consciously went to get a cup to help Eno and Fury get coffee. Here, he is familiar. Eno nodded, I don't have top network technology. If I keep all the important information on the internet, wouldn't everyone know it? Everyone knows it is true, the network is really insecure, and Tony can't guarantee that his home will not be 100% hacked. This way, Fury suddenly asked curiously, then how do you keep the technical data? Of course, if it is more top secret, just treat it as if I didn't ask. Ha ha ha, there's nothing wrong with that. Eno said simply, the most primitive method is the safest method. Our data is divided into two physical files, and only when the two are combined can you know the password, otherwise you won't understand anything even if you take one of them. It would be easier if there were more top secret information. After Eno finished speaking, he nodded his head under the curious eyes of Braised Egg and Coulson. It's all inside. Biomanipulators, precision instrument data, nanoneural control systems, and more. In a word, gave Fury a nod of praise. But after the Braised Egg praised, he said, no wonder your head is so valuable in the black market, but your method is easy to say but not easy to do at all. The Braised Egg was straightened and even the golden knife was ready to ask, since that day, I went back and learned a little about biology. Although the human brain has a lot of storage capacity, it is logical. It's not something you can remember when you want to write it down. Such a huge amount of information depends on your brain. Eno nodded naturally, picked up a cup of coffee poured by Coulson and leaned on the sofa. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 108 The Vice President's Personal Visit to. Seeing the default Eno, Braised Egg nodded, thinking straight in his mind, New bulletin is really useless. This method of memorizing data is something that people can do. Now who has the ability to read the brain, except, that, the transformed Nebula, she can play the memory in her mind. Okay, let's talk about something very important. After a while, Fury was about to say something important. Eno raised the coffee's hand and gestured to say it. Fury looked at Eno seriously and said, "You know Tony's steel armor, right? Who doesn't know that?" Eno rants. Fury nodded. "Then do you know the power supply of his suit of armor?" "Concentrated arc reactor." Eno replied simply, "I still have a large one here." "Yes." Fury nodded cautiously, "But do you know what element Tony uses?" "He put that thing in his chest." "Wait a minute." Eno finally knew what Fury was doing. "Wait." Eno interrupted, "Are you here to tell me about Tony's palladium poisoning?" "You know?" Frey questioned. "Huh?" Eno twitched the corner of his mouth. "I am a bio company, but you can also understand that Tony told me about this." Fury shook hands involuntarily. He thought that the relationship between Tony and Eno in the live broadcast, "the best friend is limited to Tony." But who would have thought of this sentence? The best friend is actually Iron Man. "Okay." Fury said, "Then I will simply say, I want to find you to make." The special medicine and diluting medicine have been prepared. Eno interrupted directly. Fury, he suddenly felt like he was in vain. It turns out that the relationship between others is so good, and now he just thinks too much about himself. Fury opened his hands helplessly when he heard this. "I'm gone, do you have anything to say?" "I didn't either, didn't you come to find me?" Eno looked at Fury inexplicably. Braised Egg nodded, stood up silently, and left with Coulson directly. "Don't hesitate at all, just leave without saying a word." I guess Fury was thinking. Ringing my SHIELD. The intelligence experts actually did everything in advance. Palladium poisoning is known. The reagents are all ready. Eno sat on the boss chair and looked at the shriveled eggs. He hasn't said that the reward is a steel suit. If you know this, Fury's face will be distorted with sourness. Braised Egg left, 3 p.m. The Umbrella has welcomed a more important guest, the Vice President. Eno looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He was more than one person. He brought it, and his daughter. "What's your name?" Eno squatted in front of the girl's wheelchair and asked. "Dina." After speaking, the little girl blinked her eyes and looked at the handsome big brother in front of her. In her world, she thinks the big brother in front of her is just the big brother. Rodriguez looked at the man in front of him in surprise. Others may not know about his daughter, but he knows that his daughter basically won't take the initiative to speak because of her disability. And not to mention meeting strangers. Usually, when someone at home is a guest, he would not dare to bring anyone to his daughter. Hearing the little girl's words, Eno stood up and returned to his seat. He looked at Rodriguez, thinking about what to call him. Rodriguez took the initiative and said kindly after seeing Eno, "Just add a gentleman." Eno nodded. "Then Mr. Rodriguez, the biomechanical limbs of the Umbrella can definitely be obtained as you, so why did you come to me? This is a vice president. Even if the biomechanical prosthesis is out of stock, it is not necessary to find a middleman." There was absolutely no need for him to come to him. Rodriguez first picked up his daughter from the wheelchair, then walked to the sofa and sat down, putting his daughter on his lap and said, "A biomechanical prosthesis is a prosthesis no matter what. And my daughter Dina, she can't wear prosthetics all the time, so I thought." Speaking of this, the vice president even said with a tone of prayer, "Can the Umbrella be able to study the technology of bioremediation, so that my daughter rebirth from a severed limb?" Hearing this, Eno finally understands why he would rather take such a big risk in Iron Man 3. It turned out that my daughter was in control. But needless to say, he is in a high position, and it is reasonable to do so for the sake of his family and daughter. Eno sat on the boss chair, crossed his hands in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Rodriguez, rebirth from a broken limb is not, just kidding, the difficulty of this technique, it's just whimsical. Although I can revive your daughter from a severed limb right now, it is impossible. And to be honest, why does this Vice President want to let the umbrella study these two things like sympathy and power? He is daydreaming. The umbrella can even make you not the previous Vice President. I see if you want an approval rating." Sudden, Rodriguez said eagerly, "You have top scientists in biology, cytology, neurology, etc., and biomechanical prosthetics have also been made. Why can't you go further?" "Mr. Rodriguez," Eno said slowly, "such research costs are not proportional to the recovery benefits, and we will waste a lot of money. It's enough for the people to have invisible biomechanical prosthetics. Although your family is not in business, it shouldn't be ignorant of these truths." Rodriguez suddenly stiffened. It's not that he doesn't know, he just wants to report some expectations. Therefore, whether or not the previous sentence is possible, he will try it. Last, Rodriguez gritted his teeth, and he looked at Eno suddenly and asked, "There is no audio or video here, right?" Eno waved his hand and said, "How could there be video and audio recordings in such a place?" But he hopes that this Mr. Vice President will say something, or what conditions will he give? Anything that can even be tempted by oneself. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 109 Reward for Living Creatures, Ghost Ava 3. Finally, Rodriguez said solemnly, "I know there is a magical person in this world. She has amazing abilities because the molecular structure in her body is extremely unstable. This allows her to pass through walls, avoid attacks, and even become invisible. I know such people are very attractive to Umbrella Bio." Hearing Rodriguez's words, Eno knew who he was talking about. That is, Ava's star nickname, Ghost. But what this lieutenant can do to her, his position can't force SHIELD. Secret agent, Eno nodded and admitted, "Yes, it is very attractive to the umbrella, but then, so, you can get her over for me to study." Rodriguez quickly made it clear, No, I can't transfer her directly, she belongs directly to the special department. But I can let her meet you, and even find a reason to be your bodyguard for a while. But there is only a short time, you have to hurry up and study her. During this time, she belongs to you only." Eno pondered. Ava's ability is indeed useful, she can be said to be an assassin. And he's a potential assassin in the future. But the ability to regenerate from a severed limb was researched. To be honest, Eno used his own ability to parasitize this little girl and could do it right away. But if you want Angela and Zhao Halen to study, although it is not impossible to study, it is a waste of time. After thinking about it, Eno decided to ask first and then consider, "How long do you want?" Rodriguez looked at his daughter on his lap and said sadly, "I can wait for 3 years. In these 3 years, I will let Dina use biomechanical limbs first." Speaking of which, he looked at Eno solemnly, and pleaded with a very serious expression, "I can pay in advance, but I just hope that you can solve my daughter's problem with your heart as soon as possible. Then there's nothing wrong with rejecting it. 3 years is 201, there is time to protect the umbrella. And it may be solved by fiddling with it at that time." Thinking of this, Eno stood up, walked to his daughter Dina's side and pinched her cheek. "Your daughter is so cute," my umbrella agreed to this condition. Hearing Enoch praised the cuteness of his daughter, Rodriguez's face blossomed with a smile. He stretched out his hand to shake Eno's hand and said, "Happy cooperation. Pleasant to work with." Eno shook hands with him. Then, Rodriguez took out another note and handed it to Eno. "This is my personal phone number, you can call me if you need anything." Eno nodded and accepted the note. The end. Eno patted him on the shoulder. When you get off, just ask the front desk to go to the inventory to help you get a prosthesis, of course, no money. Rodriguez nodded as he put his daughter into the wheelchair. Then he pushed his daughter out of the office. Before leaving, his daughter said, "Goodbye, big brother." "Goodbye." Eno waved his hand. Back in his seat, Eno thought about what to do with Ava. First of all, Ava is a girl who cherishes her life. She not only got the functions of piercing through walls, invisibility, etc. because of the branch problem in her body. Similarly, she also got the pain of molecular tearing in her body. It was a pain that didn't hurt anywhere from the beginning to the end. And the solution? One is that the substructure in her body is stabilized. Two is that she can control the molecular structure of the body. Three is to have a strong physical quality to counteract this molecular instability. Four, the above methods are mastered in the same way, that is a real ghost. Thinking of this, Eno had a magical idea inadvertently. Do you want to try? Let Ava betray SHIELD. Ava in SHIELD. Not on the front. It's a secret agent of another special department, different from Natasha, Carlson, and the like. At the same time, because she cherished her life, she desperately wanted to stabilize the molecular structure of her body and the three elements of pain. Eno can try to make her loyal to himself and betray SHIELD. Totally give it a try. Time, just to get back from Monaco with Tony. Because there will be whiplashes there, Rodriguez can use this reason to temporarily transfer Ava. Of course, this reason is just a random one. After all, it can't be for no reason, right? The time is approaching night. Or in the top office of the Umbrella. Angela and Zhao Halen have both changed their clothes and rested here, because they are going to take a private jet to Monaco later. There are people like this. OMG, Zhao Halen exclaimed, holding her small mouth and saying, "Isn't this superpower?" Eno just explained to them about Ava's ability and the important time when the vice president came. No. Eno hurriedly interrupted, the concept of superpower is innate, she is the ability that she acquired and merged in the later stage. But the point is, can we study? Angela suddenly said, do you have any physicists doing it? That is the entanglement of molecules and quantum, we know very little. Forgot about this one. Molecules have physics, biology, and chemistry. But the main thing is physics, and the second is biology. Ava came over, and there was still too little they could study. Slowly study. Eno shrugged. You treat her as a treasure, anyway, if she betrays SHIELD. If so, wouldn't it just be by our side all the time? And she can do a lot of things, like assassination and protection, although we don't need protection. After Zhao Halen and Angela looked at each other, they nodded together. If you don't study any secrets, you may have problems with your brain. If this technology can be mastered, there will be great breakthroughs in the quantum field. And at that time, it will be of great help to all kinds of basic particles. By this time, Tony should have arrived soon. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 110 Mark armor thrown in the corner? 4. Eno looked at the time after deciding what happened to Ava. 1. Tony hasn't come yet. At this moment, Eno's personal cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Tony's phone. After connecting, "Hey Eno, open your building apron in advance, I'll be there soon." This guy originally came directly wearing Mark's armor and returned to his seat, opened the control panel, and then pressed one of the buttons. The door next to the roof apron on the top floor of the Umbrella building opened. "Let's go," this man came in battle armor. Eno said to Angela and Helen, who had just operated curious. It turned out to be like this, no wonder they came down from the rooftop. The three of them left the office and came to the innermost part of the top floor, where there was only one door leading to the apron on the rooftop. After a while, a red and yellow figure crossed the sky, his hands and feet sprayed energy downwards, and there seemed to be something hanging on his body. Chi-bang! As Iron Man landed, Tony's visor opened, he frowned at Eno and said, "Are you handsome?" Eno didn't answer him, but looked at the suitcase in Tony's hand and said, "This is your condensed suitcase mark armor." The suitcase in Tony's hand at this time is not red and yellow, but red and silver. This mark armor is his 5th generation armor. There is no difference in function, but the advantage is, more convenient to carry than the previous generation. But there is also a downside, it only has one layer of armor. That's right. Tony lifted the suitcase in his hand and said, "This is to take to Monaco. After all, it may be dangerous, but the suit I'm wearing is for you, so I'll let you go here by the way. You are so generous, it's not enough if you don't give billions." Eno snorted. "It's worth billions." Tony came over, walked down the rooftop with Eno and walked to the office, saying, "The most important thing is technology, billions are just costs, and of course the most important thing. Then our direct friendship." Eno took a few more steps and stayed away from Tony. Looking at Tony's questioning eyes, "You seem to be talking just now." Tony, and talking, a few people went to the office. "Where's Pepper? She's not with you." Tony looked at Enoch in his armor and said, "The car she's driving should be coming soon." "Really straight man, awesome." After watching Eno's office, Tony said, "He has a pure and clean system to take off this armor. You can put it on and set it up yourself. I didn't leave a secret door." Eno waved his hand indifferently, he didn't care about this, and he didn't need this armor. "You just take off that corner." "What?" Tony was reluctant for a moment. "My steel armor, you let me take it off into the corner, are you worthy of it?" "Then here." Eno pointed to his bookcase. "It's okay." Tony walked over, and the armor's abdomen, chest, legs, hands, head and other components were opened. Then he walked out of it, and the armor closed automatically. Tony revisits Eno's office again. "You guys are planning to not use any technology products except computers. You're stupid or I'm stupid." Eno looked at Tony and said, "If I put the Umbrella Corps data on the server, then you will immediately know what the biggest cyber attack in the world is." "Yes." Tony nodded, "But I said before that you don't want a set of technology office." "I'm not used to it." Eno said quietly. "There will be better in the future, and it is still a field that technology cannot touch, and its safety and practical performance is unparalleled. So there is no need to replace it now for these." At this moment, Tony's cell phone rang. He glanced at it and hung up the phone directly. "Little Pepper is here, let's go." Eno nodded, and the four of them set off to the garage to pick up the car and go to the private airport. Inside the Umbrella building, these employees were amazed at the sudden appearance of Tony and Eno. The relationship is so good that they come to play with each other. It seems that our previous trip to Stark was not fake. Car, Angela drove to the airport. Tony, after handing the suitcase to his driver Hogan, also drove Pepper to the airport with him. On a private jet. Pepper and Angela prepared drinks together and put them on the platform in the aircraft cabin to sit together. The flight will take several hours. It is about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to arrive at the International 5-star hotel in Monaco. Tony put the suitcase beside the chair, picked up a glass of wine and said, "Why do I suddenly feel that the women around you are all excellent?" Hearing Tony say this, Eno couldn't help but look at Angela and Zhao Helen, who were talking to Pepper behind Tony. If so, two of her are indeed very powerful, at least. The kind that can be said to be the most powerful among all women. But Eno still humbly picked up a glass of wine and said, "The charm is good." Tony nodded and took a sip of wine. Now the word charm has become the word I hate the most. Afterwards, the two had a drink while chatting. At this time, after 9 o'clock in the evening, Nyo turned to look at the night scene outside the plane window. Tomorrow's one car will start at 9 o'clock and go on for several days. The whiplash will also appear there, but it's useless, and then there's the Ava thing and so on. Tony saw Eno quietly looking out the window and suddenly said unexpectedly, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Eno turned his head, what is this hobby, what's wrong with this hobby? I saw a report. Tony raised the cup in his hand and motioned for Eno to drink together. The report explains, if someone especially likes to see the stars, the moon, the night sky, etc. then he must especially like to ask himself, and he often reflects on his actions and revises his own practices. He will have a lot of thoughts in his heart, and he will constantly revise his plot. And then try his best to be better than yesterday. In conclusion, a person with such a hobby will reflect and contemplate, and he will not be able to guess his mind. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 111 Tony's jealousy of the male lead 5. Ha ha ha. Eno smiled happily when Tony said, how can there be so many things, I just like to watch, although there is indeed a lot of inner contemplation. That means this report is right, doesn't it? Tony took a sip of wine. That's it? In the end, Tony was drunk and fell asleep in a chair. And Eno still just controlled his blushing with his ability. My God, you drink too well. Pepper exclaimed when he came to clean up Tony. Well, not bad. After Eno finished speaking, Angela also came to support him. Then there is a quiet rest time, after all, there is still some time. A few hours later. A.M., the private jet finally arrives in Monaco. Angela and Pepper drove everyone to the international hotel. Pepper handed over drunk Tony to Hogan and went to the front desk to pick up the 2 reserved rooms. Then it was Angela's turn. She walked to the front desk and looked at Zhao Halen behind her, who was taking care of Eno, who pretended to be resting on a chair. After showing the electronic message to the front desk, she said, a large room, pre-booked. The lady at the front desk saw that she took out the room card and gave it to Angela. Then she went back and helped Helen, who was pretending to be drunk, into the room. When passing by Pepper, Angela also said, goodbye, see you tomorrow morning. Pepper stared at Angela, who had only booked 1 room. She turned her head to look at Hogan, who was carrying Tony, and said, look at Tony, he's not so charming. Hogan nodded honestly. Tony moved dishonestly in his hangover as if he had heard someone say the 2 words that had just become his most hated. After returning to the big room, Eno let go, grabbing Angela and Zhao Halen's hands. He glanced at the decoration of this international hotel and nodded, not bad. It's almost 100,000 yuan a night, of course it's not bad. Angela said while unbuttoning her jacket. She just wanted to relax and not think too much. Angela sat on the soft sofa at once, and she would go to a bubble bath according to her habit. But outside she doesn't have this habit. Angela put her hands on the sofa and looked at Zhao Helen, who was a little restrained, and teased, there are 3 beds now, and Eno wants to sleep in the largest one in the middle. I will decide later, Helen, which one do you want to choose? This room has 3 bedrooms and a hall, the middle bedroom is the largest and the bed is also the largest. But Angela first made it clear which Eno was going to sleep in. Then he pointed out that he would wait for Helen to make a decision before deciding. This will force Helen on at once. I sleep in that one. Helen was in a hurry and got the smallest bedroom. Angela spread out her hands regretfully, you decide for yourself. It means I gave you a chance. But you are useless. Suddenly, Helen had the idea of repenting. The next day, Angela came out of Eno's room first, and happened to meet Helen, who got up to wash. Angela raised her hand and shook it to say hello, good morning. Morning, good morning. Helen replied with a bit of blushing. Last night, Helen didn't hear Angela's special voice after waiting for a long time at night. In the end, after waiting for a long time, Helen fell asleep unknowingly. But in fact, Angela and Eno did nothing last night. It's just a habit of sleeping together on a daily basis. After all, it's still a hotel outside, although it's international, but I still don't have that kind of mind. After washing up, everyone went to the hotel's breakfast room for breakfast. For a hotel of this level, you can choose to let the waiter order food for delivery or go to a better special restaurant to eat. Tony asked Hatch after seeing Eno coming, "Why did you stay up late yesterday and you are still so energetic?" Eno patted Tony's shoulder comfortingly, "I am young and vigorous, you are old." Well, Tony, who just woke up, was hit. After a little breakfast, everyone dares to go to the 5-star hotel in Paris that cooperates with this competition schedule. Last night because I was looking for it nearby. And this is a banquet hotel that cooperates with the event. With 2 special vehicles bound for the Paris Banquet Hotel. 6 motorcycles lead the way and evacuate in front of the car. Tony has already greeted the people here. And as the recent hot umbrella and Stark, it can be said that the organizers here have been waiting for this in advance. As you reach your destination, Tony and Eno opened the door at the same time and came out. Wow! After getting off the car, the crowds on both sides of the track cheered loudly for the 2 they saw. Because the 2 are so recognizable. Entering the banquet hall, Angela and Zhao Halen followed Eno on both sides. Hogan followed Tony with his suitcase. After a few people entered, they found a specially reserved table and sat down. After a while, a waiter came over to arrange the drinks and desserts. "Hello Mr. Stark, hello Mr. Eno." Soon as they sat down, a voice came from behind the 2 of them. After Tony turned back, Eno also saw this person, but it was a little embarrassing. He didn't know what the man's name was. So I can only wait for Tony to speak. Tony shook hands with the man and said, "Hey Musk, Merlin's engine is awesome. Thanks, it just so happens that I want to make a big move for the electric jet." "True and false." "Really? Then we can work together." Tony got rid of the man in 3s and 5s. He introduced to Eno, he is in the aerospace industry. I was working with him before, but he didn't have the ability to launch satellites. Eno was eating dessert, which had nothing to do with him. Angela and Helen also filled Eno with something from time to time. After Tony saw it, "We are here to see the car, how can you make it look like a honeymoon? You are jealous." Eno said quietly. "I stopped for a while. The quantity on my fashion cover is not less than yours, although the quality is not good. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 112 The umbrella company that resists the banner of justice won." But just as Tony and Eno eat dessert and wait for the 1-car race to begin. "Tony, hi, is that you?" When Tony heard this voice, uncomfortable, said to Eno, "The guy I hate the most is here." "Hey, how are you?" Justin Hammer stepped behind Tony and patted him on the shoulder. "Hi. Eno, how are you?" Then he greeted Eno again. Tony turned his head and nodded to him, Justin Hammer. But Eno continued to talk to Angela and Helen without raising his head. Seeing Eno ignoring himself, Hammer said exaggeratedly, "You are not the only ones who have the money to let the official heavy cycling team take the lead." Then a woman in a dark green short dress came over. Hammer looked at her and pointed to Pepper and said, "This is Jenny, the reporter of Flizzy World, you should give Pepper a good interview. This is big news, the new CEO of Stark Industries." "I see." Jenny nodded and took out the book. "If I don't interview you, I will be scolded by the editor-in-chief to death." Yes. Hammer K echoed, she wants to interview me in Fancy World, so I think she can interview you too. Pepper ignored Hammer and looked directly at the female reporter, you did it for Tony last year too. An exclusive interview. The female reporter replied calmly, yes, that's right, and there is also a detailed report. After speaking, the female reporter took out a voice recorder and opened the recording. Hammer understood in an instant, he looked at Tony, then at Jenny, it turned out that he was playing the rest. Eno looked at the person who suddenly took out the recording without asking for consent and said directly, turn it off, or get out. To this kind of rude person, Eno will not give her courtesy, even if it is a woman. The female reporter heard Eno's words, she hurriedly turned off the recorder and took out the notebook and pen from her bag, I'm sorry, I turned it off. Now that it was turned off, Eno ignored her, but continued to talk to Angela and Helen. Oh, our Ennison is angry, what happens when he gets reported in public? At this time, after Hammer found out, he became angry again, will you be scolded, will you be sued by the Women's Federation? Although Hammer said he was happy, what he didn't realize was that this female reporter named Jenny is getting more and more embarrassed. In Eno's image, she was afraid of being scolded. If she posted this on the internet, it would be good that she would not be fleshed out. And it was rude to take out the recorder directly. Eno looked back at Hammer helplessly. Tony also patted Mo on the shoulder rarely, if you can sue Eno, or beat him on the internet, I will give you Stark Industries. At this time, Hammer had already noticed that something was wrong. He looked at the embarrassed female reporter Jenny. Let's look at the confident Tony and Eno, who has stopped holding him. I have something else to do, I'll go first. After saying that, he ran away. Tony looked at Hammer who ran away directly, he turned his head and said to the female reporter Jenny, you can report him like a fool. Jenny embarrassedly wrote the sentence down, as for whether to report or not, she would go back and ask the editor-in-chief. After finishing speaking, Tony looked at Eno again and said, you guys are still talking about love, but there is a reporter with a little white flower waiting here. Hearing Tony's words, Angela's face was normal, but Helen blushed slightly and took a sip of the juice. Eno looked at this female reporter. Although she was rude before, she corrected it quickly, ask. The female reporter Jenny suddenly asked lightly. Since you and Mr. Tony won a big victory in the Senate last time, the stock of Stark Industries has been rising continuously, but what have you got? It is well known that the umbrella company is not listed, what do you think after this big win? The female reporter's mouth Gulala asked about the recent hot issues on the internet. Eno explained, as the invited party, I went first not for the purpose of profit, and the umbrella does not need a purpose. And just the night before I went, all the products produced by the umbrella were sold out, and the orders piled up to a horrific level. Tony and I just wanted to tell everyone that the umbrella and Stark are for the people and society, and we can be the hard backing of the people, just like the meaning of the umbrella. I am your umbrella. As soon as the female reporter heard such just words, she immediately wrote down Eno's words in her notebook using the shorthand method that reporters must learn. This is to be said to the people, and of course it sounds better. In modern society, who can carry justice? Whoever holds the banner can justifiably and successfully win. So, justice is a must. Of course, if you have to carry evil, the flag to win, Eno will also carry it without hesitation. It's just a layer of skin. After Eno finished speaking, Tony added another sentence, of course Iron Man and God will also be the backing of the people, you can rest assured. Eno suddenly turned to look at Tony, how come I don't know what God said? Hey, didn't he protect the people? You can treat him as he is, anyway. His fan base is so huge. Tony said. Eno opened his mouth to say something fair. But he is Eno now, not a god. How to be fair? Eno turned around and said, I'm done with the interview. Go and interview Tony. The female reporter Jenny suddenly turned to the other page with regret and watched Tony start the interview. And Eno turned his head. Zhao Halen and Angela are actually secretly laughing. Laugh, I will make you laugh. Eno's hand dropped immediately and stretched towards them. After a while they stopped laughing. I didn't do anything, just straighten my thigh. Feeler reminds you, 3 things about reading. 113 Whiplock debut, luxury car rescue. 2. Then the female reporter began to interview Tony. But before Tony could say a few words, a waiter walked up to Tony and said quietly, Mr. Stark, your workbench is ready. Tony nodded and let him go. Then Tony stood up and looked at Pepper and said, I'll go to the bathroom and come back later. After he finished speaking, he left. Before leaving, Tony also made a gesture of holding the steering wheel to Eno. All right. He's going to drive a car. After Tony left, the female reporter looked at Eno, who had finished the interview, and at Tony, who had left. Her eyes turned to Pepper. Ask Miss Pepper what it's like to be promoted to CEO. Pepper thought about it and said simply, well, I am honored and will try my best to do this job well. After all, I just finished interviewing Tony and Eno. If she spoke a little louder, wouldn't she look down on the two in front of her? Okay. Jenny wrote down Pepper's words, Miss Pepper, you're right. Wait. Pepper interrupted directly. She suddenly found that Tony's figure appeared on the scheduled broadcast video behind the female reporter Jenny. She suddenly stood up and watched the video carefully. Tony. Pepper looks back to Eno for answers. But of course Eno spread his hands and said I didn't know. Tony didn't tell me. Yes. At most, compared with a few gestures that he was going to drive. But he didn't tell me it was a 1 car. So I don't carry this pot. During the broadcast, Tony said to the live broadcast, what is the purpose of owning a racing car? That is to drive him to race, otherwise what would you do with a racing car? After reading it, Pepper looked at Eno anxiously and said, he can't race, it's too dangerous. If you compare it with normal data, the 1 car is even safer than a normal car. Eno comforted Pepper, even if it hits the smashed car, the driver in the car will not be life-threatening. Hearing Eno's words, Pepper calmed down a bit. But she still held her hands nervously. At this time, hum. 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 The sound of racing cars passing by the side of Eno. And Tony's blue race car is among them. At this time, the director's staff suddenly turned a scene. Staff in orange overalls. He was holding a toothpick and had black tattoos on his hands, even on his neck. You can see that this is not a normal worker. But this is Ivan Vank, also Whiplock. He pushed aside the track fence. Para. Threw 2 whips from his sleeves. With the power supply of the imitation arc reactor. The high temperature of the 2 energy channels behind him burned the clothes directly and was blown away. Pepper looked at Eno instantly after seeing it. What to do? She was so panicked that she didn't know what to do. Eno looked at her. Where is Mark's suitcase? Pepper reacted at once, and immediately grabbed Eno's hand and ran out, in the car. Seeing Eno being pulled away, Angela and Helen glanced at each other and followed. 4 rolls at the door. After Eno got up, Pepper just wanted to drive, and Angela took the lead in the driver's seat. The high heels are taken off, the accelerator is stepped on, and the car engine hums. Sit still. Ah! The dazed Pepper was pulled into the back seat by Zhao Halen, and the car boom. Jumped out. There were also a few dark tire marks left on the road. At this time, the vehicle in front of Tony had been thrown off by the whiplock. And this time, it was Tony's turn. Bang! When Tony's blue car passed by, he smashed the whip full of energy directly from the front of the car. Fortunately, the legs of the one car are not straight, but half bent inside. Otherwise his legs would be cut off as well. Angela is still driving a Rolls-Royce, dare to go back to the track. The roaring engine and Angela's reflexes dodged countless cars staggering past. Soon, a Rolls-Royce with a speed of 1 km/h was about to rush to Tony's side. Angela drove the car and said to Pepper without looking back, "Give me the suitcase of Mark's armor." After Pepper heard it, he handed over the suitcase in his hand. Tony's incident and the excitement of racing just now have made Pepper's head blank. Now her mind is confused. Angela took the suitcase that Pepper handed over, and then held the suitcase in her left hand. Hold the steering wheel with one hand in your right hand, and press the accelerator to the bottom. Saw his car coming this way when he was going around the whip lock. He yelled, "Throw my suitcase over here. Don't drive the car over. Dangerous here. A few cars have just been whipped and broken by a charging whip." Tony was afraid that it would be dangerous for them to come. Eno looked at the difference at this time. "It should be the limit of ordinary people," Angela said after throwing it over without revealing. "Angela, just throw it over." Angela nodded and took the suitcase with both hands off the steering wheel. Rolls-Royce whizzed past Whiplock in an instant. Because it was too fast, the Whiplock couldn't aim and took a few steps back. Then Whiplash looked at the blinded Tony and bit the toothpick in his mouth. "It seems that they are not going to save." Bang! Suddenly a red and silver suitcase flew over and hit him on the head. A tumbler that was hit by the Whiplock fell to the ground and kneeled. Tony looked back at a Rolls-Royce drifting to a stop behind him and a suitcase under his feet. He exclaimed, "It's really good to have the head right." Tony stepped into the suitcase. The hands are stretched out towards the two protruding hands. As the belly of the armor fit on him, other pieces of parts were slowly assembled on him. And Eno and Angela also got off the Rolls-Royce. Tony's chauffeur also acts as a bodyguard. Hogan shakes his hands from the toilet in the banquet hall and walks out. Then he looked at the scene in the live broadcast where he just put on the Mark armor and prepared to fight with the whip. He pulled his legs to the scene, and ran. Read the underlined version of the novel. Please download. 114.adc Tony melee Silas Whiplash. 3. The scene of the incident. After Tony put on the steel armor, he immediately raised his hand to fire an energy cannon at the Whiplash that got up. Slap! A sound. The Whiplock half knelt on the ground, and the energy whip in his hand slapped Tony's chest. Because there is only one layer of armor. A deep mark immediately appeared on the chest of Tony's armor. Tony knew right away, you can't hit the same spot again. He turned to his side, covering the wound. Raise your right hand again. Slap. It's still faster to whip it out first. Because the energy hand cannon of Mark's armor needs to be charged, it needs a delay before it can be fired. All of a sudden Tony was pumped and hit the vehicle behind him. At this time, Eno also got off the Rolls-Royce. And Pepper was still dumbfounded in the car. Her legs were too weak to come down. Angela and Helen walked to Eno's side and looked at Tony, who was at a disadvantage not far away. Zhao Helen felt that Tony was a little idiot and asked, "Why doesn't he fly up to spread the distance?" Angela glanced at Helen, because everyone has the heart of a warrior, and sometimes support too. Thinking of the current situation of that game, Zhao Helen nodded in agreement. "Do you want to remind him?" Hearing Helen's words, Eno also felt that it was not good for the three of them to stand here and watch the play. Eno shouted to Tony, "Are you a battle armor and can't fly?" Tony, who was thrown into the car by a whip, immediately reacted when he heard Eno's words. He slammed his hands and feet down and immediately flew into the sky. Whiplash saw Tony Yifei and ran over anxiously to make up for another whip. Pity. Tony's legs were split between his legs with a whip. It's almost impossible to be a man. Tony's face stood in the sky. He looked back at Eno. Thank you for reminding me, I just wanted to do this. Eno waved his hand for a quick fight. Still arrogant at this time. At this time. Da-da-da-da helicopter sound came. Eno looked up and saw that it was the country's military gunship. It seems that Tony and himself were affected so much by the live broadcast that they directly used the power of the military. But also right. If only I and Tony could die here. This one survives with tourism and commerce. But Tony immediately increased his energy to attack the Whiplash after seeing the gunship. He still has questions for Whiplash. Otherwise, the Whiplash will be shot directly by the gunship. He couldn't even ask questions. Boom. Boom. Boom after several consecutive bombardments at a height beyond the reach of the Whiplock. Ivan Vank was stunned while wearing his Whiplash armor. After all except that whip. He has no defensive abilities. As the helicopter slowly landed, Tony stepped forward to a fake arc reactor with the Whiplock removed. See Tony uniform Whiplash. The country's army immediately went to hold Ivan Vanko down. Tony looked at the arc reactor in his hand, and then said to Eno, who was walking behind him, "This is not bad, it's just trash to the extreme." Listening to Tony's remarks, Eno looked at Ivan Vank who was being pulled away and pretended to ask, "Who is he?" "I don't know." Tony looked at Vank deeply, "But I will ask him." At this time, Ivan Vank, who was being pressed away, suddenly woke up. He puffed out a mouthful of blood. Vank vomited blood and laughed loudly. "Tony, you lost, ha ha ha. Now I feel like he's insane." Tony turned his head to look at Eno when he heard Vank's words. "He's talking about you." Eno pointed to Tony's chest. Vank said that Tony lost means that his palladium element is poisoned, not that he lost the battle. Tony saw Eno's fingers before realizing what his loss was. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "The time has not yet come, so it is not certain whether you will lose or not." After speaking, Tony took off his armor. After a few stacks, Mark's armor turned into a tattered suitcase. After going back, Tony told Eno that he was going to interrogate Vank. If he wanted to go to Eno after thinking about it, he agreed to go with him. And Angela, Zhao Helen, and Pepper will wait for them to go back at the hotel. As for safety, Eno needn't worry. Take Angela's physical fitness. How many ordinary people come, how many hammers? And Tony came to the interrogation room where Vank was imprisoned. Eno stopped at the door and leaned against the wall. Tony was taken aback and asked, "Aren't you going in?" Eno shook his head. "After you have heard it, just tell me what you want to tell me, the rest is not important." Tony took a deep breath and patted Eno on the shoulder with confidence and went in. The first is that Tony trusts Eno to let Eno go in directly and it doesn't matter. But Eno said directly and more trustingly that since it is something important to you, then you should listen to it before you know it and then choose whether to tell me or not. With the door to the interrogation room closed. In a few minutes, the door opens again. Tony came out of the inside with a serious look, but he glanced at the guards around and said nothing. Eno knew that this was what he meant by going back. After that, the two returned to the hotel, met with Angela and Pepper, and then went directly to the private plane to return to New York. On a private jet. Tony brought Eno to the ballroom, but he didn't come to dance, he just found a place to talk. Angela and Pepper were in the cabin outside. The two sat on a dark purple sofa. Tony put his hands on his back and asked, "Do you know what he said to me?" Eno signaled to speak directly. Tony nodded. "His name is Ivan Vank. According to Jarvis' investigation, his father's name is Anton Vank. But that's not the most important thing, the main thing is that his dad worked with my dad. But my father kicked him out of the US because of his father's plans for a project that my father was cooperating with. As for the content of the cooperation, I think it has to do with energy, otherwise he wouldn't be able to imitate my arc reactor. Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 115 Doctor Strange performs surgery on you 4. Eno nodded. He must know a little about the technology in your chest, otherwise he won't know that you have palladium poisoning. When he said the first sentence you lost, only someone who knew it would know. And you didn't even react. You can imagine how clear he is. Tony bowed his head thoughtfully after hearing this. This is not a big problem, but it's annoying. Whiplash's technology is nothing compared to the one in Tony's chest. It's not even a high-powered weapon, such as Tony's energy cannon and flight function. This fake arc reactor can't do it at all. After a while, Tony suddenly raised his head and covered his face with his hands and lay on the sofa. He is in a very irritable mood now. After I go back, the company and the media still have a lot of things to deal with. And I also need to concentrate on research on palladium poisoning. There is not much time tomorrow. He can't show it to Pepper yet. In fact, he doesn't have to worry about it. Life is about to end, I don't care what I do. Tony covered his face with his hands and said, you know the last thing I want to do right now is, go home. Give up. Eno took 2 bottles of wine from the cabin refrigerator and said, the current technology of the umbrella can help you take out this one on your chest. As long as you nod your head now, I can let Stephen Strange be your chief surgeon when you go back. Before Stephen Strange was Doctor Strange. His surgical technique has always been among the best in the world. Although he won't do this kind of surgery that one mistake will ruin his life. But whose Eno is his? Do what you tell you to do. Tony pondered for a moment, then took a bottle of just opened wine from Eno's hand and took a few sips. Grumpy grumpy grumpy. Tony exhaled, I'm a genius, and I won't back down from this. Even though my nerves and thoughts are a little abnormal now, I still won't give up. Iron Man is me, I am Iron Man, if I give up on it, am I still me? Clap. 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 Eno clapped a few times. Then he opened another bottle of wine and touched Tony and said, maybe I will tie you back for surgery at the last moment of your life. But even then, the poisoning level in your body is too deep, and you may only be able to lie in bed for the rest of your life when you wake up and wait until we develop artificial organs. Oh no. Tony immediately refused, then let me die, it's more comfortable. Who told you? Eno watched Tony deepen his memory and said, the way to die from palladium poisoning is to die from weakness and failure of the whole body. Who told you it's comfortable? Tony. Anyway, it's not good to die horizontally or vertically. Talking, Tony took out a palladium poisoning tester from his pocket. He thumbs up, 64%. It's a bit bad. Tony happily put the tester back. At this point, he couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad. I saw Tony, who had already drank half a bottle. Eno took his wine bottle. Okay, you'll be drunk if you drink it anymore. You want me to get drunk with this drink? Tony immediately protested, I can still drink a few more bottles. You can still drink a few more bottles. Eno stood up directly and walked out of the dance hall. I'll go first, you continue to drink. That's it? Tony dropped the bottle and followed. Go out the door of the ballroom to the cabin. Eno first saw Angela and Pepper and Helen watching the live news together, and Stern was talking about the disadvantages of Iron Man with great fanfare. What he said, it would take at least 51 years to get a bit of technology. We saw it today. He was in Monaco. Where did Mr. Stark's promise to us that day go? It's not just a concept, his weapon has already been realized in Monaco, which means that someone has privately owned this weapon. Can Iron Man still protect us? This is Iron Man I don't know how many times, can we still be safe? Stern is now directly substituting himself among the people to discredit Tony. He used Tony's original words in the Senate to mock Tony. Tony said directly, mute. Then the smart voice butler turned off the sound of the live TV directly. Tony pointed to the live broadcast and said, "It's all small issues, his language doesn't have any effect on Stark. He's just a congressman who can only talk about it. Why should you pay attention to him? His toes are not as long as a nose. Don't use him to disgust my toes." Eno complained and walked to the middle of Angela and Helen and sat down. Pepper looked at Tony. "While your last sentence is correct, it's not what you think it is. Next, we're going to be approached by a whole bunch of news and government people talking about the situation, and we can't help but get back. The bigger question is, how do you explain another Iron Man? Can you guarantee that he won't show up again?" Tony was at a loss for words, and he really couldn't guarantee it. Looking at the silent Tony, Pepper said, "For a while, I will go back and finish all these things, but I hope you can also do your duty as one. Look at Mr. Eno, he handles Noda's umbrella company in an orderly manner. Even if he goes out for a trip, he will take some time in the morning to deal with important affairs. But you can only be a hands-off shopkeeper, and then ignore the feelings of the employees." Suddenly, Pepper erupted years of resentment directly in the cabin. Her character is indeed at odds with Tony. And basically it's Pepper who's going to be with Tony. You can't see Tony going to Pepper, of course, sometimes a little. But whether it's Tony or Pepper, they both have their own ideas, but they don't understand each other temporarily. Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 116 Palladium poisoning special medicine and diluent. 5. Pepper thought that as long as Tony was honest, and the company was free to go out and play, he would have peace of mind for the rest of his life. As for the relationship with the government, it's over after Tai Chi. But Tony knew there was a lot of danger in the world, not to mention what he didn't know. But even so, he is now also palladium poisoned. If you want to live, you must solve this problem. Only then can we discuss the following matters. But he doesn't want to worry Pepper right now. Pepper is the person he trusts the most. Tony also didn't want to cause her more trouble than official business. She might break down. After Tony was silent for a while, he looked at Pepper, who turned his head angrily. After thinking about it, he turned and left. "Well, maybe it's to do grilled fish." Angela looked at the angry Pepper, stood up, walked over and sat next to her to comfort her. After all, Eno, as good as her family, can't find a second one in the world. Angela never worried about Eno. Listen to Pepper complaining to Angela about Tony, the unreasonable voice. Eno smiled when he saw Helen's expression at this time. "Doesn't it feel amazing?" Helen nodded, and she whispered in Eno's ear, "I suddenly have a feeling that Tony and Pepper are both mortals, and we can easily settle this matter. But when they come to them, distress, irritability, mental stress, oppression, etc., are all tormenting them. Makes me feel a very wonderful feeling, this is." After Helen thought about this, she looked at Eno and whispered, "This is what God feels like." The corner of Eno's mouth smiled, and this time it was his turn to whisper the heat in Helen's ear. "You can understand it as yes, or it can be understood as when you reach a higher level. Looking back, everything in the past was a cloud, and they were all so contemptuous. The things that used to be your turn to worry about are only now. This is the spiritual sublimation." Helen's delicate little ears were flushed by the warmth of Eno. She nodded, blushing. "It really feels that way. They are troubled, and I can solve it at will. Looking back, I was just a little doctor a few months ago. But now the difference between clouds and mud is not enough metaphor." Angela glanced at the two of Eno while comforting Pepper. A happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There is no harm without comparison. After a few hours of voyage, the plane arrived in New York. Tony told Pepper to go back first at the airport, and his explanation was, I still have something to talk to Eno, and I'll go back at night. Hearing that Tony was looking for Eno instead of hanging out, Pepper nodded in agreement. For Eno to the gate of the Umbrella building. If it wasn't for the bodyguards to clean up the peripheral reporters in time. It's been clogged up here long ago. After all, Eno appeared in the broadcast. He and a few people drove a car with steel armor to support Tony. And finally said something that helped Iron Man. They all saw it, and of course they all thought it was big news. Back to the Umbrella building. Tony followed Eno to the top office door. Tony fell suddenly. After a few steps, he almost fell and walked to the desk to support him. This is. Eno walked to the side and helped him to sit on the sofa. I've run out of palladium blocks, and I haven't taken them out from Pepper in the car just now. Tony panted and took out a small box from his body. After he opened it, it contained a palladium element block. Accompanied by click sound. Tony reached into his shirt and took out the arc reactor. With a screeching sound, a piece of scorched palladium element was spat out from the cabin of the arc reactor. Tony took it out and threw it into the trash can in the distance. Then he waited for the reactor to finish smoking, and then he pressed the brand new palladium block in. After loading the arc reactor cabin, Tony pressed the arc reactor into his chest again. With the refunction of energy, Tony's purplish-green complexion gradually softened. Tony looked at Eno and said, "Look at how deep our friendship is. If you wanted to kill me just now, you just need to take him away. At that time, I couldn't even beat a baby." Huh. Eno was instantly angrily laughed. "There are too many opportunities to kill you, I didn't even start." Tony shrugged in agreement, "Really? It's just that Eno didn't make a move." Eno looked at Angela and Zhao Halen, "Bring his special medicine and thinner." The two of them nodded and went to the underground laboratory together to get things up. After a while, Tony looked at the medicine bag and an injection in his hand and looked at Eno. "That's it, you cheated my steel armor." Obviously Tony doesn't think it's worthless, he just feels that these two things don't look high-tech, so he just complained. But Eno was too lazy to follow him. He took the injection directly from Tony's hand and immediately put it on his neck and injected it intravenously. "Oh, your hands are so fast." Tony screamed in pain and took time to admire. But next, the code-like veins on Tony's neck were immediately diluted. Tony shook his neck and took a deep breath. "Wow, it feels like I've suddenly come alive, and the steel armor is worth it again." Eno threw away the empty thinner with his backhand. Then he took the box that Angela handed over and said, "There are 90 packs of special medicine and 6 injections of thinner in it. It's your 1-month meter, and you need to drink 3 packs of 500 ml of water a day after the special medicine is soaked. And the diluent is pulsed every 5 days, but you have to remember. It only slows your palladium poisoning, it doesn't stop your palladium poisoning." Tony put away the box, stretched out his hand full of gratitude and held it with Eno. "Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read." 117 The whiplash incident broke out, and Fury requested 1. "Why are you so thankful that I seem to have taken advantage of it?" Eno looked at Mark's armor next to the bookcase at this time. How can Tony feel that he has made a profit after taking some medicine? Tony shook his head. "After you heard it, if it wasn't for Pepper, I would have donated Stark long ago. I don't even have children, so what legacy would I have left? But now I have Pepper, she's been with me for so many years, she's been with me every day, so she's my home." Tony means, if it wasn't for Pepper, he'd be ready to take nothing. Mark's armor is because of deep friendship. If you help me, then I will help you too. At this time, Angela and Helen had already gone to the underground laboratory for research, and they didn't have time to listen to the two of them here. Eno patted Tony on the shoulder. "I feel like your words are like last words. You still speak so directly." Tony smiled directly. Stop talking about this, let's talk about happy things. It's my birthday in 3 days, and as usual, I'll open one. Are you coming? You're going to die, but you're still in a good mood. Well, it's Tony Stark. Eno shrugged and went to the sofa, although I don't like it very much. But it doesn't matter, if this is your last party, it may be your last birthday party. If Tony can't solve the palladium poisoning, he certainly won't live to his second birthday. He didn't even have a month. Tony nodded with mixed feelings. He sat on the sofa and said solemnly with his fingers crossed, "To be honest, I really have no choice. I tried every combination of elements and every combination of elements. But neither method can replace the palladium element in my arc reactor. I really can't find any way, otherwise I wouldn't be here." Indeed, according to Tony's character. If he had found a way, Tony would have been tinkering with these things in his lab. And now, he really has no choice. Eno patted him on the shoulder. Science has nothing for sure, it doesn't exist 100% and 0%. Maybe you have other elements that you haven't discovered yet. Who said these elements are the only ones in the world? Although Tony nodded, he still said with a heavy expression, "You are right, but my time is running out. If I look for a brand new element, I don't even know if it's useful. Now time only allows me to find an element that is already present and discovered in the world. But these. I've tried them all." Tony's tone was low and his expression was lonely. It's not that he's not a genius, it's that he feels that he has done his best. All the elements in the world have been tried. Time does not allow me to invent. Then what can I do? Eno can only pat him on the shoulder and say nothing. Nick Fury will give Tony's father, Howard Stark's relic to Tony after a while. And Tony will also finally discover new elements that have long been discovered here. That's the cosmic cube, elements of the space gem in phase. The room fell silent. Tony suddenly raised his head and responded, "Why do I say these sad words again?" Saying that, Tony stood up, carried the box that Eno gave him, and walked out of the office. "I'll go back first, remember to come to my house at noon after 3, and let's prepare together." After watching Tony leave, Eno got up from the sofa and walked to his boss chair. At this time, Nick Fury called. "Eno, what happened between you and Tony in Monaco has a great impact, but it's basically nothing for you, but for Tony." Eno went on to say, "When Senator Stern induces people to think that Iron Man is not only a person or a hero through language. People who are induced to think they themselves can be heroes and Iron Man. Then why doesn't Tony release his technology for the world to have?" Eno's explanation, Fury agreed over the phone, "Yeah, so it's bad right now. Hill is doing his best to appease the upper echelons of the government not to use armed forces to get to the last step. Tony's good friend in the army, Lieutenant Colonel Roddy, is also doing his best to appease the upper management. But now there's only Tony left. So, we want you, someone who knows Tony very well and is still his best friend, to guide him." I understand when I hear this. But it's true that Tony even confessed to others that he was poisoned by palladium. Only Eno. When Eno saw a little sign, Tony said it directly. None of the people Tony knew. Eno also frankly pretended to Fury, "It's not that Tony doesn't work hard, it's just that he has no direction. He tried everything he could. Tony told me that he really couldn't find a substitute for the palladium element in his body." "No, I haven't tried it yet," Nick Fury said suddenly. "You mean?" Eno pretended to hesitate and said, "There are other elements in this world that are already known. I can't guarantee it, but it's possible." Nick Fury said simply, "Even if you are Tony's best friend, I can only briefly say something about this. Your father of Yvonne Vank and Tony's father have a great relationship in this incident. And Tony's father also left Tony with some important relics. There's a good chance that there's something in these, relics that could solve Tony's current problems, but none of them know. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce the arc reactor imitated by Ivan Vank. When I'm done with the government and the people, I'll get Tony to give him his father's belongings. So during this time, Tony's mind and spirit are likely to be unstable and he needs your comfort. Read the underlined version of the novel. Please download. 118 New Research and Development Progress, The Arrival of Ghosts 2. Director Fury, he didn't do some things you thought you had to do. Eno said, Tony is a good friend, stripped of his bad habits. You Shield always establishes a level of people, but no matter what level, he is not the standard by which a person is judged. People's hearts are not a standard that can be measured by data. I will do my own thing, and you can cooperate with others. After that, Eno doesn't care. Fury's answer directly hung up the phone. The words of the King of Agents just now were full of analysis of Tony and his own value. Although this may be his occupational disease and daily etc. But Eno's own practices and things do not need others to arrange and affirm. That's it? Night. Eno, Angela, Helen 3 returned home. The two of them couldn't wait to take a bath. Helen used to be the kind that just took a shower and let it go. Now she is taken by Angela and also likes to take a bath. Took a bottle of wine from the wine cellar to the balcony on the second floor. Eno is lying on the lazy sofa and watching the night scene. This action is almost his daily task. Bulletin sound. Eno opened the bottle, he was just about to take a sip to his mouth. The cell phone rang. Rodriguez's phone. After connecting. Mr. Eno, the reason for sending the ghost to be your bodyguard for half a month has been found. Do you need it now? If you need more reasons next time. Eno thought for a while, let her come alone tomorrow. No problem, I hope that the umbrella company can also develop the technology of rejuvenation of severed limbs faster. Rodriguez agreed. Eno took a sip of wine and looked at Sean Guang Haijing and said, it's already in the project, but you also know that we can't fully develop this technology now. However, as long as we have free R&D personnel, it will fall to this department's R&D. Rodriguez said gratefully, that's enough, thank you so much. Eno replied briskly, it's okay, it's all mutual benefit. After a few more polite words, he hung up the phone. Eno took another sip of wine and sighed while looking at the night scene. What is the research and development? He has never mentioned this. If you really let the umbrella to study it, you will be panicking with too much spare money. As for the answer after 3 years. By then he'll be fine. As far as today's people are concerned, a false art that is invisible to ordinary people is enough. True neurotechnology, it is impossible for civilian use. What are you thinking? At this time, behind Eno, there was the sound of the clatter of slippers. Accompanied by the sound, there is also a fragrance that has just been bathed. Eno likes a light fragrance, and Angela has always been like this. Papa came to Eno's side, and Angela curled up into Eno's arms lying on the sofa. Smelling the aroma of Angela's hair, Eno said, what about the sub-health drugs? Angela rubbed her small head on Eno's chest, Hulk's blood surface analysis has been done. We're still gathering and researching how to get one drug that fits all in one dose. Otherwise, if the dose is too high, the user will die from organ load failure. With less dose, the user has no effect at all. Useful, useless, or death are all under extremely small control, and can't be careless. Eno nodded, and put the wine in his hand in front of Angela to signal if he wanted to taste it. Angela smiled and took the wine and took a sip. Then still, in front of Eno, he stretched out his tongue and sipped the wine from the corner of his mouth. That pose is alluring. Well, you got my fire on. Eno put the wine bottle on the table, picked up Angela in his arms and walked to the bedroom. The next day. Another day of daily business. Eno is quite fortunate that his umbrella company's affairs are not too many. Research department affairs only need to look at the report. The sales department affairs also take a look at the statistical report. There is also a red umbrella department, which can be said to be the most worry-free place for Eno, because the management is very strict. There are other departments and so on. In fact, this is relatively worry-free, as long as Eno is dealing with large-scale affairs and making decisions. Next, Eno took a look at the situation on the internet. But obviously Tony is still on the cusp. Those ignorant people actually want Tony to hand over his technology and they can be Iron Man. Isn't this an idiot? And some people also think that after seeing that Whiplock also has an arc reactor, something they should have. This led this group of people to crusade Tony on the internet and in reality. However, among so many people who targeted Tony, only a few people cursed together with the umbrella. But obviously there will be more scolding after he finishes scolding. After all, the reputation of the umbrella is no joke. Seeing this Eno sighed, alas, there are really too many people who are easily brought up by the rhythm in reality. They are indiscriminate, they don't understand the cause, they don't understand the process, they don't understand the result, and they just go with the flow. As long as anyone brings a little wave, these people can make a big wave for you. Eno shook his head. So this is why there are so few wise men in the world, because there are too many idiots. Eno continued to manage affairs in the office and observe the speech on the internet. But after a while, Eno looked at the computer and said without raising his head, "I pour the coffee myself, I didn't make it on the sofa beforehand." Ava. When as the space in front of the desk fluctuated, a girl in a white hooded battle uniform appeared. She stood in front of Eno's desk and looked at Eno in disbelief. Those eyes were all unknown and curious. He obviously didn't even raise his head. Moreover, he directly used his ability to enter through the wall. Silently, nothing is revealed. But why does the person in need of protection know that they are here from the beginning to the end? Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read. 119 Ghost Deceived by Shield. Ava 3. Eno's eyes took off from the computer screen. He looked at Ava and smiled. "Go to the sofa and sit down and we can talk." Ava was stunned for a moment, then turned around and went to sit on the sofa. It was not the actual purpose for Eno to let her sit on the sofa. His actual purpose was to make it clear to Ava that she was sent to protect Eno's. Asking her to sit on the couch is really a way of giving orders. Let her know that she has a hierarchy of orders in it. Next step is to deepen these. The impression and how to make her rebel against SHIELD. __. After Ava made it to the sofa, those eyes kept staring at Eno for answers. "That means, you said I would sit down and talk about it?" Looking at her small eyes, Eno smiled and asked, "What's your name?" "Ava Star, mission nickname, Ghost." Ava said directly. These news are not important, it's nothing to say. She also believes that Eno can't investigate her information. But what she didn't know was that Eno knew all about it. Eno nodded. "How old, how old?" "Ava, 1 year 11 months. Only 1 year older than me." Eno looked at Ava and asked, "Enter SHIELD. How long is the special department?" Ava thought about whether this question could be answered. After a while, she replied, "I have joined SHIELD since my parents died when I was a child. There are others and more details, of course, but Ava chose not to talk about it, because Eno didn't allow himself to talk about more details. Eno only remembered after hearing Ava's explanation. No wonder why she is looking at Ava so young and only 19 years old. It turned out that this was Ava 8 years ago. Eno nodded. "How painful is the tearing of molecules all over the body? Is there any pain in the 4th grade?" The World Health Organization classifies pain into 5 levels. Level 0, no pain. Level 1, mild, intermittent pain, about bruises and falls. Level 2, moderate, persistent pain, pain relievers can be used, about the pain above toothache. Level 3, severe, persistent pain, can't be relieved without painkillers, about a broken piece of meat. Grade 4, severe, persistent pain to changes in blood pressure and pulse, approximately severe burns. Ava stood up abruptly, looking at the man in front of her. Shield. The information is so well investigated and he is still a secret department, the information is sealed in the physical file. Ava asked in shock, "You know my physical condition?" Eno held her left hand on the table with her right hand and said, "Because of the experimental explosion of the quantum channel, the molecules in your body have fused this ability. This allows you not only to be invisible, walk through walls, avoid damage, etc., you get unparalleled pain. That's a kind of pain that is worse than death." Following Eno's words, Ava shivered for a while. That kind of pain she doesn't want to go through anyway, but every once in a while she does. And in the past 10 years, the interval between each pain has become shorter and shorter. But SHIELD. But there is no way. Is your molecular tear interval still there, shortening? Eno once again said, a fact that Ava's eyes widened. How on earth did he know this? Detailed facts. What else do you know? Ava walked quickly to Eno's desk, she put her hands on the table. Tell me. Ava believes that since Eno knows so much, he must know more details about himself that he doesn't know. And he's the world's largest umbrella company for biopharmaceuticals. Ava has no reason to believe that Eno doesn't know anything else. Eno didn't speak, but raised his head slightly and gestured to the sofa. Ava looked over and thought for a moment. She resisted the urgency in her heart and walked to the sofa in 3 or 2 steps and sat down honestly. Just like a good boy waiting for Eno to issue a reward. Seeing Ava sitting up obediently, Eno nodded and continued, "The molecular structure of living things has strength, as long as it reaches the limit, it will tear. And if it is torn apart, I don't need to say more about the consequences. Do you know how strong your body is or how good your body is?" Ava was stunned for a moment, and instantly reacted. She immediately used her ability to let her wheat-colored abdominal muscles leak out. Then he raised his arm to show Eno's muscles. This operation successfully made Eno laugh. Ha ha ha. Eno laughed for a long time, and then suppressed his smile and asked, "Shield. Laughter just explaining it to you like this, why are you so stupid?" Ava was stunned again, and she asked eagerly, "Shield. And like you said, if I'm going to fight the molecular tear in my body, I have to strengthen my body. So as long as there is no task, I will do high-intensity training, and then make the body stronger." Ha 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 ha. Ava's explanation successfully made Eno smile on the table again. He really didn't think about SHIELD. Actually came up with this trick in order to strengthen Ava's physical fitness. The key is that Ava still believes. At this moment, the elevator of Diddy suddenly rang. Ava hurriedly used her ability to become invisible again. Angela came out of the elevator. She looked at Eno, who just finished laughing, and Ava, who was invisible on the sofa. Then looked at Ava and asked, "Is she a ghost? You can see me too?" Instant, Ava immediately. "Show up. It's intuition." Angela explained, when a creature is strong to a certain level, intuition and feeling are very sensitive. Just like Eno, if you look at him with a telescope a few kilometers away, he will sense it. Ava. This is so special that there is such an intuition in the world of fairy magic, but don't say it, it really exists. He's called Peter Shock. After saying that, Angela doesn't care. Ava, who was still stupid, turned her head to look at Eno and asked curiously, "You laughed so happily just now, but I haven't seen you in years." Read the underlined version of the novel, please download. 120 When the collapsed ghost. Ava knows the truth. 4. Angela was right. Eno's mouth leaked a lot of smiles, but when he laughed, it was very poor. Angela will be curious about things that make Eno laugh. I tell you, Ava is in SHIELD. That's how I was fooled. Eno took Angela by his side and elaborated on what happened just now. Soon. Angela's shoulders trembled while lying in Eno's arms and laughing. Fortunately, the boss chair is relatively large, otherwise the two would not be able to bear it. After a while, Angela crawled up from Eno's arms, rubbing her eyes that burst into tears. She wiped her tears and said, "Ava, do you know where the molecules exist?" Ava, who was finally not ridiculed, replied, "Full body. You know it's the whole body." Angela laughed angrily, "Then what's the use of exercising your muscles? Physical fitness represents vitality, bioenergy, longevity, recovery, speed, defense, strength, endurance, and more. And your workouts just build strength or stamina. It's just your outer fitness, not your inner fitness." "Ava. What do you mean?" Ava seemed to suddenly understand something. "That's right." Angela wiped away her tears and said, "Exercise doesn't strengthen your body's cellular strength and genetic strength. So for you, the effect of exercise is not as good as more rest, less staying up late, and less working in harsh environments. Otherwise it doesn't resist your molecular tearing, it actually enhances your body's molecular tearing. Molecular structure can be strengthened by exercise." "Just kidding, this is the comprehensive physical quality of a creature. You can also understand that from the moment you were born, it was something determined by your genes. And the day after tomorrow doesn't matter. Except of course, mutation or something." Hearing Angela's words, Ava bowed her head deeply, clenching her fists. She asked in a slow and deep voice, "That is, SHIELD. All the time, lie to me. They just want me to be physically strong enough to carry out my mission. Of course it's more than that. Eno volcano fueled, they say study your body's antidote. Or the method is also false. Do you know how much it costs to build a quantum tunnel? Do you know how much it costs to study the technology to save your body?" Although Ava was so angry that she exploded at this time, she still suppressed her anger and shook her head gently at Eno. Eno explained to her, "There are still numbers of the former, maybe several billions to tens of billions may be solved. But for the latter, you can just treat it as a bottomless pit and a black hole, just rely on that group of idiots, and want to study quantum entanglement and molecular hybrid entanglement. Dream it, Tony doesn't dare to say this, so it's up to them. So you think SHIELD? Will you build a device that is less than tens of billions of dollars? What about the latter?" Bam! Kaka! A thunderbolt appeared in Ava's heart. "S right, she only worked for SHIELD after so many years of missions. How much has been solved? Even if the task of solving the problem is worth a lot, it is still a drop in the bucket compared to the equipment. Not to mention the bottomless pit behind." Thinking of this, Ava went out of the door as soon as her body became invisible. "To find SHIELD. Ask clearly. You're not going to question SHIELD. Underscore." Angela asked while looking at the invisible Ava. Ava's footsteps paused, she looked back at Angela, "What else can I do?" There was helplessness in her tone at this time. The organization that has been fighting for many years is actually deceiving itself. Not only that, but they made themselves worse. They promised me that I would heal myself. It turned out that it will only get worse and worse. It turns out that they just use me as a tool person. Oh my God. Allah put his left hand on his forehead and his right hand spread out helplessly. "Do you think they will treat you so well after they know you know about this? They don't have your handle, you don't need your molecular stabilizer, you don't need your suit." Hearing Angela's words, Ava raised her hands and squeezed tightly. After a while, She finally collapsed and said, "Ah, what should I do? Am I waiting to die?" Seeing this, Eno shrugged. "Look how crazy people know they're going to die. Tony is really good. Ordinary people can be crazy. There is nothing worse than knowing the time of your death. Besides, Ava only has less than 10 years. Angela glanced at Eno and was about to succeed. Just smash her spirits again. Just crush her will again. She will become the ghost of the umbrella. Rather than SHIELD. The ghost of. Angela nodded to Eno and said to Ava, "Do you know how many years you have left?" "How much?" Hearing Angela's words, Ava immediately flashed in front of Angela and asked eagerly. Eno watched Ava let out a nasal sound. "Means, don't remember what I said when you came?" Ava heard Eno's nasal voice. She opened her hands and fingers and clenched them tightly. This is not for Eno. She was just releasing the pressure to calm herself down. Look, this relaxed, back and forth crushing spirit is a good guide. This is much better than MP Stern's language skills. Congressman Stern, learn. After releasing the pressure, Ava quietly walked to the sofa and sat down. Then put your hands on your knees and look at the floor under your feet. Don't look at her thinking it's just, calm down. Instead, this behavior is the calm before the storm. Just a little bit of fire. Angela watched Ava sit back and continued, "Anyway, if you use your abilities many times, you should only live about 8 years. But even if you don't use your abilities from now on, you'll only live about 10 years, and not much longer. The molecules in your body that have been torn apart by molecules since childhood are already very fragile. Don't look at the shorter intervals now. In 5 years you may be once every 35 days or even once a day. This speed increases geometrically, just like the principle of snow-capped avalanches." Feeler reminds you, 3 things to read.